I was born as stillborn. My life was borrowed from my grandfather. He proclaimed that I had come forth from death, destined to be a ruler of the underworld. The practitioners of Tao refer to me as Péng Dàoxiān, while spirits and malevolent beings have grown accustomed to calling me the king of ghosts. Chapter 1. Borrowed life from the shadows. From the moment of my birth, I was lifeless. My existence was a favor granted by my grandfather from the realm of the dead. In his youth, my grandfather was a man of the Tao, but due to certain circumstances, he returned to the mundane world, marrying and fathering children. He was a renowned feng shui master, revered throughout the neighboring villages as Péng Shinji, for his predictions were unfailingly accurate. Perhaps, having revealed too many secrets of fate, the heavens exacted retribution upon his descendants. My father was born with a congenital disability, unable to stand on his own, and thus could not inherit my grandfather's legacy. Yet, despite this, my mother was the most beautiful woman in the surrounding area, marrying my father out of gratitude after my grandfather's divination had saved her entire family. Of 14, though the villagers whispered and pointed fingers, my grandfather remained unperturbed. He often reassured my father, stating that a lifetime of good deeds would surely yield blessings for future generations. His words proved prophetic. Soon after, my mother became pregnant, and the family rejoiced, with my grandfather even naming me in advance as Péng Dàoxiān. The name signifies one who comprehends the subtle hints of fate. Such was my grandfather's confidence in his own abilities. However, the ways of fate are unpredictable, and fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Just as our family awaited my arrival with eager anticipation, after 10 months of pregnancy, my mother gave birth to a lifeless child. This news struck my family like a thunderclap. When the midwife tremulously handed my lifeless body to my grandfather, his countenance was ominously dark. As he gazed intently toward the direction of the back mountains, remaining utterly silent. It was ultimately my father who spoke up, deciding to procure a casket made of Nama wood and arrange for my burial in the village's east outskirts at the potter's field. Nobody is to touch my grandson. I shall return, my grandfather declared with a fierce glint in his eyes before hastily departing from our home. 3 nights later, he returned, drenched in blood. No one knew where he had been or what he had done. All that was evident was that he had returned with a severed left arm and a BL. My father was horrified by my grandfather's appearance, rendered momentarily speechless. Go bring the child to me, my grandfather weakly instructed my father, who stammered and struggled to respond. It was only under my grandfather's pressing inquiries that my father revealed the truth. My mother, distressed by the sight of my increasingly purplish corpse, had succumbed to her fears the night before and, with great sorrow, had persuaded my father to enlist a few villagers to purchase a coffin and bury me at the potter's field. Foolishness, my grandfather exclaimed upon hearing this, striking my father across the face with his remaining hand before seizing a hoe and heading towards the potter's field. Realizing the gravity of the situation, my father covered his face with one hand and steadied himself with his cane, grabbing a shovel from the wall to follow suit. In the end, the two of them unearthed my grave, retrieving my lifeless form from the coffin. By that time, my body had become a ghastly shade of blue, marred with livor mortis, utterly beyond the realm of life. Grandfather repeatedly examined the lifeless infant, even scrutinizing the tiny chick nearby. Fortunately, it was the depths of winter, and the body had not begun to decay, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he sank wearily onto the edge of the grave. Father, do you think the child could be saved? My father asked this with a trembling voice, leaning on his cane, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as he gazed at grandfather. If anyone else had suggested there was hope, my father would have deemed them mad, yet he understood the prowess of grandfather. If he claimed there was a chance, then there indeed remained a glimmer of hope. If you foolish child, allow our kin to lie in the ground for another night, the lineage of the Péng family will meet its end, grandfather declared, cradling the deceased infant in one arm as he made his way home. That very night, grandfather instructed my father to prepare yellow talismans, joss paper, vermilion, and glutinous rice. Additionally, they needed to procure a rooster over 3 years of age and an old dog with pure black fur. Upon learning that I might rise from the dead, my father, leaning on his cane, traversed the village, knocking on doors to borrow the necessary items, even kneeling before reluctant villagers. Meanwhile, grandfather returned home in silence, retreating to his own room to quietly carve a piece of ancient locust wood. Finally, just before midnight, my father gathered all the items and returned home. Grandfather had transformed the locust wood into the likeness of a chubby child. At the stroke of midnight, when the Yin energy was at its zenith, grandfather began to instruct my father while retrieving a wooden box from the cabinet. Time is of the essence. I shall commence the ritual forthwith to summon the soul of the child. You must safeguard the proceedings, for the fate of this young one rests in our hands. With a heavy sigh, grandfather opened a chest and retrieved a tattered purple robe adorned with cloud patterns, along with a black wooden sword, charred by flames. My father, following grandfather's instructions, cradled a large rooster and held the leash of a big black dog, positioning a chair at the entrance of our home. Grandfather arranged an altar in the courtyard, upon which lay a tablet inscribed with my name and birth details. Beneath the altar, a bamboo mat was spread, upon which my lifeless body rested, devoid of any clothing, yet covered entirely with talismans drawn in cinnabar by grandfather's hand. Draped in his robe, grandfather grasped a sword with one hand and selected a yellow talisman from the altar, his hair flowing freely, barefoot upon the 7 stars, as he chanted. From the depths of the 9 hells, I invoke the spirits. 3 souls return, 7 spirits awaken. The impermanence guides the way. The horse-faced spirit releases the souls. Before the throne of Yama, I command their return. I, in service to the supreme deity of compassion, urgently issue this decree. Command. I, the humble Taoist Péng Dàoxiān, today willingly sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan to summon and guide the spirit of my unfortunate grandson. You, spirits of the underworld, upon receiving this talisman, must swiftly grant passage. Those who obstruct shall meet their demise. Upon completing his incantation, grandfather's eyes transformed to a golden hue, and a talisman, stirred by no wind, began to drift gently to the ground, only to vanish like cows, inking into the sea. Before long, the flowering trees in our garden began to sway without a breeze, amidst the swaying shadows of the trees. A dark silhouette detached itself from the foliage, gently rolling upon the ground. This shadow gradually morphed into the form of a child, ceaselessly circling the offering table. Ah ha ha! A chilling sound of a child's laughter rang through the courtyard, yet the grandfather's expression grew increasingly tense. With a swift motion, he snapped the burning incense in the censer and placed it atop the head of the wooden doll carved from locust wood. Remarkably, the smoke, which had been ascending straight into the sky, diverted after touching the doll's head, swirling towards the dark figure that greedily consumed it. Having entered my courtyard, partaking of my sustenance, let bygones be bygones, resolving past grievances and resentments. With the wooden sword as the bridge to the underworld, the offering table serves as the throne of Yama. The judge alters the ledger of life and death, while the impermanence guides you to this encounter. Today, you are my grandson. In the days to come, may boundless blessings be upon you. Upon concluding his cryptic incantation, the grandfather tapped the doll's forehead thrice with the wooden sword, causing the shadow to shrink to the size of a fist, as if it can pray. Into the command. The dark figure first circled the offering table thrice, then playfully leapt onto the altar, sending the talisman papers fluttering through the air. Subsequently, it jumped onto the grandfather's shoulder, sliding down the wooden sword and into the body of the locust wood doll. The grandfather, quick to react, swiftly extracted a soul-restraining talisman from his bosom and affixed it to the doll's chest. Having completed these actions, he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and exhaled a long, weary sigh. Alas, the summoning has finally succeeded. But the subsequent task of reforging this child's corporeal form is truly perilous. I wonder if my old bones can endure this trial. Yes, soon as my grandfather's words fell, his hair and beard turned completely white in an instant, and the wrinkles on his face rapidly accumulated, as if he had aged a decade in a heartbeat. He paid no heed to the sudden loss of his vitality. Instead, he retrieved 3 copper coins from his pocket and proceeded to divine the future for me. With a clatter, 6 copper coins cascaded to the ground, revealing the hexagram. The divination read, Life and death are but two sides of the same coin. Cultivate oneself and await the outcome. Fate is decreed by the heavens, a challenge for mere mortals. Upon reading the hexagram, my grandfather, filled with indignation, hurled the 6 coins onto the ground. Humph! To hell with the heavenly decree. Does it dictate the fate of my grandson? I have obeyed the will of heaven my entire life, but this time I shall defy it. Chapter 2. The demons steal the child. Upon the conclusion of my grandfather's words, his eyes once again transformed into a golden hue. With utmost caution, he retrieved a mysterious box from within his robes, gently peeling away the yellow talisman affixed to its surface. The moment the talisman was removed, the box began to tremble violently, emitting a raspy roar filled with curses from within. "Hey, you wretched beast! What do you intend to do with my dragon spirit? Release me at once, or else." Before the menacing threats from within the box could fully materialize, my grandfather's fingertips glimmered with golden light. And with a decisive gesture, he silenced the box instantaneously. Pale-faced, he then approached the doorway, imparting 3 crucial tasks to my father. He informed him that he had summoned the 3 souls and 7 spirits on my behalf, and that shortly he would perform a ritual to reconstruct my physical form. Due to the peculiarity of my fate, it was certain that a multitude of demons would converge to seize my corpse. My father's duties were as follows. Should a dog bark, he was to slay a chicken and spill its blood. If a snake appeared, he was to sacrifice a chicken to lure it away. And if either a fox or a weasel approached, he was to unleash a black dog to chase them off. In essence, the goal was to delay as much as possible. Under no circumstances should these malevolent entities be permitted to enter the courtyard before the conclusion of the ritual. Having imparted these instructions, my grandfather dramatically swirled his voluminous purple robe and returned to the courtyard to prepare the altar. He placed glutinous rice into a bowl, mixed vermilion powder with clear water, and then applied a copper paperweight to a stack of yellow talismans. Positioning an incense burner in the center with candles standing sentinel on either side. Additionally, he prepared 3 bowls of water, placing them atop my head and on each shoulder, while connecting the Huaiwood doll and my corpse with 3 red threads. With everything set, my grandfather secured the wooden sword across his back and began to chant, 3 purities and 4 spirits, grant me divine favor. I now invoke the powers of the divine, and may the gods attentively listen. With my spirit anchored at the crown, I awaken the essence of wisdom. My soul finds solace within my being, and my body is imbued with strength and vigor. The dragon's essence resides in my heart, granting eternal life. I beseech the venerable ancestors for assistance, as I command with urgency. O celestial officials of the 9 luminaries, swiftly convey my message. O 6 Ding and 6 Jia, heed my command. I now borrow a grain of rice from the mortal realm, promising to return 1,000-fold in due time. With a single incantation, may the heavenly soul find peace and depart. I decree it. As my grandfather recited the incantation, he thrust the wooden sword into the bowl, precisely lifting a single grain of glutinous rice. With a flourish, he placed the rice upon the incense candle and, with a casual flick, sent the grains soaring into the bowl of water atop the deceased infant's head. With a thunderous sound, the water ignited above me, engulfed in blue flames. Shortly thereafter, a streak of red light emerged from the head of the osmanthus wood doll, traveling through the crimson thread and directly embedding itself into my forehead. At that moment, a cacophony of barks erupted from outside as the black dog began to howl, likely a manifestation of my grandfather's spell, drawing forth some unsavory entities. Indeed, the very next instant, a gust of chilling wind swept through, swirling gusts of black vortexes, carrying with them weeds, dust, and fallen leaves, converging upon our doorstep. My father, upon hearing the dog's cries, was gripped by fear, yet for the sake of my revival, he dared not hesitate. He swiftly drew a knife, and following my grandfather's instructions, seized the trembling rooster, swiftly slitting its throat. A bowl filled with crimson blood was collected, and after ensuring the bird had ceased to bleed, he discarded the lifeless creature onto the ground. He then lifted the overflowing bowl of blood and cast it forth towards the door. The chicken's blood collided with the black vortex, eliciting a chorus of anguished wails from within the swirling darkness. Ah, the pain! The wailing in the whirlwind is both haunting and tragic, akin to enduring the most excruciating tortures. It is utterly chilling to behold. My father, covering his ears in trepidation, is nonetheless silently in awe of my grandfather's foresight. Unbeknownst to my father, the rooster heralds the dawn, having absorbed the vital energy of the sun for 3 to 5 years. Now, with its blood ablaze, it emerges as a formidable adversary against malevolent spirits, successfully overcoming the initial trial of soul snatching. Meanwhile, my grandfather has completed the ritual to secure the heavenly soul. He casually grasps a handful of yellow talismans and casts them into the air. Remarkably, they ignite spontaneously upon descent, unleashing a cascade of golden light that intertwines to form an enigmatic formation. Within this circle of radiant light, incantations are invoked, with azure blood and a heart of devotion. I forge this body. May the 2 essences of the earthly spirit enter, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits swiftly return to their rightful places. The courtyard is illuminated with resplendent golden light as my grandfather thrusts his sword forward, a yellow talisman ensnared at its tip. Wielding a wooden sword, he dances frenetically, culminating in a decisive thrust that extinguishes one of the candles, igniting the talisman instead. He hurls the burning talisman into the bowl of cinnabar, which erupts into a fierce blaze, only to gradually subside within mere breaths. Swiftly, he lifts the bowl with his wooden sword, allowing the molten cinnabar to drip onto the corpse-like markings upon my skin. The cinnabar, thick and searing like lava, soon solidifies and crumbles to ash, simultaneously erasing the ghastly marks from my body. As the grandfather pointed his black wooden sword, the locust with dull shoulders simultaneously illuminated with a yellow glow. This radiance flowed along the red thread into my own shoulders, while the 2 bowls of water resting upon my corpse's shoulders suddenly ignited with blue flames. Father, there are numerous snakes crawling into the yard. At that moment, terrified cries emanated from my father's direction. What are you panicking about? Did I not instruct you on what to do? Father, there are too many snakes. The chicken meat is insufficient, and they are about to invade. It turned out that as my grandfather cast his spell, countless spotted venomous snakes began to slither from the grass outside, making their way to our doorstep. Following my grandfather's instructions, my father hastily chopped the chicken meat into small pieces, tossing them out one handful at a time. However, the first wave of serpents, having caught the scent of blood, paused to devour the chicken, while another wave, thick and slithering, approached. My father had exhausted all the chicken meat he had thrown, yet the serpentine horde showed no signs of abating. With his mobility impaired, my father could only call for my grandfather when he was nearly overwhelmed. Glancing at the entrance, my grandfather noticed several snakes had already slipped through the door, beginning to crawl up my father's chair. My father flailed helplessly while calling for my grandfather. How audacious! Vile creatures! My grandfather shouted in anger, yet he could not cease his incantation, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Father-in-law, focus on your task. I shall assist in managing the household. At this critical juncture, my mother, despite being in her confinement and weakened from childbirth, rushed out wielding a sickle. Though my mother is strikingly beautiful, she is far from a mere ornament. She is exceptionally skilled at working in the fields. Upon witnessing my father's peril, she seemingly forgot her profound fear of serpents. With remarkable swiftness, she dashed to my father's side and, with deft precision, dispatched several venomous snakes in mere moments. Such a devoted wife. What suffering could be too great? My father, his eyes brimming with tears at my mother's selfless protection, seized the sickle from her hands, mustering the strength to prop himself up with a cane, and began to slay the venomous intruders that had invaded our courtyard. Chapter 3. A Fruitless Endeavor? My grandfather, observing his son and daughter-in-law valiantly fend off the serpentine horde to protect their grandchild, nodded with tears in his eyes. He advised my mother to hasten to the kitchen for garlic, to crush it and apply it to her skin, for these vile creatures would not dare to approach. With that, he turned back to continue his incantations. Heeding my grandfather's counsel, My mother swiftly rushed into the kitchen and soon emerged with a bowl of garlic paste. Meanwhile, my father was nearing his limit. His mobility was severely compromised, and had he not clutched the sharp sickle, he might have already succumbed to the snake's venom. Yet, even so, the snakes that had slithered into the courtyard encircled him. They raised their heads, flicking their tongues and emitting a chilling hiss, poised to strike at the slightest lapse in my father's defense. Though my father's movements were hindered, his years of leaning on a cane had endowed him with considerable strength. With a powerful sweep of his sickle, several silver-ringed vipers attempting to infiltrate the courtyard were cleaved in two. However, danger was not far behind. The serpents lurking behind him lunged forward, sinking their fangs into his immobile legs. At a critical moment, my mother arrived just in time, hurling a paste of garlic directly at the viper's head, striking it squarely in the mouth. The venomous serpent, caught off guard, relinquished its assault on my father and slithered away. Although the garlic could not vanquish the snake, its pungent aroma served to deter the creature from approaching. My mother anointed my father with the garlic paste, drenching him entirely, while the remainder was splashed at the entrance to thwart the advance of the serpents into the courtyard. Armed with a long-handled hoe, she joined the fray, significantly alleviating the pressure at the gate. Meanwhile, my grandfather reached a pivotal moment as well. He retrieved the enigmatic box from his breast pocket. As the box was gradually opened, a brilliant emerald orb began to emit a luminous glow. Ignoring the taunts and howls emanating from the sphere, he forcefully placed the green gem into the mouth of the lifeless infant. Subsequently, he began to maneuver with his sword, calling out the names of each position with every step he took. Soaring serpent, symbol of authority; lunar eclipse, white tiger; six harmonies, black tortoise. Array of 9 heavens and 9 earths. With each footfall, the ground beneath him radiated a blinding light, culminating in the formation of a miniature magical array that exuded resplendent brilliance. Once the formation was complete, my grandfather commenced his incantation. He cradled the wooden doll by its nape, lifting it upright, then bit his fingertip, allowing his blood to trace intricate symbols upon the doll's surface. As he inscribed, he muttered incessantly, "To the 3 pure ones above, to the spirit of the heart below, may the heavens and earth be purified." With the pen of the second ancestor's sword, summon the celestial beings, mobilize the heavenly forces. With the pen of the ghosts and spirits, alter forms and shift shadows. Defy fate and change destiny. I invoke the command of the Supreme Lord, swift, and, as the law dictates, I decree. As the character CH escaped from my grandfather's lips, the wooden doll made of locust wood astonishingly opened its eyes. My grandfather seemed unfazed, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. He proceeded to create small openings atop the doll's head and wrists. Strangely, 3 tiny holes began to ooze fresh blood, flowing along the red thread that connected the wooden doll to my lifeless body. After absorbing a copious amount of blood, my once withered form rapidly swelled, and my parched skin transformed into a plump and tender texture, while my purplish complexion gradually regained a rosy hue. Meanwhile, my parents successfully vanquished the serpents that had infiltrated our courtyard, yet before they could catch their breath, another anomaly manifested outside. The once numerous venomous snakes began to retreat, revealing a multitude of eerie green eyes shimmering in the darkness. This is indeed a manifestation of extreme yang. Consuming this doll can enhance one's cultivation by a century. It belongs to me. Old who, to whom does this child belong? At this moment, it was uncertain. It would be wiser to defeat that ancient being before we divide the spoils, wouldn't it? Indeed, old Huang speaks wisely. That formidable foe is no solitary adversary. Just the other night, I witnessed him gaining the upper hand in a confrontation with a dragon at the Blackwater Lake in the back mountains. We must not underestimate him. Outside the courtyard, an unsettling cacophony ensued, filled with raspy, mournful, and chilling sounds that bore no resemblance to human voices. These were entities of some mystical prowess. Had they not feared my grandfather's formidable presence, they would have stormed into the courtyard and torn me apart to feast. Listening to the malevolent creatures outside plotting my demise, my parents exchanged glances, both at a loss for a solution. Yet, in their unwavering determination to protect me, They gripped their farming tools tightly, resolute not to retreat an inch. Meanwhile, my grandfather's ritual was nearing its conclusion. My lifeless body, once desiccated and grotesque, gradually transformed into that of a normal child, with a rosy complexion and delicate charm. Just as my grandfather was about to complete his task, the sinister entities outside could no longer contain themselves. Huang Lao Air, will you not make your move? If you delay, once the old man finishes, there will be no more opportunities. Do not act recklessly. The thunderous peach with sword in Yon-Yo's hands is immensely powerful. One touch could spell death, while a mere graze could inflict grievous injury. We must devise a foolproof strategy. Esteemed elders, I am the humble Grey 5, and I possess an ingenious plan. Before long, 3 yellow weasels suddenly darted in from outside, swiftly slipping through the door and, with astonishing speed, circumventing my parents, heading straight for my corpse. Release the dog. My grandfather, who was in the midst of incantations, caught sight of this scene and bellowed to my father to unleash the black dog upon the weasels. Awakening from his stupor, my father promptly untied the rope from the dog's neck, setting it free. The black dog, having been poised for action, bolted forth like a streak of lightning, its jaws aimed for the vital throat of the weasel. A piercing shriek echoed as one weasel met its demise. Soon after, more cries of despair filled the air. All 3 yellow weasels had been dispatched by the black dog. With the weasels eradicated, my father's face visibly relaxed, a sense of relief washing over him. In the next moment, a flicker of eerie green light flashed in my mother's eyes as she approached my father with a sinister grin. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked within my household. A young lad faced the malevolent forces threatening his life. I now invoke my magic to rescue him, seeking the aid of the divine. A touch upon the brow shall restore the spirit, and the soul shall return to its rightful place, transforming him into a being once more. My grandfather, wielding a wooden sword, gently tapped my brow, and as my chest rose and fell, breath returned to me. With another tap upon my heart, the magic coursed through me, granting boundless strength, just as he intended to summon the final surge of energy to revive his grandson. A chilling scream erupted from my father's direction. Ah! My grandfather recognized the sound as my father's voice and swiftly ceased his actions. He turned to see the malevolent gleam in my mother's eyes as she wielded a scythe, its blade digging into my father's shoulder, pulling him relentlessly towards the door. Cease this madness, demon! My grandfather's voice trembled, betraying his fury. Yet he remained bound within the confines of the magical array, for to leave would mean the loss of all his efforts. Old Master Péng, your son and daughter-in-law are in our grasp. If you wish to spare their lives, exchange them for that child. 2 adults for 1 child. You suffer no loss. The mocking laughter echoed ominously. Chapter 4. The Mandate of the King of Hades. Tears welled in my grandfather's eyes, and the hand that clutched the wooden sword trembled slightly. Yet, with a firm resolve, he gritted his teeth, disregarding my father's anguished cries, and continued his incantation. The 3rd point of divine connection and the 5 organs aligned. As the golden child was revived, his voice resonating triumphantly. My dear grandson, if you do not awaken now, when will you? With that, my grandfather thrust his sword at my navel, causing me to cry out in pain and open my eyes. My wail resonated loudly, shattering the stillness of the night. It is said that my cries echoed throughout 100 miles that night. Seeing that the ritual had reached its culmination, my grandfather swiftly removed his purple robe and laid it on the ground, swathing me within its folds. He then secured me to his chest, slinging his wooden sword across his back, and dashed out the door. Upon bursting outside, my grandfather's eyes widened with fury, his expression fierce and threatening. Before him lay the gruesome sight of my father, dismembered by my mother-esque sickle, reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. Impudent fiend, I shall scatter your very soul. He bellowed. With the myriad forces of thunder, I shall strike with a single palm. With the transformation of 3,000 thunders, I shall vanquish the malevolent. Although my grandfather was left with but 1 hand, the speed at which he formed his incantation remained undiminished. As he completed the chant, a brilliant arc of lightning shot forth from his palm, racing directly towards my mother's face. The speed of the lightning was so swift that there was no time for her to evade it. My mother's eyes widened in terror as she cast a venomous glance at my grandfather. Then, she closed her eyes and instantly lost consciousness. In that moment, a sleek, yellow weasel emerged from her neck and, with a swift motion, darted into the woods. The lightning struck my mother, causing her to twitch slightly, yet it inflicted no significant harm. It turned out that this was merely a feint by my grandfather, intended to force out the entity that had taken possession of my mother. As the yellow weasel departed from my mother's body, my grandfather was finally able to unleash his full potential. He bit his fingertip, drew forth a black wooden sword from his back, and smeared his blood upon the dark blade. Upon absorbing my grandfather's lifeblood, the sword became searingly hot. Faint flickers of lightning danced along its surface, indicating its extraordinary nature. My grandfather pointed in the direction the yellow weasel had fled and uttered a command, "Go." The wooden sword, as if equipped with a tracking device, automatically locked onto its target and surged forth in pursuit. Within mere moments, a wretched howl echoed through the forest, signifying the demise of that vile creature. At that moment, my mother awakened. Witnessing the grim fate of my father and the bloodied scythe still dripping from her hands, she instantly comprehended the tragic reality. Just as my grandfather intended to offer her some words of comfort, she stood there in a daze and uttered, "I'm sorry, my dear. I will join you now." She then hurled herself against a stone, resulting in a catastrophic rupture of her skull, extinguishing her life. In a fleeting span of time, losing 2 family members left my grandfather in utter rage. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of my parents, he erupted in a maniacal laughter. "Aha! I, who have dedicated my life to vanquishing demons, believe my benevolence would yield future blessings. Little did I expect to face such malevolence today." With that, the old man resolved to unleash a massacre. "Beasts, take heed of my name. I am Péng Dàoxiān." Upon declaring this, his eyes transformed once more into a golden hue. Dark thunderclouds roiled above, and the surrounding spirits trembled in terror. Some of the less adept beings knelt, bowing their heads in repentance. "Master Péng. He is Master Péng. Everyone run." A piercing cry echoed through the air, causing the malevolent entities surrounding my doorstep to scatter in disarray. My grandfather's form began to ascend into the sky, treading upon the void with a resounding voice. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique. In my youth, there was a dearth of wildlife for miles around. Even the presence of rats was lamentably scarce. My grandfather explained that the mountains were impoverished, with a meager supply of food, thus rendering the scarcity of animals a natural phenomenon. Each year, my grandfather and I would ascend the mountain to pay respects to my parents at their graves, yet he never permitted me to kneel and bow my head. He insisted that I, born amidst death, was entwined in a web of fate too heavy to bear. To bow before the deceased, if their life was insufficiently strong, would impose a burden of karmic consequence beyond my capacity to endure. The repercussions could range from minor misfortunes to dire calamities affecting my entire family. Initially, I found his words hard to accept. Could a mere bow truly lead to my demise? This skepticism persisted until the summer of my 8th year. One evening, I was playing under a grand tree with several village children, our backsides raised as we engaged in playful antics with mud. We mixed the yellow clay, molding it into blocks, and puncturing the centers to create small mud bowls. One by one, we hurled them to the ground, competing to see whose bowl had the largest hole. The loser would have to repair the winner's bowl with their own mud. Ergo Zhu Zi and Xuan Zi struggled with their technique, resulting in their creations collapsing into a mushy mess. Only Erhu and I remained, bent over in competition, our postures resembling kaleidoscopes as we compared the sizes of our mud bowl holes. After much deliberation, my companions declared my hole to be the largest. Yet Erhu, unwilling to concede, forcefully pushed me to the ground and snatched the mud from my hands to mend his own bowl. I was suddenly incensed, rising to scratch at Erhu's face. Instantly, 3 red marks appeared on his cheek, one of which even oozed a bit of blood. Erhu cried out in pain, exclaiming he would tell his father. This was merely a typical childhood quarrel. Had we encountered enlightened parents, the matter would have been settled with a nod and a laugh. perhaps with an apology exchanged. Yet, I found myself confronted by a brutish figure. Dàoxiān, Eru's father, had just been released from confinement, fiercely protective of his son. When he arrived, it was likely he would seek to avenge his child, so I needed to flee. Zhuzi tugged at my sleeve, urging me to return home. Engrossed in my play, I dismissed their concerns with a wave of my hand, assuring them not to fear, if worse came to worst. I could simply ask my grandfather to intervene. My grandfather held considerable esteem in the village, having rendered kindness to many, thus most families would show him respect. However, there were a few stubborn families, and Eru's father was one of them. Before long, Eru's father approached us, brandishing a broken stick, his fury palpable, with Eru trailing behind, his head wrapped in bandages. Which little rascal has bullied my son? Damn it, today I shall make him understand the power of Ma Wang Ye's many eyes. As he drew closer, Eru pointed a pudgy finger at me. It's him. With a disdainful snort, Eru's father seized my collar with his massive hand, lifting me as though I were a mere chick. So it's that wretched child from the old Péng family. You accursed spawn. From the moment you were born, you brought misfortune upon your parents. A child born of a mother, yet untrained by a father. Let me see if I don't put an end to you. The father of Eru, with a mouth full of unrefined curses, struck my face with a resounding slap, instantly causing my head to throb and half of my face to swell. Yet, he remained relentless, forcefully throwing me to the ground and raising a wooden stick to rain blows upon me. In Chapter 5, Karma, I felt the sting of blood trickling from the corner of my mouth, but I merely glared fiercely at Eru's father, refusing to cry or flee, not uttering a single word of plea. Enraged, he hurled me to the ground and continued to strike me mercilessly. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain, steadfast in my refusal to cry out. Fortunately, Zhuzi, quick-witted and agile, dashed home to inform his mother that I was on the brink of being beaten to death by Eru's father. Zhuzi's mother, busy husking corn in the yard, immediately dropped her task upon hearing the news. She instructed Zhuzi to summon my grandfather from the field while she hurriedly made her way to our play area. Upon arrival, she found me battered and bruised, my tender back and arms marred with wounds. With a kind heart, Zhuzi's mother pushed Eru's father aside, shielding me behind her. Eru's father, let us speak civilly. There is no need to take your frustrations out on a child. We all belong to the same village. We cannot avoid one another. Moreover, this child has lost his parents at such a young age. How pitiable. For my sake, I implore you to spare him. But Eru's father, blinded by rage, refused to heed her words. He dragged his son over, unwrapping the bandage from Eru's head to display the wound to Zhuzi's mother, all the while continuing to curse vehemently. Sister-in-law, it is not that I am unwilling to show you respect. You merely witnessed me striking him, yet failed to see how this wretched scoundrel assaulted my child. Look at the marks he left on Eru's face, disfigured beyond recognition. Today, I intend to discipline him on behalf of his deceased parents. Step aside. As Eru's father spoke, he violently shoved Zhuzi's mother aside and swung his stick toward me once more. Dàoxiān, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Quickly apologize to your uncle. Be obedient. Speak up. Zhuzi's mother, feeling anxious, urged me to concede in order to avoid further punishment. However, I merely cast a cold glance at Eru's father and, after a lengthy pause, managed to utter 5 words, "If you can, kill me." This statement ignited the fury within Eru's father. He struck me across the face repeatedly, while Zhuzi's mother desperately attempted to intervene, only to be violently pushed to the ground by him. Sister-in-law, do not involve yourself in this matter. This child is a demon. It is said that he was buried in a mass grave for an entire day and night, yet miraculously survived upon being unearthed. If I were to end his life today, it would be a service to the community. With that, he kicked me several more times. At that moment, several male laborers from the village, returning from the fields with their hoes, witnessed Eru's father assaulting me and began to voice their disapproval. Among them, Zhuzi's father seized a wooden stick from Eru's father. Realizing that public opinion was turning against him, Eru's father relinquished his intention to continue the assault, insisting only that I apologize to him to settle the matter. By this time, I had been beaten to the point of collapse, lying on the ground. Clutching my abdomen in pain, beads of sweat cascading down my forehead. Nonetheless, I gritted my teeth and firmly uttered a single word. No. In a fit of rage, Eru's father seized me forcefully and, with a swift kick to the back of my knee, compelled me to kneel. Although I desperately wished to rise, my body felt utterly powerless, leaving me no choice but to submit as Eru's father pressed my head down, compelling me to bow 3 times. My forehead was bruised, blood streaming down my face. Just then, at a crucial moment, my grandfather, having learned of the situation, rushed back and let out a thunderous roar. Miraculously, Eru's father was taken aback by my grandfather's formidable presence, retreating a couple of steps with an expression of unease. My grandfather approached me swiftly, neither chastising me for my mischief nor unleashing his wrath upon Eru's father for my sake. Instead, he exchanged a significant glance with Eru's father and, with his remaining arm, embraced me, leading me away from the crowd under their watchful gaze. Upon returning home, a sense of confusion enveloped me. I inquired why Eru's father had struck me and why my grandfather had refrained from uttering a word. As he tended to my wounds with meticulous care, my grandfather calmly remarked, "Why bother quarreling with the dead?" This statement perplexed me. After all, Eru's father was very much alive. Why did my grandfather refer to him as a dead man? Yet, I dared not voice my curiosity. In the aftermath, I found myself confined to bed, nursing my injuries, while my grandfather insisted on my daily recitation of those obscure texts. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the deficit. The path of the golden elixir begins with self-cultivation. Once the self is refined, the spirit becomes tranquil. With tranquility, the energy is contained. With contained energy, essence is condensed. On this particular day, as I lay in bed reciting my lessons, a familiar signal from Zhuzi beckoned me from outside, inviting me to join him in play. However, with my grandfather absent, I regrettably informed Zhuzi that I could not venture out today, for my grandfather had tasked me with completing this book. Failure to do so would result in a punishment of strikes to my palm that evening. I sighed, recalling the incident when Eru's father struck me. Ever since that day, my grandfather remarked that I harbored too much resentment, possessing a fiery temperament yet lacking in adaptability. He insisted that I should immerse myself in literature to cultivate my character and learn to be more flexible. Consequently, I was confined indoors, not only denied the pleasure of venturing outside, but also required to memorize texts at home, with my grandfather inspecting my progress upon his return each evening. As I languished in my discontent, yearning for outdoor escapades, a few vibrant red peaches flew in through the wall crevice. "Dàoxiān, these peaches were freshly picked. Enjoy them. Do not be upset. I heard from my father that something happened to Eru's family yesterday." Zhuzi spoke through a mouthful, his words muffled by food. Despite the wall separating us, I could hear him distinctly, and a sense of unease washed over me as I sat up abruptly. "What did you say? What happened to Eru's family?" I do not know the details, but my father mentioned that Eru's father fell into a ditch and died after riding his bicycle to town yesterday. When discovered, he had a bloody gash on his head, yet bore a smile, which was quite terrifying to behold. Upon hearing Zhuzi's words, an icy shiver ran down my spine. I recalled my grandfather's admonition from that night. Why engage in disputes with the deceased? Did he foresee Eru's father's fate? My thoughts wandered to my grandfather's belief that I was marked by the king of hell. He warned that those who bowed to me, if their fates were not robust enough, would inevitably face karmic repercussions, leading to the ruin of families, or worse, calamity upon all. I harbored resentment towards Eru's father for having struck me, yet Eru often played with me. Could it be that such a trivial matter in our rural lives warranted the annihilation of his entire family? Grandfather. Since grandfather can foresee impending events, he must certainly be aware of what is about to transpire in the family of Eru. Upon receiving the news of Eru's father's demise, I lost all focus on my studies, anxiously awaiting grandfather's return home. It was only when darkness fell that he returned from the fields, a hoe slung over one shoulder and my favorite sweet melon in hand. As soon as he entered the house, I rushed to him and informed him of Eru's father's death. However, he seemed oblivious to my words, taking a ruler and the melon into the main room. "Get back to your studies," he commanded, Grandfather's expression was a tempest of emotions. I was uncertain of his thoughts. Yet my mind was consumed by the news of Eru's father's passing, leaving me utterly unprepared for my lessons. With a heavy heart, I entered the main room, where grandfather sat, scrutinizing me with a stern gaze. The death of Eru's father was no accident. Within 7 days, his entire family would not escape a similar fate. Chapter 6. Vigil? After hearing grandfather's words, my mind was a blank canvas. When he insisted I recite my lessons, I stumbled over my words, but this time, he refrained from striking my palm with the ruler. Instead, he sliced the sweet melon and offered it to me. As I consumed the chilled fruit, my face wore a sorrowful expression, though my heart was far from joyful. Grandfather seemed to perceive my inner turmoil. He sighed deeply, tenderly stroking my head, and with a serious demeanor, he asked, "Sien, Eru's family has already been inscribed in the ledger of the King of Hell. To prevent this, one must sever the ties of causality. This matter arose because of you, and it is destined to conclude with you. Your fate is peculiar, marked by a life of tribulations. Henceforth, each day will be fraught with peril. If you choose to stand idly by with your grandfather's presence, you can still grow up safe and sound. However, if you opt to save someone, you actively entangle yourself in the web of cause and effect, and must pay a considerable price for it. Yet, even so, the family of Eru may not express gratitude for your sacrifice. Now tell me, are you still willing to save Eru's family?" After hearing my grandfather's words, I fell into contemplation. Indeed, if it is within my power, I truly do not wish to let personal grudges lead to the extinction of Eru's family. But if it requires a sacrifice from me, would I still be willing to save him? "Grandfather, if I wish to save Eru, will I perish?" Without hesitation, grandfather shook his head. "Then, will you perish?" This time, he paused for a moment before also shaking his head. I thought to myself, my only relative in this world is my grandfather. I cannot afford to lose him. I refuse. "Grandfather, please tell me, why must we save them? Let them perish instead." Grandfather gently patted my head, then left the main room with his hands behind his back. Just before stepping out, he paused and spoke some incomprehensible words while facing away from me. "Good child, we must save him. In 14 years, Eru will repay you with his life. For grandfather has already borrowed the secrets of heaven for you and altered your fate. In the following 4 or 5 days, grandfather insisted that I recite my lessons daily, forbidding me to leave the house until the morning of the 7th day after Eru's father's passing, when he finally summoned me to his side to impart his instructions. "Xiaoxian, today grandfather must embark on a distant journey. You must remain at home and go nowhere. If you wish to save the family of Eru, heed my words." At long last, I awaited my grandfather's teachings on the art of rescue, nodding eagerly and listening intently. In truth, even before Eru's father struck you, my grandfather discerned the darkness clouding his fate, foreseeing the deterioration of his spirit. I was certain that his demise was imminent. During his lifetime, Eru's father was narrow-minded, and in death, he was consumed by resentment. Tomorrow night, during the ritual of his 7th day, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the living. Nearby, my grandfather had established a protective array of thunder, which would deter him from crossing its threshold. However, for his own family, if no one intervened, they would surely succumb to misfortune on that fateful night. If you wish to rescue Eru's family, you must stand vigil tomorrow night. Upon hearing my grandfather's words, my face turned ashen with fear. To guard over Eru's father's spirit was akin to courting death itself. "Grandfather, I cannot go. I am afraid." Although I yearned to save Eru, the mere thought of Eru's father transformed into a vengeful spirit sent tremors through my legs, rendering me incapable of approaching. My grandfather chuckled softly, patting my shoulder, and said, "In this world, only the small ghosts fear the King of Hell. It is not the king who fears the small ghosts." He had often remarked that I was destined to command spirits, born with the ability to quell them. Yet, in the face of the unknown terror, how could a mere child not tremble with fear? Remember, if by midnight tomorrow Eru's family has not summoned anyone, it will signify their fate is sealed, and you must not provoke any strife. If someone from his family comes asking for Grandpa's assistance, you must inform them that you will go in Grandpa's stead tomorrow evening. However, you must insist they prepare a grand chair to be carried by 4 individuals. For your transport, in rural customs, the 4-person carry of a grand chair is an extraordinary honor, reserved solely for the deities in temple fairs or for exceptionally esteemed guests. Grandpa's words left me in a state of perplexity. If he were home, perhaps Eru's family would consider Grandpa's skills and reputation, agreeing to bear him in such a manner. Yet, to request such an honor for a mere child like myself, how could they possibly consent? Grandpa, what if they refuse and resort to violence against me? Please don't leave. This matter is better suited for you. I clung to Grandpa's arm, reluctant to let him depart. As long as he was present, I felt an immense sense of security. He held me close, exuding confidence, and said, "There's a pressing matter I must attend to today, so I must leave. But fret not. If they refuse, simply ask them to depart. Should they threaten you further, just utter a particular phrase, and they will think twice before acting against you." Leaning closer, Grandpa whispered 8 words into my ear. "However, if you truly go, it is imperative that you remember my next instruction. It is of utmost importance and pertains to your very life." His expression was grave, and I nodded earnestly, assuring him I would commit it to memory. "Once they invite you in, you must expel everyone from the morning hall, for the greater the number of the deceased relatives, the heavier the resentment of the malevolent spirit will become. By guarding the vigil alone, you will find the burden considerably lighter. At the stroke of midnight, malevolent spirits will employ every means to instill fear within you, for the essence of your vitality diminishes in the face of terror, rendering you vulnerable to their grasp. Should you refrain from seeing, hearing, or contemplating them, you shall remain unscathed. If fear truly engulfs you, a modest indulgence in wine may provide solace. As the clock strikes 1, the atmosphere becomes laden with an oppressive energy, and the malevolent entities exhibit their utmost strength, inevitably rising from their graves to threaten your existence. However, if you place mulberry leaves in your mouth and lie beneath the coffin lid, they shall be unable to locate you. By the 2nd hour, the spirits will relinquish their corporeal forms, wandering aimlessly throughout the dwelling. At this juncture, hiding beneath the coffin is no longer secure. Instead, you must conceal yourself behind a pillar. Should they discover your presence, simply cast the 5 thunder talismans upon them, and they shall be thwarted." Upon concluding his narrative, my grandfather handed me a yellow talisman, imparting the method of its use along with the incantation. "Grandfather, what about the 5th watch?" I inquired. "Silly child," he replied, "by the 5th watch, dawn will have arrived, and you may allow them to be interred in peace." With that, my grandfather departed, bearing a small bundle upon his back. Before leaving, he reassured me that should I feel overwhelming fear, I could choose not to participate. However, doing so would mean forfeiting the companionship of Eru. Once he had left, I grasped the book he had urged me to carry, yet an unsettling feeling crept into my heart, rendering me unable to concentrate on my studies. Not long after my grandfather's departure, a knock resounded at our front door. Confusion clouded my mind. How could it be that, even before nightfall, someone from Eru's family had come to call? The rhythmic pounding upon the door reverberated within my soul, and though my heart raced with trepidation, I still descended from my bed to open the door. It was broad daylight, and besides, my grandfather had assured me that protective wards surrounded our home, deterring any malevolent entities from approaching. Surely, nothing could go awry. Summoning my courage, I approached the door. As it creaked open, I was struck with terror, my face turning ashen, frozen in place. Chapter 7. An encounter with a malevolent spirit. The door swung open with a groan, revealing an empty exterior. Who had knocked moments ago? Was it a human or a ghost? I swallowed hard, gritted my teeth, and cautiously extended a foot, peering outside. To my astonishment, a blood-red visage materialized before me, its eyes ablaze and face rigid, adorned with tufts of crimson hair. A jolt of fear coursed through me, my body bristling with dread. Just as I was about to flee, I realized my legs had turned to jelly, rendering me immobile. Despair washed over me, and I thought to myself that this was the end. Surely, the spirit of Eru's father had come to claim my life. Just as tears threatened to spill, the little ghost erupted into fits of laughter. He yanked off his ghostly mask, clutching his belly as he guffawed. It was only then that I noticed he was of similar stature to me. Ha ha ha, Xian, you truly have no courage. How is it that your grandfather was a scholar, yet you inherited none of his bravery? The figure before me was Zhuzi, who couldn't contain his laughter at my predicament. Although my face was pale from fright, I feigned composure for the sake of dignity. I shot him a glare and retorted, "You are such a bore." With that, I turned to walk into the courtyard, and Zhuzi followed closely behind. His cheerful disposition and penchant for humor made him an open book, and our bond was stronger than with any other friends. Before long, we had reconciled, our camaraderie restored. We played in the yard for a while, and when thirst struck, I remembered the sweet melon my grandfather had left for me, which I had yet to finish. I invited Zhuzi into the main room and offered him some melon. As Zhuzi enjoyed the sweet fruit, he chattered incessantly. "Xiao Xian, you've been enjoying your time at home, nursing your injury and memorizing verses. And now you have sweet melon to indulge in. You are utterly oblivious to the significant events happening in the village. How terrifying." I was still miffed by his attempt to frighten me and nonchalantly replied, "You are more superstitious than my grandfather. Isn't it just that Eru's father met with an unfortunate end? You've already mentioned that." That's old news. The night before last, my second uncle returned from the city, and guess what he saw on the way? Zhuzi took a bite of the melon and leaned closer to me, shrouded in mystery. What could he have possibly seen? Was it someone stealing dogs in the village, or perhaps a sheep being led away? I continued to munch on the melon, dismissing his words. "Oh, you're off track. You wouldn't believe what I'm about to tell you. My second uncle actually saw the deceased Eru's father." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down my spine. Noticing the effect his words had on me, Zhuzi's face lit up with triumph, and he continued his tale unabated. That night, when my second uncle was returning from the city, he felt as though someone was following him as he passed by the desolate graveyard. He turned around several times, but found nothing behind him. He thought it was merely his imagination and paid it no mind. Yet, as he continued onward, despite being far away, the lights of home shone brightly, yet he seemed unable to reach it, as if caught in a loop. Sensing something was amiss, my second uncle feigned tying his shoelaces and quietly crouched down. The pillar spoke in a hushed tone, his expression betraying a hint of fear. According to the elder, one could glimpse a ghost by looking back through one's trousers. My second uncle bent low, peering behind him through his own clothing. The sight nearly caused him to lose control of his bladder. He beheld a pair of translucent legs, tiptoeing and drifting behind him, though the face remained obscured. My uncle, accustomed to conducting business in distant lands, typically maintained his composure in dire situations. He feigned ignorance and continued onward. As he approached the vicinity of Eru's father's unfortunate incident, an unsettling weight pressed upon his back, as if someone were clinging to him. Terrified, he dared not disturb the entity behind him and sought to devise a plan while he walked. At that moment, he felt a chilling breath against his ear, colder than any ice treat he had ever consumed. My uncle's legs trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, the presence behind him began to call out his name. He was too frightened to respond, remaining silent and still. In an instant, he felt a constriction around his neck. The entity was tightening its grip, seemingly intent on taking his life. Struggling for breath, he could no longer afford to ponder the consequences. He leapt up and fell backward, pinning the ghostly figure beneath him. To his astonishment, as he landed on the ground, he felt no pain whatsoever. Still on the ground, he caught sight of a ghastly, pale face. It was none other than Eru's father, who had passed away just 2 days prior. My uncle, terrified, fled in a panic, shouting for help. As he neared the village entrance, he encountered your grandfather. It is indeed remarkable. Although your grandfather has but one hand remaining, he merely uttered a single word, "Roll," to my second uncle, and astonishingly, Eru's father vanished into thin air. Isn't that extraordinary? Observing my stunned silence, Zhuzi promptly nudged me. "Are you shocked?" When I first heard my second uncle recount this event, I was equally taken aback. However, to be fair, my father remarked that your grandfather is indeed impressive, surely not an ordinary man. As Zhuzi's nudge brought me back to reality, a deeper sense of dread enveloped me. It appears that grandfather's words were indeed accurate. Eru's father has transformed into a vengeful spirit. And the reason he has not come to claim my life may very well be his fear of the protective formation laid by my grandfather. If this is the case, should I really attend the vigil at Eru's home tomorrow night? If I do, I might well find myself in grave danger. An overwhelming sense of mortality flooded my thoughts at that moment, causing cold sweat to bead on my back and goosebumps to rise on my arms. Seeing my pale expression, Juzi hurried to console me, saying, "Do not fear. With your grandfather present, no malevolent spirits would dare trouble you." I sighed. Grandfather is away on business, and it remains uncertain when he shall return. Juzi scratched his head, realizing his words may have been ill-timed, and quickly attempted to rectify his statement. "But you need not be afraid. Eru's father's ghost is unaware of your grandfather's absence, and he would certainly not dare approach your home. As long as you remain calm and stay inside, you will undoubtedly be safe." I shook my head, and my next statement left Juzi momentarily speechless. Grandfather mentioned before he left that I might need to go to Eru's house for the vigil tomorrow. "Ah, there's no need to be afraid. You are quite resilient. My father once said that when you were a child, you were nailed inside a coffin and buried in a mass grave for an entire day and night, yet you managed to survive. Truly remarkable. Pillar, are we not good brothers? Tomorrow, I shall attend the vigil at Eru's home. You will accompany me, won't you?" It seems the rain has begun to fall outside. My mother is calling me to return home and gather the laundry. I must take my leave now, but I will bring you peaches tomorrow. Pillar dashed away as if his life depended on it, fearing that even a moment's delay could cost him dearly. I sighed. After all, Pillar is merely an ordinary child. To ask him to accompany me in honoring Eru's father under such circumstances is indeed a heavy burden. As time passed, darkness enveloped the sky. Noticing that there were no signs of visitors at Eru's home, I locked the door and prepared to retire for the night. Just as I lay down, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Is Grandpa Péng home? Open the door, I need help. Chapter 8, The Caller. Someone has arrived. Hearing the frantic knocks on my door, I quickly responded and hastily donned my clothing to open the door. As soon as the latch was undone, a panicked figure rushed in. "Where's Grandpa Péng? Please, someone help me." The individual scanned the room in search of my grandfather, barging into the living area without acknowledging my presence. My irritation flared. I recognized this person as Sangao, Eru's paternal uncle, a young man in his early 20s, known for his impulsive nature. I did not respond to his inquiries, allowing him to search the house while I amused myself elsewhere. He scoured the main room, the bedroom, even the kitchen and corridor, leaving no stone unturned, including the bathroom. After failing to find my grandfather, he turned to me and asked, "Hey, you silly boy, where's your grandfather? Where has he gone? I urgently need to find him." "Holding a peach pit from yesterday's snack," I casually replied. My grandfather mentioned he had an important matter to attend to and left this morning. Left? Where to? Upon hearing my words, he immediately grew anxious, gripping my shoulders tightly as he questioned me with urgency. His hands felt like iron clamps, causing me to wince in pain. "Ouch, that hurts. Let go of me," I protested, for I truly did not know where my grandfather had gone. He hadn't disclosed that information to me. Upon hearing my cry, he reluctantly released his grip and squatted down, his face a mask of worry as he pressed on. "When will he return?" "I don't know." I shook my head. I was not lying. My grandfather had not informed me of his return time. "Oh dear, what shall we do? This is disastrous." In a sudden burst of frustration, he sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth in the yard like an ant on a hot stove, his expression teetering on the brink of tears. Though he was rude, he was a fellow villager, and I could not bear to see him in such distress. Thus, my heart softened, and I reassured him, "Do not fret. Although my grandfather is not home, he left a message before he departed." "What message? Did you leave a message? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sangao's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. "You didn't even ask me," I replied, somewhat displeased, noting how Sangao, upon entering, immediately sought out my grandfather, neglecting to inquire about me. It was clear he regarded me as inconsequential. Thus, why should I hasten to inform him? What did Grandpa Péng say? Did he mention my elder brother? Observing Sangao's anxious countenance, I surmised that Eru's father had stirred quite the commotion these past few days. I decided it prudent to first ascertain the situation before deciding whether to disclose anything to him. Hold on. Why don't you tell me what brings you to my house to see my grandfather? I fetched a stool from the main room and offered it to Sangao, adhering to the decorum my grandfather had instilled in me from a young age. You reckless youth. This is a matter of life and death for me. And you, I sighed, never mind. If you are unafraid, I shall share with you. Though Sangao was reluctant to divulge much, the absence of my grandfather left him with little choice. Given his demeanor, it was evident he was at his wit's end, with no alternatives left to pursue. With a heavy sigh, Sangao sank into the stool and began recounting the sinister events that had transpired in his elder brother's household recently. It appeared that the day after Eru's father had struck me, he experienced debilitating pain in his arm. Ultimately, the discomfort became unbearable, prompting him to visit the town's clinic in search of Dr. Liu. Upon examination, Dr. Liu found no apparent issues and prescribed some painkillers, advising Eru's father to refrain from strenuous activity and, if possible, to consult a specialist in the city. At that time, it was the busy farming season. Eru's father gazed at the ripening wheat in the fields, unwilling to spend a significant sum on medical care. Instead, he consumed a few more painkillers and drank 2 liang of white liquor before returning to his labor in the fields. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Eru's father suddenly hurled his sickle to the ground, collapsing in tears as he lamented that a grim fate awaited him and that he must hasten away. Having uttered these words, he fled home in a frenzied manner, disappearing on his bicycle. Eru's family searched throughout the night, ultimately discovering his lifeless body in a roadside ditch at the eastern edge of the village. Just as Zhuzi had described, when he passed, his eyes were wide open, yet his face bore a peculiar smile, reminiscent of someone who had consumed something foul. At this juncture, Eru's family felt no sense of abnormality. They merely concluded that Eru's father had overdosed on painkillers, leading to hallucinations that caused him to fall into the ditch and meet his demise. However, ever since they brought his body home and laid it to rest, a series of terrifying events began to unfold. Initially, when Eru's father's corpse was carried into the main room, the family's old yellow dog suddenly became agitated, barking furiously at an empty corner of the yard. Yet, shortly thereafter, the dog seemed to perceive its master, wagging its tail joyfully. But within mere minutes, the long-beloved dog collapsed without warning. In its final moments, the dog stretched its neck, its vertebrae seemingly crushed by some unseen force, while 2 streams of blood tears flowed from its eyes. At this moment, the family of Eru felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. However, having toiled exhaustively throughout the day and grappling with the recent death of Eru's father, the household was engulfed in chaos, leaving little concern for the fate of a mere dog. As the night passed, the dawn of the following day broke with a dim light. Eru's grandfather procured a coffin, intending to prepare for the burial of his son as remains. Yet, upon entering the main room, he was astonished to discover that the corpse, which should have been lying on the cool mat, had mysteriously vanished. The unexpected revelation sent him into a state of shock, causing him to faint with a cry. Fortunately, Zhuangzi's father, who had come to assist with the coffin, was nearby. He promptly revived the old man with a pinch and a splash of cold water, ultimately bringing him back to consciousness. Upon awakening, Eru's grandfather wept uncontrollably, lamenting the cruel twist of fate that had taken his son from him, now compounded by the theft of his body. In contrast, Zhuangzi's father held a different perspective. He remarked that while he had encountered instances of people being stolen, he had never witnessed a corpse being taken. Moreover, given the gruesome manner of Eru's father's demise, any ordinary person would be struck with terror at the sight. Who would dare to carry away a body in the dead of night? It would be akin to snatching offerings from the table of the king of hell, a reckless endeavor indeed. After listening to Zhuangzi's father's reasoning, Eru's grandfather found it quite persuasive. He ceased his lamentations, rose to his feet, and rallied the family, declaring that they should abandon all other tasks to search for the body. They scoured the area for an entire day, and ultimately, they discovered the remains of Eru's father at the very graveyard where my own father had been buried. The sight of Eru's father's body startled everyone present. Lying amidst a tangle of wild grass was the lifeless body of Eru's father, his face adorned with a tangled mass of hair. and crimson streaks of blood still lingering in his mouth, as though he had just savored some unfortunate creature. A group of onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to take action. Until at last, it was San Gao, bold of heart, who shouldered his elder brother and bore him home. In the aftermath of this grim event, Eru's grandfather, in a bid to prevent the loss of his son's remains, enlisted several men from the household to vigil over the corpse in rotation. However, none possessed the courage to guard the wake alone, and so they conspired to form a gathering, spending the nights engaged in spirited games of mahjong. For the first couple of nights, the company was plentiful, and Eru's father remained undisturbed, while San Gao and his companions gradually forgot their trepidation in the midst of the games. Yet, as the days wore on, with labor by day and mahjong by night, it wasn't long before some could no longer endure the strain and ceased attending. Observing that the nights had passed without incident, San Gao proposed that his brothers assist him with the farm work, vowing to take full responsibility for the vigil. Little did he realize that this decision would nearly cost him his life. Chapter 9. A Midnight Terror. It turned out that San Gao had a penchant for opportunism, ever seeking ventures while shunning the toil of the fields. With the agricultural season in full swing and the summer heat bearing down, he could hardly endure the labor, thus concocting a scheme to exploit the vigil as an excuse for idleness. Initially, Eru's father had remained undisturbed for several nights, and with just 2 days until the burial, San Gao envisioned a plan to lay abed in the wake and slumber come nightfall, leaving him ample time during the day to peddle popsicles and refreshments amidst the harvest frenzy, hoping to amass a small fortune. Yet, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. After several days of tranquility at Eru's home, calamity struck once more last night. Last night, after darkness fell, San Gao indeed laid a makeshift bed in the morning hall. Exhausted from a day's labor, he soon succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, he was vaguely roused by a peculiar series of squeaks echoing through the room. Assuming it to be mere rodents in conflict, he paid it little mind. However, as the strange sounds grew increasingly louder, sleep eluded him entirely. San Gao pricked up his ears to discern the origin of the noise, only to discover that it emanated from behind him, from his elder brother's coffin. Startled, he jolted upright, the remnants of sleep quickly dissipating. In a flurry, he rose to light a lamp but inadvertently toppled a stool, sending himself crashing to the ground. Ignoring the pain radiating from his backside, he hastily pushed himself up, only to encounter a sticky substance beneath his hand. The viscous material felt unsettlingly slick, and upon bringing it closer to his nose, he detected a pungent, metallic scent of blood. San Gao recoiled as if electrocuted, casting the substance aside, trembling as he fumbled for matches to ignite the kerosene lamp. The feeble glow illuminated the room, allowing him to exhale in relief. Steadying his racing heart, he lifted the lamp to investigate the mysterious object he had touched in the dark. To his horror, he was nearly rendered senseless by the sight before him. A bloody, fur-covered piece of raw flesh lay carelessly discarded on the floor, marked with signs of having been savagely torn. A trail of crimson blood led ominously from behind San Gao, directly into the coffin of Eru's father. A chill coursed through him as he felt his back grow cold and damp, realizing only then that he was soaked in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a disconcerting sound emanated from within the coffin, akin to a beast gnawing at a skull. Sanhai was paralyzed by fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, he yearned to flee, yet he was terrified of disturbing the entity within the coffin, which might come after him to claim his life. Thus, he could only rise unsteadily, treading lightly towards the door. With each step, his heart raced, anxious that even the slightest sound would mark him as the next meal for that creature. At last, he was but a step away from escaping the Hall of the Dead. The thrill of imminent freedom surged within him, but suddenly, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Perhaps it was the overwhelming tension, or perhaps it was simply his fate to encounter this calamity. At that moment, Sanhai unexpectedly let out a loud fart. In the next instant, with a resounding thud, all the doors and windows slammed shut. Sanhai tugged desperately at the door, but it felt as though it had been welded shut. No matter how hard he pulled, he could not budge an inch. grabbing a nearby stool. He prepared to smash it against the door. However, before he could lift it, a chilling voice interrupted him from behind. Lao San. The voice emanated from the coffin, belonging to his deceased elder brother, the father of Eru. It was a raspy, unpleasant sound akin to a crow's caw. Hearing his brother's voice sent Sanhai's heart racing to his throat. He dare not turn around, nor respond. Sanner, you have prospered in business. Yet you do not even acknowledge your brother's call? The icy tone of Eru's father resonated behind him, tinged with reproach. Trembling in terror, Sanhai replied in a quivering voice. And no, brother, what unfulfilled wish do you have? Just tell me. You know, Sanner has always been the most obedient to you since childhood. As Sangao's voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the coffin. He stood there, increasingly overwhelmed by uncertainty, his fear intensifying. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Sanner, come here. Just as Sangao was on the brink of panic, Erhu's father suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly devoid of emotion. The moment Erhu's father uttered those words, Sangao was rendered utterly bewildered. He feared becoming his elder brother's next meal, yet was equally terrified of remaining still and facing immediate death. Sanner, why are you still not coming? If you don't hurry, I shall come for you, ha ha ha. Erhu's father's sinister laughter was grating, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, Sangao felt compelled to obey. He could only incrementally shift his feet, retreating step by step. It wasn't until a thud resounded, his heel striking the coffin board, that Sangao halted. Elder brother, you. I am coming. Silence loomed behind him, not even the sound of breathing. Sangao swallowed hard, frozen in place, too afraid to speak or turn back. Suddenly, a tearing sound erupted from behind, as if something had been ripped in two, causing Sangao to tremble, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Here, eat. A bloody dog leg was thrust before Sangao, accompanied by his elder brother's cold, raspy voice. Trembling, Sangao accepted the gruesome offering, only to hear the sound of gnawing bones behind him. Terror threatened to overwhelm him, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. He brought the decaying dog leg to his lips, attempting to take a bite. But the overwhelming stench of blood mingled with the putrid tang of rotting meat made him retch, nearly causing him to vomit several times. Eat, Sanner. The voice of Eridad urged from behind. With a heavy heart, Sangao steeled himself and shoved the putrid dog leg into his mouth. The foul taste of the rancid meat was akin to overturning a cesspool. It was utterly revolting. To make matters worse, a few maggots writhed within his mouth, adding an unwelcome source of protein. Overwhelmed, Sangao could no longer bear it and began to vomit violently, even expelling the remnants of his previous meal, filling the air with the scent of semi-fermented food. Sanner despised wastefulness. Since you refuse to eat what I offer, I shall consume you instead, Dad declared, seizing Sangao by the throat. Struggling desperately, Sangao felt the encroaching darkness of asphyxiation. In a moment of panic, he grabbed the half-eaten dog leg and swung it at his brother's head. With a resounding thud, the dog leg struck Dad's face, eliciting an enraged roar as he hurled Sangao away. When Sangao regained consciousness, he found himself lying within his brother's coffin, with Dad's lifeless body beneath him. Frantically, he kicked open the coffin lid and scrambled out in a state of sheer panic, fleeing his home. Terrified, Sangao dared not return, hiding among crowds during the day, and at night, his fear deepened. In his troubled mind, he recalled the recent village gossip that spoke of how his grandfather had rescued Uncle Schwanzi from an encounter with a ghost in the dead of night. He arrived at my home, clinging to the hope of salvation as if he had grasped a lifeline. Ah, little brat, he said, I've finished my tale. What words did your grandfather leave behind? If you dare to mock me. After recounting his ordeal, Sangao shook his fist at me, the threat implicit in his gesture. Chapter 10. The Malevolent Spirit Approaches. Observing Sangao's demeanor, I couldn't help but reflect on the adage that like father, like son. He and his elder brother shared the same penchant for resolving conflicts through brute force. What hour was it now? Instead of directly answering Sangao's inquiry, I opted to ask him the current time. My grandfather had once warned me that if no one from the Eru family arrived by midnight, it would signify the end of their family's fate and I must avoid entangling myself in their troubles. Sangao, upon hearing my words, visibly lost his patience. With reddened eyes, he pointed at me threateningly and declared, "What do I care about the time? I will ask you once more. What did your grandfather say? Speak, or I shall strike you." Despite my youth, I felt no fear in the face of his intimidation. Such a person was merely a paper tiger, all bluster and no bite. Even if you refuse to tell me, my grandfather has said that after tonight's midnight, your family's fate will be sealed. And not even the gods could save you. As my words fell, Sangao's expression shifted dramatically. Resigned, he glanced at his watch and sighed, revealing, "It is now 11:10. We have not yet reached midnight. What did your grandfather say? Speak quickly." Upon hearing this, I grasped Sangao's wrist and confirmed the time. It was indeed just past 11 o'clock. I then conveyed to Sangao, "My grandfather stated before his departure that if your family wishes to survive, you must prepare a grandmaster's share before midnight tonight, carried by 4 individuals, for I shall visit your home on behalf of my grandfather. Otherwise, you may as well prepare for your family's funeral." I mimicked my grandfather's demeanor when he consulted on matters of feng shui, placing one hand behind my back in a pose of feigned profundity. Nonsense. A chair carried by 4 is reserved for deities. What power does a child of less than 10 possess to warrant such treatment? Are you not concerned that your life may be undervalued, thus diminishing your fortune and longevity? Sangao erupted with fury, clearly unable to accept that I, an 8-year-old child, could be afforded such an honor. "Since you are unwilling, kindly leave my home." I retreated a step, bending slightly in a gesture of faux invitation. Go ahead." "Haha, I shall not depart. What can you do about it?" Just as Sangao was about to sweep out in indignation, he hesitated at the sight of the pitch-black village road beyond the door, reluctant to move. Observing his obstinate expression, I felt a tinge of helplessness. Aware that I could not overpower him, I chose not to expel him, but instead returned to my room, preparing for sleep. My grandfather often said that fate is determined by heaven, and that one's efforts may yield little influence. If Sangao truly delays beyond midnight and fails to bring the chair, even if the Eru family perishes as a result, I would bear no guilt. As the saying goes, one must first save oneself before saving others. Although the rain from heaven may be generous, it does not nourish a tree without roots. And though the path may be broad, it does not ferry those without destiny. As time ticked away, Sangao could no longer remain still in the courtyard. Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany, slapping his thigh and springing to his feet. With a sinister expression, he threatened me, saying, "I have a method that doesn't require such trouble. All I need to do is give you a beating, then tie you up and take you home. I refuse to believe your grandfather won to show up to rescue you. If he truly doesn't come, then prepare to accompany me to the grave." Ha! Observing Sangao's maniacal laughter, I could sense the underlying fear within him. Thankfully, my grandfather had anticipated this, or I would have been utterly at a loss. I chuckled lightly and teased him. Are you afraid? Afraid? You should be the one fearing for your life." As the clock approached midnight, Sangao grew increasingly anxious, and his words became increasingly frantic. I disdainfully snorted, "I advise you to let me down quietly before you consider striking me. You ought to reflect on the reason behind your elder brother's demise. My grandfather instructed me to convey to you 8 words. A warning from the past serves as a lesson for the future." Upon hearing my words, Sangao's expression darkened, as if he had come to a realization. "My elder brother said you were a malevolent child," he muttered, and suddenly his eyes widened in terror, and he released me. He then feigned concern, brushing off the dust from my clothes while maintaining a forced smile. My dear nephew, it seems I, as your uncle, have acted thoughtlessly. Given that you often play with air, let us not dwell on this matter. I see that you are weary. Isn't it merely a matter of finding a few individuals to carry a chair for you? This is hardly an issue, quite the contrary indeed." The rapid change of expression from Sangao is comparable to the exquisite skills of Sichuan opera. I coughed a few times, urging him to prepare promptly, for time waits for no one. Sangao gazed at the swaying shadows of the trees outside, as if his elder brother were lurking in some dark corner, awaiting him. He swallowed hard, and offered me an awkward smile. I shook my head helplessly and handed him the black wooden sword that hung on the wall, informing him that it was my grandfather's most frequently used talisman. With it in hand, he would surely be safe from the specter of Erhu's father. San Gao joyfully departed with the wooden sword. Yet, mere minutes after his exit, a knock echoed once more at the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was nearing midnight. Why had he not prepared the people and chair to receive me? What could have brought him back? My mind filled with confusion as I hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, I found the outside empty, the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects, creating an unsettling stillness. The atmosphere was ominous, imbued with an indescribable strangeness, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon me from the shadows. Sensing something amiss, I hastily attempted to shut the door. Just as I was about to close it, a chilling gust of wind forcefully flung the door open, sending me tumbling to the ground. As I regained my footing, a cold voice emerged from behind me. Every grievance has its source. Every debt has its master. Every grievance has its source. Every debt has its master. Though the voice was hoarse and frigid, it resonated in my memory. It was indeed the father of Erhu. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. My grandfather claimed to have set up a 5-thunder formation near my home, ensuring that ordinary malevolent spirits could not breach its threshold. Yet, how did the deceased Erhu's father manage to enter? A wave of doubt and astonishment washed over me, and before I could fully process the situation, Erhu's father's ghost suddenly appeared before me. My eyes widened in shock, and only then did I notice his appearance. Erhu's father had met a tragic end. His face was a gruesome mess, and a large hole gaped in his skull, where bloodied brain matter seemed to pulsate as if still alive. I was paralyzed with fear, momentarily forgetting to flee. With a menacing grin, Erhu's father seized my throat, lifting me off the ground. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation caused stars to dance before my eyes, and my mind struggled to concentrate on a possible escape. I flailed desperately, kicking and hitting with all my might, but his grip was as unyielding as iron. Gradually, my eyes rolled back, and a stream of foam escaped my lips, my body feeling as though it had plunged into the icy depths of a lake. Was I truly destined to perish at the hands of this ghost tonight? Just as my life hung by a thread, a brilliant azure light suddenly radiated from my chest. Following the light, a dragon-shaped emblem materialized, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that illuminated the terrifying visage of Erhu's father. He appeared as though struck by a heavy blow, his once fearsome face now etched with terror. With a swift motion, he released me, retreating in haste. Chapter 11. Resolving Enmity. I fell to the ground, struggling to rise as I coughed a few times, then gasped for fresh air. The ghost of Erhu, Dad, appeared to harbor a profound fear of the dragon-shaped mark that had just emerged from my body. He dared not approach me, his eyes filled with a malignant resentment, seemingly attempting to penetrate the secrets that enveloped me. Malicious, you are more sinister than a specter. Erhu, Dad, shook his head, rasping incoherent utterances. At that moment, I'd already regained my composure. Seizing the opportunity while Erhu, Dad was momentarily dazed, I swiftly retreated to the inner room to retrieve the treasure chest concealed in the wardrobe by my grandfather. This chest contained my grandfather's robes and talismans, precious items he had always forbidden me to touch. When I inquired about the reason, he merely smiled and told me the time had not yet come. But now, with my life hanging by a thread, I no longer cared about the appropriateness of the timing. As long as I could survive, enduring a beating would be worth it. I opened the chest and hastily dumped its contents onto the floor. Turning around, I found that Erhu, Dad's ghost had already drifted into the main hall. He hung upside down from the beam, his face contorted with malice as he howled at me. I frantically grabbed a copper sword bound with red rope from the ground, gripping it with both hands, ready to confront Erhu, Dad's spirit. With a cold sneer, he extended his claw and inhaled sharply, causing all the furniture in the room to rise into the air before hurtling towards me with a cacophonous clamor. I was filled with dread and scrambled beneath the bed. Fortunately, my slight frame allowed for swift movement, preventing me from being buried alive by the furniture manipulated by Erhu, Dad. However, The shattered remnants of the furniture soon blocked my escape route beneath the bed, leaving me with no means of salvation. A chilling laughter echoed in the air. As the specter of Eru's father advanced towards me, a sinister grin etched upon his face. Grasping the 5 thunder talisman that my grandfather had bequeathed to me, I braced myself for a final stand. Just as tension mounted between us, a sudden, forceful knocking reverberated through the door. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing the commotion, a flicker of resentment and fury crossed Eru's father's visage. He shot me a venomous glare before dissipating into the shadows like a wisp of dark wind. Where had that boy gone? Just moments ago, he was here. As Sangao entered the courtyard, he found no trace of me and began to search frantically. Hearing his voice, I called out urgently, "I'm under the bed. Please help me." At last, with the assistance of Sangao and several villagers, I managed to crawl out from my hiding place. Surveying the chaotic aftermath of the destruction within the room, I found myself perplexed. My grandfather had assured me that a protective 5 thunder formation surrounded our home. How then could Eru's father breach our sanctuary? Before I could ponder further, Sangao seized me in his arms and set me upon a grand chair. The chair, large and imposing, was adorned with intricate wood carvings and a lacquered finish. A piece of furniture befitting rural grandeur. Time was of the essence. "I would trust you this once," he declared. "Let us depart, my friends." Without waiting for my response, Sangao rallied the young men he had brought along, lifting the armchair with me still seated. I swayed precariously upon it, nearly toppling several times, but fortunately, the distance to Eru's home was not great. Before long, I found myself at the threshold of his residence, borne aloft by their efforts. Sangao forcefully kicked open the door, and several individuals lifted me into the main room, gently placing me upon the floor. As the young men set me down, they prepared to depart, but Sangao hastily retrieved a pack of yellow-boxed Zhong Ding from his pocket, distributing it among them while he himself lit one. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he inquired whether his elder brother's spirit had caused a disturbance at my home. As I regained my senses, I nodded in affirmation. Initially, I had doubted his ability to confront my brother, yet now I found myself somewhat convinced. Surviving under such circumstances surely suggested he possessed some skill. Both Sangao and I, having narrowly escaped calamity, shared a bond of mutual understanding, and as we stood vigil over Eru's coffin, we dared not succumb to slumber, exchanging words throughout the night. However, as dawn broke, Eru's spirit had yet to make an appearance. Eventually, Sangao could endure no longer and succumbed to a deep slumber atop the nearby table. I too felt the weight of fatigue. Just as I stifled a yawn, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the black peachwood sword I had lent Sangao for protection and courage. The sword was dark and charred, as if scorched by fire, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Yet, my grandfather often took it down for polishing, affectionately referring to it as an old friend. Could it be that Eru's spirit was able to enter my yard due to this sword being taken by Sangao? Was it possible that this sword served as the focal point, and that once removed from my yard, the protective array would lose its efficacy? I stared intently at the sword, feeling an inexplicable pull. Before long, Grandfather Eru led his family into the morning hall. From a distance, Eru caught sight of me and immediately hid behind his grandfather, his gaze a mix of terror and resentment, as if I were the cause of his father's demise. "What brings you to my home, you wretched child?" Grandfather Eru glared at me, his demeanor far from welcoming. However, respecting his grandfather's standing in the village, he refrained from confronting me too harshly. "You freak, what do you want in our house? It is your fault that the head of the family is dead. Get out of my sight now." Eru's mother, with red-rimmed eyes, charged at me in a frenzy, her arms outstretched as if to tear me apart. "Eldest sister, please stop." The commotion awakened Sangao, who sprang up and positioned himself in front of me, recounting his misfortunes and the subsequent events to the family. Upon hearing Sangao's account, Grandfather Eru furrowed his brow. Connecting the peculiar incidents from recent days, he ultimately chose to place his trust in Sangao. Approaching me, he placed a hand on my shoulder and addressed his family. Regardless of this child's past, we should not bully one who is orphaned. Initially, we were in the wrong. Now that strange occurrences have befallen our family, this child has shown remarkable courage by coming to our morning hall in the dead of night. For that, we are already deeply grateful. With that, he summoned Sangao to escort me home. On the way, Sangao informed me that Grandfather Eru was aware that their family situation was unusual and could potentially lead to dire consequences. He remarked that had my grandfather been present, with his abilities, perhaps this matter could have been resolved. However, as I was merely a child, there was no need for me to risk my life. If their family's fate is to be sealed, they are willing to accept it with equanimity. Yet, as one approaches death, their words become gentle, urging me to let go of my grievances against Eru's father for the past transgressions. As Sangao spoke, he unexpectedly broke into tears, and I observed this robust man discreetly turn away to wipe his eyes, which strengthened my resolve to keep vigil at Eru's home tonight. Eru's father could not intimidate me while alive. What could he possibly do in death? I shall act resolutely. Upon returning home, I followed my grandfather's instructions and gathered mulberry leaves by the river, also asking Sangao to retrieve my grandfather's wooden sword. I hung the sword back in its rightful place, feeling a slight sense of calm wash over me. As nightfall descended, my heart tightened, indicating that this evening would be anything but ordinary. Chapter 12. Even the corpse must heed counsel. The sky gradually darkened, and the clouds enveloped the moon entirely. The shadows of the trees at the entrance were steeped in an eerie silence, exuding a sense of despair and impotence. Tonight marks the 7th night since Eru's father passed, a time when his resentment peaks. If not addressed appropriately, it could spell doom for someone. I took my grandfather's wooden box and sat upright in the courtyard, poised to confront any imminent crisis. Perhaps due to the presence of my grandfather's sword, no peculiar occurrences transpired in my home as night fell. As the time drew near, I prepared to open the door and head to Eru's house for the vigil. Regardless of the circumstances, Eru's family had already paid the ultimate price of a life. Since Sangao had invited me to his home yesterday with a four-legged armchair, I could not cower within my own walls and allow events to unfold unchecked. Should I choose that path, though I did not take their lives, I would inevitably live in perpetual guilt. Upon this realization, I promptly rose and made my way toward the entrance. To my astonishment, as soon as I opened the door, I spotted a furtive shadow lurking beneath the eaves of my home. The figure, crouched beside a pile of firewood and with its back turned to me, emitted strange crunching sounds. Could it be the ghost of Eru's father returning? Startled, I hastily retrieved the copper sword bound with a red string from the box, regardless of its efficacy, and hurled it toward the shadow. Ouch! A sharp cry jolted my senses. The shadow was in fact a person. The voice bore a resemblance to Zhuzi's. Zhuzi, wincing in pain, leapt up, causing the peaches in his hands to scatter across the ground. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and quickly squatted down to assist Zhuzi in collecting the fallen fruit. While gathering the peaches, I inquired, "Zhuzi, why are you hiding behind the firewood pile at such a late hour? Were you trying to scare me?" Rubbing his sore backside, Zhuzi spat and retorted, "Pa, am I really that idle? I heard you mention that you were going to Eru's house tonight to keep vigil. Is that true?" I responded affirmatively, picking up a peach from the ground and handing it to Zhuzi before retrieving the copper sword and returning it to the box. I then proceeded toward Eru's home. "You foolish bear. My father said that Eru's father bore a grudge against you when he died. If you dare to stir up trouble on the 7th day after his passing, you are likely to find yourself in grave danger. Do you understand?" Zhuzi grasped my arm, attempting to dissuade me from going. "I am aware. Thank you, Zhuzi. My grandfather declared that this matter began with me and shall inevitably conclude with me. I recognize the peril involved, yet I must go." I carried the box and patted the pillar's hand to signify my decision. The pillar sighed and subsequently followed suit. I had sneaked out after my parents had fallen asleep. They insisted I was merely an ordinary child and cautioned me against involving myself with the affairs of the Eru family. However, as brothers, how could I stand by and watch you march towards your demise? Tonight, I shall accompany you, and in the process, I will witness what a ghost truly resembles. Observing the steadfast determination on the pillar's face filled my heart with emotion. My parents passed away when I was young, and, apart from my grandfather, no one truly cared for me. The only companion who often shared his food with me was the pillar, a true brother, loyal and righteous. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I embraced the pillar and playfully slapped him on the back. "Do not repay kindness with ingratitude," I jested. The pillar let out a few exclamations, tossing a peach from his hand to me. We arrived at the Eru residence, and I knocked on the door. It was swiftly opened, revealing Sangao emerging from a yard. "Didn't I tell you during the day not to come here? Why are you here again? Go back at once." My father does not wish to involve others in this matter. Sangao's expression was grim as he gestured for me to leave. Before we could turn away, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the yard. The sound was sharp and jarring, as if she had been struck with immense fear. "Let's go in and see," the pillar urged, pulling my arm as we hurried through the entrance of the Eru house. I felt a tinge of confusion. Wasn't he this fellow, typically frightened of ghosts? The moment we stepped inside, I sensed an overwhelming chill permeating the atmosphere. I hastened alongside Juzi to the main room of Eru's home, and upon entering, I was instantly struck with terror, my eyes widening in disbelief. There before me sat the lifeless body of Eru's father, propped upright, his eyes wide open in an eternal stare. In the corner, Eru's mother curled up, pointing at me and exclaiming, "He has come. That is why the head of the family cannot rest in peace. Let him go, let him go." Eru's grandfather gazed at his son's corpse, his countenance dark and furrowed. He puffed on his pipe, the smoke curling around him, and after finishing one bowl, he tapped it against the ground and turned to me, saying, "You have returned. Young one, why must you wade into these troubled waters?" I stepped forward and informed Eru's grandfather that my own grandfather had revealed to me a method to resolve this matter, and I implored him to allow me to try. Seeing my earnestness, the elder finally nodded, sighed, and acquiesced to my plan. I instructed Sangao to prepare a flask of white liquor and several cups, then requested that all relatives of the deceased vacate the mourning hall, leaving only Juzi and myself. Juzi, eyes fixed on Eru's father's corpse, reached out to touch it, but I swiftly admonished him, "Do not touch him." Juzi turned away, offering an awkward smile, and for some reason, I sensed that his laughter was tinged with discomfort. Gazing at the upright form of Eru's father, I recalled the method my grandfather had taught me to dispel the grievances of the deceased. I seized the white liquor from the table and poured 3 cups. One by one, I spilled the contents onto the ground, reciting softly, "I urge you to drink 3 cups of wine and let you journey to the underworld. 1 cup to the realm of shadows, to dissolve all enmities and obstacles. 2 cups to the gates of the ghost realm, traversing the treacherous mountains of Fengdu. 3 cups were poured at the rotating platform. For a journey through the mortal realm should not be in vain." I poured 3 cups of liquor onto the ground before the body of Eridad. Strangely, the spirits did not seep into the earth as anticipated. Instead, they pooled together, forming a small puddle. The sight of the liquor refusing to absorb into the ground filled me with astonishment. My grandfather had told me that this method had been a reliable test throughout the ages. If it failed, it would signify that the deceased harbored intense resentment, destined to pursue the living with unyielding vengeance. It appeared that Eridad was determined to take me with him tonight. I pushed the corpse a few times with all my might, yet remained obstinately upright, its eyes fixated on me, sending a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, rage ignited within me, and courage surged forth. This Eridad had struck me in life, and now, even in death, sought my demise. Was this not a torment of the innocent? If you refuse to lie down, let us see if you can withstand my efforts. With a fierce curse, I clambered into the coffin, momentarily forgetting my fear. Standing within, I forcefully shoved Eridad's shoulders, attempting to force him down. Yet he felt as if he were reinforced with steel. No matter how I pressed, he would not yield. Damn it! An inexplicable fury coursed through me, and I delivered a resounding slap to the corpse's face, causing it to topple over. Goodness! Impressive. Pillars stared at me in shock, and after a moment's pause, managed to utter a response. Chapter 13. The Seventh Night's Return. "Stop dawdling, come help me." I leapt from the coffin, beckoning Pillar to assist in pushing down the coffin lid. As long as we sealed it before the midnight hour, Eridad would not stir up too much trouble. With all our strength, we finally managed to close the coffin lid, yet we were left breathless and collapsed onto the ground beside it. Juzi took a peach, took a bite, and inquired what we should do next. I furrowed my brow, although my grandfather had given meticulous instructions before his departure. I understood that subduing the vengeful spirits would require quick thinking and decisive action. I asked Juzi what time it was, but he shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. I had searched for a timekeeping device in Eru's morning hall for quite some time, but to no avail. Sighing, I resigned myself to waiting, as we had no means to gauge the passage of time. Juzi uttered a soft "oh," leaned against the coffin, and gradually drifted into slumber. The morning hall was enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of Juzi's snoring echoing occasionally. My own drowsiness began to envelop me, and just as I was on the verge of dozing off, a sudden commotion outside broke the stillness. A chilling gust of wind creaked the window open, causing the candle flames within the hall to flicker. I quickly rose to shut the window and barricaded it securely with tables and chairs. After a while, it seemed as though the darkness outside deepened. The flickering candlelight within the morning hall appeared precarious, as though it might be engulfed by the encroaching shadows at any moment. Suddenly, a strange draft swept through the hall, flinging the door wide open, and the flames dimmed alarmingly. A suffocating chill pervaded the air, penetrating to the very marrow of my bones. Outside, the moonlight was scant. A shadowy figure began to materialize, wavering in and out of sight beneath the veil of night. The silhouette paced back and forth outside the window, accompanied by haunting sobs, as if someone were weeping. The sound of crying was piercing and sorrowful, sending a shiver down my spine and raising the hairs on my neck. In the depths of slumber, Juzi seemed to sense an unsettling presence, his brow furrowed and his body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, I widened my eyes, resolutely bracing against the encroaching shadow, my fingers unconsciously clutching the talisman of 5 thunders bestowed upon me by my grandfather, so tightly that they turned pale. The morning hall was suffused with an indescribable tension and oppressive atmosphere, as if bound by an invisible force, rendering one breathless. Unable to contain myself any longer, I swiftly slapped Juzi awake. He appeared to be trapped in a nightmare, bolting upright and exclaiming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" I grasped his shoulders and shook him, urging him to look outside. Once he recognized me, he calmed down momentarily. However, upon catching a glimpse of the scene beyond the window, he was instantly overcome with terror, screaming, "Ah, a ghost! Eru's father has returned! Eru's father has returned!" At the sound of Juzi's frantic cries, I abruptly turned my head to glance outside. There, the ghostly figure grew increasingly distinct. His face loomed near the window, and through the glass, I could discern his visage, grotesquely contorted. Eru's father. His eyes were wide with fury and despair, his mouth torn back to the roots of his ears, revealing sharp, white teeth that appeared as fearsome as a wild beast. His form flickered in and out of existence, each step accompanied by the ominous cracking sound of dislocated bones, his voice a haunting blend of weeping and calling my name. "You, the offspring of the old Péng family, return my life to me. Return my life to me." He paced back and forth outside the window, occasionally slapping the glass with his hands, while Juzi cowered behind me, trembling uncontrollably. What do we do now? Little Xian, you must quickly think of a solution. Though fear grips me, I remain more composed than Juzi. Grandfather once mentioned that during the witching hour, the malevolent energy of spirits has yet to reach its zenith. At this time, they will employ every means to instill terror, aiming to weaken your vital energy through fright, thereby making it far easier for them to claim your life. As long as one refrains from listening, looking, or pondering, one shall be safe. I pulled Juzi close and instructed him to cover his ears and avert his gaze from the window. Those were mere illusions conjured by Eru's father to frighten us. If he truly possessed the ability to harm us, he could simply enter and slay us without such theatrics. Upon hearing my words, Juzi nodded in agreement. Yet his teeth continued to chatter, revealing his genuine fright. I hastened to the table in the morning hall, poured 2 cups of white liquor, handed one to Juzi, and down the other in a single gulp. The fiery sensation coursed down my throat and into my stomach. Though it burned, the chilling dread dissipated, replaced by a warm embrace. "Drink, it will ease your fears," I urged Juzi, watching as he regarded the cup before glancing at me. With a determined tilt of his head, he downed the entire contents of his cup in one go. The intense warmth provoked a few coughs from him, and soon his cheeks flushed crimson, the tremors throughout his body subsiding. Cough, cough. Another cup, please. After finishing his drink, Zhuzi indeed appeared emboldened, stealing a glance at the ghostly shadows outside before turning to request another glass from me. I feared that he was too young to withstand the effects of alcohol and thus declined his invitation. As we leaned against each other, offering mutual encouragement, our trepidation gradually dissipated. The shadowy figure, perceiving our calm demeanor, escalated its cries, intensifying to a fevered pitch as it relentlessly pounded on the doors and windows, even managing to thrust its hand through the cracks on several occasions. Xiaoxian, aren't you adept in the arts of magic? Do something to him, Zhuzi urged, pointing at the ghastly pale arm protruding from the door crack, imploring me to retaliate. But I haven't learned anything from Grandpa yet. Time passed, and after about an hour, the clamorous sounds outside began to wane, and the ghostly apparition gradually vanished from sight, allowing Zhuzi and me to exhale in relief. However, mere minutes later, an unsettling noise emerged from the coffin of Eru's father. The eerie rustling filled the night with an uncanny resonance, sending chills down our spines. Within the coffin, the once silent darkness seemed to awaken under an invisible force, accompanied by a series of piercing, scraping sounds as Eru's father's nails ferociously clawed at the coffin lid. Each scrape felt akin to a shuddering touch upon the heart, evoking a sense of dread. Suddenly, the sound morphed, transforming from a faint scratching to a deep, violent banging, as if a ferocious beast were struggling within the confines of its coffin, on the verge of breaking free. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact reverberated with a thunderous echo, amplifying in the vastness of the morning hall, causing the candles upon the table to flicker perilously close to extinguishment. Zhuzi and I exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, we beheld a reflection of sheer terror and fear. Yet I am acutely aware that retreat is utterly inadmissible at this moment. With a sudden thud, the coffin lid lifted slightly, creating a narrow fissure. Reacting swiftly, I pressed my weight down upon it and called out to Zhuzi to ascend. Climb up and hold down the coffin lid. Chapter 14. The Resurrection in the Morning Hall. Zhuzi, paralyzed by the scene before him, remained frozen until my voice snapped him back to reality. He hurriedly fetched a stool and clambered atop the coffin lid. My agility surpassed Zhuzi's. I placed both hands firmly on the coffin board, exerting force to leap onto the lid. Zhuzi, let us each press down on one side. If one end rises, we must jump down with all our strength to prevent its emergence. Though fear coursed through me, my mind remained clear. I quickly urged Zhuzi to confront the imminent reemergence of Eru's father. Responding with a hesitant Zhuzi cautiously stood on the coffin lid, fixated on the coffin board beneath him. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and the side I was on lifted. Swift as lightning, I leaped and, utilizing the momentum of my descent, forcefully pressed the lid back down. Zhuzi wobbled, simultaneously watching my movements and fixating on the board beneath him. Bang! Bang! Another two resounding crashes erupted as the lid beneath Zhuzi began to rise. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he jumped but lost his footing, slipping and tumbling down. Zhuzi! Witnessing him fall from the coffin, I gasped and leaped down, hurriedly assisting him to his feet. Thud! Seizing the moment, the coffin lid behind me suddenly flew open, and the corpse of Eru's father stood upright. Xiaoxian, look behind you, Zhuzi exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he pointed at my back. Yet, I paid him no heed. I already comprehended the situation without needing to glance. The pressing matter at hand was not to look, but rather to devise a strategy to confront it. I hastily retrieved mulberry leaves from my pocket and, taking advantage of Zhuzi's gaping mouth due to his fright, forcefully stuffed them into his mouth. I then quickly followed suit, placing the leaves into my own mouth while signaling for silence. The mulberry leaves, associated with the een, share a phonetic similarity with the word for death, and if gathered from the banks of the river at night, they could temporarily mask the presence of the living, rendering it difficult for malevolent spirits to locate us. Behind us, whose father's corpse abruptly stood straight up from the coffin with a startling sound. His hollow, dark eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, scanning the surroundings intently. Yet he failed to detect our presence. The flickering light illuminated whose terrifying visage, rendering it even more grotesque. His nostrils flared, as if attempting to catch the scent of the living within the room. Juzi and I pressed ourselves against the edge of the coffin, scarcely daring to breathe, my heart pounding fiercely, nearly bursting from my chest. Cold sweat trickled down Juzi's forehead, dropping onto the frigid ground, instantly swallowed by the silence. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Juzi. His face was ashen, his eyes wide with fear, hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure, unwilling to betray even a whisper of sound. A suffocating silence enveloped the air, as if even time had come to a standstill. The heavy and rigid footsteps of Dad echoed throughout the room, each step resonating upon the strings of our hearts, rendering us breathless. In this critical moment, I managed to steady my nerves and swiftly devised a plan. Dad paced back and forth in the morning hall. It was becoming increasingly difficult for us to remain undetected. I gently tapped Juzi's shoulder, signaling him to hide beneath the coffin. With agility, I rolled into the cramped space beneath the casket and fervently gestured for Juzi to join me. Juzi, with mulberry leaves clenched in his mouth, anxiously glanced at Dad's lifeless body while cautiously inching towards my direction, unable to tolerate his timid demeanor any longer. I reached out and pulled him in. The bottom of the coffin was exceedingly narrow, yet fortunately, as we were both children, our small frames barely accommodated us both. We periodically exchanged the mulberry leaves in our mouths, using them to mask the scent of our living bodies. Hidden in the shadows of the coffin, we evaded detection, even as Dad scoured the entire morning hall. As time ticked by, Dad's demeanor grew increasingly volatile. With immense strength, he smashed the tables and chairs in the morning hall into splinters while roaring, "I will kill you all." Suddenly, his eyes turned a sinister shade of crimson. He surveyed every corner of the hall, then contorted his body into an unimaginable, grotesque position, bending backward until his head was completely below his feet. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, he began to move in a spine-chilling manner. The chilling sound of dislocated bones echoed ominously. Yet on the face of Dad, there was no trace of pain. Instead, it bore a cruel and sinister expression, infused with a thirst for blood and human lives. His voice, hoarse and drawn out, taunted, "You cannot escape." With both hands at work, he moved swiftly, his eyes glued to the ground, darting about in search of any hidden crevice. Turning his back to us, he scoured the gaps in the wall, and suddenly, his nose twitched as if he had caught a whiff of something. A frightened mouse darted from the wall, only to be seized in a swift motion by Dad, who bit down hard, silencing the creature's squeak in an instant. Clenching the lifeless mouse, a grotesque grin spread across his face, and he began to indulge. The mouse's blood and entrails spilling from the corners of his mouth, saturating the ground below. A foul stench wafted through the air, prompting me to cover my mouth and nose hastily. Juzi, unable to contain himself any longer, began to retch violently, causing the mulberry leaves he had been chewing to fall from his mouth. In an almost instantaneous realization, Dad detected our presence. His head whipped around a full 180 degrees, and upon seeing us, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his throat erupting in a cacophony of cackles. "Found you." "Hey, hey, hey." His hands flailed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before us, extending his gnarled, twig-like hand, which resembled a claw, reaching menacingly towards the bottom of the coffin, his sharp nails nearly grazing the tips of our noses. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, accompanied by the sinister, hoarse roar of the towering figure, reminiscent of a summons from the depths of hell. My pupils constricted as an unprecedented wave of terror surged within me. Yet the instinct for survival ignited a remarkable strength. I could not afford to remain passive. With a sudden burst of energy, I aimed a powerful kick at the wrist of the figure that was bracing itself against the ground. The force of my strike reverberated dully, and to my astonishment, his massive form staggered slightly, as if on the brink of collapse. Seizing the moment, I unleashed a flurry of kicks, and at last, the figure's lifeless body was toppled with a thunderous crash onto the ground. I seized the opportunity to roll away, springing to a corner of the hall like a startled hare, and grasped tightly the box of talismans I had brought from home. Little Cien, save me. Yet, just as I was about to open the box and confront the lifeless form in a desperate struggle, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a grim reality. The pillar had failed to escape. In that moment, he was firmly ensnared by the figure's grasp, his life hanging perilously in the balance. Chapter 15, You Cannot Escape. The figure's hand gripped the pillar's calf with a vice-like hold, its nails digging deep into the flesh. The pillar clawed desperately for freedom, crying out for my help. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized the talisman box and swung it fiercely towards the bell nestled between the figure's legs. Were this a living being, the impact would surely spell catastrophe. However, I had grossly underestimated the eerie nature of the figure's corpse. It felt no pain, not even in its most vulnerable spots. Despite the crushing blow, it did not relinquish its hold on the pillar. I opened the box, and one by one, struck my grandfather's talismans upon the form of Eru's father. Yet, I found myself at a loss. Those talismans seemed utterly ineffective. At that moment, Eru's father had already drawn the pillar close to him, baring his sharp, bone-white teeth as he lunged toward the pillar's throat. No, just as the pillar was on the brink of demise, I ceased to hold back and swiftly retrieved my final trump card from within my robe. I formed the three-fingered spirit officer seal with my hand and recited incantations. I heed the divine edict. Let the thunder's light hasten forth. 5 thunders illuminate. Divine law swiftly arrives. Demons perish, spirits vanish. Exterminate the ghosts. Subdue the demons. Vanquish the malevolent spirits. I heed the decree of the Supreme Celestial Lord, urgent and swift as the law commands. As I uttered the final words of the incantation, the 5 thunder talismans shimmered with golden light, harboring the ferocious power of lightning, now stirring with anticipation. Swiftly, the radiant power contained within the 5 thunder talismans intensified, and with a mighty shout, I hurled the yellow talisman, striking Eru's father squarely in the face. Contrary to the anticipated cacophony of explosions, his form began to dissipate upon contact with the talisman, ultimately collapsing to the ground as a mere paper effigy. Alas, it was a ruse. Ha ha! The pillar erupted into wild laughter, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. My heart plummeted, a chill racing up my spine. The scene before me began to warp. The shattered furniture, the dim lighting, and the grotesque visage of Eru's father gradually dissolved like morning mist. In their stead emerged the pallid, bloodless face of the pillar, adorned with a chilling smile that was wholly alien to him. His eyes had lost their former clarity, becoming deep and hollow, as if capable of devouring all light. Zhuzi slowly raised his hand, licking the blood that stained his fingers, his expression malevolent to an extreme, far beyond the capability of any child. It seemed that Eru's father had possessed him without my knowledge. A strange smile curled at the corners of Zhuzi's mouth, his voice low and hoarse, entirely unlike his usual self. You, after all, are still too naive. In an instant, he darted in front of me, as swift as a specter. In my astonishment, I felt a chilling dread constricting my throat. Zhuzi's iron-like grip was firmly clenching my neck, the force so immense it felt as though it could shatter my windpipe. His fingers had grown slender and pallid, the sharpness of his nails glinting with a sinister sheen under the flickering candlelight. In that moment, he slowly drove his pointed nails into my chest. The piercing pain of my skin being breached was unmistakable. Blood flowed from my wound, soaking my entire garment, as the air became saturated with the metallic scent of blood. I gazed in disbelief at my closest companion, who had been by my side all along, wondering when he had been possessed by Eru's father's spirit, and I had remained utterly oblivious. Sensing the confusion in my eyes, Zhuzi began to boast with a sense of delight. After all, you are merely a child. I might as well reveal to you that the clock was hidden by me in advance, solely to confuse your sense of time. The shadow outside the window is but an illusion, and the corpse within the coffin is merely a paper effigy I conjured. The true essence of my lethal prowess resides within the body of this child, Zhuzi. Now that you have exhausted your means of survival, you shall obediently descend and accompany me. Ha ha ha. Listening to the guttural sounds emanating from Zhuzi's throat, a profound dread envelopes me. The sinister grin upon Zhuzi's face intensifies as he sharpens his fingers into claws, aiming to pierce my chest and crush my heart. In this moment of life and death, an indescribable force seems to rend my chest apart, unleashing a warm and overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. The azure dragon-shaped mark reemerges, its brilliance blinding, soaring from my chest and illuminating all that surrounds me. Within the radiance, a mysterious figure cloaked in dark azure mist begins to coalesce. Adorned with twin horns, his eyes blaze like torches, gleaming with a chilling azure light. His stern visage is covered in fine scales, reminiscent of a serpent demon from the silver screen. This sudden turn of events drains the color from Zhuzi's face, his hollow eyes flashing with incredulous terror. He abruptly releases his grip on my neck, staggering backward in an attempt to flee from the malevolent aura that causes his very soul to tremble. Yet, the being born of the dragon, Mark moves with swiftness, appearing before Zhuzi like a specter. A tremendous oppressive force descends upon him, increasing his terror. With a closing of his eyes, a shadow detaches from his body, soaring away from the spirit hall and drifting toward the courtyard. Does he dare to attempt to seize the dragon's essence and still hope to escape? You cannot escape. With a mere wave of his hand, the enigmatic figure conjured an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire courtyard. The shadowy figure, attempting to flee, collided with the wall and fell to the ground. Please, spare me, spare me. As he landed, his form transformed into that of Dad, who, stripped of his earlier arrogance, knelt on the ground, prostrating himself in utter submission, his humility palpable. The mysterious figure disregarded Dad as pleas for mercy. With a swift kick, he sent Dad's ghost sprawling on the ground, then decisively grasped his head, exerting pressure on his shoulders. The spherical object was violently severed from his body, immediately consumed by the enigmatic figure. Having absorbed the remnants of Dad's soul, the dark aura surrounding the figure deepened in intensity. He rose slowly, a look of indulgence upon his face. His azure eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light in the dimly lit hall of spirits. Unfazed by the unconscious pillar, he approached me directly. You must be the deceased infant, correct? That old man, Péng Dàoxiān, was willing to risk his entire family's lives to save you. You must hold great significance in his eyes. However, I wonder how splendid his expression would be if he knew that I intended to seize your soul today. Just the thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Ha ha ha. The sinister laughter of the figure reverberated through the hall of spirits as he advanced towards me, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression and a profound fear of death. I sensed that this individual was far more terrifying than the ghost of Dad. Chapter 16. The Gathering of 9 Malignant Spirits. The mysterious figure approached me slowly. I clenched my fist and struck towards his abdomen. But as my fist drew within 3 inches of him, an invisible barrier halted my advance, rendering me powerless. The enigmatic man merely let out a cold snort, and I was sent flying backward like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, my body feeling as though it had been shattered, unable to move. With his right hand concealed behind his back and his left forming a sword-like gesture, he pointed his finger at my forehead. Instantly, a torrent of dark, ominous energy surged into my being. As his fingertip made contact, an indescribable agony tore through every inch of my flesh, as if myriad blades were viciously slicing through my innards. The dark energy, alive and sentient, coiled and twisted within my veins, inundating me with a bone-chilling coldness and unending resentment, gradually devouring my consciousness. My vision began to blur, and everything around me warped into a surreal distortion, as if I were ensnared in an endless abyss. In this moment of life and death, my soul astonishingly transcended the confines of my corporeal form, rising slowly to observe the scene from an elevated perspective. I beheld my body lying on the ground, ensnared by the dark energy, akin to a candle flame consumed by shadows, feeble and despairing. Meanwhile, my spirit drifted within this chaos, experiencing an unprecedented sense of loneliness and terror, yet simultaneously imbued with a peculiar sense of liberation. A glimmer of clarity emerged, righteous energy dispelling malevolence. Go! With a swift whoosh, a black wooden sword gleamed with golden light, its blade infused with the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. It soared into the spirit hall, piercing directly toward the mysterious man's brow. The wooden sword advanced unrelentingly, exuding an unparalleled momentum, effortlessly breaking through the aura barrier set by the enigmatic figure. Oof. Old Peng, you have arrived too late. Your precious grandson is already dead. The mysterious man swiftly retreated 2 steps, simultaneously unleashing his hands, as a massive vortex of dark energy swirled before him. His face flushed crimson, yet his lips curled in derision. Arwen, 8 years ago, I was able to slay you. Today, even with just 1 hand and 1 eye remaining, I can still send your soul into disarray. Grandfather's frail figure stood atop the roof, his left sleeve billowing in the wind, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Upon hearing this, the man named Arwen did not quail in fear. Rather, a glint of madness sparkled in his eyes. I have already infused this child with the 9 malevolent chi. Even if you were to exhaust another decade of your life to perform the Mo's Hang summoning technique, you would be incapable of reviving him. This is what 1 life traded for another means, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Grandfather's eyes blazed with fury, yet retained their composure. He suddenly swung his hand, and the black peachwood sword was drawn by an unseen force, instantaneously changing its direction. The sword tip shimmered with an even more resplendent golden light as it sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, aiming straight for Arwen's face. Arwen's countenance shifted dramatically in fear as he recoiled hastily, his hands frantically waving to conjure a thicker veil of dark energy to thwart this lethal strike. However, in that moment, Grandfather seemed to transform into an indignant golden warrior, each swing of his sword imbued with the righteous energy of heaven and earth, an unstoppable force. The peachwood sword carved golden trajectories through the air, each collision with a malevolent energy erupting into resounding roars. Light and darkness intertwined, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. A.O. Run was forced back into the corner of the ancestral hall by his grandfather's flying sword. In a fit of rage, he kicked away Whose coffin, seizing the moment to coalesce a dark, azure energy. Though Whose spirit sought to end my life, his grandfather still refused to desecrate Whose remains. Employing some arcane method, he revealed the diagram of yin and yang upon his form. With a single hand, he exerted force against the coffin, shaking and releasing the energy, gently placing the coffin on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, A.O. Run had amassed a significant amount of dark, azure energy around him. With a furious roar, he swung his arm, transforming the energy into a colossal serpent that lunged towards his grandfather. The serpent's body resembled a small mountain, crashing toward his grandfather with an overwhelming force. In a swift motion, his grandfather formed a seal with 1 hand, manifesting a blue bagua symbol before him, which repelled the massive serpent's head. Subsequently, a bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, striking true at the serpent's head. With a mournful cry, the serpent writhed in agony as flames engulfed its massive form, its body twisting and struggling amidst the inferno. The dark azure scales cracked under the intense heat, producing sharp, popping sounds accompanied by a foul odor. Illuminated by the flames, A.O. Run's face appeared particularly sinister, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. He staggered, as if each step were upon a blade, black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, a result of the backlash from the malevolent energy. Old fool, the humiliation of today shall be etched in my heart, he vowed. Once I gather the 9 malevolent energy again, I will ensure your utter obliteration. He gritted his teeth, delivering a harsh ultimatum with deliberate precision. In an instant, his form transformed into a shadow, darting through the flickering flames and encroaching darkness, seeking to escape this perilous realm. Wish to flee? The elder snorted disdainfully, summoning back the wooden sword. He bit into his fingertip, letting his blood drip onto the sword, which seemed to come alive. The black blade shed its layers, revealing a golden core within. The elder chanted an incantation, and the golden wooden sword transformed into countless ethereal images, coalescing into a grand sword formation. 7 blades to subdue demons, true martial to vanquish evil. Exterminate the wicked with this sword array. Go! Countless golden sword shadows surged forth like a torrent, racing towards the fleeing Aoluin. A piercing cry echoed through the air as Aoluin plummeted to the ground. The malevolent aura surrounding him had dissipated significantly, leaving his visage pale and drawn. Glancing down, he saw several golden sword shadows embedded in his body. At this moment, he was but a spent force. Old fool, are you truly intent on exterminating me? Humph, even in death, I shall take one with me. A thunderous laugh escaped Aoluin's lips as he struck his chest thrice, expelling a mouthful of black blood, which he clenched in his hand, seemingly invoking some arcane art. The black blood unfurled in the air, rising majestically, and the malevolent energy around him thickened to the point of dripping like ink. He chanted fervently, "Souls of the 9 hells, myriad demons of the heavens. With my spirit, I conjure a malevolent curse. The boundless sea of the underworld, the godless yellow springs. Confine the spirit, lock the heart, gather the 9 malice upon me." After A.O. Run recited the ominous incantation with a thunderous shout, his figure exploded in the air with a resounding bang, and his soul shattered into 9 tendrils of dark energy, which, like lightning, surged into my body. Grandfather initially believed that A.O. Run's final desperate attack was aimed at him, so he stood ready, bracing for the onslaught. He never anticipated that the assault would target my very being. By the time he reacted and rushed forward, it was already too late. The 9 strands of malevolent energy had sealed off my 7 orifices, my brow, and my heart, preventing my soul from returning to my body. Even if my soul could find its way back, the malevolent forces had already corroded my internal organs. Now, even a divine being would likely shake their head in despair. Chapter 17. Death and Dissolution. Grandfather soared towards me, first extending his hand to check my breath. Upon realizing that I had already succumbed, his brow furrowed deeply, and the fingers gripping his wooden sword turned pale from the pressure. I felt an ethereal lightness floating quietly in midair, and I summoned all my strength to call out to Grandfather, yet not a single sound escaped my throat. After a prolonged silence, Grandfather suddenly let out a bitter smile, muttering, "Fate, oh fate." He then invoked a certain secret technique. In his singular eye suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Later, I learned that this was the culmination of his lifelong cultivation, a magical eye capable of piercing through the realms of yin and yang, gazing directly into the netherworld. Subsequently, 2 ethereal streams of yin and yang energy began to materialize beside him, transforming into 2 exquisite fish that gracefully swirled in front of his chest, weaving an intricate and unfathomable pattern. The incantations reverberated from my grandfather's lips, deep and powerful, as the surrounding air turned frigid, seemingly frozen in that moment. He slowly raised his right hand, palm upward, fingers slightly splayed, as if beckoning me forth. In an instant, I felt my consciousness constricted into a small orb, drawn into his palm. With a singular motion, he performed Tai Chi, completing a full rotation before forcefully reintroducing my soul into my body through the crown of my head. A chilling cold surged through me, an extreme frost that enveloped my entire being. It felt as though I had plummeted into an icy abyss in the depths of winter, the biting cold gnawing at the remnants of my awareness. Eyes closed, I trembled, exhaling a breath of white mist. With a low growl, my grandfather struck my back with his palm, a wave of warmth coursing from his arm in my body, alleviating the icy grip ever so slightly. Yet, I failed to notice that his once golden eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson, as though they were on the verge of bleeding. His previously smooth and plump visage had become gaunt and parched, ultimately resembling mere skin stretched over bone. Protected by this warmth, I succumbed to a deep slumber. "How cold it is, Grandfather!" Time slipped away, and I eventually stirred from my dreams, only to find myself shivering in the sweltering heat of early summer. My grandfather had already brought me home, enveloping me in his voluminous winter robe and adding 2 extra blankets for warmth. At that moment, he lay feebly at the head of my bed, his once vibrant eyes now dulled, and the resolute features of his face marked by fatigue. Gently, he stroked my head, softly reassuring me, "Do not fear, all shall pass." Grandfather attempted to rise and fetch me a cup of warm water to soothe my body, but unexpectedly as he stood, his legs faltered, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. I hurriedly inquired, "Grandfather, what has happened?" He gasped for breath for a considerable time before. With a pallid smile, he reassured me that there was nothing of great concern, merely that he was nearing the moment to reunite with my parents. In that instant, it felt as though lightning had struck me. Tears involuntarily cascaded down my cheeks. "Grandfather," my voice quivered, nearly choking with emotion. With great effort, he managed to pour me a glass of water, speaking to me with remarkable calmness. "In this life, who can escape death? It is simply that I can no longer accompany you on the path that lies ahead." After uttering this, it seemed he expended all his strength to place his treasured box of mystical artifacts on my bedside, saying, "Child, you must be curious about who I am and why so many extraordinary events have transpired in your life. In due course, as you embark on this journey, you will come to understand my past. As for the happenings concerning you, I shall reveal them to you now." Grandfather coughed violently several times, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, yet he chose to continue his narration. 8 years ago, while observing the celestial phenomena, I discerned a shift in the heavens, with Venus directly aligned with the constellation of the Bull. This celestial alignment heralded the arrival of a new prodigy within the Péng family. However, upon consulting the hexagrams, I unexpectedly divined a grave omen. The hexagram of water, indicating peril within peril, calamity upon calamity. Thus, I employed the star-repelling technique of the Martial Marquis to borrow an extension of life for you, adding to your fate, in order to placate the ominous celestial signs. Yet, my grandfather could never have anticipated that upon your birth, you would be a stillborn child, unwilling to accept this fate. I clandestinely employed my Taoist arts to descend to the netherworld, seeking to unveil the mysteries of fate. With the assistance of a friend in the underworld, I perused the book of life and death, only to discover that your destiny had been snatched by a malevolent spirit and your fortune had been severed by others. In a fit of rage and despair, I inadvertently destroyed the book. The king of hell summoned a legion of 100,000 ghostly soldiers to apprehend me. Yet I carve a bloody path to escape. For my defiance, I paid a grievous price, losing an arm and an eye. Subsequently, I took up my sword and sought vengeance, confronting the azure-eyed dragon Ao Run, who had obstructed your fortune for 8 centuries in the Blackwater Lake. We battled for a day and night, and I ultimately severed his head, claiming his dragon soul to grant you peace and stability. However, a formidable malevolent spirit still remains. One whose power is so great that even in my prime, I would have struggled to contend with him. Now, having lost an arm and an eye, my strength has diminished significantly. My grandfather, left with no recourse, has endured in silence all these years. Your father, being disabled, is unable to impart his mystical Taoist techniques. In light of the calamity you faced in your childhood, my grandfather could not bear to let you pursue the Tao. His intention was to protect you and ensure your safe growth into adulthood. Yet fate proved to be a cruel master, and you ultimately became entangled in the web of cause and effect. The father of the 2 tigers, merely a specter, could be easily vanquished with a mere gesture from my grandfather. However, I discerned the bond he shared with you and thus refrained from acting against him. Yet my grandfather, despite his careful planning, failed to foresee that Ao Run would exploit your blood to break free from his seal, injecting the malevolent energy of the 9 fiends into your being before his soul was shattered. Grandfather, drawing upon his entire life force, temporarily suppressed the malevolent energy. Yet this exertion drained his vitality, leaving him with but a fleeting existence. "Cough, cough, cough. I'm nearing my end," he exclaimed, You must allow me to finish." As he spoke, a flicker of brilliance ignited in his dim eyes. He bellowed towards a deserted corner outside with an undeniable authority. "My dear grandson, heed my words. The great Tao encompasses 50, with heaven's unfolding yielding 49, leaving only a slender thread for mortals to contest. Your fate lies within that thread. Upon his passing, you shall have two paths to traverse. First, journey to Longhu Mountain and seek the tutelage of Zhang Xianzheng, the master of the orthodox one, adopting the surname Zhang, and devote yourself to the path of cultivation, ultimately becoming a celestial master clad in yellow robes. In that moment, your own righteous spirit shall naturally dispel the malevolent energy. The second path leads you to the Qingming sect atop Maoshan, where you shall find the true master Qingshu, learning the art of ghost capturing and evil dispelling, transforming the malevolent energy for your own purposes, thus becoming a living king of the underworld among men. Aside from these, no other course exists. Remember, you have but 3 years. Should you fail to achieve anything in that time, death is inevitable. My beloved grandson, I implore you to persevere. Do not let my sacrifices be in vain." Before grandfather could finish his words, his head drooped suddenly, and he drew his last breath. Chapter 18. Embarking on the path of cultivation. Grandfather had perished, exhausting his life force to save me. I wept for 3 days and nights until I fainted from despair. Ultimately, I awakened at Eru's home, having endured a high fever for 3 days. As soon as I could walk, I sought out my home, only to discover that grandfather had already departed this world. Meanwhile, I lay in bed, swathed in thick blankets during the sweltering summer, with barely a whisper of breath remaining. He was taken aback and hurried home to summon the elders of the family, who then took me to the hospital. Upon regaining consciousness, I was informed that my grandfather's funeral had already been arranged by the villagers, and I had not even had the chance to bid him farewell. The hospital room was crowded with fellow villagers. Father Zhu let out a sigh and urged me to be strong in the future, gently patting my bed before placing a stack of money into my hands. This was a token of goodwill from my uncles and relatives. Though modest, it was all they could offer as humble farmers. As I gazed at the scattered bills in my palm, warmth filled my heart. This was the result of my grandfather's accumulated virtue, which had now blessed me. "Uncle Lisan, I cannot accept this money. Although life ahead would be arduous, I understood that the funeral expenses and my hospitalization would undoubtedly place a significant burden on these kind-hearted uncles and elders. Accepting this money would be tantamount to ingratitude. Indeed, when I attempted to return the money to Father Zhu, he did not insist further. Instead, he turned to the villagers in the room and declared, from now on, this child will partake of the food from many families. Regardless of the quality, everyone must offer him something to eat. If he wishes to pursue his studies, we shall all contribute, no matter how little. If he seeks to learn a trade." Father Zhu's words trailed off as he turned to a middle-aged man behind him and called out, "Second brother." The man immediately understood and quickly replied, "Old San. Rest assured, Uncle Peng saved my life. Had it not been for his timely intervention that night, I might have already joined Eru's father." Without saying a word, I have resolved to take charge of this matter. If this child wishes to pursue an education, I shall provide the necessary funds for his tuition. Should he desire to acquire a skill for livelihood, I will accompany him on journeys far and wide. As long as I have a hearty meal, he shall never go hungry. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, deliberating over my future has brought tears to my eyes, filling me with a profound emotion. How utterly heartless the Eru family is. The plight of the old Peng family, reduced to this state due to their inept son, is truly lamentable. Not a single member of their family has stepped forward to voice their concerns. What a disgrace. In the crowd, someone interjected, and like a stone cast into water, the ripple effect stirred the masses to condemn the Eru family for their lack of decency. Indeed, had it not been for the arrogance of Eru's father, such misfortunes would not have befallen us. Now, in their dire straits, not a single soul from their household dares to speak out. How outrageous! Listening to the sentiments expressed, I scanned the surroundings and, as expected, found no sign of Eru's grandfather, nor did I catch a glimpse of San Gao. My heart plummeted once more, recalling the words of my grandfather. He had warned me that should I willingly entangle myself in matters of cause and effect, I would inevitably pay a heavy price. He further stated that even if I bore this cost to save the Eru family, they might not express gratitude. How true his words have proven to be. Yet, I never anticipated that the price would be my grandfather's own life. Had I known, to be honest, as I lay upon the hospital bed, tears soaking my pillow, I felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps, had I not meddled in affairs that did not concern me, my grandfather would still be alive. Perhaps had I chosen to intervene, my grandfather might have been spared. A few days later, as my health began to improve, I implored Juzi's father to assist me in arranging my discharge from the hospital. On the journey home, as Juzi's father urged the donkey cart forward, I reclined upon the wooden planks in the sweltering summer heat, enveloped in a thick quilt, attracting many curious glances. In an effort to divert my attention, Juzi's father initiated a conversation, inquiring about my future plans. Uncle Lisan had already made arrangements for me before his passing. He instructed me to ascend the mountain to seek enlightenment. Upon hearing my words, Juzi's father furrowed his brow, sighed, and uttered a resigned acknowledgement. I understood that he perceived my ascent as tantamount to renouncing worldly pursuits to become a monk, a notion he regarded as lacking ambition. Only through diligent work and financial success could one earn respect and elevate their family's status within the village. After a moment of silence, Juzi's father asked again, "Did Uncle Peng mention which mountain you should visit?" I pondered for a moment before responding, "Mount Longhu and also Maoshan." I admitted my ignorance of the location of Longhu Mountain, but I was aware that my second brother often spoke of Maoshan. "You can consult him upon your return home. He happens to have business in that area these days and could accompany you." With a flick of the reins, Juzi's father urged the donkey to gallop swiftly, and before long, we arrived at my home. As I pushed open the familiar door, a profound sense of loneliness washed over me. I seemed to envision my grandfather seated in the main room, holding a ruler, waiting for me to recite my lessons. Yet, as I hastened into the room, I was met with nothing but emptiness. I must come to terms with the harsh reality. My grandfather has passed away, leaving me devoid of any kin in this world. Inquiring with the villagers, I learned that his remains were interred on a small mound at the back of the hill. That very day, I ventured alone to that place, where I bowed 3 times before his grave, vowing to heed his words and seek enlightenment on the mountain, determined to live a life of virtue henceforth. I aspire to a long life, wishing to uncover the identity of the one who, even before my birth, snatched away my destiny. How formidable must his power be to instill such profound fear in my grandfather, who was well-versed in the mystic arts? And what malevolent force does the so-called king of hell wield, that it could inflict such suffering upon my family, leaving me parentless at birth, and now bereft of my grandfather? The king of hell, you say? Very well. Henceforth, I shall embody a living incarnation of retribution, vanquishing gods and demons alike, eradicating evil and purging the wicked. I resolved silently in my heart. Before dawn the next day, I arrived at Uncle Zhu's house, seeking his guidance to take me to Maoshan. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the door creaked open, and Uncle Zhu emerged from within, clutching a bundle of straw paper and hastily making his way, seemingly intent on visiting the outhouse. As he hurried past me, he suddenly paused, sensing something amiss, and turned back to gaze at me. "Ah, young grandson of Uncle Peng, why are you seated at my doorstep?" he inquired, perplexed. Rising to my feet, I knelt before Uncle Zhu with a thud, resolutely proclaiming, "I beseech you, Uncle Zhu, take me to Maoshan." In an instant, a pained expression crossed his face. He waved his hand dismissively and turned away. Chapter 19, Encounter with Bandits. "Wait a moment, I can't hold on any longer," Uncle Air, clutching his belly, swiftly entered the adjacent outhouse. With a resounding bang, a satisfied exclamation followed. After what felt like the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Uncle Air emerged from the outhouse, adjusting his trousers. He waved at me, and I followed him into the courtyard. Uncle Air's yard was remarkably clean and spacious, featuring a 2-story villa. A brand-new Chang'e minivan was parked in the yard, while neatly stacked mature corn under the eaves spoke volumes of the owner's simplicity and diligence. "Your name is Xiaoxian, right? Come sit down. Your aunt is preparing a meal in the kitchen." We can talk after we eat. Uncle Air beckoned me to sit at a small table. He inquired whether I was afraid living alone, suggesting that if I was, I could move in with him, as he would treat me like his own nephew, just as he did with Juzi. I graciously declined his kind offer and expressed the purpose of my visit. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Air furrowed his brow and remarked, "What prospects could one find in mountains?" I explained that it was my grandfather's dying wish, as he believed that only an old Taoist priest in the mountains could cure my ailment. After listening, Uncle Air lit a cigarette and fell into silence for a moment before revealing the truth to me. "Kid, let me be honest with you. Over the years, I have traveled far and wide, accumulating a bit of wealth. I'm not boasting, but in these parts, we are among the more prosperous. There remains a lingering regret for the elder. Within his household, there are only 3 daughters and no sons. As I approach the twilight of my existence, it is imperative to leave behind someone to carry on my legacy, lest my hard-earned estate fall into the hands of others. Recently, peculiar happenings have unfolded in the village. With both Eru's father and your grandfather having departed from this world, it occurs to me that, first, your grandfather once bestowed upon me the gift of life, and second, I perceive in you a heart that is simple, kind, and not driven by greed. Thus, I contemplate the notion of inviting you to join our family. The ages of my 3 daughters are comparable to yours. When they mature, you may select whom you wish to wed. Should you desire to take them all, that would also be permissible. However, it is essential to keep this matter discreet." The words of the elder caused my lips to twitch, leaving me momentarily at a loss for a response. Observing my stunned silence, he waved his hand dismissively, swiftly changing the subject. "Ah, I am famished. Let us dine first. You are still young, and the matters I have shared with you are not urgent. Take your time to ponder them. If you wish to fulfill your grandfather's dying wish, I shall certainly assist you." With that, he retreated into the kitchen, where I discerned him engaging in hushed conversation with his wife. As I strained to listen intently, I was interrupted by the sound of bustling footsteps and the joyous chatter of girls from upstairs. Shortly, 3 young ladies descended the staircase, their features strikingly similar. I noticed a hint of shyness as they subtly shifted aside. "Ah, guests have arrived." The youngest, with her hair fashioned into twin ponytails, was the first to spot me. In the rural setting, boys and girls seldom play together. Thus, while we recognized each other, we remained unaware of one another's names. "I recognize you. You are the grandson of Grandpa Peng. Grandpa Peng is an exceptionally kind man, and I never expected." A girl was speaking halfway when the eldest tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to fall silent. They offered me an abundance of food, much of which consisted of fruits I had never encountered before. Through our conversation, I learned that the 3 sisters are named Wanqing, Wanting, and the youngest, Wanting. Before long, Uncle Air and his wife entered with their own share of food. Noticing my pleasant interaction with his daughters, Uncle Air displayed a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. During the meal, they frequently offered me dishes, as if fearing I might leave unsated. After dining, Uncle Air mentioned that he had a business matter in the south over the next few days and would be passing through Zhenjiang, suggesting I disembark there. Since Maoshan is merely a few dozen kilometers away from Zhenjiang, I could easily travel there by myself. I nodded in agreement and promptly returned home to pack my belongings. 3 days later, a girl knocked on my door. It was none other than Wanting, the youngest daughter of Uncle Air. She informed me that her father was embarking on a long journey today and urged me to prepare my things quickly, lest I miss the opportunity. Upon hearing this, I hurried to gather my luggage, but, clad in heavy clothing, I inadvertently tripped over the threshold. To my surprise, the young girl burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. I could only awkwardly brush the dirt off my clothes before retreating inside. Following Wanting, I arrived at Uncle Air's doorstep, where I boarded a van. Throughout the journey, Uncle Air regaled me with numerous fascinating tales, and as I listened, I gradually drifted into slumber. When I finally awoke, the sky had darkened considerably. The van traversed the rugged mountain road, its headlights resembling the eyes of 2 colossal beasts, casting the only illumination in the surrounding darkness. Uncle Air, noticing that I had regained consciousness, tossed me a packet of unforgettable instant noodles, urging me to quell my hunger. However, lacking an appetite, I set it aside. Suddenly, Uncle Air slammed on the brakes, and my head nearly collided with the front seat. Looking up, I saw that the narrow mountain path had been abruptly blocked by a tree stump, with several blinding flashlights directed towards us. Shadows emerged from the darkness, revealing a group of approximately 10 individuals, all wielding clubs and machetes, encircling the van. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Trouble was imminent. Uncle Air muttered a warning, instructing me to lock the doors and remain inside, while he stepped out to confront the situation. The door swung open, and the intruders demanded that everyone exit the vehicle and surrender any valuables for a routine inspection. The leader, a man in his 40s with a scarred face, bellowed orders, while his subordinates struck the van with their clubs, producing a cacophony of thuds. Uncle Air, composed and steady, opened the door. Under the moonlight, his face, etched with the marks of time, appeared resolute. He slowly descended from the vehicle, raising his hands slightly in a gesture of goodwill, his gaze unwavering as he faced the scarred leader. "Brothers," he began, "traveling is never easy. I have both the elderly and the young with me. Let's find a way to make this convenient for all. I have some cash, take it for tea, and I implore you to allow us to continue on our journey. What do you say?" The voice of the second uncle, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. As he spoke, he retrieved a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket, shimmering faintly in the night. The scar-faced man squinted, surveying the second uncle from head to toe, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, quite perceptive, aren't we? However, rules are rules. A routine inspection is not merely about checking money." He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to advance. Just as the second uncle turned towards me, intending to act, one of the burly men struck him down with a single punch. Two of them restrained him, while the leader, the scarred man, brandished a machete and patted the second uncle's face, urging him to remain alert and still. I noticed a menacing figure advancing towards me, wielding a wooden club. My face drained of color, and I clutched my luggage tightly, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 20. Should I just bow down? I pondered as a rough hand seized me by the collar, yanking me out of the vehicle. The robber, noticing the suitcase I was clutching, assumed it contained something of great value and snatched it away. The belongings my grandfather had entrusted to me were being stolen, and disregarding my fear, I grasped the man's hand, refusing to let go. The robber hurled me to the ground, kicking me brutally twice. When he saw I still wouldn't release my grip, he called to his accomplices. "Damn it, what treasures could be hidden in this suitcase? You fool, bring me the knife and let's chop off this brat's hand." A tall, slender robber approached, brandishing a glistening machete, and as I sensed imminent danger, the second uncle shouted urgently, "Xiaoxian, give them what they want. Listen, they are a band of desperate rogues. No matter how precious the object, nothing holds greater value than life itself." I clenched my teeth, gazing at the wooden chest that was about to fall into the hands of the robbers, my heart twisted with anguish. Sweat and tears mingled on my cheeks, blurring my vision, yet they could not obscure my deep affection for my grandfather's keepsake. Finally, at the moment when the cold glint of the blade was about to graze my fingertips, I abruptly loosened my grip, allowing the chest, laden with countless memories, to be seized by the bandits. With sinister grins, the robbers pried open the chest, treating my grandfather's treasured relic as mere refuse, casting it carelessly onto the ground. "Bah, I thought it was something of value. Turns out it's just a heap of scrap metal, not even worth a pack of cigarettes. What a disappointment." They forcefully slammed the chest to the ground and, in their fury, trampled the relic into a mangled heap. They rummaged through the van, finding nothing apart from a few tattered garments of mine and some temporary provisions purchased by my second uncle. Nothing else of worth. After their search, the robbers reported back to the scar-faced leader, whose expression darkened, clearly displeased with the outcome. He approached the van, inspecting it closely. Noticing its relatively new condition, he nodded, a scheme forming in his mind. He swiftly walked over to my second uncle and offered him a cigarette. "Listen, today is your unlucky day. You've crossed paths with us. My brothers and I cannot return with merely this small sum. Your vehicle is decent enough. It could suffice to exchange for the lives of you two. Leave the keys and be on your way." Uncle Air cast a glance at me, then at the car, showing no hesitation as he relinquished both the keys and the money to the robber. With a limp, he assisted me to my feet, intent on leading me away. Tears streaming down my face, I crawled towards my grandfather's spiritual implements, only to discover that they had all been shattered. Even that formidable black wooden sword, which had once wielded immense power in my grandfather's hands, lay broken in two. Only a copper mirror and two ancient tomes remained unscathed. I fell to my knees, trembling hands gathering the fragments of the ruined artifacts, my tears cascading like scattered pearls onto the cold, damp earth. At the break of the black wooden sword, it seemed to still harbor the warmth of my grandfather's palm, once a weapon that safeguarded the realm and warded off evil, now rendered utterly feeble. My heart felt 1,000 times more shattered than the debris surrounding me. Just then, a tall, gaunt robber noticed me, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to whisper something to the scar-faced man. Upon hearing him, the scar-faced man's gaze turned menacingly hostile. "Stop!" Just as Uncle Air and I were gathering the last remnants from the ground, preparing to flee, the leader of the robbers bellowed, freezing us in our tracks. He approached me swiftly, crouching down to seize my chin with his scarred hands, forcing me to meet his gaze. "This lad doesn't seem too bright, but he has a decent appearance. He could fetch a good price in the backwoods." Upon hearing this, Uncle Air's face blanched, resembling a withered tree in the frost. He suddenly pushed forward, shielding my frail form behind him, as if he had erected an impenetrable wall in an instant. The elder brother remarked that his child was unwell, necessitating the wearing of a thick cotton coat even in the sweltering summer. He had ventured out with the intent of seeking medical assistance for his offspring in a distant location. The meager funds he possessed were insufficient, and he implored the imposing figure to show mercy, pleading for the well-being of himself and his child. However, the scar-faced man sneered coldly, moving with the swiftness of a leopard as he unleashed a powerful punch directly to the elder's chest. The elder staggered back a few steps, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to yield. Observing the elder's unwavering determination, the scar-faced man suddenly erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with contempt. "Ha! I am Chun Bao, and I dictate the terms of this road. There is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. If I cannot have it, I shall personally destroy it." To cite a recent example, just the other day, my brothers intercepted a family from the city. Their monetary offering far exceeded yours. Yet, I took a fancy to his wife, and, wishing to indulge in some amusement, allowed them to leave. Unfortunately, her husband was too obstinate to recognize my generosity and attempted to confront me. In a fit of rage, I eliminated the entire family. I advise you to be wise. If I bid you to leave, do so promptly. Delay, and you shall pay with your lives. As he spoke, the scar-faced man exhibited no remorse, but rather reveled in his own brutality. Upon hearing his words, I raised my eyes in indignation, only to be momentarily blinded by the dim light of the flashlight, whereupon I distinctly perceived a pair of ghostly white, severed hands draped over his shoulder. A jolt of fear coursed through me, and my body tensed instantly. I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, the spectral hands had vanished without a trace. It cannot merely be an illusion. Those hands, pale and slender, unmistakably belong to a woman, and it appears that a ring adorns her ring finger. I compel myself to remain composed. This specter bears no grudge against me, and, for the time being, should pose no threat. If utilized wisely, perhaps I could even rely on them to facilitate my escape. The scarred-faced man, Chun Bao, had just mentioned the deceased family of 3 when that ghostly hand manifested. It seems that the female spirit's grievances linger. Yet it remains a mystery why she has not transformed into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Now, ensnared in peril, I cannot afford to hesitate. I must grasp at straws and test my fate. With tears brimming in my eyes, I forcefully pushed aside my second uncle. "I am not your son. Why would you risk your life for me? Depart, for the survival of one is preferable to the demise of both. In the future, during festivals, please burn some paper money for grandfather on my behalf. Even if I descend to the underworld, I will remember your kindness." My second uncle gazed at me in disbelief, his hand outstretched to pull me back, only to be shoved aside by the scarred-faced man. "Get lost. How dare you overstep your bounds? What, at such an advanced age, do you still lack the clarity of a mere child? If you wish to perish, then stay behind. My second uncle, filled with indignation, stamped his foot, his lips quivering as if he wished to say something, but upon glancing at the robber, he turned and left. Watching him depart, I turned and knelt before the scarred-faced man, prostrating myself repeatedly, my head striking the ground with a series of resounding thuds. Chapter 21. Did you witness that? The scarred-faced man was momentarily taken aback by my actions. It wasn't until I had bowed several times, blood streaming from my forehead, that he finally reacted with a hearty laugh. Ha! I always suspected this young rascal lacked intelligence, didn't I? It appears he has been rendered speechless with fear. Begging for mercy. As the words of the scar-faced man echoed, his minions erupted in laughter. Observing the glimmer of pride in the scarred man's eyes, I quickly seized the moment to flatter him, saying, "Uncle, I wish to live. Please spare my life. I shall do whatever you command. Seeing how formidable you all are, I yearn to join your ranks." Orphaned at a young age, I have been relentlessly bullied. As I delved into my heartfelt narrative, tears streamed down my face, and I nearly convinced myself of my own plight. The scar-faced man, taken aback by my display, exhibited a flicker of empathy. He patted my shoulder and turned to his followers, remarking, "Alas, this child bears a resemblance to my own childhood. My father passed away, my mother abandoned me, and the villagers relentlessly tormented me. I grew up by stealing chickens from one household and vegetables from another. At that time, I vowed to attain greatness. I would seize everything I desired with my own hands." Sensing that I had struck a chord with the scar-faced man, I hastily rose to my feet, wiped my tears away, and boldly extolled, "Uncle, your words resonate profoundly. That is the essence of a true man, fearless and commanding. I aspire to become a person like you as I grow older." My words delighted the scar-faced man immensely. He burst into laughter, shouldered his blade, and addressed his subordinates with a grin. "This lad, he's quite clever, isn't he? It will be a pity to sell him off. Let us proceed in this manner. Follow my lead, and in a few years, when we find ourselves in a more prosperous position, I shall acquire a few AKs from the border for us, and you shall have a rifle. We shall rise to greatness and achieve unprecedented glory." Upon hearing their leader's words, the younger brothers were filled with fervor, their spirits ignited, as they howled into the night, envisioning a future where they would dominate the realm. Observing their loss of reason, I quickly interjected, "My friend, given your capabilities over the years, you must have amassed quite a fortune on this path, no? Were you not just saying that you robbed a family in the city and made a considerable sum? What transpired thereafter?" The scar-faced man grinned and, lighting a cigarette from his pocket, began to recount his tale. "Well, there are still several hours until dawn. Waiting here is inevitable, so I shall share my story with you. It was approximately 3 days ago when my brothers and I were engaged in our usual highway robbery. Just then, a crown vehicle approached, and we halted it, discovering a man, a woman, and a little girl inside. The woman and child were petrified with fear, but fortunately, the man exhibited some sense and stepped out to offer cigarettes to my brothers. Noticing the quality of his cigarettes, I deduced he was a man of means and had no intention of harming him. I merely sought to extract his wealth. Initially, I contemplated using his wife and child to intimidate him, but having indulged in some drink that day and finding the woman strikingly attractive, I was inexplicably compelled to lure her into the woods for a moment. The man, appearing genteel, unexpectedly displayed some valor. He seized the knife from my comrade and lunged at me. Had I not evaded swiftly, my head would have nearly been severed. In a fit of rage, I took the life of that little girl, subjecting that woman to humiliation before the man. As Scarface recounted this tale, I found myself filled with loathing. How could such malevolent beings exist in this world? Yet, I could only force a smile. Mustering my courage to glance behind Scarface as he animatedly described the woman's figure and sensations. To my astonishment, that ghostly hand reappeared, now no longer indistinct, but gradually materializing. Suddenly, a ghastly pale face emerged from behind Scarface, her eyes burning with resentment as she glared at him, her disheveled hair cascading down to obscure half of her visage. As Scarface grew more animated, even rising to mimic the actions of that moment, swaying his hips like a lustful beast. The moonlight revealed the woman's form with increasing clarity. She donned a long red dress, striking like the most vivid crimson against the night. Silently, she clung to Scarface's back, her long hair slithering like serpents, unable to conceal her eyes filled with hatred and fury. 2 streams of blood tears trickled down her cheeks, falling upon Scarface's oblivious, self-satisfied face, only to evaporate instantly, leaving no trace. As the flashlight flickered again, I noticed a small girl standing at the woman's feet. The child appeared no older than 3 or 4, clad in suspenders, with a shocking crimson mark faintly visible around her neck. Clutching a teddy bear in one hand, she held on her mother's skirt with the other, her vacant gaze fixed on Scarface, her pallid face betraying no emotion. As I gazed upon the spectral figures of a family, having already discerned 2 apparitions, I pondered the whereabouts of the third. The scarred-faced man recounted their methods of dealing with the patriarch of this household. After indulging in their revelry, the man collapsed onto the ground, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Though I may be wicked, I am not foolish. I understand the wisdom in eradicating a threat entirely, lest it resurface. Thus, I swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke. To avert any unforeseen complications, I dismembered him and discarded the remains in the forest, where they would likely be devoured by wild beasts. Even if his own mother were to come searching, she would scarcely recognize him. The scarred-faced man laughed maniacally, yet my countenance bore no trace of mirth. I spoke with an air of detachment. Do you truly believe that destroying the body ensures your safety? My words silenced his laughter, and he struck the back of my head in frustration. Do you not comprehend the significance of obliterating all evidence? However, my next utterance altered his expression entirely. But he stands right there, to your right. I raised my hand and pointed beside the scarred man, yet their faces contorted with terror, for they saw nothing. How dare you jest with me? Even if he were a ghost, I could still cleave him in 2. The scarred man's complexion drained of color. His eyes widened as if attempting to pierce the shroud of night and confront the unseen horror. He abruptly turned, wielding his cleaver in a frenzied arc. It could only slice through the empty air, producing a series of disconcerting whooshing sounds. Beneath the moonlight, his shadow elongated and distorted, starkly contrasting with the surrounding silence. What are you blathering about? His voice trembled, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver of sorrow, yet predominantly infused with a tumult of anger and fear. A sinister smile crept across my face as I slowly rose to my feet, advancing toward him step by step, each footfall seemingly pressing upon his taut nerves. The moonlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting a mottled glow upon me, as if even the night itself rallied in my favor. Look, he is right there, fixating on you with those blood-red eyes, I murmured softly, my fingers delicately tracing the air, as though genuinely reaching for that intangible presence. The scarred face quivered, instinctively following my fingertip's trajectory, revealing nothing but an expanse of desolate woods, accompanied solely by the rustling wind and the occasional distant call of night birds. Yet, the expression in the scarred man's eyes gradually morphed into a hollow despair, as if he truly beheld something. The flesh on his face quivered violently, and a guttural hiss escaped his throat. I lowered my voice further, imbued with an undeniable conviction. I have indeed seen him. He wears a shirt soaked in blood, with remnants of undried flesh clinging to it. Your fingers severed one by one. Now he struggles in the earth, searching desperately for his lost limbs, piecing himself together to seek vengeance upon you. Chapter 22. The Apprenticeship at Dàoxiān. In truth, I had not witnessed that man. However, the woman and the little girl were real and vividly etched in my memory. I feared that if I spoke of them, they might harm me, which compelled me to fabricate a deceit. To my surprise, the scar-faced man, filled with guilt, truly believed my ruse. He appeared somewhat panicked, and thus chose to ignore me entirely, seizing the car keys from Uncle Air and beckoning his subordinates to enter the vehicle. The van roared to life, and with a sharp turn, they charged towards me. Had I not hastily leaped into the adjacent ditch, I would surely have met my demise on the spot. The robbers erupted into laughter as they drove away, and I finally exhaled in relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Can you truly see us? A chilling female voice emerged from behind me, causing a wave of cold sweat to cascade down my spine, yet I dared not respond. I know you can see us. Thank you. Were it not for you, we would have been paralyzed by the murderous aura emanating from that beast, unable to confront him. Now that he is frightened, his malevolence will wane, allowing us the opportunity to seek our vengeance. A gust of eerie wind swept past me, and when I turned to look again, I found no one there, only the peculiar sensation of something soft beneath my feet. Glancing down, I discovered the plush bear held by the little girl moments ago. The bear bore stains of crimson, and I surmised it was a gift from her. In a frenzy, I ran without a sense of direction, unaware of the distance I covered, until I ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. Upon awakening the next day, I found a throng of people gathered by the roadside. As I approached, I realized that Uncle Ayre's van had tumbled off the cliff, and all the robbers within it had met their end. I stood there, gazing down the precipice, my heart a tumult of emotions. It became clear to me that not all spirits in this world are malevolent, nor are all humans benevolent. I retrieved 2 old books and a copper mirror from my bosom. These were the last remnants of my grandfather. Although the physical items were gone, I was resolute in fulfilling my grandfather's final wishes. Wrapping myself tightly in my cotton coat, I disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around me and embarked on my quest to find Dàoxiān. At this juncture, I was separated from my second uncle and utterly destitute, forced to beg along the way, seeking sustenance while inquiring about the general direction of Dàoxiān. After traversing an unknowable number of fruitless paths, I finally arrived at the foot of Dàoxiān 9 months later. At that moment, I was clad in tattered garments, my body smeared with grime, my shoes riddled with holes, and my hair unkempt for over half a year, resembling a true hermit. As I ascended the stone steps of Dàoxiān, I was halted midway by 2 disciples guarding the mountain. Stop! Who is this beggar? This is a sacred Taoist site. No idle wanderers may enter. One disciple, donned in a blue Taoist robe, barred my way. Brother, he is merely a child. Do not frighten him. The other disciple interjected hastily, stepping forward to scrutinize me closely. This child is so filthy, he scarcely resembles a human. What is your name? What brings you to Dàoxiān? Having endured a life of hardship, begging when hungry and sleeping in bridge shelters, I was overwhelmed with emotion upon finally reaching Dàoxiān, rendering me momentarily speechless. Brother, he appears mute, one disciple remarked. Enough questions. Today marks the significant occasion of Master and the Heavenly Master Zhang Jingqing discussing Tao in the Jinyo Cave. We must not allow any disturbances. Send him down the mountain. Very well. Come here, little beggar. Take these 2 coins and descend the mountain. I stood frozen in place, my gaze fixed upon the 2 coins glimmering faintly before me. They seemed to embody my sole source of solace and mockery at that moment. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a mottled glow upon my dust-laden visage, where sweat and dirt intertwined, rendering me particularly disheveled. I inhaled deeply, striving to steady my voice. My name is Péng Dàoxiān. I do not wish to disturb the sacred place. Rather, I have come in search of a teacher to seek wisdom. I kindly ask for your understanding, esteemed brothers. As I spoke, I slowly extended my hand, yearning to accept the coins, yet halted the instant my fingers brushed against them. Dignity and survival hung in a delicate balance at that moment. Ultimately, I shook my head, withdrew my hand, and met their gaze with unwavering resolve. I am unworthy of these coins. Please instruct me on how I may prove myself worthy to ascend the mountain in pursuit of enlightenment. Seeing my refusal to descend, one of the disciples could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand to strike me, prompting me to immediately kneel upon the ground. Along my journey, I encountered many malevolent individuals, devoid of virtue, yet brazenly arrogant. In such instances, I would invariably bow and prostrate myself, offering them a chance to resolve their karma and enter the cycle of rebirth. A disciple of Dàoxiān is striking someone. Striking someone. Is there no one to intervene? Suddenly, a disheveled old Taoist appeared from an unknown corner, pointing at the disciple poised to strike and shouting. Clad in a tattered gray robe, reeking of alcohol, his unkempt, yellowed hair was hastily tied into a bun with a twig. The old man's voice attracted a throng of Dàoxiān disciples who, upon arrival, surprisingly did not express anger. Instead, they bowed respectfully to the disheveled Taoist, referring to him as their esteemed elder. As the disheveled old Taoist noticed that no one dared to block the door any longer, he seized my arm with a hearty chuckle and swiftly urged me to ascend the mountain. My stamina was insufficient, as I was barely able to run a few steps before tumbling to the ground. The old Taoist rubbed his nose and effortlessly hoisted me onto his shoulder, continuing his ascent with remarkable vigor. This aged practitioner appeared even older than my grandfather, yet his strength surpassed that of many younger individuals. He moved with agility, and before long, we arrived at the entrance of the majestic Jinjuan Hall. I, having been expelled from Maoshan, no longer counted as one of its disciples, thus refraining from entering to confront the obstinate elders. "You may proceed on your own from here," he said, waving his hand dismissively. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Gazing at the imposing Jinjuan Hall, I felt a surge of trepidation. Even before I could step inside, the Maoshan disciples had already reported my presence to the master. Shortly thereafter, several middle-aged men clad in Taoist robes emerged. "Did you come to pay your respects at the mountain gate? Who sent you?" inquired a Taoist dressed in a blue robe and adorned with a lotus crown. "My name is Péng Dàoxiān. My family has encountered a grave misfortune. My grandfather has passed away, and though I remain alive, I am afflicted by a severe ailment. Before his demise, he implored me to ascend the mountain to learn the Tao, claiming that it was my only hope for survival. I beseech you, esteemed masters, to accept me." Upon concluding my plea, the Taoists exchanged glances, and one slender Taoist wielding a whisk stepped forward, asking, "What was your grandfather's name?" "Péng Dàoxiān," I replied. Upon the mere utterance of the name Péng Dàoxiān, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify, as several Taoist priests exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a complex tapestry of emotions: shock, reverence, and an ineffable sense of taboo. At that moment, the sunlight appeared to dim, casting mottled shadows before the grand hall that accentuated the solemn expressions etched upon their faces. The eldest among them, wielding an ancient longsword, let its tip gently graze the ground, producing a faint yet crisp sound that shattered the surrounding silence. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze fierce and penetrating, as if capable of piercing through the dust of ages to behold the depths of my soul. "Master Dàoxiān, I never anticipated you to be his grandson." His voice resonated deeply, every word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Chapter 23. Do not kneel, for I cannot bear it. "Master Dàoxiān?" I was perplexed. Many in the village referred to him as grandpa or elder, yet I had never heard anyone address him in such a manner. Humph, this old fellow has always been resolute and self-reliant. How could he possibly recall us? A motley crew of inconsequential beings in his final moments? One Taoist let out a cold snort, seemingly familiar with my grandfather, though their tones suggested a history of discord. "Blessings of the infinite celestial venerable. Brother, do not recklessly taint your speech." The Taoist standing in the center waved his whisk, cautioning the other priest before continuing. "In the past, during the Golden Cauldron debate, our doctrines and scriptures paled in comparison to his. It was only natural for him to regard us with disdain, and we must not harbor resentment that disrupts our Taoist hearts." The admonished Taoist took a step back, nodding in acquiescence. "I am Xiao Shui, the Grand Master of Maoshan, known by the Taoist title of Qingshu Jinren. These individuals beside me are my fellow disciples, Sangsong Jinren, Miaodao Jinren, and Wuwei Jinren. We are acquainted with your grandfather, and since you have come to Maoshan, we cannot remain indifferent. You may choose a master to study the profound arts of our Maoshan school." Before Qingshu Jinren could finish his words, the Taoist wielding a sword stepped forward. "Hold on, this individual seems rather unusual. If old Péng had not encountered insurmountable troubles, how could he allow his grandson to join Maoshan? With his disdainful demeanor, he surely looks down upon us. The only thing that could have piqued his interest must be something extraordinary for Maoshan." The sword-bearing Taoist was Sangsong Jinren. He grasped my wrist, feeling my pulse. Sangsong Jinren's fingers trembled slightly against my skin, and his eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of life, suddenly filled with unprecedented shock and disbelief. He abruptly lifted his gaze, as if piercing through my flesh to gaze into the depths of my soul. The air around us seemed to freeze, each breath growing heavier. 9 fiends seen. Chi, how is this possible? His voice quivered, each word escaping his lips with great difficulty, laden with weight. Song Song Jinren's countenance turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, starkly contrasting the surrounding stillness. He abruptly released my hand and staggered back a few steps, his fists clenched tightly, as if struggling to contain the turmoil within. The other disciples looked on in bewilderment, casting uncertain glances, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Yet I stood there in a daze, engulfed in confusion and trepidation. The venerable Qingshu Jinren gently placed his feathered duster upon my shoulder, and then began to chant an incantation. In an instant, the sinister energy within me surged forth as if a seal had been broken, causing several individuals to stagger back. The malevolent force darkened the sky, and the temperature around us plummeted to an icy chill. Upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, a few Taoist priests swiftly positioned themselves in a formation, stepping upon the 7 stars. The 9 heavens exorcism array, sealing spirits and confining demons, commence. Golden runes swiftly ascended from their beings, transforming in midair into iron chains that ensnared the tumultuous malevolence, forcibly drawing it back into my body. Once the ordeal concluded, they were drenched in sweat, yet could not shake off their lingering dread. This matter exceeds our capabilities. We must summon our master from his retreat, Qingshu Jinren remarked, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Our master is currently engaged in philosophical discourse with the celestial master. We cannot disturb him. It will be better to send this child down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Qingshu Jinren immediately countered, waving his hand decisively. Absolutely not. Regardless of past affections, as practitioners of our path, we are bound to uphold righteousness and assist those in peril. How can we stand idly by in the face of death? Moreover, the malevolent energy is currently sealed within this child's being by Elder Peng's Qianyuan blood-burning forbidden technique. You are well aware that such a seal demands a life as its price. Should the seal falter and the malevolence escape, this child will transform into a being neither human nor ghost, and countless lives would be at stake. Let's not speak of this any further. Master, I have a suggestion. Perhaps we should confine him within the underground demon locking tower to prevent his malevolent aura from spilling forth and endangering the disciples of the mountain. A Taoist priest stepped forward and whispered into the ear of Master Qingshu, who shook his head in disapproval once more. He is still but a child. Regardless of what he may become in the future, at this moment, he is human, not a demon. To hastily imprison him in the tower would be to unjustly condemn a life. Master Qingshu continued, in my opinion, it would be better to assign him to the back mountain, where he can chop wood and fetch water daily to temper his character. Perhaps one of you may take him as a disciple and guide him well. Who knows what he may achieve in the future? Upon hearing Master Qingshu's words, Taoist Song Song eagerly stepped forward, sword in hand. He surveyed me with a look of satisfaction and remarked, no doubt you are the grandson of that old fellow. You possess a natural aptitude for cultivation. However, he added, I must inquire about your birth details to determine if you are worthy of being my disciple. When were you born? Upon realizing the Taoist's intention to accept me as a pupil, I promptly responded, my name is Péng Dàoxiān, born in the year of Jiashun, on the day of Dinghai, during the hour of Jichou. After hearing my birth details, the expressions of the Taoist shifted dramatically, and Taoist Song Song's mouth twitched in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Heavenly Venerable, how could one possess such a sinister fate? They exclaimed. Your fate is surrounded by lonely stars, destined to bring calamity to both father and mother. With 3 pillars in void, you are prone to attracting malevolent entities. The dominance of the 7 killings is unrestrained, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. This is no ordinary fate. You are akin to a living embodiment of the King of Hell. Master Song Song possesses profound Taoist skills. Since you intend to accept me as a disciple, I shall not contest this matter further. My fellow apprentices have pressing affairs to attend to and will take their leave first. After I uttered my brief statement, the other Taoist priests engaged in discussion before hastily departing, leaving only myself, Sangsong, and Master Qingshu on the premises. Master Yu. Before Sangsong could finish his words, Master Qingshu waved his whisk and turned it apart. Sangsong, as the head of our sect, you bear the weight of all matters. It would be unkind of you to overburden yourself, would it not? This young man is fated to be your disciple. Thus, this matter is settled. Once Master Qingshu departed, I noticed only one Taoist priest remained, and I hastily prepared to bow in reverence to my new master. Wait, do not kneel, do not bow. I am unworthy of such respect. Listen closely, he continued. Though I shall impart to you the ways of the Tao, we cannot bear the titles of master and disciple. You are not to call me master, and I shall simply address you by your name. You cannot reside with the other disciples. The thatched cottage upon the back mountain will be your dwelling. Each day, at the hour of the rabbit, you must rise, fill 10 barrels with water from a kitchen, and then venture into the woods to gather firewood. You must retire to bed before the hour of the pig. Every year, on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, I will visit the back mountain to teach you for a day. How much you learn will depend upon your own enlightenment. As Sangsong concluded his words, he hurriedly took his leave as if fleeing from a plague, leaving me alone in a whirlwind of confusion amidst the wind. Chapter 24. The soul enters the underworld. Thus, I lived in the humble thatched cottage on the back mountain for 3 years, my days consumed with fetching water and gathering firewood, with only the occasional visit from a mad, old Taoist hermit who would come to sit and converse with me. Although Master Sangsong visits me every year on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, hurriedly imparting a talisman before swiftly departing, I cherish it as a treasure and practice diligently each day. I have mastered 3 talismans: the ghost-repelling talisman, the demon-dispersing talisman, and the spirit-binding talisman. I can draw these 3 talismans with my eyes closed. I yearn to learn more mystical arts, yet no one dares to teach me. I once perused the ancient texts left by my grandfather, but they were filled with blank pages devoid of any characters. For 3 years, I have remained cold as ice, wrapped in a tattered cotton coat. However, the labor of chopping wood and fetching water has endowed me with a robust physique, far surpassing that of ordinary folk, and I have gradually grown accustomed to the chill. Yet, every winter solstice, the malevolent energy within me flares up, leaving me icy and in unbearable pain. During these times, the disheveled old Taoist brings a large gourd of wine, coaxing me to drink it. After consuming it, I succumb to a deep slumber, awakening the next day, feeling as though my bones have been shattered. Today marks the onset of winter, and the old Taoist arrived early at my thatched cottage, bringing along a roasted chicken and 2 plates of side dishes. Upon seeing me enter, he waved his hand. Come in quickly. It's the beginning of winter. Let's indulge a little. After a day of traversing the mountain paths, hunger gnawed at me, and I paid little heed to formality, casually sitting down and tearing off a chicken leg to devour. Ah, the fare at Maoshan is rather meager, the old Taoist remarked, as he tore off another chicken leg and handed it to me. Master, I feel quite embarrassed to be eating your food so often. Over the years, I have affectionately referred to the disheveled old Taoist as Dao Yi, for his demeanor resonates deeply with that of my grandfather, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As for sustenance, I believe in seizing the moment. If there is food, I shall partake, and if there is drink, I shall indulge. For who can predict the span of one's days? The old Taoist, carefree and unrestrained, may appear somewhat eccentric, yet he possesses a profound clarity in his existence. After savoring 2 chicken legs and downing a hearty gulp of wine, I resolved to engage this venerable Taoist in philosophical discourse. I inquired of Dao Yi why our Taoist sect seems distinct from other religious traditions. What sets us apart? For instance, other sects proclaim that disbelief leads one to the depths of hell. With a chuckle, Dao Yi replied, "Were you pondering? It is perfectly acceptable for you not to believe in me. You must place your faith in science." Other sects assert, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Dao Yi retorted with a smirk, if I do not enter hell, then who cares to? Let them go if they wish. Observing the mischievous expression upon his face, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and pressed on with my inquiries. I noted that other sects advocate for the practice of letting go and embracing forgiveness. A true gentleman does not forget a grudge. Otherwise, the demons within me shall remain unresolved, he declared with bravado. Although Dao Yi exuded confidence, I remained unconvinced and continued to probe further. Yet, other sects insist we must trust in fate and refrain from defying the heavens. Nonsense, Dao Yi exclaimed. With a golden elixir residing within, my fate lies in my hands, not dictated by the heavens. The Confucians would say to embrace, while the Buddhists speak of letting go. What of us in the Taoist tradition? We command the winds and thunder, asserting our will. While other sects claim that anyone is trustworthy and can be emulated, I scoff. For what level do they possess to dare compare themselves with my esteemed Taoist lineage? The disheveled old Taoist, possessing profound knowledge, left me feeling utterly defeated in argument, compelling me to bow my head and sip my drink in silence. Master, I inquired, why is Taoism so revered? In ancient times, emperors eradicated Buddhism, yet spared Taoism? With bleary eyes, I gazed at the old sage, tossing out another question. The old Taoist sighed deeply, recounting, during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, there was a Taoist who, in a fit of discontent, proclaimed a slogan that nearly tore the heavens asunder. What was this remarkable slogan? Heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall arise. Overcome by drink, I succumbed to slumber. In the realm of dreams, a chilling wind enveloped me, the fog thick and suffocating, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. I traversed a nebulous gray stone path, each step resonating with an unsettling tremor from the depths of my soul. As I inadvertently raised my gaze, a colossal stone archway loomed before me, inscribed with 3 formidable characters. In Ming Jie, the Netherworld. The Netherworld? Have I perished? Ahead, dim lights flickered ominously, illuminating an ancient execution platform, where iron chains intertwined, emitting a jarring sound of friction. As I drew closer, I beheld my grandfather's figure cruelly bound to a towering pillar. His visage pale as parchment, eyes sunken, bearing the weight of time's tribulations and endless suffering. Most harrowing of all, thick iron hooks pierced through his shoulders, a torment known as the peep of bone punishment, ensuring that even in the netherworld, he could not escape this agony. Grandfather! I dashed forward, my voice startling him. He struggled to lift his head, rasping, "Do not come closer." His voice was laced with urgency, and I stood frozen in place, tears brimming in my eyes. Child, do not be afraid. This is the realm of the underworld. I summoned you here. Your grandfather has transgressed the laws of the netherworld and must face punishment. However, a great calamity looms over you. The restraints are loosening, and the malevolent energy of the 9 fiends is about to emerge. How have you progressed in your studies of the arts? His inquiry left me at a loss for words. After 3 years at Maoshan, apart from fetching firewood and water, I had only learned 3 basic talismans, and they had imparted not a shred of true Taoist wisdom. Noticing my hesitance and silence, my grandfather shut his eyes tightly and uttered, "The practitioners of the bull's nose have hindered my great endeavor. They fear that you possess the fate of the king of hell, which is why they refuse to teach you the Taoist arts." There are 2 schools of Taoist practice within the Qingjing sect of Maoshan. The first is the Qingwei Xintian Dao, which can exorcise spirits and subdue demons, offering salvation to the departed. The second is the Taiyin Shishin technique, a form of sorcery that can refine in energy and traverse between the worlds of the living and the dead. Given your circumstances, should you cultivate the Taiyin Shishin technique? With your aptitude, even if you cannot fully refine the 9 fiends' malevolent energy, it could at least be suppressed. Alas, sighing at my grandfather's words, a surge of resentment welled within me. If the practitioners of Maoshan were unwilling to accept me, I could have sought refuge at Longhu Mountain much earlier. Why accept me only to withhold all knowledge of the Tao, leaving me to fend for myself in the back mountains? I shall confront them. In a fit of anger, I turned to leave, but my grandfather's voice rang out behind me, filled with reproach. Qingshu, Cangsong, Wu Wei, Miao Dao, Guazian. Many years ago, I was cast down the mountain for concealing the sacred text for your sake. Now you stand idly by as my grandson meets his demise. How foolish of me to have misjudged you. I suddenly awoke with a start from my slumber, sitting upright, drenched in cold sweat, my heart pounding like a drum, sending painful tremors through my chest. The surroundings remained shrouded in the dimness and silence of the thatched cottage, and the disheveled old Taoist had vanished without my notice. Yet, that chilling sensation clung to me like a shadow, as if the frigid air of the underworld had quietly seeped into reality. I looked down at myself, only to see a faint blue glow emanating from my skin, a harbinger of the impending loss of control over the malevolent Yin energy. The coldness pierced through me like fine needles, invading every pore, penetrating my spine, causing involuntary shivers to course through my body. My hands clenched into tight fists, nails digging deep into my palms, seeking to combat the icy grip of dread and fear that emanated from the depths of my soul. The air around me seemed to solidify. Each breath I took felt as if I were inhaling shards of ice. I closed my eyes, the image of my grandfather intertwined with his cutting words, leaving me in a state of sorrow and helplessness. Chapter 25. Ultimately becoming a malevolent spirit. The night was as dark as ink, clouds veiling the moon. As I treaded heavily, each step resonating in my heart, igniting an endless fury and resentment. The axe in my hand gleamed with a chilling light in the gloom, once a mere tool for chopping wood, now transformed into the blade of vengeance that dwelled within me. The thatched cottage atop the mountain appeared as a hazy silhouette in the nocturnal landscape. Faint lights flickering. Those were the abodes of the disciples of the Qing sect on Dàoxiān. The wind seemed to hold its breath in that moment. The valley so still that I could only hear the rapid cadence of my breathing and the thumping of my heart. I clenched my teeth, my eyes aflame with a furious crimson, resembling a beast ignited by wrath. As I advanced step by step towards the very abodes that had once bestowed upon me naught but indifference and neglect. With each approaching stride, the fury within me intensified, reaching a boiling point. "Oh, you bull-nosed disciples of Dàoxiān, how dare you transgress against me? If you are unwilling to impart the ways of the Tao, why then must I toil to fetch water and gather firewood for your service? 3 years. Do you comprehend how I have endured these 3 years? Rising at dawn and laboring until dusk, at the tender age of 8, I bore water buckets taller than myself along the rugged mountain paths, filling 10 large vats, often rendered too weary to rise again. After a brief respite, I was compelled to chop firewood, my small hands callous from the toil. Yet I bore no grievances in my pursuit of mastering the Tao, while you, in your hubris, have treated me as a fool. My eyes, ablaze with rage, propelled my swift steps, and soon I arrived at the dwelling of the Dàoxiān disciples. With a single swing of my axe, I cleaved through the heavy wooden door, rousing all the disciples from their slumber, who were instantly taken aback by my appearance. In that moment, I seemed as if I had emerged from the depths of the underworld, a Shura enveloped in swirling dark energy, casting an eerie and sinister glow throughout the dimly lit room. My eyes glowed a deep red, seemingly capable of weeping blood, as the flames of hatred danced within, incinerating every vestige of reason. Veins bulged beneath my skin, twisting like serpents, each heartbeat resonating with a heavy thunder that reverberated through the very souls present. My breath came in labored gasps. The veins of my hand, which gripped the axe, stood out prominently as the sharp blade glimmered ominously in the flickering candlelight, pointing menacingly at the astonished disciples of Dàoxiān. They either sat or lay sprawled, their faces etched with fear and bewilderment, as if they had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. The air was thick with tension, and time seemed to stand still at that moment, leaving only the sound of my heavy footsteps and the echoing roar resonating in my chest, heralding the impending storm. "Péng Dàoxiān, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" A voice shouted, igniting the fury within me. Following the sound, I swung my axe with such force that even I was taken aback. "Ah!" A young acolyte cried out, his arm injured by my strike. The disciples of Dàoxiān reacted swiftly, rising to their feet, donning their robes, and attacking me with their talismans. Although I lacked any knowledge of Taoist arts, my strength was formidable, and I felled more than a dozen disciples in my wake. Their spells failed to reach me, swallowed silently by the malevolent energy surrounding me. Realizing they could not harm me only fueled my madness further. Wielding my axe, I struck left and right, as though I roamed an uninhabited realm. "Stop, you demon!" The esteemed Master Dàoxiān, the first to learn of the chaos, soared through the air with his sword drawn, beginning to cast his spells. Heaven and earth, dark and light, the five elements shine together. Heavenly nets ensnare, subduing the demon lords. The wise sword unsheathed, vanquishing evil and slaying demons. Boundless cosmos, myriad laws entwined. In harmony with the celestial way, by decree, may all demons turn to dust. Heed this urgent command. A flying sword shot towards me, yet as it penetrated the aura of malevolence surrounding me, it faltered, unable to advance further. In a fit of rage, I swung my axe and severed the precious sword. What terrifying malevolent energy! Someone quickly summoned the sect leader and several elders. As soon as the words of Master Dàoxiān fell, several dark shadows rushed forth with remarkable speed. No need for that, Master Qingshu said, his face turning pale as he was struck by the malevolent aura before him. He decisively called upon several Taoists to form a formation with the intention of subduing me. Activate the five elements exorcism array. The Taoists took their positions. Master Qingshu stood at the Eastern Azure Dragon position, presiding over vitality. Master Dàoxiān occupied the Western White Tiger position, governing slaughter. Master Wuwei took the Southern Vermilion Bird position, tasked with rescue. And Master Miaodao now held the Northern Black Tortoise position, responsible for annihilation. Though I found myself ensnared within the array and unable to break free, the overwhelming malevolence surrounding me deterred them from approaching. Alas, the array was incomplete. If only Guozian were present. Master Qingshu flicked his whisk towards my arm, but I seized it firmly. In a contest of strength, he found himself unable to match me, and I swiftly wrested the whisk from his grasp. With a fierce throw, I hurled an axe directly at Master Qingshu's forehead. The force of my strike transcended technique, moving with astonishing speed as he braced for impact. Suddenly, a stone soared through the air, colliding with my flying axe. Under the moonlight, an elderly figure hurried towards me. As he drew closer, I recognized him as the disheveled old Taoist who had been drinking in my cottage just hours before. Taoist, I do not wish to harm you. Step aside. I bellowed hoarsely, my anger reaching its zenith. Péng family's child, only a few hours ago we were sharing wine and discussing the Tao. And now we must draw swords against one another? Taoist, you do not comprehend. The malevolent energy surging from me will not allow me to live much longer. These bull-headed beings are fully aware that the malevolent energy within me will break free from its seal in 3 years. Yet they refuse to impart their true knowledge. If that is the case, why did they not allow me to depart in the first place? I boldly questioned several Taoist priests, who wore expressions of discomfort, yet remained silent about the reasons. However, the disheveled old priest disregarded the danger and approached my malevolent aura. Young lad of the Péng family, your heart is consumed by excessive resentment. If this continues, you will succumb to madness. At that point, the malevolent energy will take hold of your body, obliterating your consciousness, leaving you forever trapped in a quagmire of hatred, unable to awaken. I advise you to refrain from committing acts you may later regret. Put down the axe, and let us converse amicably. Brother Guozian, this child has already succumbed to madness. Why waste words on him? Let us unite and vanquish the evil. The venerable Master Dàoxiān forcefully stomped the ground, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, repeatedly tapping his forehead. Before long, a spectral image of a golden deity materialized behind him, a manifestation of the legendary Ma Xiang's secret summoning technique. Ah, how intriguing! You possess Taoist arts yet refuse to teach me. My grandfather once rendered you aid, yet you repay kindness with malice. If that is the case, let everything be destroyed. I let out a piercing howl, my malevolent energy intensifying to the brink of manifestation, and to my astonishment, a black deity appeared behind me. This figure, though appearing no older than 12 or 13, was drenched in crimson, with 3 heads and 8 arms, a blue face adorned with fangs, wielding a long spear, and standing upon a wheel of fire. Truly a fearsome and malevolent god, grotesque in its essence. Chapter 26. The Ascension of the Golden Bull Cave. Despite their vast knowledge and experience, the several Taoist priests found themselves momentarily paralyzed by the astonishing sight before them. The malevolent specter looming behind me was not the esteemed San Tan Hai Hui De Shun or the revered Tian Wang Santai Zi, but rather the fearsome deity Neza, known for his ruthless acts of slaying and retribution. Eight-armed Neza, Brother Goasian, if we do not form the protective array soon, it seems that the entirety of Maoshan shall meet its demise. With a commanding shout, Master Tsangsong exclaimed, while the disheveled old priest sighed deeply. Alas, it cannot be helped. I shall take my position in the formation. Let the Qilin assume its rightful place. As the disheveled old priest's words echoed, he stepped forward, and instantly, the 5 elements exorcism array blazed with resplendent golden light, so brilliant that it rendered my eyes unable to open. Several golden phantoms surged through the malevolent aura, approaching me. I swung my axe to strike, shattering the golden images, yet they were merely illusions. At some point, my axe was kicked from my grasp, and in an instant, the bones of my hands and feet were dislocated. I was restrained by 5 Taoist priests, bound with iron chains. Yet within me burned an overwhelming rage. I roared like a wild beast, intent on exterminating the wicked Taoists before me. Master, this youth is far too malevolent. To protect the lives of the disciples of Maoshan, I propose we confine him within the underground demon locking tower. After my subjugation, Master Miao Dao was the first to step forward, eager to imprison me. However, it was evident that some wished for my demise. Stepping forward, Master Tsangsong's gaze was icy as he regarded me briefly before turning to clasp fists with Master Qingxiu. Brother, in my opinion, combating evil and safeguarding the righteous is the duty of our kind. This child has succumbed to darkness. I suggest we eliminate him to prevent future calamities. Ha ha ha! You wretched individuals truly embody the essence of filth. It is no wonder that Elder Peng held you in disdain. You have faltered in your magical arts, and, astonishingly, cannot even uphold the principles that reside within your hearts. The disheveled old Taoist laughed heartily as he stepped before me, shielding me behind him, and began to reproach several of his fellow disciples. Goasian, you are no longer a disciple of Maoshan. This child entered Maoshan 3 years ago. This is an internal matter of our sect, and I advise you not to interfere. At that moment, the ever-observant Master Qingxiu finally spoke, his intent unmistakable. Today, it is either death or imprisonment for me. Qingxiu, you old scoundrel. Back in the day, Brother Yuqian was extraordinarily gifted. Had he not infiltrated the sutra repository for your sake, would he have been cast down the mountain by our master? If he had not been expelled, would the position of sect leader have fallen to you? In those times, your talents were woefully lacking and your understanding of the Tao lagged far behind your peers. It was only through Brother Yuqian's persistent guidance that you made remarkable progress. It is one thing to refuse to save his soul descendant. But if you were to take his life today, what face would you have to meet Brother Yuqian a century hence? Your true colors are utterly chilling. I shall protect this child today. Even the 3 pure ones cannot take him away. Mark my words. At this moment, the disheveled old Taoist shed his previous lethargy. He stood before me, a furious deity, instilling in me a profound sense of security. Goasian Taoist, I extend you the courtesy of addressing you as senior brother. Without such courtesy, you are nothing. You have already been expelled by our master for defending the wayward disciples of Maoshan. If you wish to assert yourself in this matter, you must first seek my consent, and whether I, Tsangsong, grant it or not. The venerable Chang Song approached me, his hand forming a sword gesture, his Taoist robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Who might this be? It is none other than the little monkey of yesteryears. Back then, your skills in the mystical arts were abysmal, and it was I who guided you in the art of talisman drawing. Now, with no one to support you, you dare to defy the heavens. Pray tell, do you wish to engage in combat with me? Come forth if you dare. I shall unleash a tempest upon you. The disheveled old Taoist's words turned Chang Song's face a deep shade of fury. Just as he was about to retaliate, a commanding voice rang out, halting him. Chang Song, cease at once. An elderly figure gradually descended the mountain, clad not in a Taoist robe, but in simple white garments and cloth shoes. His hair and beard were entirely white, and he appeared to be considerably older than my grandfather. Yet, despite his apparent age, he retained a remarkable vitality, his posture unbowed. With his left hand resting behind him and a scroll of scriptures in his right, he ambled leisurely towards the gathered crowd. "Master, were you not in seclusion at the Golden Bull Cave, contemplating the Yellow Court? What brings you down?" The esteemed Su Qing approached to support the elder, his tone tender as that of a child. I felt a tumult within me, struggling to vanquish the three corpses of my inner turmoil. It seemed ascension was beyond my reach. Yet, I descended today to confront old grievances from decades past. Even in death, I would find a sense of fulfillment in my merits. The elder ambled to my side, extending 2 fingers to gently touch my forehead. At that moment, my fury was ablaze, and an intense heat surged within me. Yet, the elder's fingertips seemed imbued with a mysterious power. The instant they made contact with my brow, a wave of coolness surged through me, reaching the depths of my heart. The sensation was exquisite, akin to quenching one's thirst with a chilled beer on a sweltering summer day, instantly banishing worries and restoring tranquility. The elderly man snapped his fingers once more, and a burst of white light penetrated my forehead. Instantly, I felt enveloped in warmth and safety before succumbing to a deep slumber. In my dreams, I found myself once again in the realm of the netherworld. Following the fragments of memory in my mind, I hastened towards a location where my grandfather was shackled by iron chains. Indeed, it was not long before I encountered him, bound to a pillar. He appeared even more frail than before. Upon seeing me, he urged me not to approach, informing me that the calamities afflicting me had been temporarily alleviated by his master. He implored me to diligently pursue the path of cultivation, to uphold the honor of the Péng family. "Grandfather, please do not say another word. I will rescue you at once," I declared. Yet, as I took a step closer, an invisible barrier repelled me, sending me flying. My grandfather's expression turned anxious as he hastily cautioned, "Xiaoxian, do not act foolishly. With your current level of cultivation, you cannot breach this realm of shadows. Moreover, I have committed grave sins by shattering the ledger of life and death, willingly binding myself here. Even if you were to rescue me today, I would remain a wandering spirit, unable to reincarnate. To truly save me, you must diligently master the arts of cultivation and accumulate 100,000 merits in a mortal realm. Only then might I have the chance to be reborn." Witnessing my grandfather's suffering, I scarcely absorbed his words, repeatedly attempting to break through the intangible barrier. I tried countless times, each effort culminating in failure, without exception. Ultimately, I found myself utterly exhausted, and at some point, I drifted awake. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered myself lying on a stone bed within a cave. Before me sat an elderly figure, legs crossed in meditation, though I could not discern whether he was in deep contemplation or simply asleep. I gently nudged him, but he remained unresponsive. My trembling hand reached beneath his nose, only to discover that he had already succumbed to death. I gasped in shock, yet noticed beneath his seat lay 2 ancient tomes, one titled Qingwei, Xiantian Dao, and the other Tainshi Shu. The sight of these 2 books nearly caused my jaw to drop. It appeared that I was not simply dreaming. All that transpired in my dreams was indeed real. The existence of these 2 arcane methods confirmed that my grandfather's suffering in the underworld was also true. Gazing at the ancient text before me, I fell into deep contemplation. Like my grandfather, exorcising malevolent spirits had always been my aspiration. Yet, mastering the 9 eveline Qi was an essential path I must traverse. Which tome should I choose? Chapter 27, The Mysterious Woman. After a moment of hesitation, I resolutely tucked both books into my bosom. Why ponder so much? Only a child would be indecisive. I am no longer a mere 3-year-old. Naturally, I desire them both. After securing the ancient volumes, I continued my exploration within the cavern, discovering that it was a natural limestone cave adorned with stalactites. The flowing stone columns, illuminated by the sunlight, displayed a kaleidoscope of colors. Venturing deeper into the Golden Bull Cave, I was greeted by a breathtaking vista that unfolded before my eyes. A crystal-clear, natural pool lay nestled within, its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the vibrant silhouettes of the surrounding stalactites, resembling a flowing ink wash painting. Sunlight streamed through the crevices in the cave's ceiling, transforming into countless beams that danced upon the water, intertwining with the fine sand and gravel at the bottom, shimmering with a golden and silver brilliance, as if a golden bowl were indeed concealed within, occasionally stirring ripples of ethereal beauty. Around the pond, a delicate mist wove itself, enveloping every inch of space like gossamer, bestowing an ethereal aura upon this cave dwelling. The air was imbued with a faint freshness and sweetness, the breath of nature's spirit, uplifting the heart and soul, as if each inhalation drew in the essence of the universe, cleansing the dust from one's spirit. The surrounding stone walls occasionally revealed gentle streams, with droplets cascading into the pond, producing a melodious and crisp sound. I found myself utterly enchanted by this place and resolved to make it my permanent abode. The abundant sunlight and water, coupled with its distance from the clamor of the world, rendered it an ideal sanctuary for cultivating my spiritual practices. I returned to the side of the stone bed and, with utmost reverence, bowed deeply to the elderly figure, devoid of any vengeful intent, solely to express my gratitude. Although I was uncertain how the ominous nine-scarlet energy within me was subdued, I sensed a profound connection to the venerable man before me. In my dreams, my grandfather had mentioned that the temporary resolution to my nine-scarlet energy predicament was attributed to his master. If this elder were indeed his master, then by the hierarchy of lineage, he could be considered my grandmaster. Even if he were not my grandmaster, having taken his teachings and learned the art of Dàoxiān, it was only fitting that I prostrated before him and addressed him as my master. I then gathered the elder's remains and found a location I deemed auspicious for burial. Subsequently, I began my relentless practice of the spells contained within the two tomes. The Dàoxiān art is profoundly intricate, fundamentally divided into the dual principles of yin and yang. The yang, guided by the heart's fire, governs the 5 internal organs, embodying the celestial way. The spells encompass the 5 thunder incantation, heavenly thunderstrike, incense invocation, spirit summoning, evil breaking charm, alongside miraculous applications such as pestilence expulsion, talisman drawing, and healing. Mastery of these arts enables one to exhale the true fire of samadhi and summon the fire dragons of the 8 desolations. The essence of yin governs the 6 organs, forming the foundation of earthly practices. The arts of magic are categorized into various forms including corpse refinement, spirit confinement, witchcraft, divination, cursing, soul summoning, exorcism, ghostly consumption, spirit binding spells, haunting grievances, along with blessings for transcendence, dragon seeking, disaster alleviation, and fortune telling, each possessing its own wondrous utility. Upon realizing the potential to delve into the underworld, command the spirits, and ferry souls to the afterlife, my heart quaked with fervor. If it were indeed possible to traverse freely between the realms of yin and yang, I could rescue my tormented grandfather's spirit from the depths of hell and guide him to his rightful rest. With such thoughts, I dedicated myself fervently to the study of yin techniques daily, often neglecting sleep and sustenance. According to the records of the art of the lunar deity, the 9 malevolent yin energies are a fusion of the malevolent auras emitted by the celestial bodies: Qingyang, Taoyuo, Mars, Ring Star, the sky, earthly calamity, earthly void, exorcism, and the 7 killings, intertwined with the moonlight's yin essence, capable of manifesting and providing protection. I cultivated 2 forms of magic harmoniously, merging yin and yang, thus advancing my mastery at an astonishing pace. However, within me, 3 distinct forces often clashed. The first, a dark blue malevolent energy, belonged to Arwen. The second, a crimson blood essence, was tied to my grandfather. And the third, a sphere of pure white energy, presumably belonged to the elder. Initially, the malevolent energy was wildly aggressive, rampaging within me and causing me immense suffering. Eventually, I learned to guide the righteous and sanguine energies within to suppress it, resulting in the malevolent force often being subdued, until the 3 powers became distinctly defined, akin to the 3 kingdoms. Nonetheless, the malevolent energy remained formidable, though I had refined one aspect. 8 other forms of malevolence still resided within me. A decade later, having attained a modicum of mastery in my craft, I emerged from the depths of the Golden Bull Cave. My heart had entirely relinquished its burdens of hatred and prejudice. Under the cover of darkness, unnoticed by others, I descended from Mount Mao. In truth, my intention was to see how the disheveled old Taoist fared. He had surely borne considerable sacrifice to protect me in the past. I wondered how he was doing now. Should we meet again, I believed my abilities would allow for a friendly exchange of skills. I longed for his wine, and even more so for the roasted chicken legs he would offer me. During my years in the Golden Bull Cave, aside from my practice, my diet consisted solely of the fish and shrimp from the nearby pond. Though natural and wholesome, after a prolonged period, I found myself yearning for the warmth of human life. I made my way to the back mountain, arriving at the humble thatched cottage where I had once resided. To my astonishment, a dim light flickered within, indicating that, after a decade, someone still inhabited this place. Curiosity piqued, I approached stealthily. Peering through the partially closed window, I beheld an exceptionally tidy room, imbued with the scent of incense mingling with a faint trace of powder. How curious! This secluded, thatched cottage behind Mount Mao was known to very few. 10 years ago, apart from myself and the disheveled old Taoist, even Master Tsongsong visited only once a year. Who could possibly dwell here? Had the Taoist concealed a beauty within his golden abode? Chanting a subtle mantra, I concealed my presence entirely and quietly crept closer to the window. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows, revealing the silhouette of a woman, lending an air of mystery to the scene. She wore a flowing white gown, with a jade hairpin securing a portion of her cascading tresses, while the remainder of her hair tumbled down like a waterfall. Though devoid of makeup, she emanated an ethereal grace that was undeniably captivating. At this moment, she was utterly absorbed in gazing at an ancient bronze mirror weathered by the passage of time, with her hands forming intricate seals and incantations softly escaping her lips. It appeared as though she was employing an arcane technique to summon spirits. As her spell intensified, the surface of the mirror began to ripple, its reflection growing increasingly indistinct. Gradually, a ghostly green light emanated from the mirror, slowly coalescing into form. Within its depths, a pale visage with hollow eyes emerged, a specter that seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, becoming clearer within the mirror. I stood outside, nearly speechless, for the apparition that materialized was none other than the disheveled old Taoist who had once shared drinks and philosophical musings with me. He had passed away, and now his spirit was being summoned by this woman. Who was she, and what were her intentions? The old Taoist had been my companion for 3 years, defending me when my malevolent aura flared and I was captured. He had always stood guard over me, a kindness I could never forget, nor could I allow his soul to wander restlessly after death. Resolving to intervene, I decided to confront the woman before me. Chapter 28: The 10 Methods of Spirit Summoning. The mysterious woman was casting her spell within the thatched cottage when suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air. 2 paper figures, one male and one female, their faces adorned with heavy rouge, began to pound on the rickety door of the cottage. The woman's delicate brows furrowed as she seized a piece of red cloth and draped it over the bronze mirror before stepping out to investigate. As she opened the wooden door, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Before she could comprehend the situation, the paper figures seized her by the arms and flung her outside. Yet, the woman possessed some skill. In the moment of her fall, she deftly supported herself with one hand, executing a graceful roll and landing elegantly. "Humph! How dare you come a Mao Shan to flaunt your methods of summoning spirits? I shall destroy you," the woman declared as she retrieved 2 yellow talismans from her bosom, chanting incantations under her breath. The talismans soared into the air, targeting the foreheads of the paper effigies. To her astonishment, the 2 paper figures did not flinch or evade. Instead, they grinned eerily. When the talismans adhered to their foreheads, they exhibited no effect, causing the woman's expression to shift to one of alarm as she retreated hastily, with her hands moving swiftly to form intricate gestures. Flames ignited at her fingertips. With a flick of her finger, she directed the flames onto the two paper figures, setting them ablaze. Witnessing the figures engulfed in flames, the woman exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, before she could turn to re-enter the dwelling, the ashes of the burnt figures were swept up by a sinister wind, coalescing into two whirlwinds that rushed toward her. She leaped back into the house, retrieving a delicate peach wood sword, and vaulted out of the window, engaging in a fierce struggle with the two whirlwinds. Concealed in the branches of a tree, I subtly maneuvered the whirlwinds below, silently playing the role of an observer while pondering in my heart. This woman was capable of dismantling the two paper figures I had conjured in a short span. Yet she was ensnared by the whirlwinds I manipulated, indicating her modest prowess. Although she resided in Dàoxiān, her spells were not of the orthodox tradition. Curiosity regarding her true identity began to stir within me. After a brief struggle, she swept away the two gusts, stepping into a celestial stance while intoning words of power. Heavenly thunder, descend with divine retribution. Vanquish evil and subdue demons. Radiate brilliance. The azure sky bears the talisman. The Big Dipper annihilates. Sacred light envelopes, purging the malevolent shadows. I invoke the Lord of Thunder, the nine heavens as commanded. Upon the completion of the woman's incantation, the heavens darkened as ominous clouds obscured the moonlight, and myriad bolts of lightning descended, scattering the two swirling gusts of malevolent wind. Rather than dissipating, the electric arcs surged toward my concealed position, evidently intent on compelling me to reveal myself. I darted and maneuvered through the forest, determined to remain undetected. Although the woman attempted to wield the lightning to probe my whereabouts, an abrupt movement of her wrist suggested that her internal energy had been exhausted. Or perhaps she had reached the limits of her magical range. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and called out mockingly into the woods, questioning the audacity of a cowardly wretch hiding in the shadows, who dared to employ sinister arts to harm others, yet lacked the courage to confront her. I smirked, emerging from the thicket. Magic is merely a tool. What defines light and darkness? The woman, radiating righteousness, coldly addressed me, asserting that her lightning arts represented the light, while my practice of transforming shadows into malice was indeed sinister. She scornfully pointed out the heavy aura of darkness surrounding me, implying I was no paragon of virtue. I scoffed and retorted, "By your reasoning, if you wield lightning to kill, it is deemed righteous, while my sorcery to save is branded as malevolent. What absurd logic is this? The essence of magic is in its methodology. Light and darkness are inherently intertwined, embodying both strength and gentleness, devoid of a clear division between righteousness and malevolence. The crux lies in the intention of the practitioner and the purpose for which it is employed. Furthermore, I invoke the authentic Dàoxiān Taiyin Shishin technique. How is it deemed sinister? Conversely, did you not just employ the 10 methods to encounter spirits? Summoning souls in the dead of night. What is your true intention? Upon hearing my stern inquiry, the woman appeared somewhat flustered. She stammered, "What does it have to do with you? Do I need to report to you what I do in my own room? You are a peeping Tom." I could not help but let out a cold laugh. I had no interest in spying on her. However, her claim that this was her room seemed rather inaccurate. A decade ago, I resided here, gathering firewood and fetching water. At that time, the humble abode was in disrepair, leaking during rainstorms. It was I who painstakingly repaired it brick by brick, rendering it barely habitable. Now, returning to my own dwelling for a brief visit is deemed peeping? Upon hearing my words, the woman immediately wore a ghostly expression. She produced a yellow talisman and pointed it at me, exclaiming, You are Péng Dàoxiān. 10 years ago, you were engulfed in malevolent energy, succumbing to the demonic path. In the end, it was the Grand Master who emerged to vanquish you. How could you possibly have returned from the dead? Are you human or specter? I paid no heed to her, striding directly into the thatched cottage. Upon entering, I observed that the room's arrangement was largely unchanged from when I had departed, save for 2 additional ancestral tablets on the table. One bore the inscription of my grandfather, the Miao Mountain's forsaken disciple, the true returned Taoist. The other tablet was inscribed with the title of the 9 malevolent demon child, Péng's lineage Taoist. Gazing at my own tablet, I chuckled softly. Indeed, my grandfather held deep affection for his kin. At that moment, the woman in white followed me inside. Upon seeing my shadow flickering in the candlelight, she finally believed I was alive. My grandfather had once informed me that I was dead, and a tablet had been erected in my honor, receiving incense offerings every year. When I inquired about whom the tablet commemorated, he would not divulge. Today, I finally encountered you in person. If grandfather were to know that you are still alive, he would likely feel a sense of comfort. The woman in white concluded her words, her expression tinged with melancholy. Did you employ the ghost summoning technique merely to invoke your grandfather? How long has it been since his passing? Is there an unfulfilled wish lingering in his heart? My affection for the Taoist priest prompts me to ponder why he has yet to reincarnate, and I wish to uncover the reason. Fulfilling his desire could indeed serve as my first virtuous deed since leaving my sheltered life. Alas, I am not a disciple of the Maoshan school. Rather, I belong to the Qingjing sect under the guidance of the esteemed Sun Xiangu. Our teachings are stringent, forbidding the practice of summoning spirits and harnessing yin energy, as it is deemed a disgrace to our righteous lineage. The ghost summoning technique was something I clandestinely learned not long ago, driven by a deep bond with my grandfather, longing to see him one last time on the anniversary of his passing. Little did I realize, he has not yet been reborn. As the woman in white spoke, she turned away, discreetly wiping away her tears, causing a wave of regret to wash over me. Had I not acted so impulsively, perhaps her spell might have succeeded. My dear lady, I apologize. My earlier recklessness was unwarranted. However, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the methods to perceive spirits. Allow me to assist you in contacting the Underworld and summon your grandfather's soul for a reunion. Upon hearing my words, the woman appeared elated, eagerly questioning what instruments were required for the ritual. With a mysterious smile, I reassured her that nothing was needed but a single drop of your blood. Approaching the bronze mirror, I unveiled the red cloth, only to discover that the old priest's spirit had long since vanished. I infused the mirror with a refined essence of the 9 evil yin qi, reciting the incantation to summon souls. The ancient bronze mirror grew chillingly cold, its surface beginning to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 29. Farewell to the Taoist. Before long, I glimpsed the familiar stone tablet of the netherworld in the mirror, reminiscent of the place where my grandfather was imprisoned in my dreams. I cast a spell to swiftly search the netherworld, yet surprisingly, I found no trace of my grandfather. As I contemplated further exploration, I suddenly recalled that I was assisting the woman in white with a soul summoning. I beckoned the woman in white to approach, instructing her to pierce her middle finger and let her blood fall upon the mirror's surface. Instantly, the mirror shimmered with a radiant glow, as if responding to her essence. Standing before the mirror, I urged her to conjure vivid memories of the disheveled Taoist in his former life, for the stronger her recollections, the greater the likelihood of locating his soul. With her eyes closed, the woman endeavored to summon the most profound images from her memory. After what felt like the duration of an incense stick, the mirror finally reacted. On the ancient bronze surface, colorful lights danced and gradually coalesced into a vivid scene. Before me unfolded a desolate wilderness, where a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. This sanguine orb resembled a colossal ruby embedded in the night, emanating an eerie and chilling glow that cast a sinister crimson hue over the barren landscape. Surrounding it, gnarled trees sprouted like the gnarled fingers of an old crone, creaking in the chilling wind, amplifying the desolation and terror of the scene. Not far away, a broken bridge spanned the depths of a somber lake, its shattered surface revealing stark white bones, as if countless souls had once lamented their fate here. The lake lay still and undisturbed, yet a profound chill permeated the air, with wisps of mist occasionally coalescing into ethereal apparitions that lingered restlessly upon the water surface. In this desolate scene, the scruffy old Taoist stands tall, wielding an ancient peachwood sword, its tip lightly grazing the ground, as if confronting an invisible force. Despite his weary visage, his gaze is resolutely steadfast, his garments billowing in the wind, creating a crisp sound. Before him lies a horde of twisted-faced, hollow-eyed hungry spirits, some wailing, others roaring, attempting to advance, yet halted by a faint golden aura surrounding him. The old Taoist snorts coldly, leaping high into the air, unleashing a flurry of golden sword lights that reduce swathes of malevolent spirits to ashes. The formidable display of his power terrifies the remaining fiends, causing some to flee in frantic desperation while others kneel in supplication, their will to resist utterly extinguished. "Grandfather, it's grandfather. You succeeded. I can see my grandfather," the woman in white exclaims with fervor, embracing me and pointing at the bronze mirror to share in this moment of joy. Feeling the softness of her form before me, a sudden heat rises within, compelling me to silently chant a calming incantation to suppress the wicked thoughts arising in my heart. Fortunately, the torment does not linger. The old Taoist in the mirror soon notices us. He exclaims softly while gazing skyward, and then chuckles heartily. "Oh, why do I see my great-granddaughter? Surely, this must be an illusion. Huh, you can't fool this old man." The woman in white, initially elated at her grandfather's recognition, grows disheartened upon hearing him dismiss it as an illusion. Pouting, she stamps her foot in a petulant manner, as if in playful protest. "Grandfather, after all the hardships I endured to see you, I finally managed to catch a glimpse through another's aid, and you dare to call an illusion? I am utterly exasperated." The old Taoist did not believe the words of the woman in white. He snorted coldly and declared, "You think I, your grandfather, am easily deceived? This is the realm of the underworld. How could I possibly encounter my beloved granddaughter here? You wish to trick me, but alas, I possess a vision that pierces through all illusions. Just wait and see if I can discern your true nature." With that, the disheveled old Taoist soared into the air and thrust his sword into the mirror. The force was tremendous. Had the mirror not been made of copper, it might have shattered upon impact. "Grandfather, I am truly Xiaoying. If you do not believe me, I shall show you the birthmark behind my ear." The woman gently pushed aside her hair, revealing her delicate, fair ear. She turned slightly, and indeed, there was a small, cherry blossom-shaped red birthmark behind it. "Grandfather, is it not because of this birthmark that you named me Chung Luoying? Do you not remember?" As she spoke, small pearls of tears fell from her eyes, shattering upon hitting the ground like tiny fragments of ice. "I truly is Xiaoying. By what means did you traverse the realms of Yin and Yang?" The old Taoist, upon realizing that the figure before him was indeed his granddaughter, finally believed the words of the woman in white. "I descended the mountain for training not long ago and defeated an evil sorcerer. From him, I obtained the 10 methods to encounter ghosts. I thought to return to Maoshan secretly, as it had been nearly a decade since I last saw you, hoping to use this method to meet you. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. However, the 9 fiendish demon boy, whom you often spoke of in life, has not perished. He has returned. It was he who cast the spell to help me bridge the realms of Yin and Yang, allowing me to see you once more. Grandfather, do you know? Sakura misses you dearly." The old Taoist comforted his granddaughter for a while, then turned to me with a sudden, broad smile. "You little rascal, I knew you were alive. You made this old man search for you in the underworld for over a year. So, have you managed to suppress the 9 fiends in Qi?" I chuckled softly. "Yes, for the time being, it is under control. But tell me, how come you suddenly passed away while in good health?" The Taoist coughed awkwardly a few times and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, that counterfeit liquor is treacherous. Let us not dwell on it." I retorted, "I see you must have stumbled upon some great fortune, but do not let it cloud your judgment. The 9 fiends in Qi is exceedingly sinister until it is completely refined. It may seize your body again when you are at your weakest. Furthermore, you must cultivate the Tao swiftly. Your grandfather is still suffering in the underworld." Upon hearing the disheveled Taoist mention my grandfather, my expression changed dramatically, and I hastily inquired about my grandfather's current condition. The Taoist sighed, saying, "Alas, since I descended and encountered him, I shattered the Yin prison. I intended to rescue him, but he stubbornly refused, expressing that he did not wish for the mistakes he made to bring calamity upon you in the future. His actions were a form of atonement. After one of my outings, the Yin prison vanished, and I have been searching for him ever since. In the depths of the underworld, I have bravely trespassed 2 layers, and now I find myself being pursued by the very forces of the netherworld, uncertain of when my soul may be scattered. Fueled by the words of the Taoist priest, I am filled with righteous indignation and vow to descend into the underworld to rescue both my grandfather and the priest, demanding that the realm of the dead grant them a fair reincarnation, allowing them to rest easy as they transition into their next lives. You might have already guessed this. I am a sworn brother to your grandfather, and we share an extraordinary bond. In his youth, your grandfather was a prodigy, inciting envy among many of our peers. His proud disposition and tendency to challenge authority did not endear him to others. Eventually, due to certain circumstances, he was expelled from the mountain, and in my defense of him, I too was cast out from our sect. After leaving Dàoxiān, your grandfather went into hiding. Later, I learned that his son, your father, was said to be born with a congenital disability, a notion I vehemently rejected. The art of healing knows no bounds. Even if your father had any inherent ailments, your grandfather would have surely cured them long ago. Thus, I secretly consulted the divination, which revealed that your grandfather had attracted the ire of something he should not have. As for the nature of this entity, my understanding is limited, and he, being fiercely proud throughout his life, would never disclose it. You may take your time to investigate these matters, but for now, you must accumulate 100,000 merits to facilitate your grandfather's swift reincarnation. Additionally, I must implore you to take good care of Sakura. Chapter 30. The inn is haunted. Before the Taoist priest could finish his words, a squad of ghostly soldiers from the underworld appeared, and without further ado, a fierce battle erupted. At this moment, the malevolent energy I had infused had been completely depleted, and the resplendent colors shimmering on the bronze mirror gradually faded, rendering the image increasingly obscure until the mirror reverted to its original state. Grandfather, Chung Luoying wept, covering her face as I gently caressed her back, assuring her, "Do not grieve. We must both accumulate virtue diligently. In the future, when we descend to the underworld, it will be to assist the souls of the elderly in their reincarnation." Chung Luoying nodded, resting her head on my shoulder and crying for a while. Then, she suddenly regained her composure, hastily wiping her tears and blushing as she spoke. "My skills are lacking. I must return to my master and diligently hone my craft. If we truly must descend, I do not wish to be a burden." I nodded in agreement, poised to turn away when Chung Luoying abruptly grasped my arm, pressing a delicate little brass bell into my hand. "This is one of the treasures of my sect, named Listen to the Whispering Wind. If you find yourself in need, recite the incantation, and I shall hear your words." As she uttered this, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson. I smiled, accepting the small brass bell and expressing my gratitude. "Thank you. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may find me at San Shirley Pu in Hongfu Town, Tianfu New District." After parting from Chung Luoying at the humble abode, I descended the mountain, following the route embedded in my memory, walking back home. This path, which I had traversed for 9 months to seek my master, had nearly claimed my life along the way. Fortunately, divine providence favored me, and I ultimately reached Dàoxiān after much hardship. Now, retracing the old path, I found myself filled with deep reflections. At present, I find myself in robust health, well-versed in the arts of cultivation, utilizing the technique of shrinking the earth to mere inches. While I cannot match the speed of an automobile, I can leap 4 or 5 zhang with a single bound and cover 3 or 4 meters with each stride. Although such speed may seem trivial to those who practice the way, it is indeed regarded as remarkable by ordinary folk. A journey that once took me more than half a year, I am now on the verge of completing in less than 2 months. As dusk descended, I arrived at a quaint inn. I reached into my pocket, but alas, I had not eaten for 2 or 3 days and could not afford to be overly concerned about my finances at that moment. Throughout my travels, I had subsisted on wild game or foraged fruits, and, thankfully, the mountainous terrain provided sustenance, preventing me from succumbing to starvation despite the erratic nature of my meals. Noticing a dwelling ahead, I disregarded my empty pockets and knocked vigorously on the door. "Coming," called a woman from within. followed shortly by the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. In no time, the door swung open, revealing an enchanting woman with cascading waves of hair, clad in a purple gown. Ah, just a young gentleman out for a stroll at this late hour. Are you alone? The innkeeper peered behind me, seemingly confirming my solitary status. Indeed, just me. Madam, please prepare a hearty meal for me, without any restrictions, and bring it to my room, I requested, stepping into the courtyard. However, upon entering, I sensed an unusual atmosphere. Although autumn had arrived, the courtyard exuded a chill that was not the refreshing coolness of summer shade, but rather the penetrating cold one feels standing outside a refrigeration unit during the sweltering heat of summer. Ah, madam, this is not your ancestral home, is it? My sudden inquiry startled the proprietress, but she quickly regained her composure. Why do you ask? This is land I purchased, and I constructed this house myself. Do not be fooled by its remote location. The environment and air quality here surpass that of any hotel in a bustling metropolis. Moreover, should you require any services, rest assured, dear sister can procure whatever you desire, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Upon finishing her words, the proprietress cast me a flirtatious glance, playfully fluttering her eyelids as though implying a shared understanding. Realizing she had misinterpreted my intentions, I chose not to prolong the conversation and continued walking in silence. As I entered the narrow corridor, I suddenly halted, my gaze drawn to an unoccupied corner. The proprietress, not noticing my abrupt stop, collided with me. Oh, what happened? I inquired. Madam, has anything unusual occurred here recently? Upon hearing my question, her expression shifted to one of alarm, though she swiftly masked it. And no, of course not. How could that be? You truly have a sense of humor, young man. Oh, that is a relief. I dread encountering ghosts during my stay, I remarked, observing her reaction. The proprietress's complexion paled, as if she wished to articulate something yet hesitated, ultimately offering a nervous smile. Before long, I was assigned to a room at the end of the corridor, number 914, which I found auspicious and fitting for my disposition. Just as I reclined on the bed, a knock echoed at the door. Young sir, your meal has arrived. Would you kindly open the door? It was the voice of the proprietress. I approached and opened the door, only to find the proprietress had inexplicably changed into a sleeveless outfit, her voluptuous form subtly revealed. It was too late, and there was little food left. The kitchen held only the remnants of my own untouched meal. Make do with this, she said, placing 2 small dishes and a bowl of rice before me, alongside a bottle of white liquor before departing. I indulged heartily, consuming nearly half the bottle in one go. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I reclined on the bed, drifting into a hazy slumber. The night was as dark as ink, with the moonlight scantily filtering through the half-drawn curtains, casting a patchy, silver glow upon the floor, imbuing the tranquil space with an eerie luminescence. I lingered on the precipice of dreams, my consciousness in a nebulous state, as if drawn by an invisible force, unable to delve deeper into slumber or fully awaken. At that moment, a chilling aura silently permeated the room, rising slowly from the foot of the bed, akin to the biting cold of winter winds, penetrating my garments and chilling me to the bone. My heart inexplicably raced, an indescribable terror surged within me like a tidal wave, yet I could not utter a sound. I attempted to struggle, only to realize that my limbs felt as though they were weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone, rendering me immobile. My eyelids felt heavy, and I strained to open them slightly, revealing a distorted and contorted room, where it seemed as if unseen eyes flickered in the darkness, coldly observing me. The air was suffocating, the entire room shrouded in a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. I let out a soft grunt, internally reciting the golden light incantation, heaven and earth, the profound origin, the myriad energies at their root. Through countless eons, I cultivate to attain my divine powers. Within the 3 realms, the Tao alone is supreme. With the radiance of golden light, I envelop my being. A warm current surged from my heart, sweeping through my entire being, and the chilling sensation dissipated in an instant. As soon as I regained my mobility, I leapt to my feet. I surveyed my surroundings, attempting to locate the apparition that loomed over my bed. A sinister breeze brushed against my back, and suddenly a pair of pale, slender hands rested upon my shoulder. Gradually, a face of a ghastly hue emerged. She whispered a frigid breath into my ear, her voice devoid of warmth. "Are you searching for me?" Chapter 31. The Scorned. I attempted to turn, but the ghostly figure tightened her grip around my neck. Who do you think is more fearsome? You are utterly pathetic." I transformed into the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy that repelled the ghostly woman, forcing her to hover near the ceiling. Her long hair obscured half of her face, and her eyes burned with resentment, while blood mixed with saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth, rendering her appearance horrifying. "Not a single man is worth a thing. They all deserve death. I shall slay you all." The ghost shrieked, her eyes turning crimson, her nails elongating rapidly, and an aura of darkness enveloped her, clearly indicating deep-seated resentment. Alas, I did not anticipate that my first undertaking would involve a spirit so steeped in fury. It was indeed a formidable challenge. I muttered to myself, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. While exterminating such a spirit was relatively straightforward, alleviating her grievances was akin to scaling a mountain. Having chosen the path of enlightenment, I was reluctant to rely solely on my skills. Indiscriminately vanquishing spirits without understanding their plight would yield no merit, and instead, it would accrue karmic burdens. 5-star town's brilliance illuminate the dark abyss. 1,000 gods and saints guard my true essence. Mighty celestial beasts subdue the 5 armies. In the span of 5 days, the devil's grip tightens, leading to one's demise. Wherever I tread, myriad deities bow in reverence. With urgency akin to a divine command, I entwine my fingers in the 6-yang exorcism gesture, intoning the incantation to repel malevolent spirits. A brilliant radiance emanates from my fingertips, illuminating the white-clad specter before me like the diffused glow of a flashlight. The ghostly figure hastily shields herself with her arms against the searing light. Yet the brilliance proves insurmountable, eliciting a piercing scream from her lips. With a swift motion, she retreats to the door, transforming into a chilling gust of wind and vanishing into the night. Fearing she might continue her malevolence, I hastily flung open the door and pursued her. The corridor was shrouded in dim light, and in the blink of an eye, the specter had fled, leaving behind naught but a fleeting silhouette that dissipated around the corner. My pace quickened as I rushed into the courtyard, yet the ghost's presence had entirely vanished. Though my spiritual sight is not fully awakened, I can perceive the spectral, but once she conceals herself, I am rendered powerless. As I searched and probed the shadows, the proprietress unexpectedly appeared, seemingly roused from slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she inquired why I was wandering the courtyard at such an hour. I chuckled lightly, citing the stifling atmosphere indoors as my reason for a stroll. "Ah, you young ones possess such vigor. Should you require companionship, do not hesitate to ask sisterly. I can find you a sister to relieve your solitude," she suggested, her gaze laden with allure. Indeed, the adage holds true. Maidens entice, while mature women ensnare the soul. I felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet I was unwilling to cede ground. Thus, I contemplated teasing the proprietress, hoping to temper her advances. However, as I opened my mouth, regret washed over me, for her words were sharp and predatory, leaving me at a loss for retort. "Hee, dear sister, how can a young girl possess the allure of a mature woman? If you are willing, why not come to my room? I could reveal to you the secrets of palmistry. What is there to see in palmistry? If you do not mind my age, I possess charms far more captivating than mere lines on a hand. What do you say? Wish to give it a try?" The proprietress spoke, whether intentionally or not, as the straps of her slip dress gently slipped down, exposing an expanse of flawless skin. "Ahem, I feel rather fatigued. I shall retreat to my chamber." I fled the courtyard, only to be met with the proprietress's mocking laughter. Youngsters are so bashful. Even when given the chance, they falter. I thought to myself, how humiliating it is to be scorned. Upon returning to my room, sleep eluded me. I lay on the bed, replaying the events that had just transpired. The female ghost bore a pallid complexion, unmistakably a victim of poisoning, yet her wrath lingered, and she had long since lost her sanity. Capturing her would yield little in the way of information. It was imperative to quell her grievances. Failing to do so, I would have no choice but to eliminate her, even at the risk of karmic retribution. Her fury was too intense. If left unchecked, she could easily transform into a malevolent spirit, and should that occur without timely intervention, many lives could be lost. Lost in contemplation, a piercing scream from a woman shattered the night's stillness. "Help! Please!" It was the voice of the proprietress, Ligia. I hastily opened the door, my steps swift as I rushed towards the source of the cry. In mere moments, I reached the backyard, where I saw Ligia, her dress lifted, hastening towards me. As she collided into me, she began to scream uncontrollably. "There's a ghost. They're ghosts. Please do not harm me. I know nothing. Absolutely nothing." I grasped Sister Lee's shoulders, shaking her vigorously until she finally snapped back to reality, her face ashen as she disclosed that she had just encountered a ghost. "Do not panic, Sister Lee. Take your time and tell me what you witnessed. Where is she?" "She is over there. She is terrifying. She has come to claim a life, surely." Sister Lee, eyes shut tight, trembled as she pointed toward the restroom behind us. Upon realizing it was the ladies' room, I hesitated for a fleeting moment before steeling myself and charging inside. Fortunately, at this late hour, the place was deserted. Otherwise, I might have been mistaken for a ruffian. I surveyed my surroundings and discovered that the restroom lights had malfunctioned, flickering erratically. The ladies' room had no urinals, only 4 stall doors. Clenching my fingers in a sword-like gesture, I cautiously opened the first door, revealing an empty space. I scanned the area, detecting no presence of malevolent energy. Carefully, I retreated and proceeded to the second door. A foul stench assaulted my senses. Who on earth would leave such a mess unflushed? I then opened the third door. What is this? Bloodstains. Damn, this cannot be it. Only one door remained, and my heart raced. Just moments ago, Sister Leah claimed she had seen a female ghost in the restroom, and that entity should still be lurking nearby. I released a sliver of my 9 fiendine energy, utilizing it to meticulously sense any lingering ominous presence. Grasping the restroom door, I yanked it forcefully. What? The door wouldn't budge. For safety's sake, I knocked on the door. "Restroom maintenance, is anyone there?" No response came. The lights in the restroom flickered twice before going out completely. In an instant, the women's restroom was engulfed in darkness. I braced my foot against the doorframe, exerting force with both hands, and with a sudden shake of my shoulders, I broke the restroom door apart. However, before I could free my hands, a horrifying visage loomed before me. Her complexion was a ghastly shade of blue, her eyes bulging, and her long hair failed to conceal the hatred in her gaze. The stark whiteness of her teeth was stained with dark blood, rendering her appearance particularly grotesque. "Ah!" she screamed with a piercing voice, extending her sharp fingers towards my eyes. Realizing the imminent danger, I swiftly leaned back, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, the female specter dashed past me. I pursued her outside, and as I burst from the restroom, I beheld the ghostly figure gripping Sister Lee's neck, interrogating her fiercely. "Did you cause my demise? It was you. You shall perish. Come down and accompany me. Ha ha ha." Chapter 32. A Trust Misplaced. Sister Lee's eyes rolled back in terror, her tongue extending unnaturally long, fixating on my direction as her hands desperately reached out to me, imploring for salvation. Though I had no desire to harm her, the gravity of the situation compelled me to act. I formed the 3-fingered talisman with my hand and recited the incantation to vanquish spirits. "Lord, slay the demons. Grant me your divine power. Summon the celestial maidens. Banish the malevolent. As the mountains tremble, I bear the seal. With a canopy above my head, I tread upon the path of might. To the left, the 6 guardians. To the right, the 6 protectors. Before me stands the yellow deity, and behind me, the transcendent. The divine master wields authority. None shall defy the mighty. First, vanquish the malevolent spirits, then strike down the night specters. Which deity dares to oppose? Which ghost dares to confront? I serve the Supreme Lord. Hasten as commanded." A beam of golden light emanated from my fingertips, and the female specter reacted with remarkable swiftness, letting out a cry as she fled. Yet, despite her haste, Her soul was still ensnared by the golden radiance, trembling momentarily before gradually becoming translucent. In order to prevent her spirit from dissipating, I extended my hand and infused a subtle trace of the 9 evil energy into her essence. This energy, both profoundly sinister and malevolent, possesses the power to vanquish spirits and drive away demons, while also having the potential to save both humans and ghosts, depending solely on the wielder's intent. Indeed, after the infusion of the 9 evil energy, the specter's essence began to stabilize, allowing me to perceive her location at all times, rendering the task of subduing her exceedingly effortless. After sustaining significant damage, the ghostly figure in white seemed to regain a flicker of clarity in her mind. She suddenly darted into a shadowy corner, gazing at me with an expression of sheer panic. "Come out, I mean you no harm," I beckoned gently. The specter, huddled in her corner, trembled and looked at me with a pitiful expression, resolutely shaking her head. At that moment, Sisterly approached, quietly positioning herself behind me, revealing that she recognized the girl. I turned to glance at Sisterly, sensing that the situation was far more complex than merely a haunting in her home. "Come to my room, and I shall divulge everything I know," Sisterly said, adjusting her disheveled hair and inviting me to follow her inside. After a moment's contemplation, I hesitated, being a virgin. Entering her room seemed somewhat disadvantageous, and thus I firmly declined. "Sisterly, if there is something to discuss, please speak freely. I fear that if I leave, the specter may vanish without a trace, and, come tomorrow, she might pose a threat to you once more." Upon hearing my words, Sisterly nodded thoughtfully. She glanced around to ensure no one was present before recounting the entire story. "Young man, given the events of this evening and the fact that you saved my life, I no longer regard you as a stranger." She continued, "I am acquainted with that girl. To be candid, I once prospered in the margins of society. As a woman striving in the world, one finds that aside from one's physical allure, there are few means to earn quick wealth. During my time in this line of work, an incident unfolded. A naive high school girl fell for a rebellious youth. The girl, often clad in a pristine white dress, exuded an air of innocence. Being young, she knew nothing of love, only that a small act of kindness deserved a greater return. This girl was infatuated. After merely a few outings for spicy hot pot, she resolved to follow him. Though foolish, her love was pure. Unlike me, who feels no love in her heart, and is moved solely by the allure of money. Sisterly seemed to touch upon a painful memory, turning away to wipe away her tears before continuing her narrative. Yet, I lament for that girl. Her sincere devotion was ultimately misplaced. That young man was nothing but a scoundrel, engaging in constant brawls and leading a dissolute life. His hair styled in a wild, untamed manner. During one such altercation, he injured another youth and was subsequently imprisoned. The girl, desperate for his sake, scoured the world for help, kneeling before his parents and seeking advocates on his behalf. Eventually, she managed to persuade them to withdraw the charges. But at a steep price, they demanded compensation amounting to hundreds of thousands. How could a mere schoolgirl possibly amass such wealth? She borrowed a portion from her grandfather and grandmother, yet still fell short. Ultimately, she took that fateful step. The girl sought me out, wishing to follow in my footsteps. And at that moment, I was in need of assistance, so without a second thought, I acquiesced. She worked diligently, accepting every client that came her way, sometimes even accommodating 4 or 5 individuals in a single night. I had witnessed her secretly wiping away tears in the restroom. Yet this world offers no compassion. One must find the strength to emerge from adversity on their own. At last, the girl gathered enough money and approached the victim's family to offer compensation. Soon after, Huang Mao was released, but upon discovering that the girl had ventured into this life to save him, he expressed disdain for her, deeming her unclean, and proposed a separation. Heartbroken, the girl retreated into solitude after returning home. By the time we found her, she had already taken poison to end her life. She passed away in the very corner where you entered, and to my dismay, she left behind not a single penny. What a foolish girl. After this incident, I became increasingly disheartened and decided to turn my life around, purchasing this establishment and transforming it into an inn. While I occasionally directed clients to others and earn a modest brokerage fee, I never again encouraged anyone to enter this life. Though I am not a virtuous person, I fear the repercussions of my misdeeds. Little did I realize that this girl had severed ties with her family for Huang Mao. She had nowhere to turn, and thus remained here even in death. I sought the help of a master, but those with genuine skill demanded exorbitant fees, often in the hundreds of thousands, which I could not afford even if I sold this in. The others were mere charlatans, swindling a bit of money before fleeing. In recent years, the locals have come to know that my establishment is haunted and no one dares to stay here, resulting in an even more desolate business. Today, however, upon encountering a charming young man like yourself, I feel as though fate has granted me a reprieve. If you do not mind, I will be pleased to keep you company tonight, as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving presence. Hearing Sister Lee's enticing words, I quickly declined. There is no need for thanks. The immediate priority is to locate the boyfriend of this female ghost, the one with the yellow hair. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. He is the key to alleviating the ghost's grievances. Sister Lee, please fetch me a jar, along with some cinnabar and yellow paper. I have my own purposes for them. Upon hearing my request, Sister Lee appeared somewhat disappointed. Yet she flashed me a charming smile before departing to gather the items. I turned to the trembling ghost in the corner, clad in white, and inquired, "What is your name? Have you begun to recall your past?" After the infusion of the 9-killerzine energy into her soul, the ghost's resentment noticeably diminished, and her gaze gradually cleared. This indicated that she had temporarily set aside her vengeful obsession to reflect on her past. I only remember my name as Ning Ning. Since childhood, my family has despised me for being a girl, and no one treated me kindly. Only How Good was good to me. He chased away all those who bullied me, shielding me behind him. In that moment, I vowed in my heart that I would gladly sacrifice my life for him. Chapter 33. Thought Becomes a Demon? In the dimly lit mahjong parlor, a group of middle-aged men sat gathered around a table, engrossed in their game. Among them, one man donned a suit and held a cigarette between his lips, exuding an air of sophistication and casual elegance. How, last month, Uncle Biao's establishment was vandalized. It was you, wasn't it? A greasy, portly man laid down a bet and glanced at the man in the suit. The suited gentleman scoffed dismissively at the portly man's words, exhaling a puff of smoke as he played a 4-card hand. Indeed, it was I who did it. So what? The old fellow is getting on in years. It's high time he relinquished the establishment and retired comfortably at home. I had long warned him, yet he clings to his role as the boss, refusing to acquiesce. Thus, I had no choice but to send my men to provide him with some support. What is the matter, Alu? Do you wish to defend the old man? The portly man, addressed as Alu, chuckled awkwardly. No, how could I dare? Everyone knows that in all of Kowloon Town, your brother Hao's Jia Shanggang wields the greatest power. If one day you set your sights on my establishment, I would stand no chance against you. At that point, I would simply seek employment in a factory, tightening screws. How? The man in the suit shook his head with a smile and began to impart some wisdom to the portly man. Alu, you ought to have some aspirations, for heaven's sake. Seeking factory work to tighten screws, he laughed. My life motto is that throughout my existence, I shall never be impoverished. I lack both the time and patience to toil for someone else's profit. After a round of play, Hao drew another card, which enabled him to win outright. He continued cheerfully, life is fleeting. Time passes in the blink of an eye. I am over 40 now, and if I wish to amass wealth swiftly, I must employ certain means. Of course, money is not omnipotent, but without it, nothing is possible. At that moment, the middle-aged man seated opposite Hao began to speak. Over the years, Hao has amassed considerable wealth, and aside from a few tycoons in the province, there's little to envy. He has certainly fared well. Has he not contemplated finding a woman to settle down with? Once, a girl named Ning Ning reportedly sacrificed much for him. Before the man could finish his sentence, Hao abruptly overturned the table, scattering the mahjong tiles in disarray. He pointed at the middle-aged man across from him, exclaiming, son, I have long instructed you not to mention that woman in my presence. I assure you, I have no desire to hear any nonsense about romantic tales at this moment. My sole focus is on making money. What good is mere envy of others? We must take action and surpass them in wealth. Observing Hao's rising temper, Sun quickly apologized, while several younger associates rushed to pick up the fallen tiles. Today has truly been a downer. Let us call it a night. I'll treat the brothers to a foot massage at the Red Romance. Hao stood up, grasping his mobile phone, preparing to leave. At that moment, a junior associate hurried forward, informing him that a person claiming to be his friend was outside, cradling a jar, curiously sealed with a yellow talisman. How? Let me check it out. What if it's one of Uncle Biao's men? If he is carrying a bomb, we're all doomed. As Sun spoke, he attempted to exit, but Hao firmly pulled him back. I have roamed far and wide for many years. I have encountered all manner of situations. Let him in. I am curious to see what tricks Uncle Biao's man can conjure. Soon, I was ushered before Hao by a gang member clad in black. The room was shrouded in dim light, the faces of several individuals obscured by shadows, rendering them indistinct. The floor was littered with cigarette butts, the odor pungent and overwhelming. I placed the jar on the ground, offered a faint smile to Hao Gu, and spoke. You must be Hao Gu, right? It is an honor to meet you. I am a Taoist and encountered some unjust happenings last night. Whenever I witness such injustices, I feel compelled to intervene, which is why I have sought you out, hoping you might assist me in resolving my quandaries. Upon hearing my words, Hao Gu snorted coldly, and his subordinates immediately closed in around me. Facing the imposing crowd, I felt a twinge of trepidation. My skills in dealing with malevolent spirits were effective, but I was uncertain about my prowess in confronting humans. Who do you think you are? To come here and disturb the Jiaxiang gang? Are you tired of living? A burly man stepped forward, tearing his shirt to reveal a striking tiger tattoo on his chest, exuding an aura of intimidation. Please, I am merely a fortune teller. There is no need to resort to such uncivilized behavior out of anger. I attempted to reason with him, yet the hefty man misconstrued my words as a provocation. He seized a gleaming machete from one of his lackeys and pointed it at me, hurling insults. You little brat, do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Hao Gu, being the leader and the most astute among them, spoke slowly. This is intriguing. You claim to be a fortune teller. Did you foresee the bloodshed awaiting you today? I smirked, unfazed by the threat. Rest assured, today shall be a day of great fortune for me. As for you, Hao Gu, I observe the darkness in your brow and the yellowish coating on your tongue. If you do not accompany me tonight, your life may hang by a thread. Upon hearing my words, Hao Gu suddenly erupted into a wild laughter, his mirth so unabashed that it seemed he regarded no one around him. Ha ha! After years of navigating the tumultuous paths of the Jianghu, it was a rare sight to witness someone seeking their own demise. One could say it was akin to a knife being thrust into a delicate space. Come, you lot, put an end to him. With those words, Hao Ji's minions brandished their blades and clubs, swinging them menacingly in my direction. Fortunately, my time spent laboring on the mountains, fetching water, and chopping wood had honed my agility, and for the initial moments, I managed to evade their strikes. However, the rotund fellow among them seized a chair and hurled it at me, while simultaneously aiming a downward slash with his knife towards my head. I found myself in a precarious situation. My understanding of the Tao was not yet complete, and as the chair came hurtling towards me, I was at a loss for how to respond. Reluctantly, I summoned the 9 fiendish yin qi from within. With a resounding crash, the chair disintegrated into splinters mere inches from me. My vision darkened to an inky blackness, and a swirling aura of shadow enveloped me, rendering me akin to a malevolent specter risen from the underworld. Since reason proved futile, I resolved to employ my martial prowess. Once I unleashed the full force of my 9 fiendish yin qi, it was all too easy to succumb to rage, yet I endeavored to temper my emotions, striving to avoid the abyss. Despite my efforts to maintain control, my fists fell upon them with unrelenting force, each strike sending one of them sprawling. In the eyes of a cultivator, this throng of mortals appeared as feeble as ants. In less than a minute, all of Hao Ji's subordinates lay defeated at my feet, the metallic scent of blood in the air taunting my sanity and nearly driving me to the brink of frenzied slaughter. Desperately, I began to slap my own face, striving to regain my composure. Do not lose your composure. This is precisely the moment that tests your willpower and character. I am but a patient, more malevolent than the wicked. I am your living embodiment of death. Ah, 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 ah. Those few formidable figures who have not been subdued by me stand frozen in place, having encountered many aberrations, yet none as grotesque as this. The street thugs have seen it all, but witnessing someone inflict harm upon themselves after attacking others is a first. Chapter 34. The Obsessive Villain. I vigorously shook my head, striving to regain clarity, yet the flames of fury within me blazed ever stronger, and the desire to kill became increasingly overwhelming. Even as I silently recited a calming mantra, I struggled to contain it. In a moment of desperation, I noticed a water dispenser beside the mahjong table. I seized the plastic barrel and poured the cool water over myself, the refreshing chill cascading from head to toe, penetrating my very soul, finally restoring my composure. Observing the previously arrogant Hao Gu rendered speechless by my actions, the first thing I did upon regaining my senses was to deliver a sharp slap across his face. The sound of my palm meeting his cheek echoed, leaving a vivid red imprint in its wake. Hao Gu, momentarily stunned, forgot to retaliate. Upon witnessing their leader being struck, the hefty thug immediately reached for his knife, only to be restrained by a man named Asun. "Hold on, fatty," he cautioned. "This reckless fellow possesses an unsettling aura. Let's not act hastily." I grasped Hao Ji's hair firmly and demanded in a fierce tone, "You think you're so formidable? Where is your bravado now? I have but one question for you. Can you answer it properly?" Hao Gu shot me a defiant glare, and with a resigned tone, he replied, "Brother, tell Uncle Biao that I concede. Later, I shall return his territory to him, and I, Zhang Zhihao, shall compensate for all losses incurred." I shook my head in helplessness, stating, "What Uncle Biao? I do not know any Uncle Biao." Upon hearing my words, the others exchanged glances, realizing that I was not one of their kind. "Brother, feel free to ask any questions. I assure you, I will speak candidly and without reservation. If it is money you seek, I have several hundred in my account, and you may take it all. However, I have encountered a setback today, and you must allow me to understand the situation. Who exactly are you?" Zhang Zhihao, held by his hair, not only refrained from fighting back, but began to soften. Observing this, I released him, casually pulling over a chair and sitting down. "Do not be anxious. I will only ask you one question, to which I expect an honest answer. Do you know a girl named Ning Ning?" As soon as my inquiry left my lips, Zhang Zhihao's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively bit his lip. Clearly, he was reluctant to respond. However, this was beyond his control. I tapped the ground, sealing the yellow talisman, and to my astonishment, the talisman began to levitate, spinning gracefully in midair before circling around Brother Hao, as if scrutinizing him. Even those accustomed to the brutality of their world were rendered speechless by the supernatural display before them. I advise you to ponder the consequences carefully. The King of Hell may be easily angered, but the little demons can be quite troublesome. Should I open this vessel, you might find yourself in a fate worse than death. Having witnessed my sinister prowess, Brother Hao fully acknowledged my credibility, nodding in agreement before gesturing for his subordinates to leave the room. "Asun, take the brothers outside. Without my command, no one is allowed to enter." Asun nodded and left the mahjong parlor with a portly fellow and a group of young thugs, standing guard in the courtyard. Only after everyone had departed did Zhang Zhihao let out a sigh, saying, "Alas, that was over 20 years ago." He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, and, after I declined his offer, he lit one for himself, slowly recounting the long-buried past. Back then, in my youthful arrogance, influenced by Hong Kong cinema, I felt the world was mine to conquer, a truly naive sentiment. I kicked Hao Gu playfully, urging him to speak properly. "Do you know Ning Ning? Are you writing a novel here?" I insisted he get to the point. Hao Gu blew a smoke ring. "Don't rush, we are almost there." He took a moment to gather his thoughts. At that time, I was a mere youth, my mind consumed with thoughts of violence. One day, while returning home after a brawl, I stumbled upon a young girl being harassed by local ruffians. Initially, I had no intention of intervening. After all, I was no paragon of virtue. However, the girl unexpectedly called out to me, pleading for help or even called to the police. I chuckled inwardly at her naivety, thinking that by the time the police arrived, the ruffians would have likely completed their misdeeds. As I prepared to ride away on my bicycle, those scoundrels had the audacity to tell me to scram and not disturb their business, threatening to break my legs if I didn't. How could I tolerate such insolence? They had no idea of the reputation of Hao, the dashing lad of Hongxing Street. Upon disembarking, I swiftly administered a lesson to that group of rascals, only for the girl to mistakenly believe I had rescued her, insisting on following me thereafter. What use do I have for a woman? Women merely impede my ability to wield a knife and act decisively. Thus, I urged her to return home and focus on her studies, warning her that accompanying me would lead to a dire fate. Yet, she gazed at me with tear-filled eyes, her stomach rumbling audibly. Goodness, what a predicament! Having saved her, must I also treat her to a meal? Reluctantly, I took her for a spicy hot pot, and for one night became her confidant. From that moment onward, the girl clung to me, seeking my aid when bullied, turning to me when she lacked funds for food, as though I owed her a debt from a previous life. Before long, the gang of miscreants I had previously routed returned with a host of thugs to confront me. In matters of combat, I fear no one. Without hesitation, I engaged, injuring 5 and severely harming 1. To my astonishment, the lad I had wounded turned out to have an uncle who was a judge. Well, what of it? I would face the consequences. Unexpectedly, this incident prompted the girl to scurry about, neglecting her studies, consumed with thoughts of extricating me from my predicament. Though I am a rogue, I am not devoid of sentiment. I aspired to emerge and treat her well, to retreat from this tumultuous life and live peacefully with her. However, upon my release, I learned she was involved in unsavory activities. I was utterly taken aback. She wore a white dress, so pristine. How could it become tainted? My reluctance was not a matter of disdain for her. Rather, I simply could not reconcile it within my own heart. Upon hearing from my brothers that those enemies I had once bested were still in pursuit of me, I resolved to no longer implicate this innocent girl. We are not kindred spirits. She ought not to be entwined in my tumultuous existence. Thus, with a heavy heart, I harshly berated her, commanding her to depart. I presumed she would take heed, return to her studies, but alas, she succumbed to despair. At this juncture, Hao Ge was already in tears, wiping his nose with fervor, finishing the last puff of his cigarette before extinguishing the butt with force against the ground. And what happened afterward? You learned of her demise and did nothing in her memory? I inquired tentatively, yet Hao Ge stared vacantly at the jar I had brought, lost in thought. Initially, I had intended to eliminate the wicked woman who had led her astray. However, upon hearing of her death, I learned that the woman who had introduced her to this life had arranged her funeral and purchased her burial plot. I deemed her actions somewhat conscientious, and thus, I refrained from taking any action against her over the years. Yet, while she escaped the ultimate punishment, she could not evade the consequences of her actions. I orchestrated for my subordinates to spread rumors of hauntings at her establishment, ensuring her business languished in a state of purgatory, subjecting her to relentless torment. I also dispatched individuals to intimidate her, warning that should she dare to leave the town, I would see to her demise. Consequently, she remained shackled to her fate, even resorting to hiring a few charlatans to perform exorcisms at her inn. Little did she know, those individuals were in my employ, and ultimately, the money flowed into my coffers. I am acutely aware that my transgressions will one day evoke retribution. Hence, I shun the notion of taking a wife or fathering children. Even with the brothers who accompany me, I maintain a deliberate distance. My life is one of solitude, and I am resigned to the fact that in death, I shall become a wandering spirit, devoid of regret. Yet I harbor a weighty concern. I perceive your genuine capability, and if it pleases you, could you facilitate a meeting with that foolish girl? A chance to personally extend my apologies would grant me peace in my demise. Hao Ge turned to face me, oblivious to the fact that the vessel, which had been hovering behind him, now pressed closely against his back. From within, the faint sound of a woman's weeping echoed. Chapter 35, To Be a Cat. Hao Ge, I bear you no ill will, she sobbed. I wronged you so deeply. The ethereal and eerie voice that emanated from the vessel startled Hao Ge, draining the color from his face. He hastily rose and retreated several paces. What on earth is this? How do you possess Ning Ning's recording? With a resigned shake of my head, I sighed and replied, what resides within is none other than Ning Ning. I then cradled the vessel and departed from the mahjong parlor. Before leaving, I informed Zhang Jihao to meet me at Li Jia's rural guest house at 10 o'clock this evening, assuring him I would assist Ning Ning in severing her earthly entanglements and the erroneous connections between them. Hao Ge readily acquiesced, promising to arrive punctually. As night enveloped the world, I sat cross-legged in my room, awaiting Hao Ji's arrival in tranquil meditation. In the corner, Ning Ning curled up, her gaze a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Time had passed, yet Ning Ning remained in the mindset of her teenage years, while Hao Ge had reached the age of discernment. If their encounter was indeed a mistake from the outset, then it falls upon me to bring this chapter to a close. As time ticked away, a sudden beam of blinding headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the entrance of Sister Li's country inn. A black, imposing Mercedes-Benz rolled to a halt, emitting a sharp screech. From the vehicle emerged several burly men, with the leading figure being none other than Zhang Jihao, now the notorious gang leader. Brother Hao gestured to his men before striding purposefully towards the inn's entrance, knocking on the door and calling out. Having already been informed by Sister Li, the door swung open swiftly. Upon seeing Zhang Jihao, Sister Li was momentarily intimidated by his commanding presence and discreetly stepped aside. May I inquire where Taoist Peng is residing? Brother Hao, clad in a sleek black suit and donning sunglasses even at this late hour, exuded an air of authority, though it was largely a fade. He is awaiting you in room 914. Allow me to escort you there, Sister Li replied. Despite her disdain for Brother Hao's past actions, she recognized his newfound wealth and influence, as he had become a formidable figure in the region. As a woman, she dared not provoke him lightly. Brother Hao nodded in acknowledgement, although he harbored resentment towards Sister Li for leading his beloved into peril. He had exacted enough revenge over the years and chose not to burden her further. In no time, a knock resonated at my door, rousing me from my meditation. I instructed Ning Ning to return to the altar while I rose to answer the door. As I opened it, Brother Hao and Sister Li entered in succession. You two converse. I shall prepare some late-night snacks for you, Sister Li remarked, preparing to exit. However, I called out to her. With all parties involved in the unfolding drama present, it was an opportune moment to address the issues at hand, and I certainly would not allow her to depart. Sister Li, please wait a moment. I am not hungry, and I believe Brother Hao is not either. Let us commence our serious discussion. Upon finishing my statement, I glanced at Zhang Jihao, who did not object, while Sister Li regarded me with a hint of reverence. With a wave of my hand, the talisman on the altar was swept away by the wind, and a female spirit clad in white emerged. Her long, black hair shrouded half of her face, and her countenance bore the ghastly hue of someone who had succumbed to poison. Yet even so, it could not conceal her delicate beauty. Brother Hao, you have aged, came Ning Ning's ethereal voice, sending a jolt through Zhang Jihao, his face awash with regret. His lips quivered as he stepped forward, yearning to grasp Ning Ning's shoulders. However, his hands passed through her translucent form, grasping nothing. Ning Ning, you still remember me. Brother Hao stroked his beard, offering a self-deprecating smile. Brother Hao, I will always remember you. I have no regrets for all I have done for you. Yet now, my debts to you have been repaid. Having seen you today, my heart's desire is fulfilled, and I can depart in peace. Ning Ning floated in the room, her hand gently caressing Brother Hao's somewhat greasy face, the affection in her eyes gradually replaced by a dawning clarity. Ning Ning, I'm so sorry. I am such a scoundrel. Brother Hao suddenly fell to his knees, slapping his own face repeatedly, tears of remorse streaming down uncontrollably. Who could have imagined that a notorious gang leader, known for his ruthlessness, would be reduced to such a state? I sighed and asked Ning Ning, you have allowed your obsessions to cloud your judgment, missing the opportune moment for rebirth, thus becoming a wandering spirit in the realm of the living. While I express my sympathy for your plight, you have relinquished your precious life, and upon reaching the halls of Yama, the chance of being reborn as a human is slim. In your next life, you shall be reborn into the realm of beasts. Your kind heart and willingness to sacrifice for love will likely lead you to become a cherished pet in a wealthy household, living without worry for sustenance, showered with affection. Yet, a rope will often adorn your neck, constraining your freedom, serving as a reminder for you to maintain your integrity and not to wait until loss brings regret. Should you choose to let go now, I shall assist you in opening the gates of hell, allowing you to journey to your next existence. Upon finishing my words, Ning Ning smiled and nodded, but the kneeling Hao Ge was displeased. Wait, Ning Ning has suffered enough in this life. Why must she be condemned to servitude in her next? This is my fault, and I alone shall descend into the depths of hell without complaint. I, Zhang Zhihao, beseech you, Taoist, to grant Ning Ning a favorable rebirth. I would willingly sacrifice my own life for it. I implore you, Taoist. I kneel before you. With that, Zhang Zhihao fell to his knees before me, leaving Li Jie beside us utterly astonished. Over the years, Zhang Zhihao had been known for his ruthless reputation, feared even by the gangs of the neighboring towns. Yet, unexpectedly, this formidable man had knelt twice in such a short span, a sight so unbelievable it would be hard to convince anyone of its truth. Hello, you're the leader of a gang, so rise up and do not remain in this state. I reached out to assist Brother Hao, yet to my surprise, he resolutely held my hand down, refusing to stand. If the Taoist priest does not acquiesce today, I shall perish here on my knees. Zhang Zhihao's stubbornness has taken hold, and no matter how I attempt to persuade him, he is steadfast in his demand for me to alter Ning Ning's fate. However, to defy destiny is to tamper with the heavenly order. Not only do I currently lack the requisite capabilities, but even if I possess them, the practitioner would be subdued by the heavenly laws and face the repercussions of karma. Damn it! If you do not rise, I swear I shall strike you down. My irritation began to swell, and I raised my hand as if to strike Zhang Zhihao. But he stood there, chest out, like a pig unafraid of boiling water. Brother Hao, do not make it difficult for the young Taoist. I believe this outcome is quite favorable, and I'm rather fond of it. I used to yearn for a powerful ally to lean on. Yet now I wish to make my own choices. What is wrong with being a pet? There is no worry for sustenance. One is cared for, and one can indulge in a leisurely life under the afternoon sun. If given the chance, I would like to be a cat. Upon finishing her statement, Ning Ning mimicked the action of a cat licking its paw, causing Brother Hao's eyes to widen in astonishment. Chapter 36. A blood profit of 20,000. Brother Hao wiped the blood from his nose and stood up, retreating to the side. Seeing that no one else objected, I began to invoke the powers to communicate with the realms of yin and yang. With my left hand, I pressed against my forehead, releasing the 9 fiendish yin energy, while my right hand formed a sword gesture, drawing circles in the air before me. Countless dark, malevolent energies gradually took on substance. As my right hand moved faster and faster, an unfathomable black void materialized before us. My spiritual prowess is merely sufficient to sustain the gates of hell for a fleeting 10 seconds. Having contemplated this, you must hasten to enter. Once this village is passed, there shall be no further opportunity. In those final moments lingering in the realm of the living, Ning Ning did not cast her gaze upon Hao Ge, but instead addressed me, saying, Taoist, I thank you. Had I encountered you in my earlier years, I believe the outcome would not have been so tragically bleak. Upon finishing her words, she bestowed upon me a gentle smile. Her previously ashen and ghastly visage transformed, revealing a hint of bashful crimson. Ning Ning then turned and stepped into the abyss, while the malevolent energy I controlled neared its limit. Abruptly, I withdrew my hand, and the void swiftly enveloped Ning Ning, vanishing into the ether as if she had never existed. Beads of sweat trickled down my brow, yet my body felt as frigid as ice. I trembled uncontrollably, clearly suffering from the backlash of the dark energy. Though this malevolent essence is potent, I had only managed to refine a fragment of it, leaving me unable to wield it completely. Either it retaliates against my body or seizes control of my consciousness. In a haze, I perceive an ethereal female voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, singing a song from the mountains of Minnan, which was Ning Ning's voice. In the late afternoon, alone in the house, the northwestern rain gently pattering against the window pane, the outside world remains unchanged, waiting idly, waiting for the return of solitary umbrella. My lack of understanding of Minnan dialect rendered me only capable of grasping the essence. Just as I was lost in the enchantment of her melodious singing, I was abruptly roused by a gentle push. "Hey, mister, wake up. What's wrong? Please don't frighten me." I jolted back to reality, gazing at the woman before me, and it took a moment to register that it was the proprietress, Sisterly. Feeling a slight chill, I glanced down to discover that I had unknowingly seated myself on the ground, my trousers dampened. Embarrassed, I cleared my throat twice and inquired with the proprietress if she had any spare clothing. Sisterly, seeing that I had finally regained my composure, let out a sigh of relief and assured me that once I had bathed, she would deliver a robe to my room. At that moment, Brother Hao had also resumed his authoritative demeanor, donning his sunglasses as if indifferent to everyone else. "Little Taoist, you have alleviated a long-standing burden from my heart. From this day forth, I am unencumbered. I understood that those who practice the way are not concerned with material possessions. I can make you a promise. Should you ever find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to seek me out. Whether it be through mountains of knives or seas of flames, I shall not shy away." Upon hearing Brother Hao's misinterpretation, I swiftly rose and waved my hands in protest. "No, no, no. Please do not elevate me to such heights. I do indeed care about material possessions. To speak plainly, I have yet to settle my debts for the room with the proprietress. Ah, look at what our young gentleman says. You have rendered me such a significant service. How can I possibly accept your payment for the room? If you wish, I can arrange a membership for you. Your visits to my establishment will be free for a lifetime." The proprietress beamed with genuine joy, having finally laid to rest a weight on her heart. Furthermore, with the resolution of her grievances with Zhang Zhihao, there was no longer any reason for him to trouble her. By waiving my room fees for 2 days, she found herself in a favorable position, profiting greatly instead. Well then, since I rushed out today with only 20,000 cash on hand, consider it a donation for the Taoists' incense offerings. Nevertheless, my promise remains steadfast. If in the future, my younger brother finds himself in need of assistance from me, Zhang Zhihao, I shall offer it without hesitation. After making this declaration, Brother Hao retrieved 2 stacks of green bills from the inner pocket of his black suit, smiling as he placed them in my hands. He then turned and departed, stepping into his sleek black Benz, driving off with an air of confidence. He's a gang leader, and he only gives this little money. It doesn't even compare to what I spend when treating a master, Sisterly remarked, curling her lips in apparent discontent at the modest sum I had received. Yet, as I gazed at the stacks of cash in my hands, my heart surged with excitement. Damn it! When my grandfather was alive, he could toil in the fields for a decade in the countryside and never earn such a fortune. Here I was, resolving a single matter and reaping such a bounty. Indeed, it was quite substantial. Moreover, I could accumulate merit, preparing to aid my grandfather's reincarnation in the afterlife. It wasn't until later that I learned those who possess genuine skills in exorcising spirits and warding off evil reside in the mountains, cultivating the great Tao of longevity and shunning worldly entanglements that would tarnish their years of cultivation. Conversely, those who claim to know a little about everything are often charlatans, relying on their ability to read people's expressions, extracting information from their words, and then offering fortune-telling services to create the illusion of efficacy. This, in turn, has rendered practitioners of feng shui and metaphysics exceedingly rare, with their market value soaring. Resolving an issue could easily command 6 or 7 figures, and in some cases, even 8 figures. Notably, there was a disciple of Taoism from Qingqing Mountain whose fee for consulting a wealthy Mr. Li from Hong Kong reached an astounding 9 figures. However, those are tales for another time. At that moment, I truly believed that the 20,000 yuan in my hands constituted a considerable fortune. With money in hand and a sense of calm in my heart, I cheerfully extracted several 100 yuan bills from a stack and handed them to the proprietress as payment for my stay. She glanced at the notes, but did not reach for them. Instead, she smiled and said, "Forget about the room fee. I see your sincerity. You are a man worthy of trust. If you desire, both I and this establishment can be yours." Noticing her intentions, I hastily requested her assistance in fetching a bathrobe. as I needed to change out of these trousers that had become unbearable due to their odor. After a refreshing shower, I emerged to find that Sister Lee had placed the robe on the bed and taken my soiled clothes for washing. I donned the bathrobe and indulged in a comfortable nap. The following morning, I sought Sister Lee to retrieve my clothing, preparing for my next journey. Young man, you have done me a significant favor, and under normal circumstances, I should offer myself in gratitude. However, I know you may not hold me in such regard. Nevertheless, allow me to present you with a gift to serve as a memento. With that, Sister Lee tossed a white box in my direction. Upon opening it, I discovered a rectangular object resembling a brick, adorned with numerous buttons and an antenna, an item whose purpose was unclear to me. This was a Motorola, a device used for making calls, favored by the affluent in the city. Though its price was exorbitant, it was certainly superior to a pager. If you find yourself missing me, do not hesitate to call. I understand your needs are vast, and until you find a girlfriend, I am here to assist you. Upon hearing Sister Lee's bold words, I swiftly made my exit, eager to escape the situation. Thank you, Lee Jia, for your thoughtful gift. If you have any business matters, do not hesitate to call me. Until we meet again. Chapter 37. Strange Affairs in the Mountains and Wilderness. Having resolved Ning Ning's issues, I once again embarked on my journey home. It had been 13 years since my last visit, and I was uncertain of how the villagers had fared in my absence. Years ago, I had become separated from my second uncle during an encounter with bandits, and I remained unaware of whether he ever returned home alive. Stripped of his means of transportation and having had all his money stolen, if he did manage to return to the village, it must have been through immense suffering. I traveled primarily at night, carefully avoiding the gaze of the living. Just as I emerged from an archway, I glanced around to ensure the coast was clear, then retrieved 2 strips of yellow cloth from my pocket to bind around my legs. These yellow strips, covered with runes of my own design, were not Taoist talismans, but rather inspired by folk legends of the divine steed. Once the strips were secured, I formed my hands into a posture resembling the embrace of the moon and began to chant softly. With the divine steed, I traversed without a trace, appearing instantaneously, vanishing in the blink of an eye, moving as swiftly as thunder, flying with grace. Boundless is the universe. Grant me divine assistance. As I completed my incantation, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the yellow strips to flutter vigorously until they propelled my legs into rapid motion. The speed I attained rivaled that of a motorcycle at full throttle. However, this divine steed possessed 2 notable advantages over machinery. First, it was remarkably fuel efficient, consuming merely 2 large buns per 100 kilometers. Second, it defied terrain, allowing me to traverse treetops and the surface of water with even the slightest leverage. As I hastened along, I was oblivious to the passage of time, and before I knew it, it was already 2 in the morning. After running for most of the night, my stomach was empty, prompting me to pause and venture up the mountain in search of some wild delicacies to satiate my hunger. I tore a yellow cloth strip from my leg and tucked it into my pocket. Quietly, I ascended the mountain. During the day, one rarely glimpses any wildlife on the slopes. However, as night falls, bamboo rats and mountain chickens emerge to forage, presenting a rare culinary delight. Before long, using my agile skills, I captured 2 bamboo rats feasting on bamboo shoots under the moonlight. Having spent 3 years in the wilderness of Maoshan, my survival skills are quite robust. In no time, the 2 succulent, oil-laden roasted bamboo rats were ready. As I tore off a leg from one, eager to savor its flavor, I was startled by the distant sound of Swona and intermittent wailing echoing from the valley below. What? Who is conducting a funeral at such an hour? In some remote areas, villagers residing at the foot of the mountain tend to bury their deceased elders atop the hill, typically during daylight when they dig a grave and then gather for a meal to conclude the morning rites. A burial at this late hour usually indicates one of 2 scenarios. The first possibility is that the local civil affairs department has prohibited the burial, leading to a clandestine interment. The second is the presence of a restless spirit, whose malevolence prevents the family from burying their loved one during the day, thus compelling them to seek refuge in the cover of night, where the atmosphere is thick with supernatural energy posing a threat to the living. If the former is the case, it is not my concern. If it is the latter, then the spirit has encountered a most unfortunate fate. I extinguished the campfire to avoid attracting unwanted attention, swiftly concealing myself as I descended the mountain. Alas, how tragically you have met your end. A man, leading the procession, bore a thick willow log adorned with a white spirit-calling banner. He wiped his nose and spat on the ground, his lamentations surpassing the sound of the Swana. Behind him, a solemn line of mourners clad in mourning garments followed, and at the end of the procession lay a red coffin, carried by 8 strong men. This coffin, ordinary in shape, broad at the front and tapering towards the back, exhibited no distinctive features. However, it was peculiar that despite its unremarkable appearance, it seemed extraordinarily heavy for the 8 laborers, whose feet left deep impressions in the mountain path. Sweat streamed down their faces as they struggled to persevere. In rural customs, there are strict protocols for funerals. The coffin must not touch the ground from the moment it departs the home until it reaches the burial site. For to do so would invite misfortune. "Old Who, why is this coffin so heavy? Are you slacking off again?" One of the men exclaimed. "Don't talk nonsense. My back is about to break. What more do you want me to do? Hey, let us save our breath. This coffin must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Did the Kai family put their mother in there, or did they fill it with stones? Old Kai's mother hanged herself, and her spirit is likely restless. I sense something ominous about this. Let us finish our task and head home quickly. We should avoid going out for a few days." Concealed in the underbrush, I couldn't help but smirk coldly. Was this not yet another opportunity? It appeared I would be delayed in returning home for a few days, but I could easily seize the chance to earn a little extra. As anticipated, not long after they resumed their burden, a stout wooden post snapped in two beneath the coffin, which crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, raising a cloud of dust. With a furrowed brow, I sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. As the saying goes, a slip of the foot can lead to a fall into the coffin, and the vengeful spirit within may now be exceedingly wrathful. What could have transpired? An elderly overseer emerged from the crowd, hastily approaching the coffin. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his brow furrowed deeper, and a pallor of unease began to creep across his face. Alas, the coffin has fallen. The ancestors are angered. In the midst of calamity, there is no fortune to be found. A truly lamentable deed. Having spoken, he promptly instructed the bereaved family to gather materials from the vicinity and procure 2 sturdier wooden stakes to secure the coffin, after which the procession resumed its slow departure. I watched the funeral procession fade into the distance and hurriedly rose to follow. After a meal's worth of walking, the mourners finally arrived at the hillside. Yet, before they could set the coffin down, the ropes binding it snapped with a resounding crack. With a thunderous crash, the coffin once more tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, the lid had been secured with nails, or else the body would surely have been ejected. "What are you doing? You're tossing my grandmother about," exclaimed a young man in his 30s, as he ripped off his mourning cap and vociferously pointed at the pallbearers. "Is it that the payment was insufficient, or the wine not satisfactory? Your actions clearly show a lack of respect for the Kai family. Let me make it clear. If you can't handle this task, then be gone. Do you think I cannot afford to hire capable hands?" The elderly overseer rushed over, hoping to calm the young man and urge him to temper his anger, but his attempts were in vain as the young man continued his tirade. A group of laborers tasked with carrying the coffin became weary of the insults hurled at them and, with a dismissive gesture, abandoned the graveyard without claiming their payment. As they departed, they muttered curses under their breath. From the vitriolic exchanges among the men, I gleaned some insights into the situation. It appeared that although the family was relatively affluent, the elderly woman's 3 sons were all lacking in filial piety. They had previously agreed to take turns caring for her, yet each son felt aggrieved regardless of whose home she resided in, leading them to neglect their duties. In a fit of rage, the elderly woman sought a rope and hanged herself at her son's doorstep. Such drama unfolded, reminiscent of a tragic family saga. I silently lamented this turn of events and resolved to ensure that the ungrateful sons would face the consequences of their actions. Well then, I relayed to my companion, "As per your instructions, I have driven away those bearers of the coffin. Now that the rope of the coffin has snapped, what shall we do next?" The young man who had just unleashed a torrent of curses approached the front of the group, inquiring of the middle-aged man carrying the banner. Good riddance. This departure has saved me over 1,000 yuan. He chuckled to himself, secretly vowing that when his own father passed, he would instruct his son to do the same. Forget about my grandmother's coffin for now. Let us return home early. Tomorrow, I have to split the inheritance with my 2 uncles, and I cannot allow them to gain an unfair advantage. After speaking, the young man took the middle-aged man by the arm, and they made their exit. Observing this, the remaining attendees gradually removed their mourning attire and began to leave as well. I crouched amidst the grass, my gaze detached from the unfolding scene. The night deepened gradually, and the surrounding area grew increasingly silent. The air around me seemed to solidify as the darkness poured forth like thick ink, further tainting this already desolate place with an eerie dread. The moonlight was sparse, occasionally piercing through the scattered clouds, barely illuminating the ground a few steps ahead, while the rest remained shrouded in obscurity. That solitary blood-red coffin, under the feeble light, appeared even more sinister, as if it were an ominous object arisen from the depths of hell. Suddenly, a series of urgent and heavy sounds emanated from within the coffin, akin to a trapped soul struggling in despair, or perhaps the anguished howls of restless spirits. Each impact resonated with a dull echo, vibrating through the surrounding air. Thud, thud, thud. The noises intensified, growing more frantic, as if the occupant was exerting every ounce of strength to break free from the shackles of eternal confinement. The paint on the coffin's surface seemed to crack under the tremors, revealing ominous glimmers of red light, intertwining with the surrounding darkness to create a scene that sent shivers down the spine. The grass rustled in the night breeze, carrying with it a chilling whisper, lending an air of the uncanny and the macabre. With a thunderous bang, the coffin lid was pierced by a pair of hands as dry as twigs, and then the wooden panel shattered, revealing what lay within the coffin, standing upright. Fortune-telling, divination, feng shui calculations, calling back the spirits of children. Reading fortunes for adults. Ah, those with wealth may contribute gold, while those without offer their presents. Early the next morning, I entered the village and set up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance, awaiting the unfolding of events. Before long, a large crowd of villagers gathered around my stall. Under my deliberate guidance, these simple folk eagerly shared with me all that they knew. Through conversations with several villagers, I learned that this village was named Kai-Su Village, home to 2 prominent surnames, Kai and Su. Originally, the 2 families enjoyed a close relationship. The Su family engaged in governance while the Kai family thrived in commerce. Supporting one another, both families led prosperous lives and were regarded as the most respected households in the village. The Kai family was known for their generosity, earning them considerable goodwill among the villagers, while the Su family, with their long-standing ties to public office, held great esteem within the community. However, a year ago, during the last village chief election, the Kai family expressed their desire to enter politics. They believed that no matter how wealthy they became, having their own representative in a pivotal position was essential for smooth governance. This decision, however, encroached upon the Su family's interests. To them, the opportunity to govern was a hard-won legacy, as their forebears had sacrificed their lives during wartime, and they were determined not to relinquish this chance to outsiders. Thus, a rift formed between the 2 families, each employing various strategies to garner votes for the village chief position, engaging in both overt and covert contests. The Kai family, wielding their wealth, lavished gifts upon the villagers, and many were swayed by these incentives, expressing their intention to vote for the Kai family's 3rd son, Kai Zhengxian. This situation displeased Su Yuquan, the eldest son of the Su family, who had intended to inherit his father's position. By some mysterious means, the Kai family suddenly altered their demeanor, transforming from generous benefactors to exceedingly miserly individuals. They began to reclaim gifts previously bestowed, even demanding compensation from villagers for food already consumed, insisting on double the amount. This abrupt change incited ire among the entire village, from the youngest to the oldest, who vociferously condemned the Kai family for their duplicity. Ultimately, Su Yuquan, with remarkable ease, triumphed in the village chief election by a landslide, seamlessly taking over his father's position. Strangely enough, after this incident, the once lavish Kai family became inexplicably frugal overnight. Not only did they become excessively calculating with outsiders, but they also adopted an extreme austerity within their own household. I once provided a fortune-telling service regarding a man's facial mole without charging him a fee. The man, elated by my generosity, confided in me about the Kai family's extreme parsimony, claiming they even eschewed toilet paper. I chuckled and asked if they resorted to using their fingers. The man replied, "Ah, dear master, you are still too young and inexperienced in life. Even if they used their fingers, they would still waste water for cleansing, wouldn't they? They utilize a stick." A stick? I wondered, do they not worry about hemorrhoids? The man left with a mysterious smile, leaving me puzzled about how one could possibly use a stick for such purposes. However, I surmised that the Kai family's stinginess was likely connected to Su Yuquan. He probably employed some form of feng shui technique or charm to secure his election as village chief, albeit at a significant moral cost. Embodying the age-old adage of inflicting 1,000 harms upon the enemy while self-inflicting 800. Due to the malevolent nature of this spell, it is likely that not only the individual, but also their descendants shall be adversely affected. If not promptly halted, the consequences could be dire. Upon obtaining the necessary information, I personally surveyed the feng shui of Saishu village. The area is characterized by an abundance of natural elements, with mountains and water harmoniously coexisting. A river cascades down from the mountains, forming a pattern reminiscent of the character for adult. The residences of the Kai and Su families are situated on either side of this flowing river, akin to a majestic bird unfurling its wings and soaring high, embodying the auspicious feng shui configuration known as the vermilion bird riding the winds. It is no wonder that these two families alone in Saishu village have achieved great wealth. Indeed, the fortune of the entire village seems to have been monopolized by them. As evening descended, I approached the riverbank, only to discover the water's flow exhibited peculiar characteristics. The stream, which should have flowed down the mountainside, had been intercepted at a fork, resulting in an uneven distribution of water. The majority of the river's flow diverted towards the Su family side. However, despite receiving a greater volume of water, their narrow channel caused a significant overflow, spilling onto the roadway and leading to the erosion of soil into the river, thus transforming the originally crystalline water into a murky mass. Alas, it is a truth universally acknowledged that those who harm others ultimately bring harm upon themselves. With a sigh, I seized the opportunity to jump into the river, concealed from prying eyes. Having learned to swim from a young age, I spent a decade living in Jinyo Cave, where my daily sustenance came from catching fish and shrimp in the waters. Consequently, my swimming skills are remarkable, and it was not long before I submerged myself beneath the surface. The water quality on the Su family side was turbid, obscuring visibility, yet I pressed forward, navigating towards the riverbed at the fork. In the depths of the water, I made a startling discovery. The once pristine riverbed had been obscured by an array of azure boulders, beneath which lay a sinister black coffin. The coffin radiated a palpable malevolence. Even from several meters away, I could sense an eerie chill emanating from it without having to reach out to touch it. Cursed be this predicament, I thought, feeling the weight of foreboding, and was about to turn back toward the surface when I suddenly felt my ankle ensnared by aquatic vegetation. As I lifted my leg to inspect, I was startled, choking on the river water. To my horror, a crack had formed in the coffin and long, dark strands of hair drifted out, coiling around my feet. I struggled against their grip, only for the hair to tighten as if it possessed a will of its own, sending an icy dread coursing through my veins, causing the hair on my body to stand on end. The surrounding water surged with a ferocity that made even breathing a challenge. Just as despair began to overwhelm me, the gap in the coffin slowly widened, and a pair of otherworldly eyes snapped open, their ghostly green luminescence flickering in the murky depths, akin to spectral flames from the abyss, fixed intently upon me. Those eyes held no hint of life, only an infinite void of silence and indifference, as if they were the gaze of a being from another realm, igniting within me an ineffable terror and despair. I fought valiantly against the unseen bonds, yet my feet felt as though they were shackled by invisible chains, rendering me immobile. The current intensified in response to this strange manifestation, swirling around me and pulling me toward the coffin, each struggle seeming to propel me deeper into the engulfing darkness. At last, the final breath of oxygen was extinguished within my chest, and I was dragged into that dark, ominous coffin, utterly depleted of strength. Chapter 39. She flees. He pursues. Can she indeed escape? As I was forcefully pulled into the black coffin, I had scarcely discerned the nature of the entity ensnaring my legs when the lid slammed shut with a resounding thud. The severe lack of oxygen caused my chest to constrict, my vision to blur with golden stars, and my head felt as if it were about to explode. My fingers began to tingle. My limbs grew increasingly weak. Without sufficient oxygen, I was poised to drown in these depths. Could today truly be my final hour? The terror of death stripped me of reason, driving me to struggle desperately. Yet, with each futile attempt, the light in my eyes faded more rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. In that precarious moment between life and death, a brilliant azure light suddenly illuminated my chest, the dragon-shaped mark flickering momentarily, while my heart began to race uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a powerful force coursed through my limbs, transforming the river water that had invaded my lungs into breathable oxygen. My skin morphed into shimmering scales of blue, and my eyes radiated an eerie azure glow beneath the water. The surroundings ceased to be dim. Instead, they became astonishingly clear, as if I had returned to a long-lost home. I turned to gaze into the coffin, only to find a pallid water spirit staring at me in disbelief, seemingly startled by my transformation. How dare this insignificant specter attempt to usurp my existence? I seethed with a mix of fear and fury, vowing to send this near-fatal water spirit into utter disarray. Yet I was oblivious to the fact that I could speak freely underwater. I formed the three-fingered Lingguan seal with my hand and recited the Supreme Lord's ghost-slaying incantation. The venerable Taishang Laojun stands with me, as I call upon the Jade Maiden to collect the ominous. As I ascend the mountain, the stones crack, and I don my seals. With a splendid canopy atop my head and my feet graced by the celestial strides, I support the 6 Jia to my left and guard the 6 Ding to my right. Before me stands a yellow god, and behind the Yuzhong. The divine master wields his power without fear of the mighty. First, I vanquish the malevolent spirits. Then I sever the night's glow. Which deity dares not submit? Which ghost would defy me? I beseech the venerable Taishang Laojun with urgent fervor. As the final syllable of my incantation escaped my lips, a beam of golden light shot forth from my fingertips, striking the shoulder of the water ghost. The brilliance shattered her shoulder, her arm disintegrating into a cloud of murky essence, dissipating into the river. Sensing my ferocity, the water ghost emitted a terrified howl, transforming into a mass of dense, dark hair, swiftly escaping through the crevice of the coffin. Seeking to flee? I shall witness whether you can indeed evade my grasp. With a powerful shake of my arms, the black coffin splintered into fragments, the shattered boards drifting towards the surface of the water. I gazed in the direction of the water ghost's escape, marveling at her astonishing speed beneath the waves. The mass of hair writhed like the tentacles of a squid, propelling her forward with each undulation, covering 4 to 5 meters with each motion, an ability unmatched even by Olympic swimming champions. My dog paddle was futile in comparison, yet as my feet touched the water, my body surged forward, propelled a dozen meters as if a high-speed motor had been affixed beneath my soles. This transformation filled me with elation, leading me to surmise that it was intricately linked to the mysterious dragon soul residing within my heart. Neglecting to examine the secrets of my own body, I observed the water ghost fleeing upstream. Without hesitation, I propelled myself forward with a swiftness akin to that of an arrow released from its bowstring. In the span of a mere cigarette, I found myself alongside the tangled mass of hair. I did not rush to intercept her. Given my superior speed beneath the water, she would inevitably fall within my grasp. I decided to allow the chase to unfold for a moment, curious to see what other tricks this water ghost possessed, while also minimizing the risk of my own downfall. With this resolution, I leisurely trailed the water ghost, occasionally teasing the dense, dark locks of hair, urging her to swim faster. The tresses emitted a series of terrified and aggrieved whimpers, and suddenly, she pivoted sharply, attempting to escape in the opposite direction. However, under the weight of absolute speed, no tactic would enable her to evade me. During the pursuit, she resorted to various methods. A long tongue emerged from her tresses, aiming to ensnare my neck and suffocate me, only to be met with a swift slap that sent it recoiling. She also attempted to bewitch me with her eerie green eyes, but my decade of training was not in vain. As I silently recited the heart-purifying incantation, I unleashed a palm lightning strike, which nearly shattered the already wounded water ghost, leaving her in a state of sheer terror. At this moment, she was thoroughly frightened, darting in frantic directions. Yet no matter how she tried, I always caught up with her. The consequence of my pursuit was not merely a beating, but a reprimand for her sluggish swimming. For a water ghost to be cornered in such a manner would undoubtedly be a profound disgrace. Ultimately, the water ghost relinquished its struggle and resistance, quietly remaining in place, bound by my spirit-binding talisman and locked back to the shore. Speak, from whence do you hail? When did you meet your demise? How many lives have you taken? Confess freely, for those who resist will face severe consequences. Dare you weave deceitful tales to mislead me, and risk the dissolution of your very soul in an instant? My words were delivered with commanding authority, causing the water ghost to tremble in fear. Yes, I am Péng Dàoxiān, a water ghost from Dongping County. I perished 4 years ago by accident, drowning in the water, and I have been desperately awaiting the chance for reincarnation. I have never intended to harm anyone. Please spare me, for I am also a victim of circumstance. The ghost bowed repeatedly, seemingly sincere in its plea. However, as the saying goes, I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. You are a sly old wretch. This phrase serves as a reminder that the words of a ghost should not be taken at face value. Thus, I resolved to verify the ghost's claims. Nonsense. Dongping County lies over 100 miles from here. If you're indeed a water ghost from that region, why do you not diligently cultivate your powers in the waters, aiding innocent souls in peril, striving for an early rebirth? Instead, you wreak havoc in these waters, clearly lying to me. It seems that without inflicting some hardship upon you, you will not divulge the truth. Witness my exorcising flames. With that, I pretended to summon a spell to punish the water ghost. The ghost was firmly secured by the iron chains forged from my spirit-binding talisman, unable to flee, and could only bow repeatedly in supplication. Master, please, do not take action. I shall reveal everything. I promise to tell all, just spare me. I truly cannot afford to withhold any more, sobbed the ghost. Upon discovering an unexpected revelation, I hastily refrained from further inquiry and urged the water ghost to speak without delay. The matter unfolded as follows. Approximately a year ago, a wandering monk passed through Dongping County. He was reputed to possess profound Buddhist wisdom, capable of guiding lost souls to rebirth in the Pure Land. Having languished in the depths for 3 years, enveloped in the cold and darkness of the water, I could no longer endure the solitude and suffering that plagued my existence. Thus, I sought his aid to liberate me from this torment and facilitate my reincarnation. In a moment of desperation, I inhabited the body of a local villager and clandestinely approached him under the cover of night. To my astonishment, this so-called esteemed monk was not a man of virtue, but rather a beast in disguise. As I gazed at the water ghost, her lips twitched in agitation. She sat on the ground, bound by yellow, talismanic chains, yet her demeanor resembled that of a distressed peasant woman. He was no enlightened monk. He was merely a vile creature. While possessing the villager's form, I sought him out under the veil of darkness. He instantly discerned that I was not human and, with a thunderous clap upon the table, bellowed, "Bold specter, reveal your true form." Terrified, I knelt before him, pleading for his mercy and assistance in my quest for rebirth. I implored him, asserting that despite my 3 years submerged in the depths, I had caused no harm to others. In fact, I had saved 3 children who had ventured into the water. I believed I had accrued merit. However, he showed no regard for my words. Instead, he threatened me, declaring that failure to heed his command would result in my soul's annihilation. In utter helplessness, I succumbed to his indignities that very night. Although it was not my physical body, the sensations I experienced were undeniably real. To be candid, he was utterly reprehensible. After the incident, he did not allow me to traverse through reincarnation. Instead, he imprisoned me within the beads he always carried. A few months later, he journeyed to Tsaishu village, where he met with Su Yuquan, the eldest son of the Su family. The two reached a mysterious agreement, and thereafter, I found myself confined within a black coffin. The old monk proclaimed that black is associated with water, and given that I met my demise by drowning, the depths of water are most suitable for nurturing een and refining malice. He instructed me to remain within the coffin, safeguarding what lay beneath it, ensuring that it remained undiscovered. Should I witness anyone entering the water, I was to slay them as a substitute, thus enabling him to assist me in achieving reincarnation, freeing me from earthly suffering. Oh, dear Taoist, I have divulged everything I know. Do not take my life anew. All I desire is to be reborn. What have I done to deserve this? Why must you, practitioners of the Tao, seek to eradicate us spirits upon seeing us? Do we wish to be ghosts? Are we deserving of death simply for existing as such? Upon hearing the water ghost covertly attempting to shift the narrative and morally bind me, I immediately rebuked her. Silence. Do you truly believe you have justification for your complicity in tyranny? Had you devoted yourself to cultivating virtue in the depths, how could you have fallen into this calamity? By possessing the living, you have already transgressed the natural order. Your desires have tainted the innocent. Even if you find yourself temporarily captured with no opportunity to flee, do you not have a chance to escape from within the coffin at the bottom? You clearly seek to find a substitute to suffer in your stead. Yet you dare to argue. Were it not for the coercion you face, the Taoist master would have long since obliterated you from existence. Now, reveal what lies beneath that black coffin. Should you dare to withhold any more truths, do not blame me for my merciless actions. The water ghost, unable to deceive me any longer, hesitated for a moment before finally revealing what lay beneath the coffin. What was concealed, there was also a spirit, but not one of the deceased souls like ours. It took the form of a white humanoid puppet, which usually resided within the puppet itself, making it difficult to detect without a thorough search. Just as the water ghost began to divulge this information, the village was suddenly filled with a cacophony of gongs and drums, a jarring sound that pierced the stillness of the night. An incident had occurred. Every household hastily shut their doors, scrutinizing their numbers, as the villagers, young and old, gathered at the village entrance. Under the cloak of darkness, I furrowed my brow and addressed the trembling water ghost in a low voice. Return to the depths, and I shall uncover the truth of tonight's events. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of seeking a substitute. That path leads to no virtuous outcome. All things in this world are bound by the cycle of cause and effect. Should you genuinely repent, there may yet be a chance for you to escape the sea of suffering and embark upon the path of reincarnation. With that, I gently gestured, retrieving the binding talisman. The water ghost floated to the water's surface, her form gradually sinking until she became a mere blur, merging once more with the river, cloaked in night. The hurried footsteps of the villagers intertwined with their frantic cries as I stood at the village entrance, gazing at the flickering lights in the distance, lost in thought. The tranquility of the village had been shattered by the sudden upheaval, and an ominous atmosphere enveloped the air. Taking a deep breath, I vanished from sight, arriving at the village square, where I found the village chief, Su Yuquan, anxiously ringing a bronze gong, calling for the villagers to assemble. Around me, several torches swayed in the night breeze, casting flickering shadows upon anxious faces. I quietly resolved to unveil the hidden secrets beneath this shroud of night and restore peace to the village. However, where there is an anomaly, there is often a sinister force at play. It seemed prudent for me to remain in the shadows for the time being, observing the unfolding events. I discreetly withdrew from the throng, concealing myself within the darkness, eager to discern the intentions of Su Yuquan. The night was as dark as ink, and the flickering light of the torches danced upon the villagers' tense visages. Standing atop a raised platform, the village chief, Su Yuquan, wielded a large megaphone. His voice heavy and urgent, penetrating the hearts of all present. Fellow villagers, the old matriarch of the Kai family, a woman who toiled tirelessly throughout her life, has returned. What a splendid elder she was, yet her heart was burdened by the ingratitude of her descendants. Now, she is transformed into a terrifying zombie. Last night, she returned to her home and bit Kai Jingjin, the eldest son of the Kai family. She now wanders freely, endangering the lives of our villagers. Therefore, I have resolved to mobilize all able-bodied men in the village tonight to locate and eradicate this menace. For the sake of our families, we must unite to find her and reduce her to ashes. With that proclamation, Su Yochuan's gaze swept over the crowd, and each individual felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Bang! The copper gong in his hands was struck with great force once more, its somber sound reverberating through the night sky. The villagers exchanged glances, fear and anger intertwining in their eyes. Suddenly, a murmur arose among the crowd, some voices filled with righteous indignation, yet all opinions inclined favorably towards the village chief. Su Yuquan, the Kai family has brought this upon themselves. Fortunately, we have the village chief, otherwise we would truly be at a loss. Indeed, the zombies are terrifying. If we do not discover their whereabouts, who among the village's women and children would dare venture out after dark? The Kai family is despicable. Had it not been for their avarice and stinginess, the old lady would not have hanged herself. In my view, they should be expelled from the village. Yes, expel them. Drive the Kai family out of the village. The crowd was fervent, while Su Yuquan atop the platform revealed a barely perceptible sinister smile. Bang! Fellow villagers, listen to my instructions. We will form teams of 10 and search separately. Each team will carry a gong. Upon sighting the Kai matriarch, do not engage in confrontation. Merely strike the gong to assemble everyone. I have summoned a venerable monk from the Faluo temple, renowned for his mastery in vanquishing evil spirits and zombies. With his presence, the zombies shall find no refuge. Chapter 41. The Importance of Learning Foreign Languages. All adult male villagers of Kaisu village were dispatched by Su Yuquan to hunt for zombies. Armed with torches and searching towards the mountains behind the village in groups of 10. However, the village chief, Su Yuquan, did not accompany the main group up the mountain. Instead, he stealthily returned home. I concealed myself in the shadows and quietly followed him. The Su family residence was expansive, consisting of approximately a dozen rooms. I observed as Su Yuquan entered through the door, prompting me to crouch outside and wait until the sound of footsteps faded before I scaled the wall to enter. After Su Yuquan entered, he walked directly towards a secluded guest room. Ensuring no one was around, he knocked on the door. Is that you, village head Su? Kumin. A deep male voice resonated from within, suggesting a man in his 40s, likely possessing some mastery, exuding vitality. Su Yuquan adjusted his jacket and stepped inside. As a precaution, he took a piece of moss from the earthen wall, whispered an incantation, and then stuffed the moss into his nostrils to conceal his living presence. I scaled the wall in 3 strides, lay on the roof, and gently lifted a tile to observe the scene within the room. There sat a rotund bald man with 9 scars on his head, clad in a monk's robe and draped in a kasaya. In his left hand, he clutched a roasted leg of lamb, while his right held a bottle of the old village chief's liquor. He indulged in the succulent meat and wine, clearly relishing the moment. Upon entering, Su Yuquan immediately assumed a different demeanor, wearing a sycophantic smile as he approached. Master, everything has been arranged. All is proceeding smoothly according to plan. Once the appearance of the Kai family's matriarch zombie is revealed to the villagers, they will certainly be filled with dread. At that moment, if you lend just a slight hand to extinguish the Kai matriarch, those foolish villagers will undoubtedly regard you as a living Buddha. The large monk, upon hearing this, was quite pleased. He exclaimed, "Good, good, good," and seized a roast chicken from the table, taking a few bites before speaking again. Umipa, village head Su is truly clever. This is evident. It is worth the effort I have devoted to assisting you. The Kai family's wealth is no small sum. Once the deed is done, I wonder how much you plan to share with this humble monk? One cannot allow a mere title of living Buddha to be all that remains for the humble monk, can one? Hee hee ha ha. Upon hearing the mention of profit sharing, Su Yochuan's smile diminished considerably. Yet, under the oppressive aura of the monk, he could only maintain a facade of joviality. The elder of the Kai family has already been bitten by a zombie, and it is only a matter of time before he transforms. When that day arrives, driven mad by the absorption of Yin energy, it is likely that the Kai family will face total annihilation. At that juncture, all of their assets will be subject to my discretion. Of course, the merits of the deceased master are substantial, and his efforts cannot go unrewarded. Let us propose a division of 2 for 5. I wonder how the deceased master feels about this? Su Yuquan, ever the seasoned strategist, first reminded the deceased plump monk of the authority he wielded, seeking to justify the extraction of the Kai family's wealth, asserting that only his words would carry weight among the villagers. Then, he extolled the monk's toil, suggesting he deserved a greater share, employing the age-old tactic of offering a stick followed by a sweet date, a ploy that would have likely succeeded with an ordinary individual. However, the deceased monk was no ordinary man. Aware of the multitude of sins he bore and the countless souls he had wronged, he was not easily deceived. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, Su village chief speaks truth. The assets of the Kai family indeed rest upon your authority. However, it seems the village chief has forgotten how he ascended to this position. Were it not for this humble monk altering the temperament of the Kai family using the 5 Ghost Town curse, it is likely that it would be the Su family facing the division of assets and ruin. Upon hearing the monk's words, Su Yuquan clenched his teeth in frustration, his eyes darting as he resolved to take action. He smiled and spoke, Master Yuanji, what you said is true. You are my benefactor. Without you, there would be no splendid situation we find ourselves in now. Let me bear a slight loss. You shall take 70%, and I shall take 30%. You see, before Su Yuquan could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by the portly monk's stern voice. Su Yuquan, do not take advantage of me, a monk. Initially, I would have accepted just 10%, as it is I who devised the means. However, out of compassion, my heart has been too soft. Having relied on your hospitality these days, I feel quite embarrassed. Very well, I shall concede an additional 10% to you. We shall split it 80-20. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Let me remind you, I possess the means to elevate you, but I also have the capability to bring you down. The scheming smile on Master Yuanji's face grew more pronounced as he slammed the roasted chicken onto the table, clearly indicating his intention to turn hostile. The room fell into an intense silence, charged with tension between the two. Yet, Su Yuquan reacted swiftly. He awkwardly chuckled a few times, choosing to retreat momentarily. Ha. Ah, Master Yuanji, please do not take offense. I am merely a person who enjoys jesting. Since you have already made up your mind, I shall comply. If there are no further instructions from you, I shall take my leave. As Su Yuquan finished speaking and turned to depart, he was called back by the monk. Hold on, Su village chief. This additional 10% cannot be given to you for free. You must ensure that my needs for food and provisions are adequately arranged. After all, the Kai family is wealthy, and that 10% is sufficient for you to draw a salary as village chief for a decade. The plump monk concluded his remarks, and Su Yochuan's expression darkened slightly. Nevertheless, he still forced a smile and inquired, The wine and meat have been arranged for the master chef. Is there anything else you require, master? Please do not hesitate to let me know. I will ensure everything is taken care of. Taken care of? You dare to say that? The meat consists merely of chicken, duck, beef, and mutton, with not a hint of seafood or game. The wine is nothing but common fare, harsh on my throat. I have tolerated all this. Do you still intend for me to sleep alone tonight? Surely, you must prepare a warm bed for me. And let me be clear, I do not desire rural wildflowers. Go to the provincial city and bring me back a foreign lady. I, too, wish to indulge in foreign pleasures and learn a bit of foreign language. The monk's face was adorned with a lascivious grin, although Su Yuquan felt a surge of anger. He knew he had to rely on this monk's powers to usurp the Kai family. Thus he could only endure and smile. Indeed, learning a foreign language is essential. I too wish to acquire such knowledge. Rest assured, master, I shall immediately depart for the Prince Hotel in the provincial city to find you a foreign lady. After Su Yuquan spoke, he smiled and exited, shutting the door behind him, his expression turning sinister. Just wait. Once I secure the funds, Once Su Yuquan left, the monk regarded the closed door with a cold snort. If the zombie proves too fierce, it would be quite reasonable for the village chief to meet his demise, wouldn't it? With that, the monk retrieved a blood-red wine jar from beneath the bed, sealed with a peachwood wedge, upon which a demon-slaying staff was inserted. The rotund monk skillfully removed the peachwood wedge, extending his hand and shaking his ample sleeves, revealing his stout, plump arms. Subsequently, he removed the demon-slaying staff from his wrist, a fleeting twitch gracing his lips as he resolutely severed a vein upon his arm. Vivid crimson blood flowed languidly, cascading into the narrow mouth of the wine jar, which immediately began to tremble violently, resonating with eerie laughter reminiscent of a childess. Gaggle. Gaggle, gaggle. I perched upon the rooftop, witnessing the scene within the room, astonished enough to exclaim, "What in the world? Is this some sorcery to raise spirits? Who's there?" Chapter 42. On the brink of becoming a zombie. The demonic monk detected my presence, swiftly sealing the bloody jar without pausing to bandage his own wound. He leapt atop the table with agility. The tiles shattered beneath him, yet the rooftop had already been vacated. The monk, now in a state of meditation, surveyed the surroundings of the Su family residence, seeking any trace of the eavesdropper. However, an overwhelming silence enveloped him. Even the sound of his own breath echoed distinctly in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to relent and leapt down from the rooftop. But in an instant, he sprang back up, his eyes alight with a mysterious intent as he employed some arcane technique. Clearly, he aimed to launch a surprise attack, catching me off guard. Yet, I anticipated his inherently suspicious nature. Even his allies were viewed as potential threats to be eliminated. How could he easily abandon his pursuit? Thus, I remained concealed within the dense canopy of a great tree, not daring to move an inch. It was not until half an hour had elapsed that I cautiously descended from the tree, silently grateful for my prudence, having narrowly evaded disaster. Otherwise, if a confrontation had ensued, I might not have been a match for this demonic monk. At that moment, escaping unscathed would have proven exceedingly difficult. I stealthily departed from the Su residence and, under the cover of night, made my way to the Kai family estate. Indeed, the Kai family's abode surpassed that of the Su family in grandeur. It consisted of a series of traditional Chinese courtyards, complete with pavilions and terraces. Even in the countryside, constructing such a manor would undoubtedly entail significant expenditures. Ah, how delightful it must be to possess wealth. One can only dream of establishing a residence of such magnificence in our village, thereby bringing honor to one's ancestors. With a soft sigh, I leapt gracefully into the Kai family courtyard. In contrast to the Su family, the majority of the Kai family members were gathered in the main hall, where a pile of banknotes lay upon the table. However, the atmosphere among them was decidedly somber. "Ah, you were bitten by my grandmother. Allow me to apply a band-aid." "We Wun Ti wanted to fester and require further expenses," spoke a young man who had vehemently berated the laborers carrying the coffin the previous night. He was none other than Kai Wenji, the son of the Kai family patriarch, Kai Jingjing. "Do not waste money on band-aids, Wenji. They cost money too," I retorted, having just spat a couple of times to alleviate my irritation. Alas, how can one expect her to revive after being deceased for 7 or 8 days? Kai Zhengdin sighed, clutching his arm where the bruising had already begun to manifest, as he posed a perplexing inquiry to his son. "Brother, have you truly interred our mother? I suspect you were preoccupied with the monetary contributions and hastily returned before even reaching the mountains," he continued. "Indeed, I have heard whispers that you drove off the coffin bearers, saving over 1,000 yuan. You cannot keep that money to yourself. We must divide it among us brothers." The two speakers are the other sons of the Kai family, named Kai Jingyin and Kai Zhengxian. Upon overhearing his younger brothers scheming over the hard-earned money, the eldest, Kai Jingjin, hastily asserted that he could not trust hearsay, for he had already disbursed the funds. "Enough of this clamor. What evidence do you possess to prove that I have not given the money? If there is none, refrain from speaking. In my view, the three of us should promptly divide the inheritance and return to our respective homes. I must clarify, as I have been bitten by our mother, I am entitled to an additional share to cover my medical expenses." Before Kai Jingjin could finish his statement, he was met with immediate opposition from his two brothers, who insisted on an equitable division of the inheritance, refusing to incur even the slightest loss. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, and throughout the turmoil, no one seemed to care about the whereabouts of their mother, who had transformed into a zombie. It appeared that this was of little consequence, at least not as pressing as the division of money. From my concealed vantage point on the roof, I observed the wound on Kai Jingjin's arm, only to be astonished by the sight. His arm had become rigid and immobile, with the wound exuding faint wisps of black vapor. Kai Jingjin's complexion was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, evidently afflicted by the poison of the undead, and he was on the verge of becoming one of them. Suddenly, with a forceful thud on the table, Kai Jingjin unleashed a primal roar that sent his younger brothers into silence, paralyzed with fear. Damn it, I am the eldest. I have exerted the most effort in handling our mother's affairs after her passing. Now, having been bitten by her, I demand an extra $1,000. Anyone who dares oppose me shall face dire consequences. With that declaration, Kai Jingjin reached for the money on the table, only to be restrained by his second brother. Kai Jingjin, eldest brother, your claim of having contributed the most to our mother's funeral is inaccurate. I, along with the third brother, have not been idle. All right, considering your injury, I'll give you an extra 5 yuan. Go buy some band-aids, that should be enough for 10 pieces, Kai Lar declared, pulling 5 yuan from the table and tossing it to Kai Jingjin. This action infuriated Kai Lauda, who let out a furious roar and lunged at Kai Jingjin, gripping his shoulder tightly, baring his sharp teeth as he aimed to bite into the carotid artery of Kai Jingjin. The onlookers were utterly stunned, unable to intervene in Kai Jingjin's wrath. Heavenly Fire, Thunder God, may the 5 directions summon thunders. Earth Fire, Thunder God, banish the demons and expel the spirits. Malevolent spirits, depart quickly, in obedience to my Emperor's command. Heavenly Gang's 5 thunder spell, hasten, as per the law. I, perched atop the roof, could not remain a mere spectator to this chaos. Channeling the Zhenwu exorcism seal with my hands, I recited the 5 thunder Heavenly Gang incantation, unleashing 2 arcs of lightning from my palms, one aimed at Kai Jingjin's teeth, the other at his chest. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding crashes, both bolts struck their targets, forcing the Kai family's elder to stagger backward, reluctantly releasing his grip on the second brother, Kai Jingjin. Clutching the tooth I had knocked out, he glared at the rooftop with bloodshot eyes, seemingly desiring to rend me to pieces. I leaped down from the roof and strode confidently into the Kai family hall. Who are you? What are you doing on my roof? Do you dare to threaten me with the police? Kai Laosan, Kai Zhengxian, slammed his hand on the table, seizing the opportunity to hide a wad of cash in his palm, shouting at me in anger. Ignoring Kai Laosan, I swiftly approached the elder, Kai Jingjin, grasped his wrist, and pulled it upward, rolling up his sleeve to examine his wounds closely. Kai Jingjin's wound has now swollen and deformed, yet he feels no pain whatsoever. When I press hard on it, the skin felt as unyielding as stone. After tonight, even if you miraculously manage to dispel the corpse poison, this arm will inevitably require amputation. Had I not visited the Kai family today, within 3 days, you would transform into a zombie, wreaking havoc upon your family. My words left the 3 Kai brothers momentarily speechless, but they quickly regained their composure, hurling insults at me, branding me a charlatan attempting to covet their family's wealth. Nonsense. What absurd talk of zombie poison. My mother's revival was merely a fleeting glimpse of light. I do not require treatment, nor do I possess the means to seek it. How do you even gain entry? Depart at once, or I shall not hesitate to call the authorities and charge you with trespassing. The eldest Kai, with eyes ablaze with fury, glared at me. I let out a cold snort, slicing my middle finger to let the blood drip onto the table. Instantly, Kai Jingjin lunged at the blood like a ravenous wolf, fervently licking at the crimson droplets. Chapter 43. The Malevolent Spirits Beneath the Water. The remaining members of the Kai family observed Kai Jingjin's state in silence. Although they said nothing, they likely understood in their hearts that he was perilously close to becoming a zombie. Yet, even if he were afflicted with corpse poison, he appears to be well, aside from a slight craving for blood. His speech and actions remain largely unchanged. On what grounds can you assert he will become a zombie? Kai Wenji slammed his hand on the table, demanding answers. However, I remained silent, instead seizing Kai Jingjin by the hair and thrusting his head toward Kai Wenji, who was stretching his neck to curse at me. Kai Jingjin was savoring the exquisite taste of blood, his lips glistening, when suddenly I yanked him backward. In that instant, a pulsating vein appeared before him. His eyes gleamed with excitement, resembling a pug spotting a bone, and he opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite into his son's carotid artery. At that pivotal moment, I seized Kai's hair and pulled him back, causing Kai Wenji to recoil in shock at his father's grotesque demeanor. The elder had transformed into a zombie. He no longer deserved a share of the spoils, and my brother and I could simply split the loot evenly. Kai Jingjin chuckled maliciously, eager to claim the money on the table. I shook my head in exasperation, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling, and informed them that their entire family had fallen under a curse. Someone was patiently waiting for their demise to seize their wealth, yet they still had the audacity to squabble amongst themselves. Kai Jingjin remained skeptical, cursing under his breath, until I raised my hand as if to strike him, prompting him to silence himself. Kai Wenji, being younger and more receptive, had begun to believe my words to a significant extent. He stepped forward and, with a thud, knelt before me. "Master, please save my father, but let be known, we cannot afford exorbitant fees. If it costs too much, we shall forego treatment." I rolled my eyes. This scheming old monk was truly devious. The 5 ghosts within the 5 ghost towns nightmare technique represent the ailments of illness, poverty, hunger, greed, and death. Among them, the greedy ghost, though slow to manifest, operates most quietly. As time passes, the essence of humanity becomes increasingly blurred, until eventually, one may witness the demise of their own kin and remain utterly indifferent. Fortunately, although Kai Wenji fell victim to the scheme, he still retained a semblance of conscience and sought my assistance to save his father. Despite the emotional toll and his concern over expenses, I reassured him that as a practitioner of the way, it is my duty to lend aid in times of injustice. This time, I would not accept any remuneration from his family, yet I was resolute in addressing the plight of the Kai family. Upon concluding my words, I instructed Kai Wenji to procure a file and a bowl of glutinous rice, as I intended to purge the corpse poison afflicting his father, Kai Jingjin. Shortly thereafter, a bowl of glutinous rice was brought forth. Without hesitation, I inverted the bowl onto the arm that bore the bite, and, as the rice made contact with the skin, it sizzled and emitted wisps of white smoke. Kai Jingjin cried out in agony, yet I had preemptively bound his arms with rope to prevent him from thrashing about in a frenzy. Once I had treated his arm, he succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Seizing the opportunity, I employed the file to smooth down his sharp, menacing fangs. Upon completion of this task, I instructed Kai Wenji to carry his father home for proper recuperation, advising him to cleanse the wound daily with water infused with loquat leaves. Within a month, the corpse poison would be entirely eradicated. Subsequently, I requested 64 white candles from Kai Wenji and set up a temporary 8 gates luck alteration array in the Kai family S main hall. This array, divided into 8 gates, life, death, injury, and rest, was designed to counter the dire fate that loomed over the Kai family. To alter their fortune, it was essential to invoke the life-giving essence of the life gate from the 8 gates Duinjia to fend off the malevolent curse of the miser. I cautioned Kai Wenji that the candles of this array must remain lit if he wished to avoid demise. He should not be stingy with expenditures and should promptly replace the candles before they burned out. Kai Wenji nodded repeatedly in agreement. Having completed all these tasks, I dared not pause for a moment and plunged once more into the inky depths of the night. At the confluence of the 3 rivers, I took a deep breath and dived into the water again. Regrettably, the coffin where the water spirit resided had been shattered by my hand, and I could no longer locate that particular expanse of water. Fortunately, I did not swim for long before I once again encountered the water spirit I had previously wounded. Having experienced my formidable prowess, she looked upon me with a countenance filled with dread, as if she had beheld the very embodiment of death. I reassured her not to fear, for I sought her no trouble. Rather, I urged her to guide me swiftly, as I intended to eliminate that miserly spirit before it was too late. The water spirit hesitated momentarily, pursing her lips as if weighing the pros and cons of my request. Noticing her reluctance, I raised my voice in a commanding tone, declaring, "I am a disciple of the Qing sect of Dàoxiān, and I have reported this matter to my master. My fellow disciples are en route. Do not entertain thoughts of aiding the wicked, for the reclusive monk shall meet his demise. If you do not abandon the shadows for the light, you shall meet with a dire fate." Indeed, as soon as my bravado was proclaimed, the water spirit resolved herself and beckoned me to follow her. "I shall lead you to the miserly spirit. In the water, he cannot wield his full power, while I can. This shall serve as my redemption, correct? Once we have vanquished the monk, you will assist me in my reincarnation, will you not?" I readily acquiesced to the water spirit's proposition, for in the water, her strength could reach its zenith. Moreover, given my current vulnerability, having an ally was undoubtedly preferable to confronting another adversary. As it turned out, my decision was indeed a most prudent one. In the brief span of a tea's brewing, I found myself, under the guidance of the water ghost, standing before the pile of azure stones that suppressed the miser. With the essence of the dragon coursing through my veins, I plunged into the water, gaining immense strength. With a forceful push, I overturned the heap of stones. Meanwhile, the water ghost summoned her spectral power. Her raven hair surged and grew wildly, sweeping through the riverbed like a broom, clearing away the stones beneath. Before long, we had relocated all the massive azure rocks, uncovering what lay beneath. It was a petite bronze coffin, bound at each corner with chains. The lid bore a statue of a Buddha, fierce and malevolent, its countenance so terrifying that even the wrathful deity could not rival its fearsome visage. The water ghost attempted to remove the statue, but it suddenly radiated a dark glow, causing her to gasp and retreat behind me. "Master," she exclaimed, "this statue is replete with malevolent energy. I dare not approach it. However, I sense that its aura bears some resemblance to yours, though it lacks your intensity. You might attempt to absorb it." Her words sent a jolt through me, similar to the malevolent energy that envelopes me. How could this be? Mine is the essence of 9 malevolent spirits, the distilled power derived from the centuries of cultivation by the dragon Arwen. Though inherently sinister, it is the purest form, a veritable ancestor of all malevolent energies in the world. Yet, if this statue is indeed saturated with such dark essence, it must be a primordial relic refined by a meditating monk. With this thought, a wry smile crept across my lips, and a clever plan began to take shape in my mind. Chapter 44. Conquering Demons and Locking Spirits. I enveloped my palm with the ominous energy of the 9 fiends, gently lifting the fearsome idol of the malevolent deity. From my bosom, I retrieved the yellow talisman and affixed it directly onto the statue. "Master, why not absorb it or shatter it instead? What purpose does this idol serve?" The ghostly woman gazed at me in confusion, articulating her thoughts. I offered a slight smile, as if everything were well within my control. Since this idol was the life-bound shadow of a deceased monk, any disturbance would undoubtedly alert the treacherous monk. For now, I would hold on to it. In due time, I would utilize it to my advantage. Carefully securing the idol, I instructed the water ghost to step back. I then formed the 5 thunder technique with my hands, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the bronze coffin. Strangely resilient, the bronze casket merely shook twice under the force of my palm thunder, remaining stubbornly shut. I let out a cold snort, channeling the yang energy within me. This energy, refined through my heart, coursed through my lungs and spread throughout my body, embodying the authentic practices of Dàoxiān's celestial mysteries. Great thunder lord of the heavens, resound through the void. With a flourish, banish all malevolence and wickedness. Evil gods and spirits, be vanquished by my profound art. I heed the decree of the old Lord. Divine weapons, obey my command. Exterminate the wicked. As I gestured with my fingers, envisioning the form of the thunderous deity of the 9 heavens, I unleashed a powerful strike. The tempestuous force of thunder surged forth, and at last, The bronze coffin shattered in response. A murky stream of water erupted, and a white, human-shaped cloth doll floated into view. Observing this, I instinctively reached out to grasp it, but to my astonishment, the doll suddenly sprang to life. Its eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue as its body rapidly inflated. It swiftly kicked my arm aside and darted towards the water surface. The humanoid puppet moved with astonishing speed, drifting several meters away in the blink of an eye. I hurriedly called for the water ghost to assist in intercepting it. Quickly stop it. Do not let it escape. Try to resolve it in the water. As I moved, the dragon-shaped mark on my chest reemerged, and my skin was soon enveloped in a layer of scales, enhancing my speed significantly. The water ghost was already prepared. She rapidly extended her tongue, which lashed out like a whip against the back of the humanoid puppet, causing it to stagger in its flight. Seizing the moment, I surpassed it and obstructed its path. I unleashed bolts of lightning from my palm, but it skillfully evaded them, while the water ghost transformed into a fearsome aquatic form. Her long hair splitting into 9 strands, each striking from unexpected angles at the humanoid puppet. I silently marveled at my fortunate agreement with the water ghost to fight alongside her. Otherwise, even without her colluding with the puppet against me, eliminating this miser in the depths would have proven a formidable challenge. With the miser entangled by the water ghost, I began to devise my plan. I retrieved a yellow talisman from my pocket, sealing off all potential escape routes for the humanoid puppet, and began to channel my magical energy to establish the demon-locking spirit formation. Soon, the formation was complete. I swiftly pulled the water ghost outside its perimeter and activated the formation. The yellow talisman emitted a dazzling golden light, gradually constricting the area it encompassed. Witnessing this, the humanoid puppet finally grew anxious, letting out a piercing roar as it began to batter against the edges of the formation. I formed a hand gesture, striving to maintain the solidity of the formation. Then, I commanded the water ghost to move the azure boulder to strike the greedy little demon ensconced within the human-shaped puppet. Master, it is quite ferocious. Will throwing stones truly be effective? The water ghost, though perplexed, heeded my words and turned to lift the azure boulder. Indeed, it will be effective. That stone is made of lapis lazuli, one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism, which can enhance wisdom and calm the spirit, while also suppressing malevolent entities. Otherwise, how could that bald monk have used it to subdue this miserly demon? The human-shaped puppet seemed to comprehend my words, casting a venomous glance in my direction, and the frequency of its assault on the formation intensified. The demon's nearly frenzied actions confirmed my suspicions. The more it feared, the more it validated the correctness of my approach. As expected, after several boulders struck the puppet, it emitted a painful wail, and the force of its assault on the formation diminished significantly. Naturally, I could not let this golden opportunity slip away. As the saying goes, one should take advantage of a foe's weakness. I thrust my palms forward, unleashing bolts of lightning from my palms like a machine gun upon a human-shaped puppet, causing it to cower in despair until it ultimately lay weakened at the bottom of the water. At this moment, I was drenched in sweat, my strength nearly depleted. If the water ghost were to launch a surprise attack now, I would likely float to the surface tomorrow, becoming a new water ghost myself. Fortunately, she did not betray my trust. Perhaps she believed my exaggerated tales, thinking that the disciples of Dàoxiān would come to aid. In any case, she refrained from taking advantage of my vulnerability and instead stood by to protect me while I regained my strength. After a considerable time, I exhaled deeply, relieved that I was able to breathe underwater. Otherwise, I would have perished. I approached the humanoid puppet and bound it with a spirit-sealing talisman, then beckoned for the water ghost, Ping Ping, to join me. Ping Ping, I am grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have sustained injuries while subduing this miserly spirit. Once I have defeated the meditative monk, I shall hold a ritual to honor you and facilitate your reincarnation. I patted my chest in assurance, and in her hollow eyes, a glimmer of hope shone forth as she nodded enthusiastically. If we could vanquish the meditative monk and allow for rebirth, I would surely remember the profound kindness of the Taoist priest. Just as I was speaking, the distant sound of gongs echoed from the mountains, causing my heart to race. It seemed someone had discovered the matriarch of the Kai family, now transformed into a zombie. Ping, evidently aware of the situation, inquired if I needed her assistance. After a moment of contemplation, I declined her offer. Capturing the matriarch was part of the monk's scheme, and he would undoubtedly make an appearance. His mastery of the craft was formidable, and he had refined lesser spirits. Ping would not only be of no help, but could also risk losing her soul. This water ghost harbored no malevolent intentions and had not harmed anyone, especially after assisting me. Her motives remained pure. The outcome of this endeavor was uncertain, and it was best not to involve her further. In that case, take care, dear Taoist. I shall return now. Wait. Upon hearing my refusal, Ping's expression fell slightly. She was about to float back to the depths when I called out to her. I extended my hand to grasp Ping's severed arm, channeling the sinister energy of the 9 fiends within me to reattach the limb that I had previously severed with my palm thunder. Witnessing the remarkable ability of the 9 fiends' energy to reshape the soul, Ping gasped in astonishment. Taoist, your dark energy is formidable. It may very well counter the abbot of eternal rest. Having spent some time in his presence, I was aware that aside from refining the 5 ghosts to serve his whims, he possessed a mysterious treasure. Chapter 45. The Great Heavenly Dragon? What treasure? Upon hearing the mention of a treasure, my eyes sparkled with intrigue. I understood that many sects possess their own protective artifacts, not only imbued with extraordinary power, but also serving as vital life-saving tools. I was uncertain what this particular item was, but I knew that the abbot, that treacherous bald monk, carried it with him daily, a long, slender box that he handled with great care. If one were to confront him, one must proceed with utmost caution. After Ping finished speaking, she departed, and I quietly resolved that if I could vanquish the abbot, I would undoubtedly search for this artifact. Speaking of treasures, I suddenly recalled Cheng Luoying, the granddaughter of the Maoshan Taoist. When she returned to her mountain, she seemed to have given me an artifact, claiming it was used for communication within her sect, something she referred to as listening to the wind's whisper. With this thought, I began to search within my robes, and soon enough, I felt a delicate object shaped like a bell. Following the method Cheng Luoying had taught me, I gently recited the incantation. To my astonishment, the bell emitted a radiant glow, soaring from my hand to float gracefully before me. In the stillness of the night, I felt a tinge of embarrassment for intruding upon others. However, with Cheng Luoying's commendable skills in the Tao, having her as my ally would undoubtedly enhance my chances of overcoming the monk Yuanji. Ahem. Luoying, are you awake? This is Péng Dàoxiān. Listen, I find myself in Kaisu village, entangled in a bit of trouble. I urgently seek your assistance. If it is convenient for you, please come quickly to vanquish the demons and uphold justice. After sending my message, the bell remained ominously silent, tightening the knot of anxiety in my heart. Could it be that this talisman has malfunctioned? Never mind. With the impending battle, even if she were to hear me, the distance would render her aid futile. It seems I must fend for myself. I secured the bell on my waist and retrieved a human-shaped doll from my bosom. On the eve of battle, I must first eliminate this miserly spirit, lest I falter amidst the chaos. I produced a yellow talisman, invoking the Qingwei Xintian Dao, igniting it with the celestial heart fire of the Tao, and then cast the flames upon the doll. As I raised the talisman lightly, a magnificent blaze of celestial heart fire surged forth, devouring the talisman like a voracious beast, transforming into a searing line of fire that accurately struck the doll. In an instant, the doll was enveloped in flames, as if ensnared by invisible chains, unable to escape its fated judgment. Amidst the flames, the doll's form began to twist and contort, emanating billowing black gas that surged forth, accompanied by a foul stench reminiscent of a millennia-old corpse, suffocating in its intensity. This black mist spiraled and struggled in the air, seemingly infused with remnants of resentment and unwillingness from its past existence. The puppet emitted a series of piercing howls and venomous curses, its voice sharp and jarring, reverberating through the tranquil night, sending chills down one's spine. At last, the puppet's voice grew fainter until it was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. I had expended so much energy to finally vanquish the miser, exhaling a long, murky breath before dashing towards the mountain adjacent to Tsaishu village. Bang, bang, bang. Zombies have been spotted. She is on a mountain. Hurry, everyone hurry. The elder of the Kai family is up there. We need help. A villager came racing down from the mountain, bursting into Tsaishu village, ringing a gong while shouting for the patrol to assemble. Soon, the patrol gathered, comprising over 100 individuals. They searched for the village chief, Su Yuquan, but alas, he was not in the village. He had gone to the provincial capital to seek an English teacher for the deceased monk. Now, with no one in charge, the villagers were in disarray. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a resounding chant shattered the night sky, capturing everyone's attention. Umaba, cough, 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 Tathagata. The monk, clad in a cassock, wearing a lotus hat, and wielding a staff, emerged from Su Yochuan's home, embodying the visage of an enlightened master. It is Master Yuanji. I have heard the village chief speak of you. It is said that your profound Buddhist teachings allow you to subdue demons and dispel malevolence. We have encountered a terrifying zombie on the mountain. You must help us eliminate her. The villager who had raced back from the mountain hurried to the monk, hands clasped together in earnest supplication for his aid. Ah, esteemed patrons, there is no need for concern. With this humble monk present, I assure you that the zombie shall not stir up any tempest. The monk, Yuanji, spoke languidly, yet his hand instinctively pressed against a concealed spot. Alas, Su Yochuan's English teacher had yet to return, and his temper was somewhat frayed. Please, master, lend us your assistance. Should you vanquish the zombie, we shall construct a temple in your honor, eternally blessed with offerings. Indeed, we implore you, master. We place our unwavering faith in your abilities. The villagers clasped their hands in prayer and bowed deeply to Yuanji, as if he truly possessed the power to annihilate the zombie and restore peace to the village. There is no need for such formalities, he replied. No need for such formalities. However, the Dharma must not be carelessly transmitted. While subduing the zombie poses no challenge, the matter of human affairs cannot be overlooked. After all, this humble monk requires some merit to quell demons and vanquish evil. How might such merit be accrued? Naturally, it must come in the form of donations to the temple for incense money. Before Yuanji even took action, he had already set his sights on the villagers' pockets. Clearly, these villagers, terrified by the zombie, were eager to part with their wealth to avert disaster. I concealed myself in the shadows, unable to stifle a cold chuckle. This cunning monk possessed an inexhaustible repertoire of money-making schemes. Just moments ago, he aimed to seize 80% of the Kai family's fortune, and now he was not even sparing the impoverished villagers, seeking to extort them once more. It was utterly despicable. I resolved by any means necessary to ensure that this bald monk would not leave Kai Su village alive to continue his nefarious deeds. Once Yuanji secured the villagers' promises, he contentedly followed them up the mountain, while I disguised myself as a villager and trailed along to the heights adjacent to the village. As the team arrived at the mountainside, they were greeted by a cacophony of resonant gongs. The night was as dark as ink, with the moonlight barely penetrating the veil of thin, ominous clouds that shrouded the forest, adding an air of enigma. The villagers, torches and farming tools in hand, navigated the rugged mountain path with palpable tension and disarray, their hurried breaths and chaotic footsteps intertwining to create a tableau of panic. Suddenly, a deep, ominous roar emanated from the mountain's peak, causing every heart to constrict in fear. Shortly thereafter, a shadow emerged in the scant moonlight, revealing the zombie transformed from the matriarch of the Kai family. Her eyes glowed crimson, her skin a ghastly gray, and she was enveloped in tendrils of dark mist. Despite her stiff gait, she advanced with alarming speed towards the villagers below. In sheer terror, the villagers scattered, ringing the bronze gong to summon aid. A few intrepid souls attempted to ensnare the zombie with ropes, hoping to subdue her, but though they succeeded in tripping her, the matriarch's strength proved formidable. The rope, thick as a thumb and meant for tethering cattle, was effortlessly torn apart. The blows of hoes and shovels upon her flesh felt akin to mere tickling, and some villagers, caught off guard, suffered grievous injuries from her grasp. Retreating while fighting, They dispatched messengers down the mountain to call for assistance. By the time the monk Yuanji arrived, flanked by the villagers, many were grievously wounded, and 2 unfortunate souls had succumbed to fatal bites. The monk Yuanji gazed upon the villagers, who suffered grievously, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. This was the effect he desired. Only when the villagers were engulfed in fear could the profundity of his Buddhist teachings be truly showcased, allowing him to later reap bountiful rewards and maximize his gains. Embody. Let the wicked cease their malevolence. Behold my formidable might. Chapter 46. Summoning the 4 Ghosts. With a thunderous roar, Yuanji hurled his staff, producing a resounding clang as the zombie matron was forced back several steps. Excellent. The mage is remarkable. Slay her, slay her. I concealed myself among the crowd and suddenly let out a piercing shout before swiftly retreating to a hidden spot. My outcry ignited the villagers' fury, inciting them to rally against the zombie matron with cries for violence. Yuanji's vanity reached unprecedented heights, and, in a burst of fervor, he swung his staff and engaged the zombie matron in combat. With a powerful strike aimed at the matron's crown, she neither flinched nor evaded, bracing herself to receive Yuanji's attack. In a swift motion, she grasped Yuanji's staff with her gnarled, lifeless fingers, thrusting towards his chest. Yuanji deftly sidestepped while delivering 2 kicks to the zombie matron, forcing her to relinquish her grip on the staff and retreat several paces. Sensing his advantage, Yuanji grew increasingly emboldened. With a sinister grin, he swung his staff in a furious assault against the zombie matron, each blow reminiscent of an incarnate Arhut, exuding tremendous power that drew cheers from the surrounding villagers. In truth, with Yuanji's mastery of the dark arts he had cultivated, he could easily vanquish the matron. She was merely a minor white zombie, and he could dispatch her in just a few exchanges. However, in his bid to showcase his prowess, he insisted on engaging in physical combat, grappling closely with the zombie matron, a rather ostentatious display. Of course, this reckless endeavor afforded me a singular advantage, an opportunity to ambush him. Concealed in the shadows, I stealthily retrieved the ominous Buddha statue, channeling my energy into a palm strike, which I directed forcefully towards the statue's chest. Indeed, this statue was the very essence of the deceased monk's malevolent spirit. The instant my strike made contact, the villainous monk spewed forth a torrent of blood. Caught unawares, he was counterattacked by the already subdued zombie matron, whose claw found purchase in the monk's vulnerable spot. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the heavens as he trembled violently, instinctively reaching for his most fragile area. Already drenched in blood, with veins intermingled with shredded flesh, a ghastly sight. It seemed that foreign languages would no longer be within his grasp. The malevolent monk's visage twisted in agony, his body quaking, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, even hidden in the darkness. The brutality of the scene compelled me to draw a sharp breath. Surely, that must be excruciating. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I chided myself with a slap. How could I feel pity for the monk? Now was the perfect moment to exploit his affliction and seize his life. If he were not gravely injured, how could I possibly prevail against him? Resolving to act decisively, I summoned my palm strike to its utmost potential, delivering blow after blow upon the sinister statue. The monk endured successive heavy hits, each causing him to cough up blood, his grip on the staff faltering precariously. Yet this cunning rascal exhibited remarkable adaptability. Even after sustaining critical injuries, he managed to maintain his composure while engaging in a tactical retreat. Ultimately, after enduring 2 additional wounds to his chest, he distanced himself from the decrepit zombie matron. The monk, now in a state of transcendence, extracted a small wine jar from his person. He uncorked the vessel, murmuring incantations under his breath. Wind, fire, mountains, and woods hastened forth from the netherworld. I offer my blood as a sacrifice. May the 5 specters heed my summons. Upon concluding his chant, he swiftly lacerated his wrist, allowing a copious stream of crimson to cascade into the jar. Instantly, a cacophony of discordant wails erupted from within, as if myriad vengeful spirits whispered in unison, their voices sharp and fervent, imbued with an indescribable malevolence. As the monk's incantation intensified, the jar's opening appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible force. 4 dense tendrils of black mist surged forth, intertwining and coalescing in midair, ultimately manifesting into 4 distinct, diminutive figures. These 4 diminutive entities, each with a unique and ghastly appearance, seemed to have crawled directly from the abyss of the underworld. The pallid specter, emaciated and frail, bore skin of an unhealthy ashen hue, with sunken eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, as if perceiving the deepest fears of the human soul. He coughed incessantly, each cough releasing a faint, musty miasma into the surrounding air. The miserly spirit, clad in tattered rags and patched garments, presented a gaunt visage, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed and despair. His fingers, slender as withered twigs, trembled slightly, poised to seize the world's wealth at any moment. The malevolent spirit, robust and fearsome, bore a grotesque countenance, with a singular vertical eye pulsating with a blood-red glow upon his forehead, as if concealing all the sins of the world. He wielded an invisible blade, its glimmering edge flickering ominously, infused with a chilling intent to kill. Wherever it passed, the innocent were destined to meet a gruesome fate. The last among them was the starving ghost, who extended its crimson tongue to greedily lick its parched lips. Emaciated and gaunt, it caressed its hollow belly, fixating hungrily on the surrounding villagers. Ah, what manner of beings are these? They are specters, they are apparitions. How could the Zen master possibly summon such fiends? Indeed, just behold their ghastly forms. They shan't consume us, will they? Something feels amiss. We must flee. The villagers, now finally discerning the visage of the Zen monk, collectively recoiled in dread, only to be halted by his commanding voice. Halt! None may depart today. I have sustained grievous wounds for the sake of your village. Do you dare abandon this plight? Humph! Do you believe I will slaughter you all? The Zen monk's countenance twisted in malevolence as he clutched his bleeding wound with one hand and pointed menacingly at the villagers with the other. Paralyzed by fear, the villagers stood frozen, unable to move. Once I vanquish these accursed zombies, your family shall ascend the mountain with gold to ransom you. Should anyone dare to flee, the Kai family shall be your fate. Ha! A cruel glint flickered in the monk's eyes as he gestured, commanding 3 malevolent spirits to enclose the zombie matriarch in a triangular formation. Another specter stood guard over the feeble villagers to thwart any attempts at escape. The cursed spirit let out a cry, its intangible blade striking down upon the zombie matriarch's shoulder, while the consumptive ghost seized her arms, violently coughing in her face. The specter of tuberculosis emitted grotesque sounds from its parched throat, followed by a spray of yellow-green phlegm, tainted with a putrid stench akin to a lethal toxin, which violently splattered against the cracked visage of the zombie matron. Where the vile substance made contact, a hissing sound arose, reminiscent of sulfuric acid corroding metal. In an instant, half of her intact facial skin was obliterated, revealing ghastly white bones intertwined with distorted muscle, shrouded in an ominous black mist, exuding sheer terror. Her eyes widened in horror, seemingly ablaze with an indomitable fury and resentment. The grotesque distortion of her face emitted no sound beyond a low, rasping growl that reverberated beneath the shroud of fear enveloping the night sky. The air around seemed to solidify as the villagers, paralyzed by terror, stared wide-eyed, forgetting to breathe, fearful that they might be the next victims. The starving specter lurked behind the zombie, chuckling softly, when suddenly it lunged with the swiftness of a beast, opening its cavernous maw to sink its teeth into the zombie matron's calf. A substantial chunk of flesh was torn away, exposing the stark white bone to the air. She trembled, on the verge of collapsing, while the monk, witnessing this scene, revealed a cruel smile. After such a long wait, I realized this was the opportune moment for the mantis to strike while the cicada sang, and thus I decided to act decisively. You, treacherous fiend, your retribution has arrived. Chapter 47. The Demon Face Rakshasa. With all my might, I struck down the black-faced Buddha statue, cleaving it in two, and the monk immediately turned crimson, spewing forth a gushing torrent of blood. His complexion was ashen, and his body swayed unsteadily. Suddenly, I emerged from the shadowy thicket beside him and delivered a forceful strike to the back of the treacherous monk. The monk, known as the Silent Zen, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes glowed with malice as he stared at me in disbelief. "It's you, that foul Taoist vendor," he exclaimed. "I heard Su Yuquan speak of you upon my arrival in the village. Yet, seeing your youth and knowing you would vanish in a day, I thought little of you. Who would have imagined that I, who have hunted wild geese for years, will be blinded by one this year? You dare to plot against me?" The Silent Zen, seething with rage, struggled to rise while leaning on his staff, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Weakly, he cursed at me. I merely smiled disdainfully, my expression one of utter indifference. "Oh, how does it matter if it is a covert scheme or a straightforward one? You are about to become a corpse. Why concern yourself with the manner of your demise? The most direct approach is often the most effective. After years of wrongdoing, do you not grasp this principle?" To my surprise, the Silent Zen, upon hearing my words, erupted into laughter instead of fury. "Ha ha ha! Truly, heroes emerge from youth. How delightful! It seems this monk has underestimated you. You are more wicked and ruthless than I. You shall become a significant figure in the future. However, you cannot kill me today, for you are still too inexperienced." With that, the treacherous monk swung his staff, summoning 4 malevolent spirits to converge upon me. I snorted coldly, fully prepared in my mind. If 5 spirits had emerged, I would have found it somewhat challenging. However, with the miserly spirit already vanquished, these 4 malevolent beings posed little threat. I conjured several talismans against malevolent spirits, casting them into the air, which repelled the 4 wicked apparitions. Then I began to chant incantations, preparing for a formidable surge of power. The universe is boundless, and the winds and thunder heed my command. Dragons battle in the wild, vanquishing all directions. I serve the heavenly master Tai, and my divine weapon strikes with the swiftness of law. My fingers danced swiftly, weaving intricate gestures, as the Tai demon-slaying spell manifested into numerous columns of lightning, encircling each of the 4 malevolent spirits. "Command!" I bellowed, channeling the utmost yang energy within me. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ferociously. 4 bolts of lightning descended. As my thunderous command echoed, the heavens seemed to tear apart, delivering 4 bolts of potent lightning with unerring precision upon the wicked spirits. The pale figure of the plague spirit writhed in agony amidst the lightning, instantly consumed by searing arcs, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. The miserly spirit, filled with resentment, saw its tightly gripped copper coins dissolve into nothingness, its form fading into oblivion. The hollow eye sockets of the starving spirit reflected visions of past hunger, yet beneath the lightning's glare, these illusions shattered one by one, leaving only a cloud of dust. The deathly spirit, the most ferocious of the 4, attempted to resist with its malevolent aura, but struggled momentarily against the lightning before turning to ash. Witnessing the annihilation of the 4 spirits I had nurtured, the expression of the bald thief darkened to a point of saturation, his sinister eyes flickering with disbelief and overwhelming rage. He trembled all over, his staff striking the ground with a heavy thud, stirring up swirling clouds of dust. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze directed at me filled with resoluteness and madness, reminiscent of a beast cornered and prepared for a desperate final struggle. The air around us seemed to solidify, with only the sound of his heavy breaths and the faint whisper of wind from afar creating a stark contrast, signaling a more intense confrontation quietly brewing on this land, cleansed by thunder and lightning. "You wretched cur, have you already extinguished the miser lurking beneath the water? You dare to destroy the 5 ghosts I have painstakingly cultivated over the years. I will kill you and transform you into an even more ferocious evil spirit." The monk, bald as a coot, shouted before raising his staff to strike me. Simultaneously, the zombie matron, unshackled from the restraint of the 4 ghosts, charged madly towards the villagers. The villagers cried out in panic and scattered, the scene descending into chaos. I evaded the monk's staff and kicked him down to the ground. not sparing a moment to pursue him as I rushed to confront the zombie matron. The zombie matron seized a villager who had stumbled in his frantic escape, ready to sink her teeth into him, but I delivered a flying kick, sending her sprawling. Several talismans burst upon her, yet their effects were less than satisfactory, only serving to enrage her further. She abandoned the innocent villager and turned her wrath towards me. I rolled away from her iron-like arms and seized the fallen villager, who repeatedly expressed his gratitude, but I swiftly pushed him aside. Get away! The monk, who had entered nirvana, forcefully struck the ground with his staff. Had I not promptly pushed the villagers aside, he would have undoubtedly caused a catastrophic injury at this very moment. Quickly, return to the village. Every household has firmly shut its doors. Do not open them for anyone until dawn. I shouted to the villagers, who appeared on the verge of panic, before resuming my struggle with the monk and the zombie. Upon hearing my words, the villagers nodded in haste and fled down the mountain as if propelled by fear. Although the monk was gravely wounded and the elderly zombie had also been severely battered, I found myself outnumbered, my fists ineffective against their relentless assault. As I evaded the elderly zombie's attacks, the monk cautiously retrieved a small, dark, rectangular box from within his robes. He reverently raised the box to his forehead, chanting incantations. Dreaded specter, heed my call. Communicate with the underworld, announced to the shadow realm. Soul-reaping specters demand the life of the horseman. Blood flows like rivers. The nether sea knows no shore. As the sinister incantation escaped the monk's lips, the black box slowly opened, unleashing an intensely chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings. Soon after, a piercing wail emanated from the box, causing leaves to tremble and fall, and even halting the flow of my inner vitality. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth from the box, transforming into a figure draped in a black robe, its visage contorted like that of a malevolent spirit, the dreaded specter. Its hollow eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, and its mouth stretched grotesquely to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs, stained with traces of blood, rendering it exceptionally fearsome. Upon its emergence, the dreaded specter darted like a shadow directly toward the elderly zombie. Its speed was so astonishing that it nearly surpassed the limits of the naked eye, leaving only a vague shadow streaking through the air. Just as the zombie matron was about to pounce on me once more, the demonic-faced Rakshasa appeared behind her. A claw as dark as ink suddenly shot forth, piercing through the hardened body of the zombie matron, lifting her high into the air before flinging her down with tremendous force. The zombie matron fell to the ground like a severed kite, collapsing into a puddle of decaying flesh and blackened water, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Ha ha, foul Taoist! Truly, you have chosen not to tread the path of heaven, yet you come to the gates of hell uninvited. You wish to kill me? Even when given the chance, you prove utterly useless. Chapter 48. Sister Sakura arrives. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded before my eyes, rendering me momentarily frozen in place. I never anticipated that the bald monk would leave behind his final lifeline by summoning the demonic-faced Rakshasa. According to legend, this Rakshasa is a hellish spirit tasked with punishing sinners. The male form is exceedingly grotesque, while the female form is strikingly alluring. They feast upon malevolent spirits, moving with incredible swiftness and possessing terrifying combat prowess. As I contemplated this, the eerie monk wielded his staff, causing the 9 brass rings upon it to collide with a clear, resonant sound. Yet to me, it was a death knell. The Rakshasa seemed to have received a command. It slowly turned, casting a malevolent glance my way. Upon confirming its target, its figure erupted into motion, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. I hastily formed a protective incantation, hoping to summon a divine guardian, but the Rakshsa's speed was so overwhelming that I could not utter the spell before being struck with a powerful blow. Bang! My body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, I was acutely aware of a metallic sweetness pooling in my mouth. Unable to suppress a cough, a torrent of fresh blood erupted forth. Before I could react, the ghastly figure of the demon once again lunged at me, seizing me with a grip of iron, his sharp fingers poised menacingly above my head. In the distance, the bold thief reveled in his triumph. A sinister smile gracing his lips. Elevated high by the demon, I found myself utterly powerless despite a decade of solitary cultivation in the Golden Bull Cave. Was this the end? Grandfather, I have ultimately failed your wishes. Perhaps it is best this way. I shall join you soon. Just as I closed my eyes in resignation, a piercing cry shattered the night's stillness. Release him. At that critical moment, a clear and resolute voice sliced through the air like a celestial melody, imbued with an irresistible force. Chung Luoying appeared, her form ethereal as she rushed from the shadows, her garments billowing like clouds, clad in white as pure as snow, resembling a fairy descending into the mortal realm. In her grasp was an ancient peachwood sword, its blade radiating a soft yellow glow, an embodiment of the Taoist essence of purity and vitality. The sword sliced through the air with a whoosh, accurately targeting the demon's grotesque arm. In an instant, the blade embedded itself deep within, a hissing sound accompanying the dispersal of dark, malevolent energy, followed by a chilling wail of anguish. The demon, in agony, released his grip, and I was flung away like a leaf caught in a tempest. Yet within me stirred an inexplicable sense of release. However, this fleeting relief was soon eclipsed by a gnawing apprehension of the unknown fate that awaited me. Just as I was about to crash heavily to the ground, a gentle yet resolute figure swept towards me. It was Chung Luoying. She leaned slightly, resembling a willow catkin in the wind, yet she firmly caught me. Her eyes, as clear as water, were filled with concern. "Péng Dàoxiān, are you all right?" she inquired. A few days ago, several of us sisters were dispatched by our master to train in the world. Hearing your cries for help last night, I couldn't respond, so I stealthily left the group. I inquired along the way and finally found this small village. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Had I been a moment later, it might have been. A bitter smile graced my lips, for I harbored untold woes within. During the last soul summoning, Master Mao Shan had urged me to take good care of his granddaughter. If it weren't for her timely arrival today, I might have already been on my way to meet the master. I dreaded the thought of how I would face him in the afterlife, claiming, "Your granddaughter was well cared for." Coughing lightly to mask my embarrassment, I said, "Ah, Sister Ing, you have arrived." Upon discovering the close bond between the master and my grandfather, and that Chung Luoying was indeed the granddaughter of the master, I naturally felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy with her, hence my casual address. Well, who would have thought that this foul Taoist has such good fortune? Even enchanting a beautiful Taoist maiden? The girl was strikingly attractive, her figure well-proportioned, which I found quite delightful. Yet, alas, I could not enjoy her company, and thus, I would have to destroy her as well. You both shall perish together. At least on the road to the Underworld, you'll have companionship. See, how benevolent I am. Umipa. The monk Yuenji, with an unclean tongue, commanded the ghost-faced Rakshasa to charge at us with a mere gesture of his staff. "Brother Dao, this foul-bald thief speaks too brazenly. I shall hold off this ghost-faced Rakshasa while you take down that treacherous monk." Chung Luoying's face flushed crimson. Her delicate brows furrowed in anger as she glared at Yuenji, brandishing her sword to engage the Rakshasa, well aware of the formidable nature of the ghost-faced entity. I dared not retreat even an inch. I continuously hurled yellow talismans, seeking to distract the fiend from the side. Sensing my trepidation, Chung Luoying loosened the clasp around her neck and boldly tore open her collar. Good heavens! Is this something I ought to behold? I hastily shut my eyes, yet my fingers surreptitiously left a narrow gap, while I sternly urged Chung Luoying to hasten in reclothing herself. "Sister Ing, quickly wear your attire again. This specter lacks understanding of human emotions and is not lecherous. This tactic will be of no use." No sooner had I spoken than Chung Luoying's exasperated voice rang out. "What are you thinking? I am revealing to you our sect's sacred treasure, the Dragon and Phoenix auspicious jade pendant. This artifact is the talisman of our Qingjing sect, said to have been passed down by Master L, offering exceptional protection against evil. Otherwise, with my meager skills, I would not dare confront the ghost-faced Rakshasa directly. You must eliminate the demon monk, Once he is vanquished, the Rakshasa will lose its summoner and naturally return to the underworld. Upon hearing Cheng Luoying's words, a revelation dawned upon me. I promptly abandoned my efforts against the Rakshasa and swiftly advanced towards the bald monk Yuanji. "All right," I bellowed, chanting an incantation as I executed the technique of shrinking the distance to reach Yuanji. In the blink of an eye, I found myself before the bald monk, my palm crackling with lightning as I unleashed a powerful strike aimed at his head. He hastily raised his staff to block, but the force of my blow was immense, fueled by a tempest of rage within me. The monk, already weakened and trembling, struggled to hold his staff aloft. Ordinarily, I would not have been a match for the monk, yet his injuries rendered him significantly less formidable. Each movement caused fresh blood to ooze from his wounds, agony coursing through him. A glance revealed a wide expanse of crimson staining his injury, igniting a fervor within me to relentlessly assault his vital points. Despite his extensive experience in the ways of combat, the monk's face paled in fear at my reckless onslaught. One hand clutched his vulnerable area while the other wielded his staff, struggling to fend me off. Although I held the advantage, I realized that prolonged engagement could lead to my downfall. With steely resolve, I disregarded the potential repercussions and forcefully awakened the sinister energy within me. Dark, malevolent energy enveloped my body instantaneously, my eyes transforming into an abyss devoid of any white. With a furious grunt, I launched a fist at the monk's chest. He raised his staff to defend, but my strike was so potent that it sent him crashing away. With a resounding thud, the monk hit the ground hard, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Gazing in terror at the broken pieces of his staff, he looked at me with wide eyes, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "What a sinister energy! You are. What manner of being are you?" Chapter 49. The Eruption of Malevolent Energy. Ha ha. You inquire if I am human or ghost. When you are human, I am undoubtedly human. Yet, when you are a ghost, can you fathom what I am? I am the ruler of the underworld, here to judge your transgressions. As a monk who has forsaken his vows, you, a disciple of the Buddha, violate the sacred precepts, harboring malevolent spirits and tormenting the innocent, indulging in the suffering of the common folk. What sutras do you recite? And which Buddha do you revere? Your wicked deeds are manifold. It is time for you to repent in hell. Upon unleashing the ominous energy of the 9 malevolent spirits, my state of mind underwent a profound transformation. Initially, I erupted into maniacal laughter, only to then lowly chastise the wayward monk. However, my voice was intertwined with another, a resonant echo that bore the weight of a sovereign, a sound that I knew did not belong to me. The monk was utterly terrified by my presence. His complexion turned pale as he stumbled backward. "You, stay away. You are no cultivator, but a malevolent spirit, a wicked ghost." My countenance darkened as I advanced step by step towards the monk. Meanwhile, Cheng Luoying was engaged in combat with a ghost-faced demoness, her petite frame appearing almost childlike beside the towering figure. With agile movements, she evaded the demoness attacks, but as a powerful punch surged toward her, she realized she could not withstand it head-on. With a graceful leap, she soared into the air, landing lightly on the demoness' shoulder after deftly stepping on her arm. Roar! The demoness bellowed in fury, seizing Cheng Luoying's calf and yanking her down, then delivering a punch aimed squarely at her chest. Upon witnessing this scene, a sudden pang gripped my heart. The seal of the 9 fiends' malevolence appeared to loosen, and an overwhelming fury intertwined with a chilling sensation threatened to engulf the last vestige of clarity within my mind. I contemplated abandoning the monk of tranquility to rescue Cheng Luoying, yet before I could make a move, I beheld the jade pendant adorning her neck emanating 2 gentle beams of light, one black and one white. Although the radiance was not blinding, the harmonious interplay of yin and yang managed to completely dissipate the ferocious strike of the ghost-faced demoness. Cheng Luoying emerged unscathed and, drawing upon this newfound strength, deftly extricated herself from the demoness' grasp. With her temporary safety providing me a modicum of relief, I turned my attention back to the monk of tranquility. In a state of panic, He hurled his bifurcated staff towards my face, yet before it could reach me, it was repelled by the malevolent aura surrounding me. Do not kill me, do not kill me. I will offer you money. This is the entirety of my savings amassed through deceit over the years. Yours if you spare my life. I will grant you anything you desire. The monk truly trembled with fear, producing a savings book from his bosom and raising it above his head with both hands. He fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself fervently, imploring me to spare him. I advanced toward the monk of tranquility, and to him, each step I took bore an immense weight of intimidation. I seek but one thing. Grant it to me, and you shall find your liberation. What is it? Whatever it may be, the young monk shall present it to you with both hands. My words seemed to kindle a flicker of hope within the monk, his countenance brightening as he clutched at my trousers. With a wicked grin curling at the corner of my mouth, I seized the plump head of the deceased monk and twisted it forcefully, producing a sickening crack. Of course, it was your demise. The monk's spirit dissipated like mist in the wind. Beneath the moonlight, my expression was devoid of emotion, my hand clutching a round object, blood dripping from it in a gruesome display. Peng, Brother Peng, are you all right? Chung Luoying's voice trembled with fear as she cautiously approached, her intent to touch me thwarted by the malevolent aura that repelled her. With a fierce roar directed at the moonlight, an inexplicable rage surged within me, a restless turmoil that yearned to be quelled through bloodshed. I grasped Chung Luoying's delicate, pale neck with an iron grip, ready to extinguish her life in an instant. Peng Dàoxiān. Caught off guard, Chung Luoying called my name in desperation just as I was about to strike, a flicker of clarity piercing through my haze. Horrified, I released her, the chill of dread swiftly enveloping me. I hastily summoned my inner vitality to combat the encroaching darkness. Yet as I subdued one surge of malevolence, another erupted from its confines, rampaging within me, seeking to usurp my body and consciousness. Brother Peng, what is happening to you? Could it be the 9 evil Inchi? What shall we do? Chung Luoying's anxious voice, on the verge of tears, echoed beside me, but I found myself incapable of responding. It was cold, an unrelenting, penetrating cold. It felt as if I were buried in the icy clutches of midwinter, utterly exposed to the frigid expanse of snow and ice, much like a drenched chicken caught in the depths of a brutal January. My skin had turned to ice, and a layer of white frost adorned my hair and eyebrows. With a soft groan, I exhaled, and my breath transformed into a delicate mist. The malevolent aura surrounding me intensified, and my eyes became hollow and dark. It was as though I could hear a call from the depths of hell. And with a sudden thud, I collapsed to the ground, my consciousness slipping away completely. Xiaoxian, wake up! Upon lifting my gaze, I found my grandfather standing before me, still bound by heavy chains, his shoulders stained with fresh blood, yet his face bore no trace of color. Grandfather, have I died? I gazed at him in confusion, my eyes brimming with tears. He gently stroked my head, his expression kind, his voice reminiscent of my childhood, gentle yet authoritative. Xiaoxian, congratulations on achieving a small measure of mastery in your path. However, do not become fixated on saving me. I am guilty, and enduring suffering in the underworld is a choice I made. I hope you live well. In the box I left for you, there are 2 books. One contains my understanding of the Tao and the application of its techniques, a modest reflection of my insights. The other is a compendium of various sex treasures, along with methods for crafting artifacts and dispelling malevolent spirits. You did not see this, but it is not your fault, for I have set restrictions on the text to prevent them from falling into the hands of evildoers who might wreak havoc. You simply need to infuse the blood essence I left within you into the books, and the words will reveal themselves. Next time you encounter a situation like today, you shall not find yourself in such disarray. Furthermore, I have encountered Sakura. She possesses a deep sense of loyalty akin to her grandfather. You must treat her with utmost care. Alas, Guasian, that lad has already penetrated the 7th layer of the underworld, causing chaos to reign throughout hell. This cannot continue. You must return swiftly, for I must intervene. My hands and feet had long succumbed to numbness, my entire being felt as though it were encased in ice. In a daze, a body, soft as jade, pressed closely against my back, wrapping me in a tender embrace. That hold was like a gentle spring breeze, extinguishing the flames of my heart, yet akin to a winter hearth, banishing the chill that had enveloped me. My heart was no longer shrouded in darkness. I felt as though the world was truly beautiful. Before dawn on the following day, I awoke from my slumber. I beheld Cheng Luoying draping her outer garment over me, her body pressed against mine, using her warmth to thaw my coldness. Not far away, a pile of embers still glowed. The flickering flames illuminated Cheng Luoying's unadorned face, rendering her exceptionally captivating. I reached out, gently tending to her disheveled strands, inadvertently rousing her. She let out a soft murmur and awoke. Chapter 50. The Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix Pendant. Oh, Brother Péng, you're awake? My movements had disturbed Cheng Luoying, who blinked her almond-shaped eyes open, and upon seeing me awake, her smile bloomed like a flower. Ah, did my aura frighten you last night? I asked. Luoying, you're injured. It's entirely my fault. I sincerely apologize for causing you distress. I glanced at her neck, now marred with bruises, and could not suppress a wave of self-reproach. Yet, Cheng Luoying gently touched her neck, a bright smile illuminating her face, seemingly unfazed. Ah, a mere bruise is of no consequence. I've applied some ointment, and I trust it shall heal within a couple of days. Brother Péng, your ominous aura was quite alarming. Are you still feeling cold? Should I stoke the fire a bit more? No need. I'm already well, he replied. Yesterday, the situation was dire, and I feared that the ghostly visage of the demoness might have harmed you. Thus, I forcibly unleashed a surge of the 9 malevolent yin qi. This energy is exceedingly unstable. I did not anticipate that such forceful manipulation would disturb the seal, allowing another wave of malevolence to escape. Fortunately, the blood and righteousness within me have suppressed it. Now, it merely requires gradual refining. Dear Luoying, I owe you a great debt. You have saved me twice in a single day. With nothing to offer in return, I am at a loss, he said, extending his outer garment back to Cheng Luoying. She accepted the white cloak, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, then turned away and softly replied, "We are but wanderers of the rivers and lakes, unconcerned with trifles. Moreover, our families share a long-standing acquaintance. Witnessing your plight would weigh heavily on my conscience. Besides, you aided me in meeting my grandfather last time, so consider this a return of that favor." I chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Settling into a cross-legged position, I began to circulate the dual energies of yin and yang within me, pursuing and containing the uncontrollable 9 malevolent yin qi. Cheng Luoying stood by, guarding my practice. By dawn, I had fully harnessed the 9 malevolent yin qi, confident that with time, its refinement would be merely a matter of patience. Subsequently, I retrieved from my bosom 2 cherished tomes that I had preserved for many years, yet upon inspection, their pages remained blank. Following the instructions imparted by my grandfather in a dream, I guided the vital essence within me and infused it into the worn volumes. As my lifeblood gradually flowed into them, the books appeared to awaken, their pages shimmering softly like the gentlest stars in the night sky. The characters began to materialize with clarity, each stroke revealing an ancient gravitas, as if transcending the barriers of time and space, imprinting my grandfather's wisdom and experience deep within my soul. Upon closer examination, I beheld the first book, which commenced with the 6 prominent characters, essence of the Péng family's Taoist principles. The text conveyed profound insights into the interplay of the cosmos, the duality of yin and yang, and the generative and destructive cycles of the 5 elements. As I turned the pages, vivid scenes unfolded in my mind. My grandfather setting up a mystical formation in the woods, summoning the winds and altering the skies, meditating in a tranquil chamber, resonating with the universe, mastering the art of inner alchemy. Each chapter encapsulated his unique interpretations of Taoist practices and practical experiences, leaving me in awe. As I continued to leaf through the pages, I felt as though I had traversed the confines of time, entering a fantastical realm. On one page, The method of the Chuanjin sect's Yang spirit materialized vividly, as the flowing words conjured an image of a Taoist atop a lofty mountain, eyes closed in concentration, enveloped in a gentle golden light. Gradually, his figure blurred, transforming into a wisp of smoke, soaring into the heavens, a breathtaking spectacle of the soul departing the body to traverse the celestial expanse. Shortly thereafter, another page unfurled slowly, revealing the formidable five-thunder heavenly heart method of the Longhu Zhengyi sect. In the scene, amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, a venerable elder clad in a Taoist robe stands beneath the stormy clouds, holding a talisman in his hand and reciting incantations. With a commanding shout, 5 bolts of lightning descend from the heavens, encircling him before transforming into glimmering sparks that merge with his being, manifesting the supreme power to wield thunder and reverse the very fabric of the cosmos. I am overwhelmed with an unparalleled sense of astonishment. How many secret techniques has my grandfather mastered? How has he achieved such prowess? This tome encompasses a vast array of knowledge, from the arcane arts of various sects to the rituals of summoning spirits, delving into nearly every facet of mystical practice. Moreover, the records are meticulously detailed, even including my grandfather's personal insights, such as enhancing the speed of spell casting and strategies for defense and counterattacks in combat. As I immerse myself in the text, a sudden sound from behind startles me. It is the sound of someone swallowing, taken aback by awe. Good heavens! I had long heard tales from my grandfather about Master Yu Qian's extraordinary talents. I never imagined he had reached such divine heights. I was not concealing this from Cheng Luoying, for she too was captivated by the contents of the book. Brother Peng, I assure you, if you cultivate the teachings within this volume, within 10 years, your mastery of Taoist arts will reach fruition. At that time, you shall be invincible among your peers, capable of summoning the legendary feathered ascension ladder atop Mount Tai. Cheng Luoying's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her shock surely rivaling my own. I smiled gently and handed the book to her, saying, "You have saved me twice. Consider this alone. As you traverse the martial world, may it provide you with additional means of safeguarding your life." Cheng Luoying cast a lingering glance at the aged tome, yet she restrained the yearning in her eyes. She pushed the book before me, resolutely declaring, "No, you cannot accept this. It was bequeathed to you by your grandfather, the culmination of his life's work. He undoubtedly hopes that you will comprehend and propagate his teachings, thus achieving great things. This book is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Furthermore, I must caution you. Do not allow this book to fall into the eyes of others, especially those from the Taoist sect. You must understand the adage, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure brings guilt. Once this tome is revealed, countless envious eyes will surely be cast upon it." Listening to Cheng Luoying's words, I nodded gently, yet I remained steadfast in offering the book to her. I am without a sect, and have been away from home for many years. Upon my return, I am uncertain if I will have a place to rest. It would be prudent to keep this tome in your care for now. You have the protection of your sect, which ensures its safety. The next time we meet, you may return it to me, as a gesture of gratitude for your 2 life-saving interventions. Seeing my determination, Cheng Luoying acquiesced, retrieving a white handkerchief from her bosom to carefully wrap the book before tucking it away. "Since you have entrusted me with something so invaluable, I shall not fear your sudden departure, leaving debts unpaid. This is a sacred artifact of our sect, the Dragon and Phoenix auspicious jade pendant. You have witnessed its efficacy. It's worth rivals that of your book. Wear it close to you, for it may save your life in critical moments. Do not misplace it, or I shall return to my sect and be thoroughly scolded." With that, Cheng Luoying placed a verdant, circular jade pendant into my hands. The jade pendant, resplendent and translucent, bore the intricate carvings of a dragon and a phoenix, their forms harmoniously entwined. The surface of the pendant shimmered with a radiant glow, subtly exuding an ethereal aura, unmistakably signifying its extraordinary nature. A treasure indeed? Ah, how I delight in treasures. Chapter 51. The Law of Retribution. After acquiring the precious jade pendant, my spirits soared. "Sakura, Do you not think that our exchange of such a valuable item resembles the ancient tradition of lovers exchanging tokens of affection? Do not speak nonsense. Our bond is merely that of fellow disciples, a friendship, nothing more. Indeed, friendship. Upon hearing my words, Cheng Luoying's cheeks flushed crimson, her speech becoming hesitant and stammering, a stark contrast to her previous resolute demeanor when rescuing me. She now appeared akin to a bashful maiden in love. Observing her flustered state, I cleared my throat twice to mask my own embarrassment and hastily shifted the topic to divert her attention. With the demise of the monk and the eradication of the zombies, we have indeed alleviated the villagers' suffering. I must return to Saishu village to resolve the remaining issues. Would you care to accompany me? I wish to extend the invitation to Cheng Luoying, yet she politely declined. I shall not go. I trust you can manage the remaining matters adeptly. I originally slipped away secretly, and it is now time for me to return, lest my senior sisters begin a search for me. I am bound by my duties. Let us part ways here, should you encounter further troubles. Do not hesitate to summon me with let the wind whisper. Remember, do not call for me in the dead of night, for I must sneak away akin to a clandestine affair. As Cheng Luoying uttered the final sentence, a faint blush graced her cheeks, and her voice was as diminutive as a mosquito's. What did you say? I feigned ignorance, straining my ears to catch her words, only to be met with an exaggerated roll of her eyes. With a light huff, she turned and skipped away, visibly cheerful. I, too, descended the mountain, making my way towards Saishu village. Upon my return to the village, the sun had risen brightly. Although the villagers had begun to open their doors one by one, they hesitated to venture outside, peering anxiously from their courtyards. I intended to head straight to the Kai household, but was halted by a villager blocking my path. Before I could discern his features, he suddenly knelt before me, bowing repeatedly. What is happening? I thought, hastily helping him to his feet and recognizing him as somewhat familiar. Uncle, please rise. There is no need for such gestures. Let us converse properly. Taoist, you do not recognize me? I am Ji Lair. You saved my life on the mountain. Without your intervention, I would surely be dead by now. The villager spoke with palpable emotion, grasping my hands earnestly. Suddenly, I recalled that this uncle was the very person I had rescued from the clutches of the zombie matron during my struggle with the monk. To my surprise, he was filled with gratitude, disregarding any lingering danger as he rushed from his courtyard to express his thanks through bows. It was but a trifling act, hardly worthy of mention. Gee, uncle, please encourage the villagers to come out. The zombie has been vanquished. The monk who met his end has received the punishment he rightly deserved, allowing everyone to live in peace henceforth. Upon concluding my words, Elder G summoned the villagers one by one, and I found myself encircled by them, bombarded with questions from all sides. I recounted the events of that fateful night, and the villagers, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently condemned the deceased monk as a scoundrel, expressing their profound gratitude towards me. I prepared a healing potion for those villagers wounded by the zombie and instructed them on how to care for their injuries. They offered to pool together a monetary gift as a token of their appreciation, but I declined, feeling the weight of the anonymous savings account left by the deceased monk in my pocket. While we were conversing, 2 police cars drove into the village, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The vehicles, sirens blaring, sped straight to the doorstep of the Su family, where a large contingent of officers disembarked. They stormed into Su Yochuan's residence, and shortly thereafter, emerged with several deposit slips and a hefty stack of correspondence. I joined the villagers at the Su household to witness the commotion, and as the officers prepared to leave, I reached out to stop one of them. Excuse me, officer. What crime has village chief Su committed? If you are here to apprehend him, I fear you have arrived too late. He left for the provincial capital last night. Upon hearing my words, the officer paused, casting a cautious glance in my direction, his eyes gleaming with insight. Su Yuquan was apprehended last night by our vice squad at the Prince Hotel. He is suspected of serious misconduct. Furthermore, we have received public reports alleging his abuse of power, embezzlement, and bribery. We are here to gather evidence. Based on the evidence currently at our disposal, it is estimated that he will spend the remainder of his life in prison, facing multiple charges. As for the specifics of his sentencing, that shall be left to the court. What is your profession? The officer, tall and imposing with a stern expression, exuded a commanding presence. His dignified demeanor and bright brow suggested that he might receive a promotion due to this case. Ah, I am but a wandering Taoist priest, here merely to seek alms before departing. I happened to notice the crowd gathered here and decided to join the commotion for a moment. Ha! I shall not intrude upon your official duties any longer. I smiled as I turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly halted by the officer's voice. Halt! The abrupt command startled me, causing me to freeze in place. I had dealt with a notorious thief, yet while my companion had already employed her magic to ensure the aftermath was handled, I couldn't help but wonder, would I be discovered? Anxiety surged within me, yet my exterior remained composed. What seems to be the matter, officer? I inquired with a grin, turning to face him. He approached swiftly, and upon observing my calm demeanor, retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it in my hand. Many practitioners of your faith live in poverty. Personally, I do not believe in ghosts or deities, but I respect your efforts to promote traditional culture. Use this money to acquire some decent clothing. Just remember, do not engage in superstitious practices in the village, or I shall be compelled to apprehend you. Grasping the money, I glanced at my tattered robe, feeling a tumult of emotions within me. After expressing my gratitude with a nod to the official and assuring him that I would refrain from any superstitious fraud, I departed from his Su family's doorstep and made my way to the Kai residence. Before I could reach the entrance, I was met by a group approaching me, comprised of the 3 Kai brothers, Kai Wenji, and several of his cousins. At that moment, their eyes sparkled with clarity. They walked with their heads held high, each of them radiating a vibrant glow. It seemed that with the demise of the miser, the temperament and fortune of their family had returned to normal. Upon seeing me, they fell to their knees in unison, exclaiming, "Benefactor, had it not been for you, our Kai family would have surely faced a calamity of extinction. This favor is too great, and I cannot repay it even if I were to risk my life. Please allow us, the descendants of the Kai family, to pay our respects." The leader among them was Kai Jingjin, the eldest son, who knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his eyes reflecting both remorse and gratitude. I promptly helped him to his feet, feeling a sense of shame wash over me. "Uncle Kai, please rise quickly. This is merely the duty of those of us on the path of cultivation. Alas, it is unfortunate that while the tree yearns for tranquility, the wind does not relent. While a son wishes to care for his parents, they may no longer be present. Your esteemed mother perished due to the art of suppression, and her remains could not be preserved. I deeply regret that my abilities were insufficient. I ask for your understanding." To my surprise, my words plunged Kai Jingjin and his brothers into a fit of weeping as they struck their own faces in self-reproach, lamenting their unfilial behavior, lamenting that their regret came too late. Shortly thereafter, I was invited into the Kai household, where I was treated to a day of sumptuous feasting. When evening descended and it was time for me to take my leave, the Kai family offered me a substantial sum of money, which I graciously declined. Instead, I suggested that they use the funds to construct a road for the villagers leading up the mountain, naming it in honor of their venerable matriarch. They readily agreed. As night fell, I arrived at the confluence of the Sanchao River, where one final matter awaited resolution. Where is Chun Pingping? Has she come back to life? Chapter 52. Dare you to seek an audience with the King of Hell? I stood at the confluence of the river, shouting loudly, and the once tranquil water surface began to boil. A thick mist rose from the water, and waves surged tumultuously, lifting the ethereal form of the water ghost, who gradually floated upward. "Taoist, have matters been resolved?" "What, the deceased monk?" As soon as the water ghost Chun Pingping reached the shore, she hurried to my side, her voice laced with urgency. "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" With matters reaching a conclusion, I was in high spirits and decided to tease this water ghost. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Pingping slowly responded, "There has been an excess of bad news lately. So let us begin with the good." The good news is that the zombie has been eliminated. I personally dispatched the treacherous monk, and I have vanquished all 5 spirits he had summoned. From now on, no one shall pose a threat to you. The treacherous monk is dead. It is indeed a pity that I could not take his life myself. Nonetheless, I suppose this counts as good news. Congratulations to the Taoist for accumulating significant merit. I wish you swift enlightenment and ascension. But what is the bad news? Could it be that my previous misdeeds have barred my chance for rebirth? As she spoke, the water ghost Chun Pingping's gaze dimmed. You met an untimely demise by drowning, yet you have saved others multiple times. You should have been reborn into a prosperous family. However, your inability to resist the temptation of reincarnation and your possession of the living have led to great tribulations, which is a predetermined hardship. As the saying goes, good things come with trials. This is also a test from the heavens, so do not harbor resentment. In recognition of your contribution in vanquishing the miser, I shall now grant you passage to the gates of the underworld. As for the path you will traverse in your reincarnation, that lies in the hands of the netherworld spirits. Are you prepared? Upon finishing my words, Chun Pingping suddenly let out a soft laugh, tears glimmering in her eyes, clearly unable to believe it. Taoist, you are truly wicked. I chuckled, my fingers deftly weaving through the air, and soon a large mass of black malevolence coalesced in my hand, growing ever denser until it formed a black hole. This black hole tore through the fabric of space, bridging the realms of yin and yang. Go now. I can only endure for a few breaths. Chun Pingping gently brushed her hair, flashed me a radiant smile, and gracefully stepped into the black hole. After her departure, I submerged beneath the water, clearing the stones of the riverbed, dismantling the feng shui of the vermilion bird, allowing the villagers of Tsaishu to share in the fortune. I emerged from the water's edge, letting out a long sigh of relief. The task was finally complete, and I could return home. I wondered how my grandfather and the courtyard we had once shared fared after so many years away. Finding a secluded spot, I bound my legs with the enchanted armor of swift passage and continued my journey. I traveled by day and night, running relentlessly for 2 days and nights, until I neared our village, guided by the route etched in my memory. As I drew closer to home, the surroundings began to feel increasingly familiar. Having been away for a decade, I pondered what sights awaited me in the village. I dashed to the outskirts, where the mass grave once lay, the very site where Eru's father had met his demise. Yet now, the ditches had long been filled, transformed into a wide and unobstructed thoroughfare. The moonlight, hazy and ethereal, cast mottled shadows of the trees upon the ground. I casually strolled towards home, adorned in my ethereal attire, when unexpectedly, a sinister voice echoed from behind me. Hey. Take your time, fellow traveler. Do I appear human to you? Startled, I snapped back to reality. Could it be that I had encountered a yellow weasel seeking a blessing? This audacious creature seemed to have a death wish. I remained silent, standing my ground without fleeing or moving. Fellow traveler, do turn around and see for yourself. Do I resemble a human or perhaps a celestial being? The voice drew closer, its shrill, grating tone reminiscent of a childhood prank, where one would constrict their throat to produce such an unpleasant sound. I continued to keep my silence, slowly reaching into my garment, discreetly gripping an enchanting talisman within my palm. Fellow traveler, do you see me? Before the entity could repeat its query for the 3rd time, I instinctively responded, causing it to explode on the spot. I perceive you as the thunderous divine monarch of the 9 heavens, akin to the Grand Master of demon subjugation, or perhaps the Emperor of the North, vanquisher of demons. You also resemble the primordial supreme being of jade purity. Enough. Cease your prattling. With a resounding clap of thunder, the yellow weasel behind me was instantaneously obliterated by the celestial lightning, leaving nothing but a few tufts of yellow fur scattered on the ground. How audacious of this weasel to seek a blessing from the king of hell. What was it thinking? A sardonic chuckle escaped my lips. I would declare you the Jade Emperor. I dare to bestow such a title, but would you dare accept it? When confronted with a yellow weasel seeking a blessing, one must be cautious, for should you suggest it resembles humanity, it could siphon your life force to transform into your likeness. In the realm of existence, the human form is the most attuned to the celestial principles. Not only does it facilitate the swiftest progression in cultivation, but it also allows one to navigate through calamities with cunning. However, Those who borrow longevity from others will inevitably face death as their lifespan is exhausted. Should one assert that it resembles an immortal, it may bestow upon you a fortuitous elevation in your path. Yet, it is crucial to note that the descendants of those who partake in this borrowed fortune will endure misfortunes for 3 generations, and in severe cases, they may fail to reincarnate, descending instead into the realm of wandering spirits. There is no need to fear such occurrences. It is not merely a matter of sealing away a being to determine its fate. If its cultivation is insufficient and the opportunities you bestow upon it surpass its ability to bear the resultant karma, it will naturally incur divine retribution. This is a shortcut that malevolent entities may take. Those who attain enlightenment through such means cannot ascend to the status of celestial beings. They can only linger in secluded corners, prolonging their existence in a state of despair, destined to achieve nothing of great significance. As I continued my journey homeward, I noticed several yellow weasels stealthily trailing me along the furrows, their green, glistening eyes filled with malice. I let out a cold laugh and casually unleashed a few talismans. The yellow symbols detonated beside them, causing them to screech in pain before they scurried away, disappearing into the earth. After lingering for a while, I finally entered the village just as dawn was breaking. The village appeared largely unchanged from a decade ago, save for the elevated living standards of its inhabitants. Many families had erected 2-story houses, and the once muddy paths had been transformed into smooth concrete roads. I hurried back home, only to discover that my ancestral residence had undergone a remarkable transformation. The original 3-tiled rooms had been replaced by a 2-story building, and the courtyard had been completely renovated. Who could be responsible for this? Anger surged within me. It seemed that during my 10-year absence, someone had taken possession of my family's ancestral home, truly believing that the Péng family had perished entirely. Yet I did not hasten to disturb this household. Instead, I embarked on my journey along the route etched in my memory, making my way to visit my Uncle Air. In those days, he had taken me to Dàoxiān, where not only was all the money on his person seized by bandits, but even the vehicle we traveled in plummeted from a cliff. The times were tumultuous. In those remote areas, bandits and bullies reigned supreme. I wondered whether he had fared well, and if he had returned alive. As I walked ahead, my heart heavy with anxiety, I suddenly collided with a young man. He fell to the ground, dusting himself off as he rose, ready to scold me, when his expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. Goodness, who walks without looking? You, wait. You look somewhat familiar. Hold on, let me think. You are Dàoxiān. Chapter 53. Returning home to find Uncle Air. I scrutinized the stranger before me. He had a dark complexion, a robust physique, and wore a goofy smile, yet I struggled to recall his identity. Dàoxiān, you have returned. Do you not remember me? By heaven, you once enjoyed the peaches I gave you when you were a child. Think harder. At Erhu's house, his father passed away and then miraculously came back to life. When you were unconscious, it was I who rushed home to ask my father to harness the donkey cart to take you to the hospital. Upon hearing these words, joy surged within me. Was this not my dearest childhood companion, who had also been my savior? Juzi? You are Juzi. How has time transformed you into such a dark figure, my friend? I chuckle, astonished that this individual has grown so much. Once a fair-skinned boy, he has now succumbed to the ravages of time and toil. Just as I lament the relentless passage of years, Juzi embraces me, insisting that we share a couple of drinks. He reminisces about his first taste of alcohol, which he shared with me during a vigil at Erhu's home, a moment meant to bolster our courage. I gently pat him, urging him to remain patient. Juzi, hear me out. There's no rush for drinks. Our journey as brothers stretches ahead of us. I have 2 inquiries that I wish for you to answer truthfully. Juzi has always been astute. With a knowing smile, he claps my shoulder and sighs. You needn't ask. I already sense your first question. You're undoubtedly curious about who has occupied your ancestral home, aren't you? I can assure you, it's someone you would never suspect. Your very own uncle. My uncle? Goodness, I have lived for 21 years without ever having met him. This uncle never visited during my childhood, yet now he seizes the opportunity to claim my family's old residence while we are absent. What a fine relative indeed. Is this information reliable? Could there be a case of mistaken identity? Though my expression remains grave, my heart is tumultuous with emotion. It shouldn't be a mistake. My second uncle is well aware of the situation. He has been monitoring your family's affairs for years. He is the one who pays respects at your grandfather's grave during the Qingming festival. In the past, he has also been the one to tidy up your family's courtyard. However, not long after, your uncle's family suddenly moved in. Although the villagers whispered behind their backs, they were silenced by the authoritative presence of Uncle Heir. For further details, you may inquire with him. By the way, you have another question, don't you? If I am aware of it, I will certainly divulge everything to you, given our bond. As I observed Zhuzi confidently patting his chest in assurance, I began to grasp the situation. A faint smile graced my lips, even without formal training in the mystic arts. I knew I could navigate this circumstance. Moreover, with my abilities hidden within, what fear do I have of coercive acquisition? What is rightfully yours will ultimately remain yours. If it is not yours, one must possess the skill to seize it. There are no issues now. How has Uncle Heir been lately? Is he in good health? I grasped Zhuzi's hand, and together we made our way to Uncle Heir's residence. Alas, age has taken its toll. After years of wandering, he has developed some ailments. You are aware that Uncle Heir has no sons, and my 3 cousins have all grown into adulthood without suitors. Let us hurry, for Uncle Heir often speaks of you. Over the years, you have been a source of concern for him. With our arms draped over each other's shoulders, we soon arrived at Uncle Heir's home. The courtyard remained as it was a decade ago, though it lacked the vibrant vitality it once possessed. Uncle Heir, your long-desired son-in-law has arrived. Open the door, and I assure you, you will be overjoyed to see him. Zhuzi knocked vigorously on the door, turning to me with a mischievous grin, indicating that he was aware of the events of yesteryears. Zhuzi, you are rambling again. A melodious female voice, as sweet as a golden aureole, floated from within the courtyard. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a radiant girl stepping out from the courtyard. She donned a loose, pale yellow sweatshirt paired with blue jeans, her high ponytail swaying as she exuded an aura of scholarly charm. Hey, Sister Wan Ning, is Uncle at home? The girl's almond-shaped eyes flicked toward Zhuzi, instantly deflating his earlier bravado. He awkwardly scratched his head and casually inquired. My father is inside getting ready. It's early morning, and he was engrossed in his reading when you interrupted him. This handsome fellow seems somewhat familiar, Wan Ning remarked. Zhuzi, having heard her words, chose not to disclose my identity, but simply chuckled and led me into the inner room. Zhuzi, you rascal, have you got a case of the mischief again? What on earth are you shouting about so early? Uncle Da was brushing his teeth, and, after spitting out the foam, he began to chastise Zhuzi. Zhuzi chuckled, oh, Uncle Da, you must see who has returned. With a thud, the teacup and toothbrush slipped from Uncle Da's hands, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at me. Tears welling up. You are Xiaoxian. You're alive. Oh my, where have you been all these years? I nearly went mad searching for you. Do you know what has happened all this time? Why didn't you send word? Uncle Da grasped my hand, his excitement palpable. A warm feeling enveloped me. I hadn't anticipated that after a decade, a mere fellow villager would still hold such concern for me. Uncle Da, after we became separated all those years ago, I journeyed on foot to Maoshan. Throughout my journey, I subsisted by begging and nearly succumbed to starvation along the way. For these past years, I have been immersed in tranquil cultivation at Mount Mao, which is why no news has emerged. I truly feel remorseful for causing you concern. Let's not dwell on that. The important thing is that I have returned. Upon arriving at the residence of my esteemed Uncle Heir, it feels as if I have entered my own home. Come, indulge in food and drink. Once we have satisfied our appetites, the two of us shall engage in a heartfelt conversation. Uncle Heir grasped my hand and led me into the main hall, urging his wife to hasten the meal preparation, while he sent Wan Ning to the market to procure some wine. At the dining table, Uncle Heir recounted the harrowing incident from years past when he was robbed by bandits. After reporting the crime, he was soon informed by the police that the robbers had met with a fatal accident, resulting in the demise of all involved. He accompanied the officers to the scene, where he discovered the vehicle had plunged into a ravine, utterly unrecognizable. As the shattered corpses were retrieved one by one, it was evident that these desperate souls bore expressions of sheer terror, as if they had encountered something truly horrific. With each lifeless body that emerged, Uncle Air's heart tightened with dread, fearing that I might have been taken by those bandits and met a similar fate at the bottom of the precipice. Thankfully, until the very end, the police found no trace of my remains, ultimately classifying me as missing. Only then did a portion of Uncle Air's anxiety begin to dissipate. Over the years, he sought me far and wide, even inquiring at Mount Mao, but the Taoist priest there claimed no knowledge of my existence. Indeed, I had spent my days in the hinterlands, fetching water and gathering firewood. Aside from a few high-ranking Taoists at Mount Mao, it is unlikely that anyone would recognize me. He later ventured to Longhu Mountain, but, as expected, there were no fruitful results. For 13 years, he has traversed far and wide in search of me, harboring a deep sense of guilt within. Each time he visits my grandfather's grave, he confesses to him that he has failed to care for me, feeling indebted to the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Grandpa. Little Xian, your return is all that matters. It was your second uncle who neglected you, allowing you to endure hardship for so many years. 13 years have passed, and my daughters have all grown up. I once told you as they matured, you could choose as you wish, and that promise still stands. Zhuzi took a sip of wine, chuckling as he interjected, Hee, I think this is quite feasible. I await the feast. Chapter 54, The Bitter Woman. Hold on. Second uncle, I find this matter rather inappropriate. I am but a mere practitioner of the Tao, lacking both academic credentials and the means to earn a living. My esteemed sisters are exceptional individuals. How could I shamelessly accept this marriage proposal? It simply does not sit right. I shook my head vigorously like a rattle drum. Meanwhile, the party in question, Wan Ning, discreetly glanced at me, her face flushing with color. Do you have someone in your heart? Zhuzi nudged me playfully, grinning mischievously. No, don't speak nonsense. As a monk, I possess no home, and I currently lack even a place to rest. Having had one meal does not guarantee another. How could I possibly establish a family? That is not an issue. Now that you have returned, your second uncle must return your family's ancestral home. Additionally, I shall contribute some dowry for you. We are from the same village, so there is no concern regarding formalities. Once you are married, I will also have a proper account to provide to your grandfather. With a grand gesture, second uncle declared that after the meal, he would visit my family to discuss matters with my second uncle, urging them to vacate our ancestral home at their earliest convenience. I slowly parted my lips to voice the question that had lingered in my heart for half a day. Is he truly my second uncle? Could it be that my second granduncle has made a mistake? Why is it that I have never seen him during my childhood, nor have I ever heard my grandfather mention my mother's family? With a cold chuckle, my second granduncle took a deep drag from the cigarette pinched between his fingers and began to recount the tale. Your mother hails from Yeshigu in those days. Her father, your grandfather, was a carter. One fateful night, as he traversed the dark paths near Hafing Ridge, he encountered a yellow weasel seeking tribute. The creature inquired, Do I resemble a human or a deity? Your grandfather, possessing a fiery temperament, seized the whip used for driving the cart and struck the weasel fiercely, cursing, I see you as a vile creature. Angered by the blow, the weasel hurled a few curses and, as it departed, left behind a dire proclamation, May your grandfather's entire family meet their demise. With that, it vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to your grandfather, he had thwarted the weasel's powers. And such a vindictive creature would surely not let this transgression go unpunished. Indeed, upon returning home that very day, calamity struck. Your grandfather initially succumbed to a high fever, subsequently descending into madness, shouting threats at his family and accusing them of being demons. This torment persisted for several days until he ultimately succumbed to illness. Shortly thereafter, your grandmother began to exhibit the same disturbing symptoms, and within a few days, she too departed from this world, witnessing her elder brother, your uncle, fall victim to the same affliction. Your mother journeyed through several villages, seeking answers until she finally found your grandfather. At that time, your grandfather was renowned for his abilities, reputed to possess divine insight through divination, yet he conducted 3 readings each day, never making exceptions for anyone. When your mother found your grandfather, he was already steeped in his beliefs, resolutely refusing to lend assistance despite her heartfelt pleas. Your father, possessing a kind heart at the tender age of 18 or 19, perceived your grandfather's demeanor as excessively harsh, prompting him to undertake a hunger strike in protest. Ultimately, swayed by your father's earnestness, your grandfather reluctantly consented to interpret the divination for your mother. However, upon revealing the oracle's message, he informed her that her father had wronged a yellow demon, disrupting its centuries of accumulated power, and that the ensuing retribution was a matter of cosmic justice, beyond his purview to intervene. Consequently, your mother knelt at your family's doorstep for 3 days and nights, a spectacle that garnered considerable attention in the community. Many were intrigued by the sight of such a youthful and radiant woman in such a humble position. Despite the encouragement of others to leave, she remained steadfast. In time, your grandfather, moved by her profound sense of righteousness, finally agreed to offer his assistance. Indeed, your grandfather was quite remarkable. That very night, he ventured alone to Black Wind Ridge with a humble wooden sword and returned a few days later, proclaiming that the matter had been resolved. Upon returning home, your mother discovered, as your grandfather had claimed, that your uncle's ailment had been cured, and no further malevolent occurrences had transpired within the household. Yet, shortly thereafter, your grandfather abruptly ceased his divination practices, dedicating himself solely to agriculture, never to return to his former pursuits. Grateful and eager to express her appreciation, your mother contemplated how best to thank him. Although your grandfather's fees for the divination were modest, your eldest uncle, notoriously frugal, insisted that your mother had been deceived by charlatans. Nevertheless, your mother, a woman of great wisdom, discerned that your grandfather must have brokered some form of accord with the yellow demon, which had spared her entire family from further misfortune. Thus, disregarding her family's objections, she resolutely chose to marry your father, foregoing even the customary bride price. This decision was indeed a sensational event at the time. However, it also incited the ire of your uncle, who subsequently severed ties with your mother, leading to a complete cessation of relations with your family. Consequently, it is quite understandable that you had never encountered them during your childhood. After your grandfather's passing, you vanished, and I have been entrusted with the care of your ancestral home ever since. Naturally, there were others who coveted it, seeking to seize it by force, but they were all driven away by my reprimands. Your uncle did come to seek me out, and I ventured to Yeshigu to verify their identities. Indeed, they are your true uncles. Thus, I entrusted the property to them, as they are, in name, your relatives, while I remain merely an outsider. Now that you have returned, they have no justification to continue occupying your family's ancestral home. It rightfully belongs to the Péng family, and reclaiming it is entirely justified. No one can contest that. After the second uncle finished speaking, he insisted on accompanying me to reclaim the ancestral residence, confidently assuring me that he would take care of matter. After our meal, I engaged in casual conversation with the second uncle and Juzi, learning that his other 2 daughters had graduated and entered the workforce, while only his youngest daughter, Wan Ning, was still pursuing her studies at university. As for Juzi, he was never suited for academics and had left school early to learn the trade from the second uncle, gaining considerable experience over the years. After a brief discussion, the second uncle rose to summon Juzi and me, declaring his intention to reclaim my family home. During the days leading up to my uncle's relocation, he suggested that I temporarily stay at his residence. I politely declined the invitation, noting that my uncle had 3 unmarried daughters at home, and as a grown man, it would be inappropriate for me to reside there, as it might give rise to gossip in the village. At that moment, Juzi expressed his willingness to share the accommodation with me, suggesting that we could enjoy a couple of drinks together in the evenings and reminisce about old times. I acquiesced to his proposal. The 3 of us set out, heading directly to my home, and soon arrived at the entrance. The once humble single-story house had been transformed into a 2-story structure. Though it appeared quite grand, it had lost the essence of the memories I cherished. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle stood at the entrance, rapping on a large red iron gate. Before long, the gate creaked open, revealing a slender woman clad in a floral nightgown typical of the countryside. Her face was round, yet her eyes were small. Her eyebrows were long and thin, Her nose was flat, her lips were thin, and her chin was pointed, exuding an air of sharpness and bitterness. According to the Tian Yin Shi Shun Shu, such features signify a woman who may usurp her husband's authority, leading to his despair, akin to a fierce lioness that punishes her husband and children. In simpler terms, a mother tiger, bringing misfortune to whoever marries her. Ah, Brother Lier has arrived. The busy man who doesn't visit without purpose, and you've brought along 2 young fellows. What do you intend to do during daylight? Chapter 55, You Must Not Regret. This woman's words were charged with hostility, leaving Uncle fuming. Zhao Yuanmei, I have no time to squabble with a woman like you. Where is your man? Call Sun Xiaodong out to speak. Upon hearing this, the woman let out a derisive laugh and shouted sharply towards the second floor, You lazy bum. Get down here. Someone is looking for you. All right, I'm coming. A man hurriedly descended the stairs, approaching the woman before him with the demeanor of small dog, cautiously inquiring, Who is looking for me? The woman crossed her arms and gestured with her chin, prompting the man to finally notice the presence of the 3 of us. Brother Li, is there something you wish to discuss? Uncle Air cleared his throat and said, Dongzi, it has been quite some time since you moved to this village, hasn't it? When you first arrived, we had an agreement. If the old Peng family were to become extinct, you, as a relative of the Peng family, would naturally inherit this ancestral home. However, there is a stipulation. If Xiao Xian were ever to return, you must relinquish the property to him. Do you remember this? A man's word is binding, is it not? Upon hearing Uncle Air's words, the man named Dongzi chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose as he cast a furtive glance at the woman beside him. Noticing her silence, he cleared his throat and spoke, Indeed, we did agree on that. Our move here was merely temporary, and if Xiao Xian is indeed alive, he is my family's eldest nephew. Not only would I return this house to him, but I would also provide the funds for him to seek a marriage and establish his own household. However, Xiao Xian has been missing for over a decade. I surmise he has long since departed from this world. As Dongzi spoke, he glanced at the pillar and then at me, his expression exuding confidence. Uncle Air, upon hearing this, did not respond but took a step back, gently pushing me towards the man, and turning to me, he said, Tell me, do you think your second uncle can recognize you? Sun Xiaodong scrutinized me with a glance, then chuckled softly. Ha, Brother Lier, you truly possess a sense of humor. Are you suggesting that this lad is a young master, clad in tattered robes? He resembles a beggar on the street. How could he possibly be a young master? Surely, I would recognize my own nephew. I smirked internally and replied, Perhaps I should address you as second uncle. Yet the words refused to escape my lips, for I have never laid eyes on you throughout my life. In my childhood, when I ascended the mountains to pay tribute to my parents, it was only my grandfather and I. If you are indeed my second uncle, then with death akin to an extinguished lamp, no matter the grievances, you ought to have come to mourn my mother after her passing. Yet you did not. In fact, when I departed from home at the age of 8, you never once paid respects to my mother. Was she not your own sister? Upon hearing my words, Sun Xiaodong's face flushed with shame. He was about to step forward, but was abruptly restrained by the woman beside him. With a disdainful sneer, she scoffed. What audacity for a beggar to come here, seeking kinship. You may fool Dongzi, that simpleton, but not me. I am aware that you are merely a pawn sent by Li Laosi, aiming to covet our family estate. Your acting is commendable, but alas, my keen insight has already unveiled your ruse. You're talking nonsense. I, the one directly involved, had yet to lose my temper, yet the elderly man beside me could no longer contain his anger. You vile woman, I have long discerned that you are no virtuous soul. Though Dongzi may lack cunning, his heart is certainly not as malicious as yours. Although I, Li Shiming, may not be exceedingly wealthy, a mere dwelling is not worth compromising my integrity. My nephew, Zhuzi, has been inseparable from Xiao Xian since childhood. He was his closest companion during those formative years. If you were to inquire with him, he would affirm that this individual is indeed Xiao Xian. Uncle Air, while berating Zhao Yuanmei, gestured towards Zhuzi, prompting him to vouch for me. Zhuzi stepped forward, thumping his chest in assurance. I guarantee he is Xiao Xian. There is absolutely no chance of mistake. I conversed with him for an entire morning about the vigil at Eru's home. I was so frightened that I suffered from a high fever for several days afterward. I felt ashamed of my childhood timidity, and I have never disclosed that night's events to anyone. Yet, he recounted every detail with utmost clarity, and I am certain he's indeed Grandpa Péng's grandson, Péng Dàoxiān. I stake my reputation on this. Zhuzi, growing anxious, raised his voice. What are you shouting about? This is my home. If you wish to shout, do so in your own abode. He continued, let me tell you, the grandson of the Péng family has long since passed away and cannot possibly return. Dongzi is this child's maternal uncle, and it is only fitting for him to inherit this residence. Moreover, back then, his mother, that disgraceful woman, shamelessly married into the Péng family's lineage without demanding a single penny for the bride price. Now, accepting this house, we shall regard it as the previous bride price. I challenge anyone to voice further objections. Upon hearing Zhao Yume's words, my fury ignited, and I bellowed, silence. Do not insult my mother, or I shall take your life. My eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and a seething rage surged within me, teetering on the brink of losing control. The atmosphere around us chilled instantly, causing Zhao Yume to retreat several steps in fright. Xiaoxian, do not act impulsively. With the presence of Uncle Heir, you will certainly reclaim your property. Engaging with such individuals is futile and could lead to unnecessary losses. Uncle Heir patted my shoulder, awakening my senses, prompting me to step aside and recite a calming mantra to suppress my inner fury. Observing my retreat, Zhao Yume grew increasingly agitated. She kicked her partner in the backside, exclaiming, are you a dead man? I've been bullied, and you can't even muster a sound. What use are you to me? Sun Xiaodong, startled by the kick, jumped up in surprise. Unable to express his frustration towards his partner, he redirected his anger towards me. Damn it, this little scoundrel thinks he can show off here. Let us see you lay a finger on my wife. You want to provoke me? Get lost, or I'll sweep you away with a broom. How dare he threaten me? I, Zhuzi, have never feared anyone. This spineless man, afraid of his wife, doesn't he need to take the lead? Today, I could easily subdue you with one hand. Upon hearing this, Zhuzi's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Sun Xiaodong. The latter, frightened, began to retreat, but Zhuzi was halted by Uncle Heir's firm grip. Zhuzi, don't act recklessly. This is a law-abiding society. We cannot resort to violence. If we do, our just cause will turn against us. We are here to assist Xiaoxian in resolving this matter, not to escalate it and create further complications. Let's return for now. I will seek someone to address this issue. Uncle Heir, being somewhat older, exhibited a commendable sense of composure as he led me and Zhuzi away from my ancestral home. Behind us, however, the caustic mockery of Sun Xiaodong echoed in the air. Who the hell didn't tighten their belt, exposing an old fool like you? I'll be waiting at home to see what you can do about it. Even if you take me to court, I'll adamantly assert that this child is not my nephew. I'm curious to see whether the judge will believe you or me. Bah, scoundrel. Initially, I had turned to leave, but upon hearing his words, I pivoted back. Confronting Sun Xiaodong, I seized his collar with a firm grip, disregarding his shouts, and pointed a finger at his nose, declaring, the old house is yours now. You better live there until your last breath, but do not ever return it to me. Chapter 56. The Fruits of One's Own Folly. On the way back, I remained silent, yet Zhuzi began to chatter incessantly. Why on earth would you give the ancestral home to such a person? Do not fear him. Just say the word, and I will ensure we reclaim the house. Before Zhuzi could finish his thought, Uncle Heir rebuked him sharply. What do you understand? Whenever faced with a problem, you resort to threats and violence. The world is not merely a battleground. It is a tapestry of human relationships. Look at Xiaoxian. He adopts a strategy of retreating to advance, first securing stability before devising a solution. That is true wisdom. After delivering his admonition, Uncle Heir turned to me, and although his words suggested otherwise, concern lingered on his face. However, speaking of which, Xiaoxian, do you truly believe in your heart that the house has been gifted to him? A faint smile graced my lips as memories of the past surged forth, when I was compelled by Eru's father to bow my head, and my grandfather, amidst the crowd, swept me away, casting a glance at Eru's father that was unmistakably that of one gazing upon a corpse. I chuckled softly, concealing my hand behind my back, and beckoned Juzi to return and indulge in some libations. Erdage, misinterpreting my composure as a facade, seized my arm and assured me not to be disheartened. He vowed that upon his return, he would enlist the aid of a lawyer friend in the city to assist me in suing Sun Xiaodong, expressing confidence that I would reclaim the house in no time. Erdage, what makes you think I am troubled? I replied, I will undoubtedly retrieve the house, albeit in my own manner. Do not fret on my behalf. I am well aware of my course. Now let us drink, it is my treat, and we shan't return until we are intoxicated. I took Erdage and Juzi to the street, where we found a luxurious restaurant and reserved a private room. Enjoying a splendid meal, Erdage, suspecting I was short of funds, attempted to settle the bill, but I restrained him and urged him to sit. From my pocket, I produced 20,000 yuan, leaving both Erdage and Juzi momentarily speechless. This money had been bestowed upon me by the notorious Zhang Zhihao just days prior, and I had scarcely touched it during my journey, having not returned home for many years. I owed a great deal to Erdage for honoring my grandfather and looking after the old residents, and it was only fitting to treat the two of them. Goodness, Xiao Xian, have you struck it rich? Did you not mention that you have been secluded on the mountain all these years? Juzi exclaimed, swallowing hard as he gazed at the stacks of renminbi with fervent eyes. Little Xian, both your grandfather and your parents are honorable individuals. Should you find yourself in need of financial assistance, you may speak with Uncle Air. However, you must refrain from engaging in any illicit activities. Uncle Air gazed at the cash in my hand, clearly astonished. In that remote rural area, it was indeed remarkable for a young man to produce 20,000 yuan. I reassured them that this money was neither stolen nor obtained through nefarious means. It was genuinely earned through my own efforts. Upon hearing this, both of them expressed their happiness for me. As we indulged in food and drink while reminiscing, darkness enveloped the sky before we knew it. Uncle Air rose to return home and invited me to stay at his residence, but I politely declined, instead embracing Juzi and suggesting we venture to a certain place. After bidding farewell to Uncle Air, I took Juzi to the desolate burial ground where I had encountered the yellow weasel the previous night. Juzi, are you afraid of weasels? I jested. What are you talking about? My friend, I have encountered zombies before. How could a mere weasel, no matter how sinister, rival the wickedness of the infamous heir whose father? Let us confront it. Juzi, slightly intoxicated, was emboldened by the alcohol and felt fearless. A true brother, loyal and spirited. Take me to some abandoned graves that have not been honored. We shall capture a few yellow weasels, as I have my purposes. Upon hearing this, Juzi's interest was piqued, and he eagerly led me through twists and turns, navigating several wheat fields until we finally discovered a forsaken grave. Bathed in moonlight, the small mound lay desolately at the edge of the field. The withered grass on the grave head was disheveled, suggesting it had been neglected for ages. As I cleared away the overgrowth, I indeed uncovered several small holes dug by the weasels. I instructed Juzi to guard the exit while I ventured to the opposite side of the grave. There, I ignited the dry grass with a talisman and thrust it into the cave, allowing the thick smoke to waft into the burial mound. Before long, a sizable yellow weasel darted out from the exit with a swift rustle. I had already coordinated with Juzi, and he, with remarkable agility, swiftly subdued the yellow creature. The weasel attempted to twist its body to bite Juzi's hand, but I promptly struck it on the forehead with another talisman, rendering it unconscious. This weasel measured over 30 centimeters in length, akin to the size of an infant, its coat lustrous and sleek, adorned with a patch of white fur on its back, indicating it had acquired a modicum of spiritual prowess. As I stroked its fur, I discovered charred marks on the nape of its neck, likely remnants of the fright it experienced from my talisman the previous night. It seemed evident that a formidable demon lurked nearby, with these smaller creatures merely being its disciples. Only by luring out the yellow demon could we hope to vanquish it in one fell swoop, preventing it from wreaking havoc in the vicinity. Little Xian, this yellow weasel is quite plump. Shall we roast and feast upon it? Juzi's eyes were glued to the hefty weasel in my grasp, drool pooling around him. It had already attained a semblance of sentience, and consuming it would invite complications. I gently patted the weasel, and soon it regained consciousness. Upon opening its eyes and spotting me, it trembled in fear as though it had encountered a mortal enemy. How peculiar! When I captured it, it bared its teeth. Yet now it behaved so submissively in my grip. Could it truly discern who was before it? Just as Zhuzi finished speaking, the weasel emitted a sharp squeak directed at him, its green eyes brimming with resentment. I approached and struck that yellow weasel with the palm of my hand, urging it to quiet down. It appeared to understand my command, settling on my hand, as docile as a kitten. Gripping the creature, I made my way back to the village alongside the pillar. As we passed my old family home, I intended to let this little creature relieve itself at the doorstep, leaving behind a trace of its scent. However, to my surprise, as soon as I released my grip, the beast bolted away, swiftly darting into the courtyard. Before long, a piercing scream erupted from within the house, accompanied by a woman's reprimands as she called for Sun Xiaodong to fetch something to drive the weasel away. Dongzi, are you still asleep? Are you a corpse? Look what has entered our home. Hurry, find something to chase it out. Soon after, the lights inside flickered on, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds, which gradually subsided. Haha, Lil Xian, your idea proved quite effective, allowing me to vent my frustration. Tomorrow night, we shall continue our antics to frighten her. The pillar squatted beside the haystack at the entrance, stifling laughter with his hand, while I furrowed my brow, lost in thought. It was getting late. We should return. Tomorrow, I will summon a few brothers to bolster our stance and strive to reclaim the house for you. Before the pillar could finish his sentence, I swiftly covered his mouth. In the next moment, the front door swung open and a furry creature was flung out. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut once more. I led the pillar to the large tree at the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, the discarded yellow weasel lay motionless on the cold, muddy ground, its form further obscured by the shadows of the night. Its body lay in a grotesque state. Flesh and blood mingled with the earth, the fur torn and scattered, revealing the vivid crimson beneath, a sight most harrowing. The most chilling aspect was its pair of haunting emerald eyes, wide and unblinking even in the final throes of life. The green pupils no longer reflected cunning or fear, but were filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment and defiance, as if to encapsulate the world's indifference and injustice into a final curse, seeking vengeance upon its slayer. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, pierced only by the distant, discordant barks of dogs, an unsettling contrast to the stillness of the scene. I exhaled deeply, shaking my head, my gaze icy. Alas, I had merely intended to issue a light reprimand, yet this woman proved to be so malevolent. Truly, while one may be forgiven for the sins of fate, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Chapter 57. Invoking Malevolence? Xiaoxian, what are you mumbling about? Nothing, just go back to sleep. The night passed without incident, and I slept soundly at Zhuzi's home. The following morning, just as I had risen and before I could freshen up, a knock echoed at my door. Xiaoxian, hurry out and see. Something grave has occurred at your residence. My heart tightened at the words, and I rushed to open the door, following Zhuzi outside. On the way, Zhuzi recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that returning home late the previous night, Zhuzi's mother had been unaware of the guest's presence. Thus no meal had been prepared for me in the morning. Zhuzi had risen before dawn, intending to purchase some buns and fried dough sticks from the town for my breakfast, but as he approached my ancestral home, he was met with an overwhelming stench of blood. He initially believed that the sound had emanated from the yellow weasel that Sun Xiaodong had discarded yesterday. Thus he paid it little heed. However, upon turning his head and catching sight of the cement wall, he was instantly seized by a chilling fear. Upon the pristine white surface of the wall, 4 vivid crimson characters were inscribed in blood. Blood for blood. In a state of panic, he hurried to the entrance, only to find that the corpse of the yellow weasel had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, a black and white photograph had been affixed to the massive red iron gate. The image depicted 4 yellow weasels beneath the moonlight, hoisting a red palanquin, with the door of the palanquin slightly ajar, revealing a pair of furry legs. Among the weasels carrying the palanquin, 3 possessed red eyes, while the one on the left had striking green eyes. Even more unsettling was the tuft of white fur on its back, eerily reminiscent of the one that had perished the previous night. What manner of being resided within the palanquin? Who had captured this photograph? Everything around him appeared exceedingly strange. He was too terrified to even breathe for a while. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly returned home, rousing me from my slumber, insisting that I accompany him to witness the spectacle. Upon hearing his words, I was not particularly astonished. Noticing my nonchalant demeanor, he twitched his lips. Xiao, it wouldn't be you who did this, would it? I admired his thought process, casting him a sidelong glance, and explained, if the young are slain, the elders will naturally seek vengeance. This is hardly surprising. Before long, we arrived at the entrance of my ancestral home, and despite my prior mental preparation, I was still profoundly shaken by the scene that unfolded before me. The morning light was faint, and the old residence was shrouded in a layer of gloomy mist, rendering it particularly eerie. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of our hurried footsteps echoed in the vast courtyard, each step striking a chord of anxiety within, causing one's heart to race. The four vivid crimson characters of blood debts and retribution stood out sharply in the morning light, as if each stroke contained boundless resentment and a chilling intent to kill. As I approached to examine them closely, the blood seemed to still carry an undissipated chill, winding down the strokes like slender rivers of crimson flowing upon the cold stone walls. The air was thick with a pungent blend of decay and blood, prompting an involuntary furrowing of my brow, as a profound sense of shock and unease surged within me. This place was not suitable for lingering. We must hasten our departure. Suddenly, I detected a potent aura of malevolence and quickly pulled away from the pillar, seeking refuge in a concealed corner. Before long, an elderly woman appeared in the distance, stooping as she ambled toward my ancestral home, leaning on a cane fashioned from a tree root, as though she had materialized from thin air. Though her pace was exceedingly slow, in merely a few breaths, she had traversed from the back mountain path of the village to stand at the entrance of my old residence, clad in a coarse blue-patterned garment. Her hair and beard were entirely white. Despite her frail appearance, her steps were steady and her breathing even, revealing no sign of fatigue, even after covering such distance. She did not even glance at the blood inscriptions on the wall, but proceeded directly to the front door. Knock, 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 knock. The old woman rapped on the door. 5 precise knocks, and soon the courtyard resonated with the chattering voice of Zhao Yama. Who is it? It's too early in the morning to disturb one's sleep. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, and Zhao Yama emerged, her demeanor charged with emotion. As she spoke, it was evident that her words bore the familiar sting of a scornful tongue. Who is this decrepit old woman? Knock, knock, knock. What do you want? Money or food? I have neither to spare, and even if I did, I wouldn't feed you, not even to a dog. Now begone, lest I break your legs. Such vitriol would likely incite fury in most, yet the old woman remained astonishingly composed. She patiently awaited the tirade to conclude before responding with a gentle smile. Dear madam, I am but a wanderer fleeing from disaster. I have journeyed to this place, parched and weary, seeking merely a cup of water from your esteemed household. Might I impose upon you for such a humble request? Zhao Yama scoffed at her words, crossing her arms defiantly as she scrutinized the old woman from head to toe. Though her garments were tattered, they were remarkably clean, devoid of any dust. Rolling her eyes, Zhao Yama retorted with derision. Water, you say? Huh. How about you drink urine instead? You old crone, you present yourself as if of some standing. Surely you are not a true refugee, but perhaps merely a runaway from home? Go on, be gone. I must rest. I have no time for your petty banter. With a dismissive wave, she yawned and turned to close the door. At that moment, however, a glimmering object fell from the old woman, rolling across the ground until it fortuitously came to rest at Zhao Yuamei's feet. Surprised, she bent down to inspect it, and upon recognizing its value, quickly pressed her foot upon it, pretending to tie her shoelaces while stealthily concealing the item within her grasp. A smile of feigned warmth gracing her face as she turned back to the old woman. Alas, observe my temperament. I confess, I possess a slight case of morning irritability. Dear elder, please do not depart just yet. Allow me to fetch you a glass of water. Zhao Yuamei's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. As she stepped forward and grasped the departing elderly woman's arm, her face adorned with a radiant smile while offering to serve her water. No sooner had she uttered these words than she turned and entered the courtyard, ensuring to close the door behind her. As soon as the door clicked shut, Zhao Yuanmei eagerly retrieved an object she had recently discovered from her bosom, a magnificent gold ring, embellished with a vibrant jadeite stone, clearly of considerable worth. She placed the golden ring delicately against her lips, savoring its exquisite essence. A wave of delight surged within her, evidently. The elderly woman was in possession of numerous valuable items. Zhao Yuanmei resolved firmly that she could not allow this elderly lady to depart easily. At the very least, she must extract all that she could before permitting her to leave. With her mind made up, Zhao Yuanmei roused Sun Xiaodong from his slumber, and the two engaged in hushed conversation within the confines of the room for quite some time. They finally emerged together, cradling a bowl of water, making their way towards the elderly woman. Meanwhile, the old lady had been intently sniffing the air, until she caught the scent that led her to the very spot where the corpse of the yellow weasel had been discarded the previous night. She leaned heavily on her cane, her gaze icy, murmuring softly, "Oh, my dear grandson, it is I who have failed to care for you." Chapter 58. A grasp on the soul. Sun Xiaodong and his wife respectfully ushered the elderly woman into the house. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, I emerged from the shadows, clutching a pillar. Just now, the elderly woman dropped something that resembled gold, and Zhao Yuanmei stealthily picked it up. Should we inform the old lady? Zhu Zi, observing Zhao Yuanmei's avaricious demeanor, felt an intense resentment. If I hadn't restrained him earlier, he would have rushed forward to expose Zhao Yuanmei. That was a golden ring, a bait set by the old lady for Zhao Yuanmei. If you were to reveal her scheme, she would not only fail to appreciate your effort, but might also endanger your life. I cast a cold glance in the direction of the old lady and patted Zhu Zi, hoping to enlighten him. Yet, he remained oblivious and questioned me. A trap? Are you suggesting that this old lady is a deceiver? But why would she ensnare Zhao Yuanmei if she could gain so little? What does she stand to gain? I sighed in resignation and proceeded to explain to Zhu Zi in detail. She is certainly not after money. She is after lives. As the ancient verse goes, at midnight, the knocking sounds like drums. 3 humans and 4 ghosts knock 5 times. Reflect upon how many times that old lady knocked. Moreover, she clearly descended from the mountain. And even for robust young individuals like us, traversing this distance would leave us breathless. Yet, she appeared to be in her 90s and showed no need for rest. Isn't that peculiar? Zhu Zi, let me impart another piece of wisdom. Regardless of the season, no one can walk without revealing their ankles. Observe her ankles closely. They are not human skin, but rather covered in long, yellow hair, an abnormality that no ordinary person possesses. In her final utterance, she claimed to have fled from a calamity, parched and weary. Yet, if she had indeed escaped from such a dire situation, how could her attire remain unsoiled? This incongruity was not lost on Zhao Yuanmei. Although she overlooked a particular detail, blinded by avarice, the old woman, suffering from thirst, had not partaken of the water that Sun Xiaodong presented before entering the premises. Upon hearing my thorough explanation, Zhu Zi stood frozen in place, his face ashen, murmuring, "So, that old woman is not human." Wait for me, Xiaoxian. This is truly terrifying. I accompanied Zhu Zi to the town for breakfast, and after a leisurely stroll, we returned to the village as dusk began to settle. The evening light cast a golden hue over the tranquil mountain village. As we approached my ancestral home, we spied Sun Xiaodong, clutching a blue floral bundle, moving furtively. Ensuring no one was watching, he concealed the bundle within a pile of firewood at the entrance. To further obscure it from prying eyes, he thoughtfully layered additional logs atop. Once Sun Xiaodong departed, Zhu Zi and I exchanged knowing glances and quietly retreated, deciding to investigate his peculiar antics under the cover of night. Back at Zhu Zi's home, we enjoyed a simple farmhouse meal and reminisced with his parents, who reflected on the past with nostalgia. I retrieved 10,000 yuan from my pocket and presented it to Zhu Zi's father, expressing my gratitude for his kindness in taking me to the hospital years ago. I learned that, in his selflessness, he had sold a season's worth of wheat to save me, leaving his family to endure hunger for half a year. At first, Zhuzi's father was reluctant to accept, but I encouraged him to save some money for Zhuzi's marriage proposal, explaining that once the engagement was set, there would be numerous expenses. As I had no attachments, the money felt burdensome to me, and thus he agreed to accept it, promising to repay me in the future. As we chatted into the late hours of the night, I discreetly signaled to Zhuzi, who immediately yawned and claimed to be tired, then pulled me into his room. Before long, Zhuzi's parents had fallen asleep, and we quietly slipped out, making our way to my ancestral home. We arrived at the pile of firewood, and Zhuzi swiftly uncovered it, revealing a blue bundle. Just as he reached for it, I pushed him away, warning him not to touch it, for it was infused with malevolent energy. I picked up a twig from the ground and carefully prodded the blue floral wrapping, unveiling a trove of gleaming gold. The sight of so many gold ingots was astonishing. Zhuzi's face lit up with joy, his eyes gleaming with greed as he gazed at the riches, gradually losing his sense of self. As Zhuzi inched closer to the gold, his hands instinctively reaching out, I quickly retrieved a yellow talisman from my pocket. After reciting an incantation, the talisman ignited spontaneously. I tossed the flaming talisman into the bundle, which instantly erupted in thick black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the gold had vanished, leaving only a white shroud enveloping a pile of stones. Zhuzi suddenly came to his senses, staring at the white shroud in shock, and he instinctively withdrew his hands, staggering backward several steps. I reached out to steady him, feeling the cold sweat on his back, clearly shaken by the supernatural occurrence before him. When I was young, I believed that ghosts were merely a means for adults to frighten children, until I accompanied you in keeping vigil for Eru's father. Until today, I thought that monsters were nothing but the fanciful inventions of foolish novelists. However, today, before Zhuzi could finish his lamentations, I covered his incessant mouth and gestured for silence. Hush! I pulled Zhuzi behind the stack of firewood, and indeed, sounds of someone descending the stairs echoed through the courtyard. Under the moonlight, a man and a woman stealthily peeked out. After confirming that the coast was clear, they approached the firewood pile and began to rummage through it hastily. Where's my gold? Who the hell stole my gold? Damn it, don't joke with me. To pilfer that old woman's bundle, I went to great lengths, buying wine and treating her kindly. If you dare to lose it, just wait and see how I deal with you. They rummaged through the pile for quite some time, but aside from finding a shroud and a heap of stones, nothing else was uncovered. Just as Sun Xiaodong sat down in despair, a yellow weasel suddenly sprang out from the dark grass nearby. The weasel approached the couple and abruptly stood upright. Sun Xiaodong, Zhao Yuemei. The creature's voice, though human-like, was sharp and hoarse, far from pleasant. Upon hearing their names, the couple merely responded, their eyes glazing over as they immediately fell into a trance. Their expressions became vacant, and they seemed to forget their very identities. You too, come with me. The yellow-furred creature clasped its hands, its eyes brimming with animosity. As its hoarse voice emerged, Sun Xiaodong and his wife swayed uncertainly, following the beast. The creature frequently glanced back, while Zhuzi and I dared not draw too near, forced to watch from a distance as the couple was led aimlessly forward, ensnared by the yellow-furred entity. They headed towards the back mountain. Given the late hour, perhaps we ought to refrain from pursuing them. Zhuzi's complexion turned ashen, the unfolding scene prompting him to reconsider. Zhuzi, you should return. I must venture to the back mountain to rescue them. Chapter 59, A Narrow Path for Enemies. Are you out of your mind, Xiao Xian? Why would you want to save those two fools? If they perish, it will be effortless for you to reclaim the old residents. Have you become overly compassionate? Zhuzi grasped my arm, attempting to dissuade me from risking my safety for those two insufferable individuals. Listen to me, Zhuzi. Although Sun Xiaodong and his wife are indeed greedy and heartless, deserving of the gravest punishment, I am a practitioner of the Tao. Subduing demons and vanquishing malevolence is my solemn duty. It is a righteous path. Though I spoke with a veneer of noble intent, a faint smirk betrayed my true feelings. Zhuzi, who had grown up alongside me, saw through my facade immediately. Speak plainly. What scheme are you truly concocting? Feeling his gaze pierce through me, I chose not to conceal my thoughts, for we shared a bond of life and death. Am I not merely in need of some merit? Consider this an opportunity to accrue virtue. With that, I turned and dashed ahead, while Zhuzi gritted his teeth behind me, stamping his foot in frustration. Damn it, I see what you're lacking is not merit, but perhaps a touch of morality. If I were to sacrifice myself to save these two individuals, it would truly be in vain. Please wait a moment. The night was as dark as ink, and the silhouette of the rear mountain appeared even more sinister in the dim light, surrounded by an indescribable chill, as though the very air had solidified. The moonlight was sparse, filtering through the sparse canopy of trees, casting mottled shadows that elongated our figures, adding an air of the uncanny. The yellow weasel's eerie green eyes flickered in the darkness like two ghostly flames, leading the couple, Sun Xiaodong and his wife, to stumble forward, each step crunching upon the fallen leaves and brittle branches, producing a disquieting sound. They occasionally turned back, revealing their sharp fangs, as if sensing our presence. Pillar and I pressed closely against the trunk of a tree, holding our breath, striving to keep our breathing from disturbing the eerie stillness. The ground beneath us seemed to conceal countless pairs of eyes, instilling a sense of dread. I gripped the yellow talisman tightly, my fingertips turning pale from the pressure, silently reciting incantations to ward off malevolent spirits, prepared to confront any imminent danger. Fortunately, the unsettling atmosphere did not last long. As the yellow weasel guided Sun Xiaodong and his wife to the entrance of the cave, suddenly, the weasel knelt as a human would, chattering incessantly towards the depths of the cave. After a brief moment, a roar erupted from the pitch-black interior, and with a few squeaks, the weasel signaled for the couple to enter the cave. The weasel remained at the entrance, showing no intention of departing. Pillar and I exchanged glances from our hiding place, opting to remain concealed for the time being. Suddenly, a piercing scream of a woman echoed through the cave, the sound resonating with a heart-wrenching agony that felt particularly eerie in the stillness of the deep mountains. My heart shuddered. The cry bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhao Yuanmei, and it was highly likely that she had met a tragic fate. I can only wonder if Sun Xiaodong was still alive. Distinguished guests, your late-night visit to my humble abode is regrettable. However, since you are already here, why not join me in savoring the freshly peeled essence of humanity? A voice, aged and rasping, emanated from the cave. It was the old woman who had come to my family's ancestral home earlier that day, seeking water. Her tone was low and gravelly, and, as she finished speaking, our hiding place was suddenly revealed. Countless green eyes flickered in the darkness, resembling fireflies illuminating the night, encircling us completely. What should we do with so many yellow weasels? Though trembling with fear, Zhuzi retained his composure, standing back to back with me, his gaze vigilant upon the surrounding creatures. Do not be afraid. These beings shy away from light. If we ignite a fire, they will hesitate to attack. Upon uttering these words, I grasped a yellow talisman for protection, while Zhuzi quickly gathered twigs and fallen leaves, forming a pile of kindling. Channeling the inner heat of my 3-yang fire, the yellow talisman ignited spontaneously. I tossed the burning talisman onto the pile, and flames erupted with a crackling roar. The creatures, upon sighting the fire, instinctively withdrew a few steps. I kindly invited you as guests, yet you refused to show me any respect, since you have chosen to ignore the cordial invitation and instead opted for punishment. Then I shall take your hearts to serve as my delicacies. The old woman's eerie voice echoed from the cave, and soon, a chilling wind began to whip around us, scattering the embers of the fire, placing me and the pillar in a perilous predicament. Squeak! The sentry, a yellow weasel, was the first to attack, lunging directly at my throat. I countered with a powerful punch, sending it crashing to the ground, only to be besieged by countless other yellow weasels. The pillar, seizing a half-burned branch as a makeshift torch, was gripped by fear, yet in this life-and-death moment, adrenaline surged through him, and he wielded the flaming stick with fierce determination. Lacking the finesse of my incantations and talismans, he resorted to raw force, dispatching weasels with sheer brutality, surpassing even my own efforts as a professional. However, The toll on his stamina was severe. He was already breathless, his hands trembling slightly, and it was evident that he could not withstand the onslaught for much longer. Suddenly, the largest yellow weasel abandoned its pursuit of me, darting towards the pillar with electrifying speed. The pillar swung his stick, but fatigue had dulled his reflexes considerably. The weasel seized the opportunity, lunging for his face. The pillar's expression turned to one of terror as he forsook his attack and instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Yet it was too late. The weasel was upon him, and he could almost taste the foul breath as it drew near. A myriad of lightning techniques converge in a single palm. 3,000 transformations of thunder obliterate demons and vanquish evil. Swiftly, in a critical moment, I forcefully pulled aside the pillar, unleashing a bolt of thunder from my palm that struck the yellow-furred creature's forepaw directly. It emitted a pained yelp, its forepaw charred by the electric arc, leaving the yellow-furred creature curled on the ground, stripped of its earlier ferocity and arrogance. Goodness, I never knew you possessed such skill, my friend. Why did you not employ it earlier, leaving me to toil like a dog? The pillar gasped for breath, recovering a modicum of strength. I smirked. I simply did not wish to dampen your fervor while you were so passionately engaged in battle. Blast it, the pillar exclaimed in frustration. Ignoring his outburst, I continued to unleash thunderbolts in rapid succession, akin to a machine gun. Most of my strikes found their mark. The yellow-furred creatures fell one by one, their mournful cries echoing before silence enveloped the scene. Just as the pillar and I prepared to press on and eradicate the remaining fleeing yellow-furred creatures, a furious voice echoed from the cave. Humph. I wondered who it might be. Turns out you are the descendant of Old Man Péng. No wonder you wield such magical prowess. Truly, our paths are destined to cross. As the ancient voice faded, a fierce wind erupted from within the cave, and the old woman appeared with remarkable speed, her form accompanied by an afterimage at the cave's entrance. One hand grasped a gnarled root staff, while the other clutched Sun Xiaodong's hair, who lay unresponsive, his eyes shut tight, his body limp, leaving uncertain his state between life and death. Initially, I believed that it was merely a meddlesome youth, but it has become apparent that you might be the grandson of that formidable figure. Allow me to inquire, what is your name, and who is your grandfather? Upon hearing the old witch's question, I felt a surge of doubt within, yet I displayed not an ounce of fear. I stepped forward boldly, chin held high. I am Péng, and I shall not change my name or my clan. I am indeed from the illustrious Péng family. My grandfather is Péng Dàoxiān, also known as the real person Dàoxiān. After revealing my lineage, the old hag erupted into a frenzied laughter, her eyes gleaming with a vengeful light. Ah, what a stroke of fortune! After tirelessly seeking revenge for so many years against that bull-nosed man, I never anticipated that his last remaining descendant would fall into my hands today. Rest easy, old man. I shall ensure that the little spawn of the wretched Taoist joins you soon. With that, the old witch conjured a whirlwind of malevolent energy. Her garments, billowing as a long tail, emerged from behind her. The swirling winds charged toward me and the pillar, laden with countless leaves and fine gravel, a force to be reckoned with. Although I could have evaded with my agility, the pillar, lacking in any arcane prowess, was only endowed with sheer bravery. If I abandoned him, he would surely be harmed. Resolving to act, I summoned the essence of the Qingwei Xiantian Dao, channeling righteous energy from my heart through my arms. As I moved my hands in a circular motion, a verdant taiji diagram emerged spontaneously, with the yin-yang fish swimming within, capable of neutralizing myriad malevolent spells. I have combined the esoteric techniques of the Maoshan secret art, Qingwei Xiantian Dao, with my grandfather's manual of insights, resulting in my own unique understanding. This technique is my self-created protective spell, the 8 Extremes Azure Light Seal. The taiji divides into the 2 forms, which give rise to the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols form the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams determine the universe. As I chant incantations, I merge my understanding of the Tao with the techniques, and the 8 trigrams diagram before me radiates with brilliance. The azure pattern expands, gradually forming a barrier in front of me that wards off the malevolent winds. The pillar, taken aback by my actions, gasps in astonishment, glancing between the old witch's tail and myself, muttering, "What am I even doing here while the immortals are fighting?" I urged the pillar to find a safe place to hide, instructing him to flee far away, down the mountain, if he witnesses me getting hurt, advising him not to return to the village. Recognizing that this battle was beyond his capacity to engage, the pillar nodded and swiftly darted behind a large tree, while the old witch remained fixated on me. Suddenly, she moved with incredible speed, appearing before me in the blink of an eye. Her root staff came crashing down with such swiftness that I barely had time to react. I struggled to twist my body, the fierce wind almost grazing my face. Seeing her strike miss, the old witch swiftly altered her attack from a downward chop to a sweeping blow, landing a hit on my abdomen that sent me flying. I tumbled to the ground. Although I managed to dissipate much of the hidden force, the blow landed squarely, causing a sharp cramp in my gut that nearly incapacitated me. The old hag let out a chilling laugh, thrusting her cane directly at me with astonishing speed, leaving a trailing shadow in her wake. At this moment, evasion was futile. I could only grasp the head of her cane with both hands and engage in a contest of strength with the creature. Logically speaking, a frail old woman should stand no chance against a vigorous young man like myself. Yet this monstrous being possessed an extraordinary might. With a sinister chuckle, she struck me again, sending me flying. Damn it, the lack of a weapon put me at a severe disadvantage. If I survived this encounter, I vowed to procure a suitable weapon for myself. I mused inwardly about how splendid it would be if my grandfather's thunderstruck peach wood sword were still in existence. Not only was it reputed to be exceptionally sharp, but the radiant lightning along its blade could also intimidate this fiend. Before I could regain my footing, the old hag charged at me once more, and I felt a wave of frustration. Was this ordeal never-ending? The universe is boundless. The winds and thunder heed my call. Dragons battle in the wild, obliterating all in their path. I beseech the celestial master of salvation. I summon you urgently. I planted my feet firmly, formed a sword gesture with my hand, and chanted the incantation to vanquish demons. An explosion of electric arcs and lightning radiated from my center, racing outward with incredible speed. The old hag was too close to evade, and in an instant she was struck by the electric surge, her garments igniting in flames. Unperturbed, she let out a cold snort and tore off her blue floral robe, revealing a glossy, shimmering hide beneath. What splendid fur! Once I dispatch you, I shall fashion a grand coat from your pelt, ensuring warmth during the winter chill. After several exchanges, I realized I was no match for the yellow-skinned witch, so I resorted to mocking her, hoping to provoke a flaw in her defenses and gain the upper hand. Although the fairy is cunning, her wisdom, inherited from thousands of years of ancestors, pales in comparison to mine. As expected, she took my words lightly, perhaps not considering me a threat at all. The old hag erupted in fury, abandoning her advantage in close combat to engage me in a battle of magic from a distance. She condensed her demonic energy into a sphere, igniting it in the air with an eerie green flame. From within the flames emerged a massive skull, its mournful wail echoing in a cacophony that unsettled my mind, rendering me incapable of countering her assault. While I recited the calming incantation, my situation remained relatively stable. However, behind the tree, the pillar could no longer contain itself and began to heave, clearly disturbed by the cacophony, its body succumbing to distress. Pillar, let loose your expletives. The harsher, the better, for it may disrupt her enchantments. I observed the pallor on the pillar's face, realizing that if I did not intervene soon, it might expel its very insides. Thus, I hastily devised an emergency plan. Spirits hold a profound fear of malevolence, not only because of the aura of bloodshed that surrounds such individuals, but also due to the formidable energy they exude when they curse. This energy can disrupt the malevolent forces of the spirits. In rural areas, many children who encounter misfortune are often met with adults vehemently cursing at crossroads, and upon returning home, most children find themselves restored. This is a rustic remedy, a case of fighting fire with fire. Upon hearing my words, the pillar momentarily froze, then erupted with exclamations, "You beast! You've brought ruin upon your father. Damn you and your pigskin eyes. I was uncertain of the obscenities he uttered. Yet his complexion appeared significantly improved, and my mind felt clearer. Consequently, I relinquished my intention to chant the calming incantation and began preparing to confront the flaming skeleton. With a swift motion, I activated the 8 gates of Duanjia and summoned fire to scorch the heavens. I clutched 8 yellow talismans and cast them into the air, where they plunged into the ground like blades. Stepping into the central position, I sought the proper orientation. As I advanced a step forward, I located the due south position. Extending my palm forward, I drew upon the scorching spiritual energy of the universe, which gradually coalesced into a ball of yellow flame within my hand. You can wield fire. So kane, der dicht. Ha! Burn for me, you old scoundrel. The flame in my palm unleashed a fiery tongue, shooting directly at the ethereal green flames of the skeleton. The moment the skeleton encountered the fire tongue, it ignited with a series of crackling explosions. Wails echoed from within the skeleton as the green flames diminished. The old hag's expression turned frigid as she raised her arm, infusing the skeleton with a surge of her own demonic energy, which revitalized it instantly. It engulfed the flames I had unleashed in one gulp and then opened its mouth wide, reflecting the flames back toward me. Seeing this, I dodged repeatedly, yet the flames still singed my trousers, exposing a significant portion of my backside. In this desolate wilderness, especially at such an hour, I felt no embarrassment. My survival took precedence, and concerns about dignity were cast aside. You shameless old hag, if you desire my body, you need only to express it openly, rather than resorting to such sordid tactics. If you wish to see me, I shall oblige. With that, I began to remove my trousers, provoking the old witch to grind her teeth in frustration, yet she turned away, refusing to look at me. Ha ha ha. Ahem. This old hag is utterly disgraceful. To engage in such antics at her age is truly embarrassing. Ahem. The pillar beside me mocked, but I remained focused. Seizing the moment while the old witch had her back turned, I swiftly executed an entire set of the 6 Jia secret hand seals. Those who engage in battle, array yourselves forward. Exterminate evil. With each seal I completed, a luminous orb materialized beside me until 9 orbs encircled me, forming an enigmatic formation. This 6 Jia secret hand seal, colloquially known as the 9-character true words, is said to have been created by the celestial master Gahong, as recorded in the inner chapters of the Biopoesie. At this moment, I finally comprehended why my grandfather had insisted that I memorize those obscure texts in my youth. Hearing a commotion behind me, the old witch turned, but it was clearly too late. With the synergy of my chant and the pillar's mockery, my 9-character true words have been fully deployed. The 9 orbs under my command converged into a colossal beam of light, hurtling towards the old witch. The old hag was enveloped by a beam of light, her arms crossed protectively over her chest, yet she was still scorched by the luminous rays. The skin on her arms and face was severely charred, with muscle grotesquely visible beneath the singed fur. You wretched beast! You cunning little wretch! How dare you employ such treachery against me? This infuriates me to no end. If I do not devour you alive today, my rage shall never subside. With a thunderous roar, the old hag revealed her true form, a half-human, half-fox creature of considerable size, adorned with a collar of white fur around her neck, a clear indication of her years of cultivation in the deep mountains. Legends say that a fox, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, will see its fur change color according to the duration of its training, hence the folklore of 100 whites, 1,000 silvers, and myriad grays. Observing the old hag's neck, the white fur was not entirely pure, suggesting she had practiced for over a century. Though the odds were not in my favor, the creature was wounded and had been provoked into a state of irrational fury, rendering her true strength ineffective. Thus, the situation remained within my manageable grasp. After a moment of introspection, I stepped back to evade the sharp claw of the yellow-skinned hag. With a deft maneuver, I swept her legs, sending her crashing to the ground. Here, I employed the principles of Tai Chi, balancing yin and yang. My left hand, embodying softness, countered her frenzied onslaught, while my right hand, embodying strength, struck with precision, aiming to inflict internal injury upon this malevolent entity. Hee hee, little Cien, that old witch dares to call you a beast. It seems she has forgotten that we are human, while she herself is nothing but a vile creature, a shameless old wretch. Ha ha ha, over here, I am focused on the battle, while over there, Zhuzi is hiding behind a large tree, unleashing a torrent of insults. The yellow-skinned witch, agitated by Zhuzi's taunts, becomes increasingly erratic in her attacks. Suddenly, the yellow-skinned witch lunges forward, aiming for my face. I deftly sidestep, concealing a thunderous strike in my palm, and unleash it, striking her spine. With a shriek, the yellow-skinned witch collapses, struggling to rise and retreating repeatedly. Realizing I cannot afford to let her regain her composure, I transition from defense to offense, stepping forward and delivering a series of palm strikes, each infused with thunderous energy. The yellow-skinned witch coughs up blood, clearly suffering severe internal damage, yet she refuses to yield. With determination, she braces herself on the ground and kicks back with her legs, forcing me to stagger back several paces. Summoning her mysterious root staff, it flies back into her grasp. Swinging it with renewed vigor, her speed has diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, I evade the root staff and leap into the air, delivering a powerful strike to her chest. This strike is imbued with tremendous force, and should it land squarely, the yellow-skinned, which would be left on the brink of death. However, she merely scoffs, positioning her staff defensively across her chest, seemingly intent on withstanding my blow. Boom! My strike, charged with vigorous energy, may not be able to split mountains, but it is more than sufficient to shatter a staff. Yet, to my astonishment, the gnarled staff in the hands of the yellow-skinned old demon remained utterly unscathed, devoid of even the slightest crack. What a remarkable object! I inwardly marveled and instinctively distanced myself from the yellow-skinned old demon. This little rascal possesses quite the discerning eye. My staff is crafted from the roots of a century-old boxwood, renowned for its resilience, even harder than wrought iron. Ha! Should you possess the capability, do confront it head-on. Ha ha! The yellow-skinned old demon gradually descended into madness, her eyes aflame with crimson rage as she swung the root staff towards me with ferocity. Fool! Why would I engage in a direct confrontation? I chided the old demon, channeling the subtle energies within me to their utmost limits. As the staff hurtled towards my head, I smirked. Transform! With a resounding thud, the yellow-skinned old demon was sent sprawling by my enigmatic palm technique, crashing heavily to the ground. The staff slipped from her grasp, and in a single bound, I seized it mid-air. Grasping the root staff upside down, I advanced towards the yellow-skinned old demon with the ominous gait of the Grim Reaper. Speak! What enmity or grievance does my grandfather hold against you? I bellowed in anger, causing the old demon's expression to twitch as she slowly recounted the events of yesteryear. Over 20 years ago, my grandfather learned of a child born in a village below, a child of extreme tragically born still. It was said that if he were to live, consuming him would elevate one's cultivation by a century. One fateful night, Gui Wu arrived at our cave, revealing that the extreme child belonged to the Péng family, and that his grandfather intended to summon his soul that very night, making the child's revival highly probable. My husband, burdened by old injuries, sought to partake in a venture that would aid in his recovery. Without a moment's hesitation, he ventured forth, only to vanish into the depths of the mountains, inadvertently drawing calamity upon all the spirits residing therein. I still vividly recall the scene. Your grandfather descended upon us like a vengeful deity. In a fit of madness, he spared no thought for good or evil, slaying every creature in sight, leaving a trail of devastation across the hills for miles around. I managed to escape this wrath by hiding among the graves. Years later, I learned from the surviving spirits that your grandfather had possessed your mother, leading to the brutal demise of your father. I seized the neck of the aged demon, my eyes blazing with fury. What did you just say? Chapter 62. Chung Luoying seeks salvation. What? Before the old demon could finish, a thunderous silence enveloped my mind, and I trembled with rage, an insidious force awakening within me. You murder my father? What happened next? Speak, or I shall make your existence a living hell. My eyes glowed crimson, the flames of vengeance igniting within my heart. while the dark energy within me stirred restlessly. Eventually, your grandfather forced our patriarch out with a bolt of palm lightning. Your mother, upon realizing she had taken her own husband's life, could not bear the weight of this truth and met her end against the rocks in despair. Your grandfather, engulfed in rage, found no solace in the apologies of the errant spirits. His thirst for vengeance knew no bounds, unleashing a massacre across the land. At that moment, I was struck by a formidable technique akin to the wrath of 5 thunderbolts. Had it not been for the century-old boxwood in my grasp, which momentarily shielded me, I might have succumbed to despair in the northwest. I let out a furious roar, completely losing my composure. With reckless abandon, I swung my gnarled staff, crafted from the root of a tree, mercilessly against the head of the yellow-skinned old demon, until it was reduced to a grotesque pulp, its skin and entrails grotesquely intertwined. Observing the escalating chaos, Zhuzi emerged cautiously from behind the great tree, urging me to regain my composure. Yet my mind was impervious to his entreaties. A suffocating aura of darkness enveloped me. My pupils turned pitch black, and I cast a menacing glance at Zhuzi, who paled in terror and retreated hastily. At that precise moment, Sun Xiaodong, against all odds, regained consciousness. He bolted upright, pleading, "Do not kill me, do not kill me." I seized Sun Xiaodong by his hair, unleashing a torrential barrage of blows upon him, when suddenly a sharp pain struck the back of my head, and I fell into oblivion. The subsequent events were recounted to me by Zhuzi, fearing that my madness might lead to the loss of life. He had taken up a stout branch, striking me from behind to halt my rampage. It was fortunate that this intervention prevented a grave mistake. However, I was perplexed. When the malevolent energy of the 9 fiends surged within me, it formed a protective barrier around my being. Not even a mortal like Zhuzi, or even the yellow-skinned demon, could breach it. If that were the case, how could Zhuzi have penetrated the dark energy surrounding me? As if sensing my inner turmoil, the jade pendant around my neck emitted a gentle warmth, its sensation starkly contrasting with the frigid aura of the 9 fiends within me. Could it be that this jade pendant has suppressed the malevolent energy within me? As I caressed the dragon and phoenix pendant lent to me by Chengluing, its warm sensation brought me immense comfort. After residing with the Zhu family for several days, news began to trickle in. Without a doubt, Zhao Yueme has perished. Her insides were ravaged by a yellow weasel, her intestines strewn about, and her heart devoured. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaodong has succumbed to madness, terrified of any furry creature, frantically fleeing and pleading for his life. In the aftermath of these events, I reclaimed my ancestral home, discarding all the furniture from Sun Xiaodong as residence. I enlisted the help of Uncle Air to find someone to renovate the old house. Preferring not to dwell in an apartment, I transformed the ancestral home into a traditional Chinese courtyard, utilizing funds from the unnamed savings account of the deceased monk. Over the years, this monk had amassed considerable wealth, and the amount in the account astonished me for quite some time, a staggering 7-digit sum, a veritable fortune in my eyes. In my leisure, I took Zhu along on another excursion to the back mountain, retrieving the old weasel's staff. Zhu inquired about my purpose for salvaging such a decrepit root, to which I merely smiled in silence. Upon returning home, I opened another book left to me by my grandfather. He had mentioned that this tome contained knowledge of various sex treasures, as well as the most crucial skill, artifact forging. This art involves transforming ordinary objects into magical implements, which come in myriad forms, some for protection and survival, others for functional enhancement, and, of course, those designed for offense. I gently spread the ancient, weighty tome across the table, and the atmosphere around me seemed to grow heavy with my movements. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused, channeling the surging vitality within me, which gathered in my palms like a delicate stream. I then pressed my hands softly against the pages. In an instant, a warm and peculiar energy surged forth from my palms, penetrating the paper as if triggering some ancient mechanism. Before my eyes, the once blank pages began to dance with ink, tracing intricate lines and complex runes as if animated by life itself. With each infusion of my vitality, the characters gradually became clearer, each stroke imbued with an ancient and formidable energy, as if capable of transcending the barriers of time and space, revealing long-buried treasures in the art of forging. I discover a method for crafting the yellow Yu demon-slaying sword, requiring materials such as a century-old Yu wood, black dog teeth, vermilion powder, a portrait of Zhong Kuei, obsidian, cow horn, and black donkey hooves. I already possessed the century-old Yu wood, and after considerable effort, I finally gathered the remaining components. Thus, on the day of the Double Ninth Festival, I chose to forge the magical weapon. The moonlight bathed the entire courtyard, casting a serene glow, while the autumn breeze carried a tinge of melancholy, yet felt refreshingly crisp. Standing in the courtyard, surrounded by a meticulously arranged array for the forging ritual, the flickering candlelight illuminated my resolute face. The yew wood in my hands shimmered gently under the moonlight, radiating a subtle warmth, as if infused with boundless vitality. I took a deep breath, pressing my palms together, closing my eyes in concentration, silently reciting the method of weapon forging. At that moment, the 9 malevolent energies within me were gently subdued by the jade pendant, transforming into a pure force coursing through my meridians. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, a resolute glint flashing within as my hands swiftly formed seals. With my movements, the flames in the formation blazed brightly, as if countless stars had converged in this very spot. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the osmanthus wood blade slowly rose at the center of the formation, illuminated by the surrounding flames, shining with a golden radiance, as if imbued with life, gently swaying. An ancient and mysterious aura permeated the atmosphere, and the surrounding flora seemed to quiver under the influence of this power. My hands transformed into sword fingers, with tiny sparks of electricity dancing at my fingertips, harmonizing with the energies within the formation. Suddenly, intricate patterns began to emerge upon the surface of the osmanthus wood, as if animated, tracing predetermined paths that ultimately converged into a brilliant golden light, piercing through the darkness of the night. Subsequently, materials such as black dog teeth, vermilion, and the portrait of Zhong Kuei were seamlessly integrated, each fusion accompanied by a subtle, crackling sound. With the final delicate pop, the demon-slaying sword of osmanthus would materialize in my grasp. The blade gleamed with a resplendent gold, emanating a soft luminescence, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky, both resilient and imbued with extraordinary spirit. The hilt, adorned with obsidian, shimmered with a profound glow, starkly contrasting with the golden blade, adding an air of mystery and majesty. I gently grasped the hilt of the sword, and an immediate surge of warmth and familiarity flooded my heart, resonating with the subdued, docile energy of the 9 fiends within me, which was kept in check by the jade pendant. It felt as though the sword was intricately linked to my very bloodline. Our spirits intertwined. The tip of the blade quivered slightly, emitting a faint hum, as if it were recounting its origin and purpose. I slowly swung the yellow Yu demon-slaying sword, its radiance slicing through the night sky like a silk ribbon, leaving behind brilliant trails. In that moment, the air seemed to part, producing a subtle hiss, while the plants in the courtyard swayed gently, intimidated by the fierce intent of the sword. Even the wind seemed to pause. Beneath the moonlight, my silhouette intertwined with the gleaming sword light. It is done. Let us see which malevolent being dares to test the blade next. Suddenly, I heard a series of chimes. I looked down to find listen to the wind, sing at my waist, ringing unexpectedly. It appeared that the opportunity to test the sword had arrived. Brother Peng, I am in urgent need of assistance. The location is in the southern part of Ileo Mountain in Yunnan. We suspect a century-old demon resides here. Chapter 63, Journey to Ileo Mountain. Upon hearing the voice of Chung Luoying from the bell, my heart raced like a cat scratching in a frenzy. Sistering, can you hear me? What has happened? I shook the bell desperately, but it seemed as if it had broken, emitting not a single sound thereafter. Could it be that this cursed artifact only allowed for one-way communication? That seems implausible. The last time I used it to summon Chung Luoying, had she not arrived in time, I would have perished. If it isn't an issue with the artifact, then only one possibility remains. Chung Luoying must be in peril, Upon reaching this point, I could no longer afford to linger idly. Hastily, I gathered my belongings, slinging the freshly forged boxwood sword across my back, and set forth towards Yunnan. The steed of divine speed seemed too sluggish, and with the need to avoid prying eyes, I resolutely opted for a long-distance bus. However, upon boarding, my wooden sword aroused suspicion as a potential weapon, leading to a brief altercation with security. Fortunately, I ultimately found my seat. After 2 arduous days and nights of travel, I finally arrived in the Chuxiong-yi autonomous prefecture of Yunnan, a mere half-day's journey from the fabled uninhabited region of Ilao Mountain. With my burden on my back and the wooden sword in hand, I disembarked from the bus, intending to seek a guest house for temporary respite, which would also aid in orienting myself to locate Chung Luoying more swiftly. As I stepped off the bus, the day had already waned, and the vicinity was desolate, devoid of passers-by to inquire for directions. I wandered aimlessly along the stone-paved path, the night enveloping me like ink, shrouding the surroundings in profound darkness. Towering trees flanking the narrow road loomed like slumbering giants, their branches intertwined, forming a natural barricade that fractured the moonlight into fragmented shards. Dappled shadows danced upon the ground, at times luminous, at others dim. With each step I took resting upon uncertain light and shadow, quickening my heart's rhythm. A chill breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, reminiscent of whispered secrets from ethereal beings, or the mournful wails of spirits, creating an eerily jarring sound in the stillness of the night. A shiver coursed through me, prompting me to clutch my burden tighter, and I grasped the boxwood sword with renewed resolve. It felt as though countless eyes concealed within the darkness were silently observing me, the air thick with an ineffable tension and unease. I took a deep breath, striving to calm my tumultuous emotions, yet my footsteps involuntarily quickened, urging me to escape this unsettling place. Suddenly, from the distant forest, a haunting melody echoed. A voice, melodious and enchanting, seemed to recount a tale of bygone entanglements. When will the auspicious day come again? Where shall I inquire about the fleeting blossoms? The lovesick soul dreads the sudden rain at dusk, weeping beneath the parasol trees, longing for the peach and plum blossoms. Unable to wait for the blooms to unfurl, I wed the east wind. Who at this late hour ventures into the mountains to sing? Remarkably, the voice is quite beautiful. Following the sound, I advanced, and gradually it drew nearer, yet the owner remained elusive. I chuckled softly, poised to turn away when a crisp, youthful voice rang out behind me. "Dear guest, from whence do you come, and where do you journey?" The moonlight was sparse, barely penetrating the dense canopy, casting a mottled glow upon her form, bestowing a delicate silver sheen upon her vibrant red attire. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, her beauty ethereal and untainted, akin to a freshly bloomed peach blossom untouched by the dust of the world. At that moment, she stood atop a massive stone over 2 meters high, her figure light and graceful, as if she could take flight with the wind. Her eyes, clear and bright, sparkled with curiosity and gentleness as they gazed at me, reflecting both the politeness of a stranger and a hint of mischief reminiscent of woodland sprites. The red fabric danced lightly in the breeze, flowing like a blossoming fire lotus, strikingly radiant against the darkened night. Beneath her, the great stone, worn smooth by the passage of time, was surrounded by ancient trees cloaked in moss, accentuating her solitary and enigmatic presence. The height here is quite daunting. How did you manage to ascend? I refrained from responding to the girl's inquiry, for prudence is wise in unfamiliar surroundings, and in my hesitation, I inadvertently voiced my inner thoughts. Born and raised amidst the mountains, traversing their rugged terrains has been second nature to me. What is there to find peculiar? The girl regarded me without a trace of shyness, instead offering a candid explanation. My gaze fell upon the slick moss covering the boulder beneath her feet, and I pondered that while my agility is commendable, the prospect of scaling that monolith unassisted and without leaving a trace is indeed a formidable challenge. I tightened my grip on the wooden sword in my hand, my eyes inadvertently drifting to the shadow cast beneath her, a delicate silhouette swaying gently with the breeze. intertwining with the mottled shadows of the trees surrounding us, yet strikingly distinct, affirming her corporeal presence. Gradually, I relaxed my grip on the sword, allowing a smile of relief to grace my features, and endeavored to adopt a tone that was casual and congenial. "Ah, I see. I truly admire your remarkable skill. Young lady, I am but a traveler passing through, namely Taiju, in haste to reach Ileo Mountain in search of someone. It is fortunate I encountered you in the depths of night. Otherwise, I might have found myself lost amidst these woods." Despite the girl's seemingly innocuous demeanor, instinct compelled me to conceal my true name. "For now, let us use a more common name, shall we? I trust you won't mind," I mused inwardly. The moonlight appeared to soften, gently cascading upon us and bestowing a touch of warmth to the otherwise shadowy night. Upon hearing the words, the girl's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating warmth akin to a flower blossoming in the early spring, pure and vibrant with life. She gracefully leapt from the summit of the giant rock, alighting as lightly as if she were untouched by the earth. As she stood before me, her clear eyes sparkling with trust and curiosity. "Brother Taiju, is the person you seek truly significant? Perhaps I could guide you. I am well acquainted with these mountains." Upon learning that someone familiar with the terrain of the familiar Ileo Mountain could assist me, I was immediately filled with delight and eagerly expressed my intent to reward her handsomely should I find the person I sought. The girl chuckled softly, stating that no reward was necessary. As the day was waning and the mountain paths became treacherous, she suggested that I stay at her home for the night and venture into the mountains on the morrow. I hesitated briefly, but soon acquiesced. If a delicate girl harbored no fear of a vigorous man like myself, what could I possibly fear? Following the girl, we traversed the rugged terrain, the forest cloaked in a shadowy stillness that felt particularly eerie. In the depths of darkness, an unsettling feeling lingered, yet despite my carefulness, I could not discern any signs of danger. After walking for approximately an hour, I had followed the girl deep into the woods. Through our conversation, I learned her name was Hu Ling, and this mountain was called Ween Mountain, situated over 100 miles from the Ileo Mountain I sought. "Miss Ling, how much further do we have to go?" I inquired as I trailed behind her, navigating through the exceedingly narrow mountain paths, which made me question whether such a route was indeed meant for human passage. As I traversed yet another hillside, a question arose in my heart. But Hu Ling merely turned to me with a smile and gestured towards a darkened opening concealed behind a grand tree. Following her, my expression turned pale with fright. "Behold, we have arrived home." In Chapter 64, "The Red Fox in the Mountains" is my grandmother. I gazed at Hu Ling with wide eyes, yet discerned no trace of malevolence about her. However, who would reside in a cave, especially one nestled deep within the mountains? "Are you certain this is your home?" Observing Hu Ling's innocent demeanor, I found it hard to believe that she would lead me here with ill intent. "Of course, come inside," she exclaimed. "Grandmother, I have brought a guest." Upon hearing her call, anxiety surged within me, and I swiftly unsheathed my wooden sword, its tip aimed directly at Hu Ling. She gasped in surprise, a look of confusion etched on her face. "How dare you, foul Taoist, harm my granddaughter?" A stern voice echoed from within the cave. Before I could even turn my head, a powerful gust swept me off my feet, crashing me to the ground. Goodness, what kind of strength is this? With a swift motion, I regained my footing, gripping my wooden sword tightly, my feet firmly planted as I recited incantations. "Tian Shu, Yu Heng, Yao Guang." "Stop reciting. My grandmother does not wish to harm you. Otherwise, that blow would have left you severely injured, if not dead," Hu Ling interjected, extending her delicate hand to help me up. With a charming smile, she turned and nimbly slipped into the cave. "Fear not the venomous snakes or scorpions. You may rest outside without worry." As I contemplated whether to follow Hu Ling inside or to turn and leave, another voice echoed within the cave. This voice did not belong to Hu Ling, yet it bore no signs of age. Could it be that this voice belonged to her grandmother? My mind raced, analyzing the current situation. Judging by the force that had just sent me flying, the entity within the cave was, at the very least, several times more powerful than the yellow-skinned old demon I had slain. If it wished to end my life, I possessed no means of escape from its grasp. Thus, only one conclusion emerged. Whether I stayed or departed, it mattered little. Damn it, I decided to go for broke. Gritting my teeth, I lowered my head and ventured into the inky blackness of the cave. Upon stepping into the deep entrance, a wave of warmth enveloped me, as if I had instantaneously traversed the seasons, moving from autumn into spring. The cave's mouth was indeed so narrow that I could only pass through sideways. The surrounding rock walls were rough, and my fingers met with a chilling, bone-penetrating cold. Occasionally, small pebbles would cascade down with a soft rustle beneath my feet, heightening the sense of adventure that hung in the air. As I delved deeper, the light transformed into something peculiar. No longer was it the faint moonlight filtering in from the outside, but rather a gentle glow emanating from within the cave itself, resembling a scattering of stars. Fireflies danced gracefully, adorning this dim realm with an air of mystery and warmth. I looked up to see the cave ceiling soaring high above, with stalactites hanging in a delightful disarray. Their forms varied, some resembling swords piercing the heavens, others like delicate curtains of pearls. Columns of light streamed from their tips, mingling with the patches of light on the ground, creating a surreal tapestry of nature's artistry. As I continued my journey, a breathtaking vista unfolded before me, revealing a myriad of rare medicinal herbs seldom found elsewhere. Ginseng, FOTI, reishi, sanchi, snow lotus. Each specimen was no less than a century old. Uprooting even a single plant could procure a residence in a first-tier city. Here, they were not only abundant, but also of exceptional quality. As the saying goes, to take without asking is akin to theft. Despite my overwhelming desire, I understood that these treasures belonged to another, and I could not trespass upon what was not mine. I resolutely stifled the urge to discreetly uproot a plant and pressed on with my exploration. Crossing a quaint, vine-covered bridge, I stumbled upon a grove of peach blossoms. Though autumn had graced the outside world, the peach trees here were in full, resplendent bloom. This anomaly startled me, igniting a profound admiration for the remarkable abilities of the owner of this realm. Nestled within the peach orchard were 3 thatched cottages. Though humble, they exuded an air of cleanliness and order. Noticing a light flickering within one of the cottages, I approached the entrance and respectfully clasped my hands in greeting. Esteemed elder, I am Li Taiju, a humble visitor to your abode. I hope you can forgive my intrusion. I bowed deeply, my posture reflecting my earnestness. You there, young man. Your words lack sincerity. Remain outside, came a voice from within. What? What was happening? Lacking sincerity? Did this elderly woman see through my assumed name? That seemed implausible. She had no knowledge of my identity. Yet, I could not fathom any other reason for her remark. This was merely our first encounter. No, we had not even met. Forgive me. I am Li Eru, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder. I pondered for a moment and decided to attempt a different name to see how it fared. Silence enveloped the room, and my keen hearing could discern nothing. It appeared my response had not sufficiently satisfied the other party. With a light chuckle, I remarked that I was merely jesting with my senior. I am Péng Dàoxiān, a half-disciple of the Mao Mountain sect. If my esteemed senior finds it inconvenient to meet, I shall take my leave. With that, I turned to depart, feeling that lingering any longer would be futile. It would be wiser to leave promptly in order to journey to Ilao Mountain and seek the whereabouts of Chung Luoying. Should you leave in such haste, not only will you fail to find the one you seek, but you may also meet your demise upon Ilao Mountain. A crisp voice echoed from behind me, followed by the creaking of the wooden door swinging open of its own accord. I pivoted abruptly, my gaze traversing the humble abode to rest upon a woman seated at the forefront. She appeared to be in her early 30s, her figure graceful and adorned in a fiery red cloak, which shimmered alluringly under the soft glow of the room. What struck me as extraordinary was her hair, as white as the first snow of winter, glistening with a subtle silver sheen, creating a stark contrast with her youthful visage and endowing her with an ethereal quality. Nestled in her lap was a small fox, its coat of vivid scarlet akin to silk. It raised its head to glance at me momentarily before settling lazily back down. reclining on the woman's legs. I turned to face the woman in red and offer bow. From a distance, she delicately flicked her finger, and a gentle breeze swept through, lifting me upright as though supported by unseen hands. "Umph, young man from the Péng family, do come inside," the woman in crimson beckoned. I responded with a cautious acknowledgement and stepped forward, gradually entering the room. Upon entering the room, a delicate blend of sandalwood and tea wafted through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility in my spirit. My gaze was irresistibly drawn to the ancient wooden table before the woman. Upon it lay an exquisite set of blue and white porcelain teaware, elegantly arranged, with several petite teacups encircling a teapot that exuded wisps of steam, as if the tea had just been brewed, waiting for a fortunate soul to partake. I approached slowly, my eyes gliding over the tabletop, ultimately resting upon the wall behind the woman. There hung an ancient portrait depicting a youthful Taoist priest clad in a flowing robe, holding a whisk, his countenance radiating an ethereal grace. This priest was remarkably handsome, exuding an allure that was simply captivating. Even more astonishing was the uncanny resemblance between his features and my own. Senior, the person in this portrait, alas. Had it not been for the divergent paths of man and spirit in those days, you would now be calling me grandmother. Goodness, what a revelation. Quickly, let me take a seat. Chapter 65. Grandmother who? What on earth is happening? This enchanting woman in red claims she almost became my grandmother. Was my grandfather truly the flamboyant in his youth? He seems even more remarkable than Su Xian. My mouth agape, still reeling from this incredible revelation. The vivid little fox in the woman's arms leapt to the ground. In a flash of crimson light, the fox astonishingly transformed into the likeness of Hu Ling. Grandmother, what are you saying? He is my brother? Hu Ling's delicate brows furrowed in bewilderment. Once again, I was left astounded, my jaw dropping in disbelief. What did I just witness? This Hu Ling is a transformation of a fox spirit? Should we engage in combat? Yet, it seems unlikely that we could prevail. Wait, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is Hu Ling addressing her as grandmother. Hu Ling appears to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. While this woman in red possesses a complexion so rosy and skin so flawless, it could be compared to porcelain. Aside from her head of silver hair, she seems hardly to exceed the age of 40. How could she possibly have such a youthful grandmother? There is no need for such astonishment. After all, this matter remains unresolved. The woman in red rolled her eyes playfully, her every movement exuding an extraordinary beauty. The allure of a young maiden, the enchantment of a mature woman. Both were embodied in these two ethereal beings within the cave. No wonder the world asserts that beautiful women are but transformed fox spirits. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. While I was lost in such musings, the woman in red gestured toward another chair by the table, inviting me to take a seat. Since I am here, I might as well sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. Xiaoling, please fetch him something to eat. Yes, grandmother. Hu Ling cast a glance my way before turning to leave. Upon hearing that the woman in red intended to prepare food for me, I immediately recalled the tale of the yellow-skinned old demon who devoured human hearts, and I wondered if this enchantress would present me with something bizarre. Cough. I sincerely apologize for imposing upon you, esteemed elder. I have already dined this evening, so please do not trouble yourself. I spoke cautiously, my face adorned with a smile, fearing that a misstep might provoke this grandmother's ire and result in my swift demise. The woman in red paid no mind to my words. Instead, she poured 2 cups of fragrant tea for herself, and, with a wave of her hand, the tea bowl floated gracefully before me. I dare not refuse. Grasping the bowl, and after expressing my gratitude with a nod, I cautiously lifted the lid and sipped delicately from the cup. In an instant, a wave of tea fragrance flowed from my lips and teeth into my stomach, a sensation that was utterly refreshing. A warm current coursed through my entire being, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from days of relentless travel. Ah, indeed, it is exquisite tea. Grandmother, I ventured, you appear so youthful and beautiful. How did you come to know my grandfather? After taking another generous sip of tea, reassured that the woman before me bore no ill intentions, I summoned the courage to voice my curiosity. Why, You are such a charming little one, she chuckled, though her eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. However, matters of adults are best left undisturbed by children. She covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, reclining languidly in her chair. I intended to wait for further amusement, but the astute woman effortlessly turned the tables on me with her retort, leaving me to clear my throat awkwardly in an attempt to alleviate the tension. Just as I found myself at a loss for words, Hu Ling entered, carrying a platter that indeed held a peculiar item. This object was yellow, resembling a potato in its roundness, yet elongated like a ginseng, adorned with numerous roots. Could this be edible? Seemingly perceiving my thoughts, the woman in red spoke serenely. Your foundation is too weak. Although your innate qualities are commendable, you suffer from a deficiency of yang energy with an excess of yin within. This is the dragon's tongue herb, which your kind refers to as huangjing. This specimen is over a century old and possesses the ability to replenish vitality and invigorate the body. I accepted the dragon's tongue herb from the platter, my heart laden with doubt, yet swayed by the woman's words. I resolved to give it a try. Gently lifting the golden yellow, root-entwined curiosity, I took a deep breath and bit into it. As my teeth gently sank into the substance, a subtle sweetness instantaneously enveloped my mouth. Unlike the usual astringency of common herbs, this dragon-horn grass seemed to possess an innate charm, its sweetness imbued with a hint of refreshing medicinal fragrance. Smoothly gliding down my throat, warm and gentle. As the huangjing gradually dissolved within me, a wave of warmth surged from my lower abdomen, swiftly coursing through my limbs and body. Wherever it passed, the turbulent and unruly nine sha yin energy within me astonishingly calmed, as if an invisible force was tenderly untangling it, restoring order to each fragment. I closed my eyes, meticulously attuning myself to the transformations within, only to realize that an ethereal layer of dark sha energy had unknowingly enveloped my body. You harbor the nine sha yin energy, do you not? You have only fully refined one portion, and the second remains unabsorbed. However, having consumed my century-old huangjing, I believe the second strand of yin energy will soon become a part of you. I was intrigued. Your grandfather practices the Tao of longevity. How could he permit you to engage with the sorcery of our demon realm? Upon hearing the words of the woman in red, I was taken aback and opened my eyes in astonishment. She could perceive the extent of the nine sha yin energy I had absorbed, a feat that even the practitioners of Mao Shan found insurmountable. Yet, she was able to utilize huangjing to assist me in untangling and absorbing the second strand of nine sha yin energy. I let out a bitter laugh and respectfully replied, Alas, to be honest, my dear grandmother, this nine sha yin energy was not cultivated by my own efforts, but rather forcefully imposed upon me by a demon. For years, I have endured its torment, and, at times of anger or misuse, I find myself ensnared by its malevolence, my body turning icy and my reason slipping away. Several times, I narrowly escaped death. Before I could finish my words, the woman in red instructed me to place my hand on the table. Then her hand rested upon my pulse. She uttered not a word, gradually closing her eyes, and as time passed, she showed no signs of reopening them. Was it possible that I was beyond remedy? A sense of unease enveloped me. Yet I observed the subtle shifts in her expression, her brows knitting together before relaxing once more. Her breathing was steady, as if she were deep in contemplation. Fearing to disrupt her train of thought, I remained seated in silence. It was not until I felt an ache in my arm that I could no longer restrain myself from gently calling out, Grandmother, how's my condition? To my surprise, my words startled the woman in red. She abruptly opened her eyes, stifled a yawn, and replied, Oh, I apologize, I dozed off. What did you just say? I was taken aback, my expression darkening, yet I refrained from expressing my frustration and reiterated my question. The woman straightened her posture and began to address my concerns. Ah, yes, your condition. The malevolent energy within you is not particularly formidable. That dragon has merely over 700 years of cultivation and is far from qualifying for the transformation into a 1,000-year dragon. Thus, while the malevolent energy it has cultivated is indeed potent, it is not insurmountable. I sense the essence of the dragon within you. You can temporarily store the refined malevolent energy within this essence, thereby separating it from the unrefined malevolence, making it less prone to chaos. Upon concluding her explanation, she playfully swept a strand of hair from her forehead and, with a hint of shyness, inquired, "How is your grandfather? Have they mentioned me?" The woman in red mentioned my grandfather, and a wave of sorrow washed over me. My grandfather was suffering in the underworld, and my own meager abilities left me powerless to rescue him. Observing the sorrow etched upon my face, the woman's expression shifted. She became serious and questioned me sternly. "What has happened to your grandfather?" With a heavy sigh and a quiver in my voice, I replied, "He has passed away." Chapter 66. Into the mountains in search of clues. "What? Your grandfather is dead?" she exclaimed, incredulity evident in her tone. His cultivation was formidable, ranking among the top 10 in today as human practitioners. Even in another 50 years, he would hardly meet his end. He is merely in his 60s. How could this be? I recounted the events of my childhood in detail, and after listening, her expression grew grave. After a moment, she uttered a name. "It must be the Evil Spirit King." The Evil Spirit King? This was the first time I had encountered this name, and I had never come across any mention of him in books before. The Evil Spirit King was overwhelmingly powerful, the foremost among the 10 kings of the underworld. In life, he was a general under Chiyu, and even the emperor of the underworld, Péng Dàoxiān, would hesitate to claim victory over him. Your grandfather, in his youth, was spirited and had once injured one of his subordinates using secret techniques. This must be his act of vengeance against your family. The woman in red's countenance darkened. Her fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the intensity of her grip. Vengeance against my family? I stood there, dazed, torn between believing her words and harboring doubt. It must be him. You just mentioned your father's congenital disability, yet your grandfather was robust and full of vigor. To my knowledge, the woman who was once with your grandfather was also a practitioner of the Tao. How could the offspring of 2 cultivators possibly be born with a disability? Furthermore, you claim to have been born a stillborn. That is even more absurd. You are neither deformed nor incomplete. So how could you have come into this world devoid of soul? The only plausible explanation is that your soul was taken and imprisoned in an unknown realm. The only being capable of such a feat, apart from the malevolent spirit King Yulei, is beyond my imagination. Upon hearing the description from the woman in red, I was suddenly reminded of the words of Master Guizhen from Maoshan, who once said that my grandfather had provoked forces he could not afford to offend. Just before his death, he admitted that he had ventured into the underworld and uncovered the truth about my fate being seized by another. And in a fit of rage and despair, he inadvertently destroyed the ledger of life and death. If my grandfather learned the truth and responded with anger, it is understandable. However, the astonishment he felt, was it one of surprise or fright? What hidden truth lies behind my birth? If the true culprit is indeed this malevolent spirit king, I shall not let him escape my vengeance. I clenched my fists, seething with resentment, and silently vowed to avenge this wrong, regardless of how formidable my adversary may be. You wish for revenge? Do not delude yourself. Even with your grandfather and me, alongside the esteemed Grand Master Zhang Jingqing, we would still be no match for him. What do you possess to seek retribution? With your current meager cultivation, you may be considered outstanding among the younger generation of human practitioners. Yet once you enter the 3 realms, you would likely find yourself unable to contend even with Linger. You are still too inexperienced, and you have yet to grasp even 1/10 of your grandfather's prowess. Grandma who imparted a profound lesson before one's strength is adequately developed. The only hope for vengeance lies in mere survival. Upon hearing the words of the woman in red, I was filled with deep shame. Though I had diligently pursued my training over the years, it had been a solitary endeavor, devoid of real-world experience. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Knowledge gleaned from paper is ultimately superficial. The path of cultivation requires one to engage physically in order to progress swiftly. Only through enduring countless life and death experiences can one attain true understanding. Noticing my silence, Grandma, who seemed concerned that I might be disheartened, she gently patted my head and shifted the conversation, asking about my grandfather. Keep his matters close to your heart. What you must focus on now is to rapidly accumulate your strength. By the way, when you first arrived, you mentioned wanting to seek someone in Ileo Mountain. Have you made any progress? As her words resonated, I suddenly smacked my forehead in realization. How could I have nearly forgotten such an important task? I promptly replied that I had no leads, as my friend had only provided the vague location of the southern part of Ileo Mountain. Had I not fortuitously encountered Hu Ling on my journey, I would have been set to head to Ileo Mountain the following day in search of any clues regarding her whereabouts. Are you aware that Ileo Mountain is exceedingly perilous? To my knowledge, no one who has ventured in has ever returned alive. Do you still intend to enter? Grandma, who regarded me with a serious expression, seemingly reluctant to let me take such a risk. Indeed, I must go. This friend has saved my life, and now that she is in distress, I cannot stand idly by, even knowing the treacherous path that lies ahead. Secondly, I wish to seize this opportunity to truly hone my skills. If I do not dare to enter even an uninhabited territory, how shall I venture into the more sinister and terrifying realms to rescue my grandfather in the future? Upon hearing my words, Grandma, whose face illuminated with a look of satisfaction, it dawned upon me that she had merely been testing my resolve. Excellent. Just like your grandfather, you are compassionate and loyal. I shall share with you what I know about Mount Ileo. The terrain of Mount Ileo is intricate, and the weather is capricious and ever-changing. The forests are dense, shrouded in mists and toxic vapors. Within its depths dwell countless mountain spirits and wild creatures, including some ancient and formidable demons. It is said that deep within Mount Ileo lies a barrier, the remnants of the ancient Ileo kingdom. In times past, the Ileo kingdom refused to submit, prompting Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty to dispatch General Song Yu to quell them. Following their defeat, the king, on the day of the city's fall, sacrificed his entire clan and summoned countless giant pythons to annihilate the Han army. Since then, Mount Ileo has become a forbidden land for humanity. Rumor has it that a serpent demon, having lived for around 2,000 years, resides within. This creature possesses immense power, standing at the threshold of demonhood. On your journey to Mount Ileo, you may first visit Yako village, the closest settlement to the southern part of the mountain. Perhaps there, you may uncover clues left behind by your friend. Additionally, this expedition is fraught with peril. I shall have Xiao Ling accompany you. After Grandma, who finished speaking, she summoned Hu Ling to her side and whispered a few words in her ear before leading her away from the thatched cottage. I spent the night awkwardly perched on a chair in the cottage, and when I awoke the following morning, I found myself, unbeknownst to me, resting upon a large stone in the desolate wilderness. As I pondered whether the events of last night had merely been a figment of my imagination, a young girl descended from the heavens, landing before me. My goodness, from where did you emerge? A sudden jolt of surprise surged through me, dispelling much of my lingering drowsiness. Upon closer inspection, I recognized her as the enchanting fox spirit, Hu Ling, whom I had encountered on the road the previous evening. Without uttering a word, Hu Ling pouted and pointed towards the treetops, indicating that she had spent the night atop the grand tree above me. However, I was perplexed. I distinctly remembered resting in the thatched cottage of Hu's family. So how had she suddenly found her way outside? Could it be that this house possesses the ability to teleport? I am aware of the route to Ileo Mountain. You must accompany me, for my grandmother has entrusted me with your protection. Hu Ling, with her ethereal grace, danced through the forest, and despite exerting all my abilities, I could only manage to keep her in sight from a distance, unable to lose her. After a full day of travel, as dusk approached, Hu Ling and I arrived at a quaint village. This is Yako village. I cannot maintain my human form for long. You should enter on your own while I await you outside. With that, Hu Ling twirled and transformed into a red fox, darting into the thicket and vanishing from sight. I waved my hand towards the forest as a farewell, and then embarked on my uncertain journey. Chapter 67. The Serpent Immortal Envoy. As I stepped into the village, I was met with the mournful strains of a lament, though I paid it little mind. For death within a village is a common occurrence. Yet, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The villagers appeared emaciated, their faces gaunt, eyes devoid of life. and expressions marred by an ill-fated pallor. I halted an elderly man who was carrying a hoe and returning home, his hands grasping freshly unearthed potatoes. Although the weather had turned chilly during this season, he was clad in a cotton jacket, seemingly fearful of the cold, his physique remarkably frail. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire about something?" I asked. "Is this Yako village?" "Indeed, this is Yako village." "Whom were you seeking?" he replied, punctuated by a series of coughs that made me worry he might cough up a lung. "I'm not searching for anyone in particular. I have a friend who has gone missing nearby, and I am here to find her. Have you seen a girl around 18 or 19 years old, dressed entirely in white, strikingly beautiful? Oh, and she carries a wooden sword." I endeavored to describe Chung Luoying's appearance to the old man, yet he merely continued to cough, leaving me uncertain as to whether he had comprehended my words. Cough. A beautiful girl, you say? What is her name?" "Chung Luoying." "Chung who?" "Chung Luoying." "What was that again?" "Chung Luoying." "Chung what?" "Forget it. I'll ask someone else." I shook my head in exasperation and turned to leave. However, just as I'd taken a couple of steps, I heard a thud behind me. I quickly turned around to find the old man I had just questioned lying on the dirt road. What on earth? Is this some kind of scam? Everyone is watching. I certainly did not bump into him. The old man lay there, frothing at the mouth, his legs twitching, appearing far from faint. I hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately, my conscience triumphed over indifference. I swiftly crouched down to examine the elderly man's condition. Before I could ascertain the issue, he tilted his head, kicked his legs, and succumbed to the finality of death. A life extinguished? How could this be? My mind was a blank slate. In hindsight, it was improbable that the old man would feign death solely to deceive me. Yet, he had been speaking merely a moment ago, and in the next instant, he was lifeless. Such a phenomenon was utterly unheard of. Soon, a crowd gathered around, and I feared I would find myself in a dire predicament. If they reported the incident, I might unwittingly end up adorned with a pair of silver bracelets. Just as anxiety gnawed at my insides, several individuals brandishing machetes rushed towards me. In a flurry, I unsheathed my boxwood sword in preparation for confrontation, only to witness them dart past me and into the woods behind. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the thicket, wielding vines and branches as thick as a man's arms. With remarkable agility, they fashioned a makeshift stretcher in mere moments and carried away the old man's remains. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one acknowledged my presence, as if the occurrence of death at any moment had become a commonplace affair for them. Sensing the urgency of the situation, I hurriedly stopped a departing villager. This man appeared to be in his 30s, somewhat sturdier than the others, suggesting he was less likely to succumb so abruptly. "Excuse me, what is going on? How could this man, seemingly well, just die out of the blue?" The man, sporting a distinctive mustache, twitched his lips, causing his whiskers to quiver amusingly. He cast a perplexed glance my way and muttered softly, "Recently, there's been an influx of outsiders into our village." Upon hearing the words of the man with the mustache, I felt a sudden jolt of alarm. I disregarded the possibility of his abrupt silence and seized his sleeve, urgently inquiring, "Are you suggesting that other outsiders have visited this village recently? Were they male or female? How many have come?" The mustached man appeared reluctant to divulge any further information. He shrugged off my grasp and turned to leave. In desperation, I resolved to employ the secretive techniques of the Tianxi deity, invoking the Maoshan immobilization spell. With my hands positioned before my chest, forming the great lotus seal, I recited a mysterious incantation. Subsequently, I pointed at the fading silhouette of the mustached man against the setting sun and gently tapped 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. You may come or not. The presence of others remains unclear. The circle is larger than you perceive. Newcomers arrive, yet remain silent. Should I command you to remain still, you shall not move. Like Mount Tai's weight, you shall leave no trace. Dongqing shall not venture south, and the 6th brother is the North Star. I beseech the great Lao Jun, hasten to bind him and grant me stillness. Stay, stay, stay. As I uttered the final 3 commands, the reflection of the mustached man on the ground, his hands, feet, and joints, was ensnared by a dark shadow. His body froze in place, maintaining the posture of walking, yet rendered immobile. This was my first time employing such a spell, and I was astonished by its remarkable efficacy. However, the conditions for its use were somewhat trivial. It could only be applied to individuals or spirits whose spiritual cultivation was significantly inferior to my own, and it could not bind a soul. Do not be afraid. If you wish to answer my questions, blink your eyes if you choose not to respond. You may remain here until dawn. I politely inquired, and, to my surprise, I was met with acknowledgement. The man with the mustache blinked fervently, appearing eager to respond. With a gesture, I cast a spell to release him. I pinched my fingers again and directed a spark of crimson light toward his brow, which seamlessly merged into his being. In mere moments, he regained his mobility. As soon as he was able to move, the mustachioed man fell to his knees before me, trembling and babbling incoherently. You were sent by the great Python sage, are you not? Our village has prepared a pair of young maidens and youths for this year. I beg your pardon for my earlier disrespect towards you, esteemed envoy. A jolt of realization coursed through me. Python sage? Young maidens and youths? Suddenly, I began to grasp the gravity of the situation. A thought struck me, and I adopted a solemn demeanor, nodding gravely. Upon noticing my expression, the mustachioed man's face paled, his eyes filled with reverence and dread. He quickly rose, palms pressed together and bending slightly at the waist, almost kneeling as he gestured for me to follow, murmuring incantations as if to bless my arrival. Navigating through a path overgrown with weeds, we entered a village enveloped by towering ancient trees. At the entrance stood a weathered stone statue, depicting a serpent-bodied figure with a human head, exuding an air of authority and mystery, the Python sage of the villagers' lore. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the statue in a golden glow, shrouding the ancient village in an enigmatic veil. Everyone gather round. The esteemed envoy has arrived. The mustachioed man approached the village entrance, respectfully urging me to take a seat, then beckoning the villagers to come forth. Upon witnessing this scene, the villagers halted their tasks. Some knelt in reverence, while others whispered among themselves. In an instant, a palpable sense of solemnity and awe enveloped the entire village. Subsequently, I was led by the mustachioed man to what appeared to be the most ancient wooden house in the village. The wooden door creaked open, and several solemnly dressed elders emerged. Upon seeing me, they displayed expressions of astonishment, quickly bowing in unison and exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the esteemed envoy of the Python Immortal to our humble village. We apologize for not having greeted you appropriately." I cleared my throat, striving to project a voice that was both steady and gravelly. "I am here, as commanded by the Python Immortal, to inspect whether the young boys and girls prepared for today's sacrificial offering are ready and to ascertain the sincerity of your reverence towards the Python Immortal." As soon as I finished speaking, an elder stepped forward from the crowd, kneeling before me with hands clasped together in humility. He implored, "Esteemed envoy, please convey to the Python Immortal that our village, with over 130 households, venerates the Python Immortal's tablet with utmost devotion. We dare not lack in our reverence. Last year, our village bore 12 daughters but no sons. It was not out of unwillingness to offer sacrifices. There simply were none. Consequently, the Python Immortal was enraged and did not bestow upon us last year's pest-cleansing elixir. Those among us who were frail and ill have not survived this autumn. Nearly all have perished. This year, as the village chief, I have urged our villagers to procreate abundantly. The fortunate wife of Song Rintu has given birth to twins this year, a boy and a girl, perfectly suited for offering to the Python Immortal. We sincerely hope that the Python Immortal will overlook past grievances and grant us the pest-cleansing elixir soon, to alleviate the toxic miasma afflicting our village. If this continues, our village shall face total annihilation." Upon hearing the elder's words, a surge of indignation welled within me. What manner of serpent deity demands annual sacrifices of innocent boys and girls? Surely, it is a ravenous fiend. While my heart seethed with righteous fury, my countenance remained inscrutable. After a brief moment, I requested to be taken to see this creature. The elder eagerly obliged, summoning the villagers to prepare a feast of chickens and sheep in my honor. claiming it was to welcome me and cleanse the dust of my travels. In pursuit of information regarding Cheng Luing, I reluctantly assumed the guise of this esteemed envoy and acquiesced. The banquet was lavish, and I found myself indulging heartily. As the wine flowed, I began to extract information from the village head. This old fellow appeared to possess some semblance of reason. I assured him that upon my return to report to the serpent deity, I might bestow upon him a precious antidote. Upon hearing this, the village elder was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his weathered face as he set down his cup, preparing to kneel. How could I ever express my gratitude for such immense favor? He lamented. I swiftly grasped the elder, halting his descent, and gestured for him to remain calm. Do not be so agitated, old man. My assistance is not without its own motives. The elder understood, nodding in acknowledgement. I was curious about what exactly he comprehended, yet I was disinclined to inquire. Sensing the conversation had reached a pivotal moment, I delved straight into the matter at hand. Have any strangers visited the village recently? Particularly individuals clad as Taoist priests? Before I could finish my inquiry, the elder abruptly realized his error and swiftly struck himself across the face, offering a nervous laugh. I'm but an old fool, forgetful in my years. How could anyone compare to your esteemed self? A group of young women, all around the age of 20, had visited earlier. Though they had disguised themselves and were not clad in Taoist robes, their hair was elegantly styled in the traditional mixed bun, unmistakably signaling their affiliation with the Taoist way. They inquired about the route to the Heishan cave in Ileo Mountain, concerned that they might disturb the revered Python sage. I hastily directed them without much thought. Shortly thereafter, they ventured into the mountains, and at that moment, they must have lost their way. Upon hearing the village elder's words, a wave of anxiety washed over me, as if countless wild horses were galloping through my mind. I thought to myself, how could you, old fool, give such reckless directions? I slammed my hand on the table and sprang to my feet, only to realize my outburst and quickly sat back down to regain composure. Do you not understand? If they disturbed the Python sage during his meditation, the wrath directed at you and your entire village could be catastrophic. Seeing the trepidation on my face, the elder hastily knelt and bowed his head in submission. My appetite had vanished, and I urgently inquired where he had directed them. The old man, not entirely lacking in wits, sketched out a route from his memory, yet I knew the accuracy of his drawing was questionable. He could not guarantee that they would find Cheng Luing and the others. Flustered, I dismissed him and lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to find sleep. In a state of half-sleep, the moonlight filtered through the window, casting a cool glow upon the mottled walls, lending a touch of chill to the dim room. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound shattered the serenity of the night as the door slowly creaked open, allowing a gentle breeze infused with the freshness of the outside world to enter quietly. My heart raced, fearing it was the incessant village elder returning to disturb me. Just as I was about to turn and scold him in annoyance, I caught sight of a slender figure quietly stepping inside. The moonlight delicately outlines her gentle contours, resembling an ethereal spirit amid the night. The young maiden is clad in simple attire, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, despite the absence of adornments. Her natural beauty is strikingly exquisite. With light footsteps, she seems to tread softly, as if fearful of disturbing the tranquility surrounding her. In her hands, she cradles a faintly glowing oil lamp, its warm, golden hue casting a gentle illumination upon her somewhat bashful visage, enhancing her delicate charm. She approaches slowly, her voice a gentle whisper. "Esteemed sir, the night is cool. May I warm your bedding?" With that, she gracefully perched herself beside me on the bed, and an enchanting fragrance of lavender instantly filled the air, refreshing my spirit. Startled, I bolted upright, a surge of alarm coursing through me. "Who dares to intrude upon my peace?" I exclaimed, my brows furrowing as I pointed an accusatory finger at the young girl. Her startled reaction to my sudden outburst caused her to tremble, nearly dropping the oil lamp from her grasp. Biting her lower lip, tears quickly welled in her eyes, glistening like morning dew before cascading down and staining the fabric of her simple attire. She quickly lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, and a few stray strands of hair fell delicately over half of her face, rendering her even more pitiable. "Esteemed sir, do you find me unappealing?" Her question caught me off guard, and I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, accompanied by an unexpected twinge of remorse. My tone softened as I replied, "My dear, do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. It is merely that I am a practitioner of the Tao and shun the company of women." Yet, the girl's thought process was quite peculiar. After observing me for a moment, her eyes widened in sudden realization. "Could it be that you prefer men?" Coughing nervously, I quickly denied, "Of course not. Is it that old man from the village who sent you here?" I clenched my fists, finally comprehending the meaning behind the old man's words. "The village chief is my grandfather. He claimed you were a benefactor to our family, instructing me to come and serve you diligently." The girl said this, her face flushed with embarrassment, becoming even more enchanting under the glow of the oil lamp. I shook my head in resignation. The backward thinking in the mountains, with its entrenched beliefs of male superiority over female, was astonishingly pervasive. I never imagined this old man would go so far as to offer his own granddaughter for a mere pest-repelling pill. Truly, he is a despicable old man. I instructed the girl to rest on the bed while I quietly stepped outside, closing the door behind me. I gathered my thoughts, resolved to leverage my false identity as a respected envoy to reassure the villagers and prevent them from offering the two children. Subsequently, I must hasten to venture deep into the Ileo Mountains to search for Chong Luoying and the others. Chapter 69. If it is so splendid, why not you go instead? I sat outside for most of the night, and, as dawn approached, I finally fell into a deep slumber. In my dreams, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and as I slowly opened my eyes, I saw the girl from last night, who had offered to warm my bed, gently passing by with a plate in her hands. "Wait, what is that delightful smell?" With a sudden surge of energy, I sprang up, startling the girl, who stammered in response. "It is roasted potatoes, which I made for myself. Grandfather is already waiting for your esteemed presence in the main room. There are delicacies laid out on the table over there." The young girl, having spoken, attempted to depart from my side, but I called her back. "Do not consume that. Come with me to the main hall." I was aware that in some remote areas, there still existed the antiquated custom of women not partaking at the table. Yet I paid it no mind and firmly led the girl to the hall. The village chief, an elderly man, observed as I boldly seated myself with his granddaughter, not daring to utter a word. He merely lifted his wine cup, rose respectfully, and poured a glass of wine, placing it before me. "Respected sir, today we must visit Song Rintu's home to see his twins. My intention is for you to swiftly take the children and present them to the revered Lord Mongxian, so that he may bestow his divine remedy upon us, as several villagers are on the brink of despair." I chose to disregard the village chief, instead taking an empty plate and filling it with a generous serving of dishes for the girl beside me, encouraging her to eat to her heart's content. She swallowed nervously, casting a glance at the chief, seemingly afraid of reprimand. "Please step outside. Let her dine with me." I assured him that I would visit the twins' home after I had finished my meal. Noticing the girl's discomfort, I promptly ushered the old man out, then watched cheerfully as she finished her food. Only after she had eaten did I exit and follow the village chief down a winding rural path. The narrow road twisted and turned, and after several meanders, we finally arrived at a red brick house. This was Song Rintu's residence. His wife, lacking understanding, was unwilling to sacrifice her children for the salvation of the entire village. I had tried persuading her several times to no avail. "Fortunately, with your presence, she has no choice but to comply. Please." As I stepped over the threshold of Song Rintu's home alongside the village chief, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere enveloped us. Song Rintu, with a grave expression, opened the door, and upon seeing us, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his face, a blend of resignation and resoluteness. His wife, a woman whose features bore the marks of weariness, yet whose gaze radiated determination, held tightly to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins as if they were her final bastion in life. The two children, one boy and one girl, bore innocent yet anxious expressions upon their delicate faces, their small hands clutched at their mother's garment, occasionally glancing towards the door, their eyes shimmering with a mix of curiosity and fear of the unknown world outside. The woman trembled slightly, yet her resolve remained unyielding. She cast a glance at me and the village chief, silently conveying the message that no one would take her children from her without her demise. The village chief's countenance turned cold. He understood that reasoning with the woman was futile. Thus, he turned to apply pressure on Song Rintu. Old Song, what is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to prepare your wife in advance? The envoy has arrived. What is going on? Song Rintu appeared deeply troubled. Glancing between the village chief and his wife, he sighed heavily. Chief, as you can see, I have tried every means these past few days, but my wife remains resolute. What if we were to consider another family's children? We are willing to pay, even if it means exhausting our fortune. Upon hearing Song Rintu's plea, the village chief slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that this was a matter that had long been settled. Iwu, Song Hinto, cannot change your mind at the last moment. The envoy is already here. Will he find new candidates now? The chief further asserted that should they refuse to relinquish the children obediently, the future supplies of the anti-epidemic medicine would no longer be provided to the Song family. Once deprived of the elixir bestowed by the great master python, the noxious miasma, upon its onset, could strike with the same abruptness as that old man I inquired for directions yesterday, collapsing mid-sentence. The village elder's words caused a flicker of alarm in Song Rintu's expression, a hint of panic breaking through his typically genial demeanor. He cast another glance at his wife, gritted his teeth, and approached her. Get away. Do not come near me. Whoever dares to take my child, I shall fight to the death. In a frenzied attempt, Song Rintu's wife kicked and struggled. Yet her maternal concern for her injured child rendered her powerless against him. With a swift motion, he struck her down, seizing the child. Unexpectedly, a fierce determination ignited in the woman's eyes, akin to the last defiant petal under the relentless sun. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the kitchen, her silhouette cutting through the dappled shadows with remarkable resolve. Inside the kitchen, upon the rudimentary stove, a rusted kitchen knife glimmered ominously in the faint light. With trembling hands, she grasped the handle, resolutely placing the blade against her slender neck. Tears mingled with sweat, blurring her vision but failing to obscure her unwavering resolve to protect her child. Witnessing this, my heart sank, and I hastened after her. My movements were as swift as lightning, covering several paces in an instant. With a flick of my fingers, a bolt of lightning shot from my palm, deftly redirecting the knife that threatened to bring about tragedy. The blade traced a silver arc through the air before landing with a crisp clatter on the ground. Soon after, the village elder and Song Rintu arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, Song Rintu was drenched in cold sweat. Regaining his composure, he embraced the child, joining his wife in a torrent of anguished tears. Suehua, I find myself utterly helpless. Otherwise, I would never offer my child as a sacrifice to the great Python sage. However, if we do not proceed with this, our family will be deprived of this year's purification elixir. Should both of us perish, the likelihood of these two children surviving diminishes significantly. While children can be born anew, the loss of adults would spell the end of our household. If it were possible, I would willingly exchange my life for that of these two children. The village elder wore a grim expression, a chilling smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, creating an unsettling atmosphere within the dimly lit room. He approached slowly, lowering his voice, infused with an undeniable authority. Song Rintu, how can you be so foolish? Do you comprehend the magnitude of fortune that comes with offering a child to the Python sage? Not only does it safeguard your family's existence, but it also ensures that your ancestral graves will flourish, granting endless blessings to your descendants. He paused deliberately, his gaze shifting between Song Rintu and his wife. Noticing their expressions soften, he seized the moment. Do you remember Old Lee from the east end of the village? He was initially reluctant, but what transpired thereafter? Since that year, his family has enjoyed bountiful harvests. Even when venturing outside, they stumble upon gold ingots. His son has become a high-ranking official in the provincial capital, all thanks to the protection of the Python sage. If your child earns the favor of the sage, they're destined to thrive and bring glory to your family name. It seemed that Songrin too was swayed by the elder's words, glancing once more at the child in his arms, and then at his wife, ultimately deciding to entrust the child to the village elder. Wait, I, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain myself. Just now the village chief mentioned that those who offer sacrifices can enjoy great fortune. I, the esteemed one, thought to myself, having stayed at the village chief's home for the past few days, how can such a blessing be left for others? In my humble opinion, since the act of sacrifice is so beneficial, why not let the village chief take part? Chapter 70. Danger approaches. This, esteemed one, you jest. In previous years, the esteemed Lord Python required only newborn boys and girls, presumably to take them as disciples and impart the secrets of immortality. I, an old and decrepit tree, am already akin to a coffin's contents. How could I dare to vie for such a position? The village chief was so frightened by my words that his face turned pale, and he hastily tried to refuse. But how could I allow this old man to escape so easily? Alas, village chief, your words are utterly misguided. If it is indeed about imparting the secrets of immortality, how could one teach such tender, hungry children? Naturally, it is those who have endured life's tribulations and seen through the mundane world who are most suitable. Given your age, it seems you do not have many years left. Should you cultivate the immortal arts, you could extend your life, or even ascend to immortality. Even if you do not attain that, it would still enhance your family's fortune, would it not? I observe that these two children appear too frail, bearing no fortune. They are not worth the esteemed Lord Python's concern. Unlike you, village chief, who has diligently served the esteemed Lord Python for many years, this is your rightful reward. Thus, this matter is settled. Do not attempt to refuse further. Seeing my conclusion, the Song couple was overjoyed, quickly praising my wisdom and congratulating the village chief on his newfound fortune. The old village chief's face turned as red as liver, and he bitterly clenched his teeth, gazing at me from a distance, filled with anger, yet unable to voice it. Since the situation has stabilized for the time being, I dared not linger any longer. I hastily concocted an excuse, merely stating that I had temporarily changed the sacrificial offering and needed to return to report to Lord Python. Thus, I departed the village in a hurry. Upon leaving the village, I made my way to the woods where I had been earlier. I placed my fingers in my mouth and blew a whistle, the signal we had long agreed upon. With a sharp and melodious sound, a vibrant crimson figure darted through the trees. The figure danced about, and soon, a small red fox appeared before me. After circling a large tree, she emerged transformed into a stunning maiden clad in red. Lady Hu Ling, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have uncovered clues regarding my missing friend. Let us set forth without delay. I recounted the entire sequence of events to Hu Ling and presented her with a map that the village chief had given me. However, upon seeing the map, Hu Ling's brow furrowed with concern. She pointed to the center of the map and said, "This village chief is not to be trusted." A chill ran through me. Could this old fraud dare to deceive me? Look here, this route is not as he claimed. This area, and this one too, are perilous. And this place is steeped in malevolent energy, so much so that I would not dare approach it lightly. If we were to follow this path, I must say your friend would be beyond rescue. The chances of surviving such a journey are nearly non-existent. It is a veritable death sentence. At her words, my heart sank, fury igniting within me, yet I quickly regained my composure. I gazed intently at Hu Ling, as if I had grasped a lifeline. Miss Hu Ling, what should I do? The village chief is so treacherous. Were it not for you, I fear I would have fallen into a trap, stepping into an abyss from which there is no return. Hu Ling sighed softly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her bright eyes. Given the circumstances, we must resort to our wits. I am of the misty red fox breed. Within the forest, my magical prowess allows me to perceive paths and dangers invisible to ordinary eyes. Stay close to me, and we shall circumvent those perilous places, taking a detour. With that, she closed her eyes in concentration, a faint red glow enveloping her, as if she had merged with the surrounding trees and the gentle breeze. Moments later, she opened her eyes abruptly, a determined light flickering within. "Follow me," And remember, every step must align with mine without the slightest deviation. I nodded, cautiously trailing behind Hu Ling as we ventured into the southern entrance of the Ileo Mountains. The entire mountainous region is vast, though we tread the outskirts. The dense forest cloaks the sky, and bizarre rocks abound, imparting an eerie atmosphere. The instant we entered Ileo Mountain, the air seemed to solidify, rendering our breaths laborious. Sunlight struggled to pierce the thick canopy, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, yet failing to illuminate this shadow-laden realm. Bats flitted about in the daylight, emitting sharp shrieks, their pitch-black eyes seemingly able to discern the deepest fears of the soul. The wind, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, wafted through the valley, producing mournful wails that echoed like the lamentations of lost spirits in every corner. The branches and leaves of the trees danced wildly in the wind, emitting a rustling sound as if countless invisible hands were groping in the darkness, attempting to seize every intruder. Hu Ling's red attire stood out vividly against the somber backdrop, becoming my sole beacon. I trailed closely behind her, my heart pounding like a drum, as an overwhelming sense of oppression and unease enveloped me. Yet, the concern for my friend and the fervent yearning for redemption blazed within me like an unquenchable fire, propelling me forward. Suddenly, Hu Ling came to a halt. I hurried to catch up, only to discover that our path was obstructed. A vast river lay before us, its waves surging, blocking our way. "Can you fly?" Hu Ling abruptly turned, her eyes blinking innocently, exuding an endearing charm. As a Taoist, I am both scholarly and martial. I recited Tang poems at 3 and mastered the 1,000-character classic by 5. With my literary prowess, I can scold the elderly, and with my martial skills, I can kick down kindergartens. So, can you actually fly? I will certainly be able to in the future. Hu Ling rolled her eyes, looking rather charming in the process. I cannot either, I confessed. Then you must quickly build a raft. Otherwise, how shall we cross the river? What? I thought you could do it. You can't either? What are you saying? I could only grumble internally, but outwardly I agreed readily, hastening to gather branches in preparation for our crossing. Fortunately, my skills were adequate. Before darkness fell, I managed to construct a raft. Together, Hu Ling and I pushed it into the river. We both leaped onto the raft, and naturally I took up the oar, gently prodding the shore with a long branch, allowing the raft to drift effortlessly with the current. The river was murky and uninviting, seemingly devoured by the encroaching night. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a profound darkness, akin to an abyss of the underworld, evoking an involuntary chill within my soul. The moonlight, scant and struggling to penetrate the dense cloud cover, could not unveil the secrets lurking in the depths of the water. The raft swayed gently with the current, each ripple seemingly narrating an unspoken dread. Grasping a long branch tightly, I focused intently on steering, endeavoring to navigate the raft away from seemingly placid waters that concealed treacherous whirlpools. Opposite me stood Hu Ling, her crimson attire billowing in the night breeze. Her gaze sharpened, scanning the water's surface with an intensity that suggested she could perceive every stir beneath the water. After approximately an hour of rowing, we found ourselves at the river's center. Suddenly, Hu Ling tensed, her delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of vigilance illuminating her bright eyes. She lowered her voice, betraying an undeniable tension, warning, "Be cautious, something in the water is fixating on us." A shiver coursed through me as I instinctively tightened my grip on the branch, scanning the shimmering surface for signs. Yet all I discerned was a haze of chaos and darkness. Abruptly, a shadow seemed to dart beneath the surface, sending ripples cascading outward, soon followed by more shadows converging around us, like a pack of long-hidden hunters slowly encircling their prey. The danger loomed ominously, with an impending confrontation on the horizon. Chapter 71. The Ancient Art of Assassination. Thud! The raft was struck suddenly, followed by a tumultuous splash as a massive, spotted serpent's tail emerged from the water. The serpent's tail was as thick as a man's embrace, and with a tremendous force, it shattered the raft into splinters, causing me to plunge into the water with a resounding splash. Darkness enveloped me, and countless currents encircled my being. I sensed that something was approaching from nearby, and its numbers seemed considerable. Drawing my boxwood sword from behind, I swung it wildly, and soon a vast pool of murky blood began to rise to the surface. Hu Ling, agile and nimble, leaped onto a wooden post as the raft disintegrated, steadying herself as she floated along with the river's flow. Upon witnessing the surge of blood and flesh upon the water's surface, she feared I had met an untimely fate. Her complexion turned ashen, and just as she was about to plunge into the depths, she suddenly realized that the floating remnants were merely the severed bodies of pythons. Meanwhile, I remained vigilant in the water, acutely aware of my surroundings as I wielded my sword and desperately swam upwards. Thankfully, with the aid of the dragon's soul, I could breathe underwater from the moment I submerged, allowing me to wield my weapon in self-defense. However, the river's depths were shrouded in an inky murk, and despite my eyes glowing beneath the surface, I could scarcely discern my environment. After what felt like an eternity, I finally emerged from the depths, and upon seeing me safe, Hu Ling let out a sigh of relief. She cautiously surveyed the surroundings when suddenly she pointed behind me and yelled, "Look behind you." I swiftly turned my head, my pupils contracting in terror as a colossal shadow sliced through the water like a specter, hurtling towards me with a speed that threatened to shatter the night's tranquility. Beneath the moonlight, its outline emerged faintly, resembling some colossal, unknown aquatic creature, its scales glimmering with a chilling luster in the dim illumination. My heart raced like a drum, nearly bursting from my chest. Without a moment's hesitation, I inhaled deeply, harnessing the underwater breathing ability bestowed by the dragon spirit, and plunged once more into the inky, frigid depths. The water roared past my ears as I flailed my limbs with fervor, striving to outpace the terrifying velocity that pursued me. Behind, the shadow relentlessly trailed, the waves it stirred seeming capable of engulfing all light. Each stroke felt profoundly burdensome, yet the instinct to survive propelled me forward, seeking even the faintest opportunity for escape. In this life-or-death moment, the surrounding darkness thickened, wrapping around me tightly, with only the Yuwood sword in my grasp serving as my solitary anchor and hope. Ultimately, my speed triumphed, and soon I distanced myself from the shadow. With the dragon spirit's assistance, I felt nearly invincible beneath the surface. Suddenly, I halted and glanced back, only to find the shadow, still in pursuit, exuding an aura of relentless determination to see me perish. How dare it? I internally cursed, gripping the hilt of my used sword tightly, preparing to strike back with ferocity. In an instant, I altered my course, advancing rather than retreating. I kicked my legs with all my might, swiftly gaining momentum, my body shooting through the water like an arrow released from its bow, the wooden sword flashing beneath the shadow. The creature recoiled in pain, ascending towards the surface in a desperate attempt to evade through the intricate waters. Yet, I would not allow it to escape so easily. I propelled myself forward, sword in hand, aiming meticulously for the shadow's position, gathering strength for a decisive thrust. With a fierce thrust, I pierced through the resistance of the water, directing the tip of my sword towards the vulnerable heart of that shadowy figure. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, the massive silhouette suddenly swerved, evading the lethal strike with an unexpected agility. Water splashed violently as the enormous serpent's body was unveiled under the moonlight, its eerie green eyes glimmering with a cunning light amidst the darkness, while its flickering tongue emitted a hissing sound, seemingly a taunt directed at me. The serpent writhed and coiled in the water, resembling a black dragon, each movement stirring up towering waves that rendered the surrounding waters murky. I seized the opportunity to rise, gripping my wooden sword tightly, and vigilantly observed this sudden adversary. The moonlight, filtering through sparse clouds, barely illuminated the battleground we occupied. Upon the serpent's massive form, vibrant patterns adorned its scales, each reflecting a chilling light that sent a shiver down my spine. This serpent possessed formidable abilities and appeared to have attained a degree of sentience. We must exercise caution. As Hu Ling spoke, she had already intercepted the serpent's path, her toes lightly tapping on a floating log, propelling her into the air. With her fingers poised like claws, she waved through the air before her, conjuring two blood-red claw marks that took shape. With another sweeping gesture, those crimson imprints, infused with tremendous force, hurtled towards the serpent's head. The spotted python let out a furious roar, spewing forth its foul saliva as it violently swung its colossal tail, which crashed down like a toppled wooden post towards Hu Ling, suspended in midair, unable to pivot or gain leverage. She was on the verge of being struck by the massive tail and plunging into the water. In that moment, I swiftly formed a spell with my fingers beneath the surface. The 8 Extremes clear light seal materialized in my hands. Submerged in the water, my fingers danced rapidly, and at the very limit of distance and time, I conjured my self-created, life-saving technique. The Azure Bagua insignia swiftly took shape before Hu Ling, forming a formidable barrier. The massive tail of the black serpent struck the Taiji diagram, causing the yin-yang fish to spin back and forth, deftly dissipating its monstrous force. Hu Ling successfully landed on a floating log and cast a grateful glance in my direction. Thank you. I cannot unleash my true strength in the water. Should we lure this serpent to the shore instead? Upon hearing Hu Ling's suggestion, I immediately opposed it. Having just engaged with the creature, I recognized its cunning nature, not to mention the uncertainty of luring it ashore. Even if we succeeded, we lacked absolute confidence in vanquishing it. No, in the water, I possess a speed advantage. Together, we shall strike. You attack the serpent's head from above, while I launch a surprise assault on its tail from below, preventing the beast from coordinating its defenses, thus enabling us to slay it here. Seeing my fierce determination, Hu Ling hesitantly nodded, perhaps doubting my superiority over the serpent in this aquatic battleground. Those who have been ensnared by the serpent know, well, its formidable prowess in water. It not only achieves speeds unattainable on land, but can also conceal its form and harness the water to amplify its strength. For an ordinary person, engaging in close combat with the serpent in its domain would indeed be folly. Yet, I possess the essence of a dragon within me. This mere serpent pales in comparison to my draconic lineage, a testament to the legendary suppression of bloodlines. Once more, I plunged into the water, and the dragon's soul passively activated, allowing me to breathe freely beneath the surface, my vision remarkably clear. The river, though dark and murky, bore witness to the immense form of the serpent creature, its colossal tail thrashing through the water, making concealment nearly impossible. It is said that to strike a snake, one must aim for its vital points. Yet, I resolved to employ the profound technique of the 1,000-year kill against this beast. As I swiftly navigated the riverbed, I observed the serpent's tail alternately retreating and lunging, indicating that Hu Ling had already engaged the creature above. Gripping my yellowwood sword tightly, I circled the tail in search of a vulnerability. Soon, I discerned a crimson dot about a fist size located 1/3 along the tail, devoid of scales, surrounded by a patch of white skin that starkly contrasted with the dark, mottled surface. At last I had found it. A smile crept upon my lips as I stealthily approached the serpent's tail. Channeling the essence of the celestial way, I enveloped my yellowwood sword with the thunder law. The chrysanthemum wilts, the ground is strewn with wounds. Soon the river shall turn yellow, I joyfully hummed in my mind, even as I showed no mercy in my actions. With all my strength, I thrust the sword towards the tail, as crimson dot. The serpent was suddenly struck with tremendous force, its massive body writhing violently, sending colossal waves crashing through the water, as if the very riverbed trembled beneath its fury. Its roar was deafening, echoing through the murky depths with an overwhelming blend of rage and agony that sent chills down my spine. I felt a tightening in my core, gasping in realization. That must have been excruciating. As the sword plunged deeper, it seemed to rend a gash in the crimson, unleashing a torrent of yellow, murky liquid that gushed forth with a nauseating stench, instantly staining the surrounding waters a sickly hue, as if the waters of the underworld were pouring forth, evoking a sense of revulsion. I held my breath, steeling myself against the wave of nausea, the yellow sword still firmly embedded in that fatal spot, granting it no respite. The surrounding waters had become a tumultuous mire due to this unforeseen upheaval, the vision obscured by the suffocating yellow. While the serpent creature writhed more violently, each thrash sending colossal waves crashing forth, as if it sought to tear apart the very world that bound it. Amidst this chaos, I clenched my jaw, my eyes ablaze with determination, vowing to eradicate this monstrosity. I swam with urgency, my feet striking the hilt of the yew sword, driving it ever deeper, and the serpent's resistance began to falter until, with a final roar, it turned to flee. Quickly pursue it! Do not let the serpent escape. I called to Hu Ling, my intent to chase after the creature, but she halted me. Enough, we must prioritize reaching shore. What do you mean, do not pursue? I protested, the newly forged artifact, the yew sword, still lodged in the serpent's rear. Which is more important, the artifact or your friend's life? Reluctantly conceding to Hu Ling's words, I abandoned the pursuit of the serpent, turning to swim behind her, pushing the floating wood to help her reach the shore. We stumbled onto the bank, the night enveloped in inky darkness, stars twinkling, yet failing to disperse the surrounding chill. The robe clung to my skin, icy to the bone, as if even my marrow had frozen solid. Hu Ling's condition was far from favorable. Her complexion was pallid, and droplets of moisture clung to the tips of her hair. We leaned on each other for support and found a relatively flat and sheltered rock by the shore, where we managed to sit down. Surrounding us was a dense, primordial forest, with towering trees reaching up to the heavens. Occasionally, the eerie calls of nocturnal birds echoed through the branches, adding an air of foreboding. In the distance, the faint roars of wild beasts could be heard, stirring a sense of unease within us. We kindled a small fire, its flickering flames casting a warm glow against the encroaching darkness, providing a meager respite from the chill and offering a sliver of solace to the two of us in our solitude. The firelight illuminated Hu Ling's cheeks, which took on a delicate flush. She hugged her knees tightly, her gaze reflecting both exhaustion and determination. We sat in silence, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, though we were acutely aware that the road ahead remained long and fraught with uncertainty. In this brief interlude of peace, we seemed to find the strength to persevere. After resting for a night, we resolved to set out again at dawn. Observing Hu Ling's weary state, I could not bear to have her expend her spiritual energy further in scouting the way, so I decided we would rest for the night and depart in the morning light. The forest was rife with hidden dangers. Although they might have been deterred by the fire's glow, I had already sensed the presence of ferocious beasts nearby. I suggested that Hu Ling rest while I kept watch, yet she insisted that her perception in the forest was sharper than mine and urged me to sleep first, promising to take over when dawn broke. After a brief respite, I rose to allow Hu Ling to take my place. With a graceful leap, she ascended into the branches of a grand tree. Watching her agile movements, I briefly entertained the notion that she was not a fox, but rather a monkey. The following morning, I employed magic to catch several fish from the water, which I then roasted over the remaining embers of the night. Upon catching the fragrant aroma, Hu Ling leapt down from the tree, her delicate nose twitching as she followed the scent to the fire pit. Indeed, the olfactory sensitivity of canines is remarkably acute. To my surprise, you possess such culinary skills. Hu Ling showed no restraint. Without a hint of decorum, she plopped down and seized a fish, indulging in it with gusto. After a few bites, her fatigue vanished, and the radiant glow enveloping her intensified as she took the lead once more through the forest. Drawing from our experience of the previous night's ambush, we endeavored to keep close to the riverbank. Although we encountered several minor skirmishes with wild beasts along the way, they were merely brute creatures with no understanding of magic. Eventually, under Hu Ling's influence, they succumbed to a peaceful slumber. As evening approached, we found ourselves near a steep mountain ridge. We ventured into this forsaken realm, where the air felt thick and suffocating with an eerie chill. The ridge was adorned with jagged rocks, each stone seemingly sculpted by time into grotesque visages, silently observing every intruder. The dying rays of the setting sun struggled to pierce through the dense clouds, casting a mottled light upon the stones, enhancing the sense of the uncanny and desolate. The path beneath was cloaked in a thick layer of moss, necessitating utmost caution with each step. A single misstep could send one plummeting into an unknown abyss, resulting in utter ruin. I followed Hu Ling's footsteps as we progressed slowly, the air imbued with an indescribable chill, as if each breath could crystallize into frost. Before long, a winding stone staircase emerged before us, shrouded beneath a thick blanket of moss, each step feeling profoundly burdensome. To one side, a weathered stone tablet stood solitary, its surface marked by the passage of time. Yet the inscription remained faintly discernible. Blood Corpse Ridge. The three characters appeared as if formed from congealed drops of blood, exuding an ominous aura. The last rays of the setting sun barely grazed the tablet, seemingly consumed by those foreboding words, causing the surrounding light to dim instantaneously. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the nearby foliage into a whispering rustle, as though countless murmurs encircled my ears, sending shivers down my spine. This was indeed Blood Corpse Ridge, where it was said, General Song, you had once fallen victim to a serpent ambush, leading to the annihilation of his entire army. I sensed a tumultuous magnetic field in this place, indicating that we might soon encounter illusions. One must brace oneself mentally. After Hu Ling spoke, she stepped within the confines of the stone tablet, and in an instant, her figure flickered and vanished from sight. Goodness, is it truly that wondrous? Chapter 73. The beings transform into soldiers. Fear not, I remain ahead of you, but I cannot guarantee this will continue. The directions here are not precise. What we perceive may not necessarily reflect reality. A voice from Hu Ling emerged roughly 3 paces ahead of me, providing a measure of reassurance. It appeared that the illusions surrounding Blood Corpse Ridge had yet to alter the immediate environment. However, as I ventured further, no one could guarantee that the situation would remain the same. With a heart full of trepidation, I stepped into the Blood Corpse Ridge, swiftly enveloped by a thick fog that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. I could scarcely see my own feet. I picked up a branch from the ground and prodded ahead, immediately eliciting an astonished voice from Hu Ling. What the hell is poking me? Come out. Cough, it's me. I'm holding onto the branch. So I want to get lost. I awkwardly cleared my throat a few times and then cautiously advanced, gripping the branch tightly. As I delved deeper, I suddenly felt a lightness in my hand. In an instant, the fog around me seemed to come alive, ensnaring my limbs with an icy grip. I yanked on the branch, but all I grasped was a fragment of desolate wood. Hu Ling's figure had vanished into the expanse of white mist, as if consumed by an invisible force. My heart raced in my throat, and the wails of spirits grew increasingly distinct, whispering in my ears, each syllable steeped in despair and longing. Go home. Go home. These voices intertwined into an impenetrable web, tightly ensnaring me. I surveyed my surroundings, yet all I could see was an endless expanse of white, the path beneath my feet obscured. Fear surged like a tidal wave. I attempted to call out Hu Ling's name, but my voice seemed to be swallowed by the eerie fog, leaving only echoes reverberating in the emptiness. Suddenly, a rusted iron spear emerged from the mist, its cold tip aimed directly at my chest. Enshrouded in a dense fog, I found myself in a perilous predicament. By the time I discerned the impending assault, the barrel of the gun was but a mere foot away from my chest, leaving me with no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, I summoned the 9 fiendsine energy within me for protection. Fortunately, having received guidance from Grandma who previously, I had temporarily stored 2 refined streams of this energy within my dragon soul. Now, activating these forces would no longer pose a threat to my own being. The dark energy coalesced around me instantaneously, solidifying into a protective barrier, while the gun's muzzle pressed against my skin yet could advance no further. Reacting swiftly, I grasped the gun's barrel and yanked, pulling forth the assailant concealed within the mist. Clad in resplendent crimson armor adorned with intricate tassels on his chest and a white jade belt cinched at his waist. This figure exuded the aura of one with a storied martial legacy. I unleashed a palm thunderstrike, striking the foe squarely in the face. To my astonishment, the figure, resembling a general, twisted like smoke, transforming into tendrils of black mist that enveloped me, thickening the fog to a suffocating density. Alarm coursed through me, prompting me to channel the remaining 9 fiend's energy. The black mist surged like a writhing dragon, repelling the encroaching dark tendrils one by one. At that moment, the environment shifted dramatically. The once blanketing fog began to reveal the specter of an ancient battlefield. The thunderous sound of war drums and the clashing of iron echoed incessantly. As the apparition of the general re-emerged, donning tattered armor, wielding a long spear, his vacant eyes filled with boundless martial fervor as he charged towards me. Drawing a deep breath to steady my resolve, I expanded my form, weaving through the phantasmal illusions like a dragon in flight. With an accumulation of myriad thunderous techniques, I gather my strength into one decisive strike. 3,000 lightning transformations, annihilating demons and vanquishing evil. As I once again unleashed the palm thunder, dispersing the general, his form astonishingly flickered and reformed not far from me. Seemingly aware that a direct confrontation would yield no victory, he opted not to engage in a reckless assault this time. With his spear planted firmly on the ground, he extended his hand forward with a commanding gesture, exuding an air of formidable authority. Following his gesture, a legion of armored soldiers adorned with crimson plumes emerged behind him, brandishing their sharp blades, advancing towards me in a synchronized charge. How typical, I muttered inwardly, realizing that when one cannot win, they summon reinforcements. Reaching into my robes, I retrieved a handful of yellow beans. So you think numbers matter? Who cannot do the same? I formed the 3 pure ones jade void gesture with my hands, reciting incantations. By the decree of heaven, I command the grass beans. Transform into divine soldiers, march for my campaign. Unfazed by blades and spears, confront the axes and halberds. Align the troops, swiftly heed my command. I, Jiang Taigong, decree, divine soldiers, hasten as ordered. With swift motions, I sealed the spell, flicking my fingers as the yellow beans instantaneously transformed into shimmering motes of golden light amidst the fog. These beans morphed into soldiers clad in armor, wielding spears and short swords, standing resolutely against the illusory red-armored warriors. In that moment, the battlefield resonated with the clashing of metal and the thundering of steeds, imbued with a touch of otherworldly mythos. Standing behind the ranks, my gaze burned with intensity as I calmly assessed the situation. With a gentle wave of my hands, as if orchestrating a grand army, the warriors birthed from the yellow beans swiftly shifted formations, at times weaving like serpents to evade the enemy's onslaught. At other moments, they stood as an unyielding wall, impervious to the enemy's charge. On the battlefield, where light and shadow intertwine amidst the glimmer of blades, I felt as though I were the sovereign of this fantastical conflict. Each decision I made precise and infallible, subtly steering the tide towards ultimate victory. All commanders, heed my command. The enemy has been routed. Charge forth and slay their leaders. Kill. A cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air as my troops pressed their advantage. Yet before they could reach the general, he cast aside his weapon, which clattered to the ground and dissipated into a cloud of dark smoke. Had he surrendered in defeat? I sighed. This general had not succumbed to me, but rather to the inexorable march of history. Before I could fully ponder this, the surroundings morphed once more. An earthquake struck, and countless boulders plummeted from the heavens. Torrential floods cascaded down the mountainsides, and great trees toppled in their wake. I found myself ensnared in this perilous environment, seemingly destined for doom. In this critical moment, I discerned the secret of the illusion. Regardless of how the surroundings transformed, the ground beneath my feet remained steadfast. If I consider the earth beneath me as the center, then incorporating the 4 cardinal directions along with the diagonal orientations would form the 8 gates of escape. The 12 illusions, the 8 gates not of fate. Life and death entwined, Du Jingxiu remains unscathed. The 3 wonders lie to the left, while peril lurks to the right. In the center, a path emerges. 6 steps lead to life. My mind raced with calculations, swiftly identifying the location of the life gate. Just as a massive rock plummeted towards my head, I sprang into action. I stepped swiftly to the left 3 times, then advanced once forward, and indeed, the thick fog began to dissipate. The path emerged in the center. With 2 steps remaining, where should I go next? The intricate 8 gates formation possesses boundless mysteries, crafted by a master of the arcane arts. Should one err even slightly, the consequences would be irrevocable. I am resolved to confront this challenge. Chapter 74. The Illusion of the Strange Gate. The Jing Gate lies to the southwest, while the Sheng Gate is positioned in the northeast. If we establish the center as our reference, my subsequent 2 steps should be to the right and then forward. Yet, it is far from that simple. According to the records of the marvelous arts of the strange gates, the 3 auspicious gates on the left herald fortune, while those on the right portend doom. This place is a reversal of the natural order, clearly diverging from the tenets of Taoist practice. It is evident that an individual with nefarious intentions has manipulated the arcane, employing geomancy to craft this inverse strange gate formation. The true peril often lies concealed until the very moment the prey perceives an escape. The architect of this reverse formation possesses a keen insight into human nature, harboring malevolent thoughts. In the position of Jia, Bing takes precedence, with Yi representing the Azure Dragon and Bing leading the charge. Bing and Xin must seek out Geng, while Ding, Ren, and Gui flow with the current of water. If one inquires where the Sheng Gate emerges, it is best sought above Jia and Yin. I silently recited the 5-tiger escape incantation, ultimately unraveling the final 2 steps leading to salvation within this inverse formation. It turns out that the Sheng Gate is neither in the northeast nor the southwest. It is directly beneath my feet. With unwavering determination, I boldly advanced, only to find the scene shift dramatically, as though I had traversed a rift in time and space. Surrounding me, weathered bones had been assembled into silent tombstones. The moonlight was faint, struggling to pierce the dense canopy above, casting a ghostly blue glow upon the remains, akin to flickering will-o'-the-wisps. The air was saturated with an indescribable scent of decay and death, mingling with the aroma of earth and the distant stench of blood, assailing my every sense. The skeletal remains, each in varying postures, some still frozen in the throes of battle, evoke a poignant sense of the brutality and grandeur of yesteryears. Though their spears and blades are corroded beyond recognition, the echoes of a fierce battlefield linger in the air. A gentle breeze sweeps through this land of death, stirring the shattered armor to produce faint whispers, akin to the murmurs of lost souls recounting untold pasts. The surrounding silence is so profound that I can only hear the rhythmic thumping of my own heart and the sound of my breath. I tread cautiously, each step laden with the weight of uncertainty, fearing that a single misstep could spell disaster. Before long, I catch sight of a vivid crimson hue ahead, and an unsettling tightness grips my heart. The figure resembles Hu Ling, the one who had recently become separated from me. Yet, she appears to be entranced, fiercely assaulting the empty air beside her. I am left questioning whether what I am witnessing is reality or merely a figment of my imagination. As I approach slowly, Hu Ling seems to sense my presence, abruptly turning and lunging towards me. I instinctively lean back, narrowly evading her razor-sharp claws. However, before I can regain my balance, she delivers a powerful kick that sends me crashing to the ground. Hu Ling belongs to the misty red fox breed, renowned for its agility, making close combat with her an ill-advised choice. A truly astute individual never compares their weaknesses to the strengths of others. It is akin to challenging a chef to a culinary duel rather than a backflip contest. As Hu Ling charges at me, once more with fierce intent, I swiftly kick a few stones towards her, seizing the opportunity to retreat and widen the distance between us. Hu Ling scoffs, a derisive smile playing upon her lips, seemingly mocking my folly. Indeed, in a woodland race against her, I could never hope to match her speed. Yet, I am clever. Long ago, I scattered a handful of yellow talismans along the path of my retreat. Though they appeared to drift carelessly, each was meticulously calculated within my design. The 7-section spirit binding array, said to be created by the great Emperor Zhenwu, once established, renders ordinary spirits helpless, no matter how formidable their powers. They find themselves ensnared within the tightening confines of the array. In a flash, Hu Ling darted towards me like a crimson specter, her eyes brimming with chaos and madness, clearly ensnared in an intangible illusion. Each of her assaults bore a formidable might. Despite my utmost application of the art of spatial contraction, she relentlessly closed the distance. I could even sense the chilling intent to kill emanating from her fingertips. Yet at this critical juncture, the scales of destiny began to shift imperceptibly. As she approached the periphery of my carefully constructed 7-section spirit binding array, Hu Ling's ferocity and swiftness blinded her to the subtle changes beneath her feet. Upon crossing that invisible threshold, the air shimmered with an almost undetectable ripple. Swiftly, I formed a sword gesture with my hand and shouted, "Swift!" The yellow talismans I had cast were suddenly activated by an unseen force, transforming instantly into 5 radiant golden chains, like dragons emerging from the sea, precisely entwining her limbs and neck. Hu Ling let out a pained howl. The spirit-binding array is particularly effective against demonic entities, yet it cannot trigger instantaneously. Had she not been already bewitched by the illusion, her keen insight would have easily unraveled my minor stratagem. Witnessing her entrapment, I felt a pang of compassion, unwilling to see her suffer further within the array. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly dispel the illusion shrouding her, allowing her to regain her clarity. I sat cross-legged, fingers forming the lotus finger gesture, softly chanting the heart purification mantra, hoping to awaken Hu Ling, with a heart as tranquil as water. The stillness mirrored my inner peace. A gentle breeze stirred not, and the waters remained undisturbed. Alone amidst the bamboo grove, I let out a long cry while playing the zither. In the serenity of meditation, the venomous dragon concealed itself. My heart was devoid of weakness, for heaven rewards diligence. My righteousness was formidable, striking fear into the hearts of phantoms. My emotions overflowed, aligning the heavens and earth to my will. My aspirations soared. As waters surged and winds arose, the sky stretched high and the earth lay vast, with flowing waters and drifting clouds. A purified heart addresses the root, and a straightforward path nurtures the self. With utmost sincerity and goodness, the great way unfolds as destined. After chanting the heart purification mantra for what felt like ages, Hu Ling's spirit seemed to regain a glimmer of clarity. Filled with joy, I moved closer, only to narrowly escape her claws. Goodness, this illusion is formidable. It seems I have no choice but to employ that technique. From my pocket, I retrieved a crimson thread and bound my wrist to Hu Ling's. Then, I bit my middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the thread. As I formed a sword gesture with my hand and silently recited the dream invocation, that droplet of blood flowed along the crimson thread to Hu Ling's fair wrist, vanishing in an instant. I too closed my eyes, plunging into slumber. In my dream, a thick fog enveloped me, as if I were still within the previous formation. Following the path etched in my memory, I ventured forth and soon discerned a hazy figure clad in red. I called out Hu Ling's name, my voice echoing through the mist, tinged with urgency. At last, she turned her head, her once vibrant eyes now fixed on me, devoid of recognition or warmth, only filled with profound wariness and aggression. She moved with a fluid grace, gliding through the mist like a specter, instantly shortening the distance between us. I could feel the air around me tremble with her approach, a profound sense of impending danger washing over me. Her ethereal claws sliced through the air with a sharp sound, aimed directly at my throat. I swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Yet, Hu Ling's onslaught was relentless, akin to a torrential storm, each attack imbued with deadly menace. I could only rely on my faint awareness of the surrounding environment and the skills honed over years of training, maneuvering deftly through the fog in a desperate attempt to evade her. It became evident that I was no match for Hu Ling in her prime. I was left with no choice but to flee, utterly powerless to retaliate. In a moment of desperation, a clever idea struck me, one that could validate my identity. Wait, don't strike. I have visited your grandmother's. However, before I could finish my words, Hu Ling's claws lunged towards my handsome face. You scoundrel! transforming into an iron pillar and still daring to insult me. Pay with your life. Chapter 75. The Black Ape Spirit. Hu Ling's claws swiped towards my face, and I leaned back just in time to barely avoid the blow. Before I could regain my footing, her claw had already torn through my robe. I have been to your grandmother's thatched cottage. Your family resides in the illusory moon cave on misty hidden mountain. Your grandmother was acquainted with my grandfather. This morning, you even ate the fish I grilled for you. The blood-red claws halted abruptly just a centimeter from my eye. Hu Ling's nails gradually retracting as a semblance of relaxation crossed her face, and she exhaled heavily. Where have you been? I searched everywhere for you and finally found you, only for you to suddenly launch a surprise attack on me. If it weren't for my protective techniques, I would have been gravely injured. Hu Ling recounted the earlier events, her heart still racing as she patted her chest, leaving me momentarily stunned. Ahem, that wasn't me. It was an illusion conjured by the surroundings. This place is ensnared in a formation, and I have just discovered the way out. If you follow my lead, we can escape. I grasped Hu Ling's delicate hand and, drawing from my recent experience in breaking the formation, took the first step. As soon as I stepped forward, the ground trembled violently. A chasm, unfathomably deep, opened before me, leading to an abyss. Brother Taiju, are you certain you wish to proceed? Hu Ling's palms were clammy with sweat. I turned to reassure her that she needn't fear with me by her side. These were mere illusions, and she should trust my judgment. With that, I boldly stepped into the abyss. Hu Ling's face turned pale with fright, and she tightly shut her eyes, clearly convinced that I would meet my end with this step. However, reality proved my assessment correct. I found myself standing above the inky chasm, as if treading upon invisible glass. There was no anticipated fall. Hu Ling opened her eyes wide in elation. Wonderful. You truly found a way out. I smiled gently, holding her small hand tightly, and continued walking forward for 5 more steps until we finally returned to the realm of reality. Suddenly awakening, I found myself still ensnared by the 7-section spirit confinement array. Hastily, I recited the incantation and retracted the yellow talisman. During this moment, Hu Ling also regained consciousness. Embarrassed, I offered a sheepish smile and apologized for the unintended offense. Hu Ling rubbed her reddened wrist but seemed unconcerned. She informed me that she sensed a miasma within the dense fog surrounding us. It was the inhalation of this toxic vapor that had ensnared us in an illusion. A chill of dread gripped my heart as I realized the implications. The most formidable aspect of poison is its gaseous form. While one can evade most toxic methods by abstaining from food and drink, one cannot refrain from breathing. With every breath, we risked contamination. How could we possibly navigate our way out of this blood corpse ridge? Were we truly destined to perish here? Observing my furrowed brow, Hu Ling reached into her garment. Do not worry. Fortunately, I brought this, she said. After a brief search, I turned away, and soon she produced 2 silk scarves from her bosom. This is the Phoenix Orchid Handkerchief. Crafted by my grandmother from the seeds of the balsam flower and the misty orchid, it can neutralize a myriad of toxins. By covering our mouths and noses with it, we could filter the poisonous air. Upon finishing her explanation, she handed me one. I had always found handkerchiefs somewhat effeminate, yet at that moment, I cast aside my reservations about the embroidered fabric and swiftly donned it over my face. As we ventured deeper, the fog thickened, nearly coalescing into substance. Thankfully, with Hu Ling's precious handkerchief, we avoided succumbing to further illusions. After nearly a day's journey, we finally emerged from the Blood Corpse Ridge as dusk fell, arriving at the base of an even steeper peak. As we advanced further, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing our surroundings with increasing clarity. A shared glance with Hu Ling ignited a sense of foreboding within us. The mountain peak loomed ominously, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. We ascended the mountain path with utmost caution, the atmosphere growing increasingly sinister with each step. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept by, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Hu Ling grasped my hand tightly and whispered, "Something feels amiss. We must tread carefully." At that moment, a deep, resonant growl echoed from nearby. Tension surged through me as I scanned the area, only to behold a colossal black creature descending from the summit. "Get out of the way!" Hu Ling urgently shoved me aside, confronting the dark monstrosity. I rolled to the ground and swiftly regained my footing, only to discover that it was a gigantic gorilla, towering like a mountain. Its body was cloaked in glossy black fur, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Its eyes glowed a blood red, radiating wildness and fury, as if it could perceive the deepest fears within our souls. Each roar reverberated through the ground, accompanied by a stifling sense of oppression in the air. It swung its massive arms, each strike slicing through the air with a force capable of effortlessly tearing apart any obstacle. Hu Ling, agile and nimble, darted between the beast's onslaughts, her claws gleaming like short, sharp blades, each strike precise and powerful. Yet, despite her prowess, she could only leave shallow marks on the creature's resilient hide. Though the chimpanzee's physique is immense, its movements are far from clumsy. It appears to possess a certain intelligence. Having discerned Hu Ling's several feints, which not only failed to yield a favorable attack outcome, but nearly resulted in Hu Ling being struck instead. "Stop standing there like a fool and lend a hand," Hu Ling urgently called out to me, prompting my immediate participation in the fray. In truth, I was not merely a spectator. Rather, I was keenly observing the chimpanzee's vulnerabilities. The abundant spiritual energy of the Ileo Mountains is home to countless ancient spirits, and relying solely on brute strength would inevitably lead to our demise. Humans are not the most formidable creatures in nature. We lack sharp teeth, tough skin, and our speed is unremarkable. Yet, we have dominated the earth for millennia, relying on the wisdom passed down from our ancestors. I swiftly retrieved several ancient-looking talismans from my pocket, their surfaces gleaming with an archaic luster. Channeling a modicum of spiritual power into my fingertips, I intoned, "Heavenly thunder descends. Vanquish the malevolent." As my words echoed, the talismans seemed to be activated, and brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from the paper, slicing through the dense darkness of night and striking the formidable body of the chimpanzee with unerring precision. The lightning detonated upon its tough skin, producing a deafening roar that illuminated the surrounding area. Yet, this seemingly formidable strike left only a few charred marks on the great beast, which were quickly obscured by its thick fur, as if even its sense of pain had not been fully awakened, only intensifying its furious roars that reverberated through the valley. Good heavens, you are remarkably resilient. While you may withstand blows, I wonder if you can endure the flames. Chapter 76. The Fierce Battle at Spirit Returning Peak. Hu Ling held the black giant ape at bay ahead of me. I stepped forward, my Taoist robe billowing, and formed a sword gesture with my hand, seeking the positions of the 8 gates, utilizing the moonlight and the shadows cast by the trees. I swiftly adjusted the 4 plates and located the position of the escape armor. Extending my palm forward, the surrounding turbulent and searing spiritual energy coalesced within my grasp. As the energy accumulated, a radiant flame ignited in my palm. With the 8 gates escape armor activated, I unleashed the crimson refining heavenly fire. The flames erupted from my palm like an enraged dragon, radiating a devastating heat that shattered the silence of the night. The black giant ape's fur sizzled upon contact with the crimson refining heavenly fire, releasing an acrid scent that filled the air. Its eyes widened in terror and fury, and its massive body quaked in pain, its thick arms flailing helplessly, unable to extinguish the roaring inferno. Hu Ling was suddenly struck and sent flying by the ape's powerful blow, her figure tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the grass nearby. Amidst the rising dust, she struggled to rise, her face etched with worry and defiance. Meanwhile, the black giant ape, illuminated by the flames, appeared even more grotesque and terrifying. Yet at that moment, it was devoid of the will to fight, consumed only by the instinct to flee from the fiery death. With a thunderous roar that shook the surrounding trees, it turned and bolted, trailing a long tongue of fire behind it, a messenger of hell, yet revealing its utter disarray in its frantic escape. Should we pursue? Hu Ling glanced at the fleeing black giant ape, seeking my counsel. Pursue what? Our expulsion of it was purely fortuitous. In a direct confrontation, even if we were to join forces, we might not stand a chance against it. Let's first traverse this mountain peak before deliberating further. After several skirmishes, Hu Ling's spiritual energy had been significantly depleted, prompting me to allow her to walk behind while I forged ahead. Approximately an hour later, we arrived at the base of the main peak, where 3 ominous characters were etched into the stone: Spirit Returning Peak. The sight of the inscription escaped my lips involuntarily. Hu Ling silently positioned herself behind me, seemingly at a loss for words. Should our exploration of this mountain yield no trace of your friend, we must turn back. Beyond this point lies the marshland, and beyond that, the territory of the millennia-old python. Given our current abilities, we might not even be worthy enough to serve as mere sustenance. I nodded gently, my heart filled with trepidation as I ascended the stone steps of Spirit Returning Peak. Upon the peak, the winding path was strewn with withered branches and fallen leaves, each step accompanied by the faint sound of cracking, as if the slumbering souls of centuries were whispering. The moonlight was scant, barely illuminating a few feet ahead, and a thin veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the mountain even more enigmatic. Bizarrely shaped stones jutted out, some resembling roaring beasts, others lurking like phantoms. In the dim moonlight, they cast distorted shadows that intertwined with the gnarled trees, creating a series of eerie tableaus. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the treetops to emit mournful wails, reminiscent of tormented souls weeping, sending shivers down my spine. I surveyed the area with vigilance, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the tranquil ambience or inadvertently transgressing some unknown taboo. Hu Ling trailed closely behind me, her breath resonating distinctly in the silence, laced with an imperceptible tremor. With each step, I delved deeper into the eerie and sinister realm of the soul-returning peak, my heart a tumult of trepidation for the unknown and a flicker of hope to find my friend. Suddenly, I sensed a fleeting white shadow dart past me from behind. When I whirled around to catch a glimpse, nothing was there. I dared not exhale, slowly turning to survey my surroundings. The atmosphere was unnaturally quiet, allowing me to hear Hu Ling's heartbeat echoing behind me. Had something just glided past? I inquired of Hu Ling, yet she shook her head, indicating she had seen nothing. How peculiar! With her keen perception, she had failed to notice that white shadow. Was it merely an illusion of my mind? Doubt gnawed at me as I cautiously proceeded, when suddenly, the white figure zipped before me, its speed so astonishing that I could scarcely discern its form. The air around us seemed to freeze, an indescribable chill creeping up from my feet, surging towards my heart. At that moment, the atmosphere twisted, and 4 specters clad in white, their faces ashen and eyes hollow, appeared around us without a sound, encircling us ominously. Their long hair billowed in the wind. Their garments fluttered, yet they exuded no vitality. Only their ghastly visages, illuminated by the faint moonlight, appeared even more terrifying. What horrified me most was the uncanny resemblance of their attire to that of the missing Chung Luing. Each garment shimmered with a faint glow, as if they had traversed from another realm, infused with endless resentment. Hu Ling's complexion turned ashen in an instant, her tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, clearly terrified by the ghastly visage of the female specter. Yet, with over 2 centuries of Taoist mastery, she swiftly regained her composure and inquired whether I wished to vanquish them. "Hold on," I replied, observing their garments and the traditional hairstyles that bore a striking resemblance to those of my friend. Moreover, they had yet to display any hostile intent towards us. It was prudent to observe further. Upon my utterance, one of the ghostly figures, appearing somewhat elder in her spectral form, glided languidly before me. Her voice resonated with a chilling, ethereal quality, as though it emanated from the depths of the underworld. "A minor Taoist and a mere imp. What brings you to this perilous place? Depart swiftly. The dangers herein are beyond your comprehension." I felt a surge of displeasure at her words and retorted directly, "Then what business do you 4 specters have here?" To my astonishment, my words incited the ire of the elder ghost. With a disdainful huff, she ascended into the air, gazing down upon me. Do you not ponder why we have assumed this form? Your refusal to heed our warning compels us to impart a lesson upon you. for it appears you are oblivious to the gravity of your situation." No sooner had she finished speaking than the other three specters launched an assault on Hu Ling and me. Under the moonlight, the battle erupted suddenly, with the four white-clad female ghosts gliding through the withered branches and fallen leaves like phantoms. Each sweep of their flowing sleeves summoned gusts of chilling wind, stirring the surrounding dust and debris into eerie vortices. I gripped the yellow talisman tightly, striving to dispel the encroaching cold with righteous energy. However, when my talisman collided with their assault, it emitted a sound akin to the clash of metal, sending a jolt through my hands and filling my heart with terror. Hu Ling transformed into a fleeting red shadow, deftly weaving through the female specters, her fingertips alight with otherworldly flames, endeavoring to subdue these seemingly ethereal beings with her demonic energy. Yet, just as the flames were about to graze the hem of the ghostly garments, an invisible force effortlessly dissipated them, causing her form to waver slightly. It was indeed peculiar. These female spirits appeared not to be ancient, formidable specters. So how could they possess such formidable prowess? Under normal circumstances, even a ghost that had perished a decade ago would be unable to withstand a few of my exorcism talismans. But they not only exhibited a coordinated offense and defense, but the four spirits also seemed to share a mysterious connection, as if bound by some kind of Taoist formation. Yet, how could these mountain-dwelling female ghosts possibly wield such a formation? Chapter 77. The female ghost turns out to be my senior sister. The formation employed by these four female spirits is known as the Four Symbols Convergence Array, harnessing the powers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. While it possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, it lacks the five elements, rendering it far inferior to the five-element demon suppression array utilized by the five Taoist priests of Maoshan in days of yore. Hu Ling and I each faced two of the white-clad female ghosts, engaging in a fierce and indecisive battle. Suddenly, the specter who had spoken to me withdrew, her fingers forming a lotus gesture as she began to chant a spell. Heavenly thunder descends, divine punishment arrives, striking evil and subduing demons, radiating brilliance. Azure sky holds the talisman, the northern dipper annihilates. Sacred light envelopes, purifying the malevolent. I beseech the nine heavens, the divine thunder of universal transformation. Hasten as per the decree. What? This incantation sounds familiar. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck me. Was this not the very technique employed by Cheng Luoying during our encounter on the back mountains of Maoshan? Oh no! Just as I grasped the situation, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and beneath Hu Ling and me, countless white orbs of light began to materialize. I understood that this was the ominous portent of divine thunder about to descend. The area of effect of this divine thunder was nothing short of terrifying. It was too late to flee. We could only rely on our skills and invoke our protective spells. Sister Hu Ling, quickly activate your protective incantation, I urged her. This thunderous magic consumed immense spiritual energy, and if we could withstand this wave of assault, we would be safe. At this critical moment, I recalled our previous confrontation with Cheng Luoying on the back mountains of Maoshan. She had not maintained her thunderous magic for long, leading me to surmise that its consumption must be substantial. Upon hearing my words, Hu Ling crossed her arms before her chest, closed her eyes, and a radiant red glow enveloped her. The intensity of the crimson light surged until it transformed into a colossal orb of red energy, encasing her completely. Meanwhile, I swiftly formed hand signs, summoning the Azure Bagua Taiji diagram. As I channeled my spiritual energy into it, the diagram grew increasingly luminous, approaching the brink of materialization just as the divine thunder struck down. Countless arcs of lightning detonated around me, shards of stone and splinters of wood pummeling my face. I struggled to withstand the might of the divine thunder, but the bolts came crashing down in relentless succession, determined to annihilate me. The Azure Bagua diagram was gradually fracturing under the onslaught of the lightning, and I found myself devoid of sufficient spiritual energy to mend it, barely managing to hold it together. Should the eight extremities clear light seal shatter, I might meet my demise by lightning today. Damn it. I have committed no wrongdoing. Boom. At long last, the gossip pattern could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered with a resounding crash. Immediately thereafter, 3 or 4 beams of white light descended upon me, and I could even feel the immense power contained within that lightning. Was this the end of my existence? I had not yet fully lived. Just as the thunder was about to strike me down, the jade pendant around my neck suddenly emanated a gentle light. This radiance resonated with the profound principles of yin and yang. Though soft, it was extraordinarily brilliant. Cloaked in a spectrum of colors, the lightning struck me, causing no tangible harm. Its terrifying destructive force was entirely devoured by the vibrant light, which subsequently transformed into a gentle energy and flowed back into my being through the jade pendant. Good heavens, what a remarkable treasure! I had always believed that such heirlooms from this sect must possess unique applications. The dragon and phoenix pendant, lent to me by Cheng Luoying for protection, proved to be astonishingly extraordinary. This is the sect's most prized treasure, the dragon and phoenix pendant. How did you come by it? The white-clad female specter who had cast the spell recognized the artifact instantly as the light enveloped me. She abruptly halted her attack, and the 4 female spirits encircled me. I remained undaunted, preparing to unleash a ghost-repelling talisman, only to be halted by the elder female ghost. "Stop," she commanded, floating before me, her anger having diminished considerably. Suddenly, her expression turned anxious as she inquired, "Where is my junior sister? What have you done with her? Who the hell has seen your junior sister? Who is she? Can she eat?" My words left the white-clad ghost in a state of frustration, yet she managed to restrain herself. The 4 female spirits tightened their encirclement around me, and the atmosphere was charged with the imminent potential for conflict. I shall inquire one final time. Have you truly never encountered my junior sister, Cheng Luoying? The white-clad specter enunciated each word with a deliberate cadence, her palms positioned behind her, gathering strength. "Fear not, brother Taiju. I shall come to your aid." In an instant, a crimson wraith flickered past, and before I knew it, Hu Ling stood back to back with me, poised for combat, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yet, upon hearing the name, Cheng Luoying, an involuntary tension gripped my heart, prompting me to restrain Hu Ling, urging her to delay any aggressive actions. "Who do you speak of?" "Cheng Luoying. I am also in search of her. Are you her fellow disciples?" Upon hearing my words, the 4 female specters exchanged glances, and then the eldest among them stepped forward, emitting a disdainful scoff. "Thief, do not attempt to deceive us with your cunning words. If you were unaware of my junior sister's whereabouts, how could our sect's sacred artifact, the dragon and phoenix pendant, be found upon you? Speak, where have you taken my junior sister? Should you continue with your fabrications, we shall ensure your soul is scattered and leave you here." I found myself rendered speechless. Could these ghostly sisters truly be so irritable? Is it not possible that this pendant was lent to me by your junior sister? If you believe my words, let us sit and discuss this. Should you doubt me, even if I were to kneel and address you as grandmother, it would avail me nothing. If you refuse to trust, then let our actions reveal the truth. As soon as my words fell, the other 3 specters, enraged, prepared to strike, yet the eldest restrained them. "Hold, senior sister. This scoundrel is clearly spouting nonsense. How could junior sister Cheng possibly lend such an invaluable item to another? He must have slain her and seized the artifact. Indeed, this sorcerer is accompanied by a crimson fox spirit. One glance at his sharp features reveals he is no virtuous soul. Sister, we must not be swayed by his deceitful words. Exactly. A man's words are mere phantoms. Let's eliminate him to avenge our junior sister." I let out a cold laugh. If a confrontation is to occur, let it be so. You question my identity, yet I harbor my own doubts about you. What brings you to this desolate, forsaken wilderness, especially when death has befallen you here? It is difficult not to question your motives. Enough of this chatter. The elder female, ghost admonished, then began to prove her identity. She retrieved a string of bells from her bosom, identical to the one bestowed upon me by Cheng Luoying. Listening to the wind's whisper, I exclaimed upon seeing Cheng Luoying's sect-exclusive artifact. You actually recognize our sex communication talisman? Observing the elder female ghost's astonishment, I hastily produced an ancient, identical little bell from my own attire. Since the dragon and phoenix pendant is in your possession, it is no surprise that you also possess our communication talisman. However, your ability to name this artifact listening to the wind's whisper indicates you are not deceiving us. At the very least, you genuinely know junior sister Luoying. After the elder female ghost spoke, she instructed the other 3 junior sisters to withdraw, then floated beside a tall pine tree, beckoning me to approach. I patted Hu Ling's shoulder, encouraging her to relax, then proceeded towards the elder female ghost. Brother Taiju, be cautious. If the situation turns dire, call out to me, and I shall come to your aid immediately. Chapter 78, The Millennium Python Spirit. I reassured Hu Ling, stating that I possessed magical artifacts and protective spells, and even if I were to face this female ghost, it would not be a simple task for her to take my life. With confidence, I strode towards the specter, my conscience clear and fear absent. Just as I took my stand, the ghost began to narrate her tale. We are disciples of the Qingjing sect under the guidance of Master Sun, and my name is Zhou Chushi, while Cheng Luoying is our junior sister. Half a month ago, our group of 5 was commanded by our master to descend the mountain and rescue a team of adventurers. This team consisted of 4 individuals, reputedly geological experts with extensive survival experience in the wild. However, during their expedition into the Ileo Mountains, they vanished without a trace for an extended period. The local government organized a massive search and rescue operation, but alas, their efforts yielded no results, and ultimately, they sought out my master. Having long detached herself from worldly affairs, she dispatched us 5 to investigate the whereabouts of the missing individuals. After several days of arduous travel, my junior sister and I arrived at a remote village named Yako Village. To avoid drawing attention, we changed out of our robes and donned civilian attire. We rested for the night in the village, and the following day, after conversing with the village chief, we followed the route he provided into the Ileo Mountains. Little did we expect that the mountains were fraught with peril. We battled through numerous obstacles until we reached Blood Corpse Ridge, where illusions abounded. Fortunately, my junior sister Luoying, possessing remarkable wisdom, discerned the exit of the formation, allowing us to emerge safely. Just as we arrived at the Reincarnation Peak, we encountered a colossal black ape, and as we fought while retreating, we found ourselves reluctantly entering the Cloud Dream Marsh behind us. It was a desolate land, teeming with venomous snakes and colossal pythons. Though we faced great adversity, we were fortunate to have suffered no casualties. At that moment, we realized this mission was unlike any we had undertaken before, the peril far exceeding our expectations. Consequently, we resolved to abandon the task and return to summon our master. However, the sounds of our earlier skirmish had attracted a formidable python spirit from the depths of the Ileo Mountains, a creature of unrivaled strength, far beyond our capabilities to confront. Fortunately, in this dire moment, my junior sister, Luoying, invoked a secret technique not taught in our sect, successfully bewildering the python spirit, allowing us to escape. We concealed ourselves within the forest, each bearing wounds to varying degrees, and without assistance, we feared we would meet our demise. Unfortunately, our master was in secluded meditation, and Luoying claimed she could seek out a powerful ally. She then ventured forth, but never returned. Upon hearing Zhou Chushi's words, I furrowed my brow, lost in contemplation. If what this specter said was true, then all the clues would converge. After arriving at Yako Village, they had been deceived by the cunning village chief, leading them astray. Subsequently, they found themselves in dire straits, and it was in desperation that Cheng Luoying thought of me, using listening to the wind's whisper to send a message for help. Yet, her words were abruptly cut off before completion. Had she encountered danger? If she were still alive, why did she not continue her communication? Or had she already met with misfortune? I dared not ponder further. Observing my pallid complexion, Zhou Chushi continued her narrative. We were originally resting within the confines of the forest, yet the perception of that serpent spirit was extraordinarily acute. Furthermore, its progeny lurked in the shadows, relaying our presence. We were swiftly discovered. Our strength was insufficient to withstand the serpent spirit, and we all met a tragic demise at its hands. Now, the remains of the four of us lie on a nearby hillside, under the watchful eye of a colossal python. Should you manage to return, please convey the news of our deaths to our master, begging her to bring our bones back. We do not wish to perish in this desolate place. I promised Zhou Chushi that as long as I survived to return, I would deliver her message to their master. Reflecting on this, I also shared my own initiation into the Maoshan sect, revealing that my grandfather was a brother-in-arms with Cheng Luoying's grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chushi's eyes widened in understanding. The formidable external assistance that junior sister Luoying mentioned must be you, right? Alas, as their senior sister, I failed to protect them. As we spoke, the air around us seemed to solidify, suffused with a nauseating stench that wafted from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the trees upon the hillside appeared to be uprooted by an invisible force, their roots laid bare, branches and leaves swirling in a spectacular, yet terrifying display. Almost immediately, a deep, resonant hiss pierced the sky, reverberating through every inch of space. A tremendous black python, akin to a mountain, slithered downwards with a languid grace. Its massive body glistened with a chilling sheen in the dim light, each scale seemingly imbued with boundless power and ancient curses. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, fixated upon us, embodying not merely the gaze of a hunter, but rather a judgment from the abyss. This is dire. As the serpent's spirit approached, we resolved to hold it off, urging the others to flee. Zhou Chushi's spirit cast a glance at the hillside, her expression instantly shifting to one of grave concern. With a wave of her hand, the other female spirits ascended into the air. Hu Ling looked at me, seemingly seeking my counsel. I furrowed my brow, and with unwavering determination, uttered a single word, "Go." Despite being a fellow disciple of the Tao, and aware of the imminent peril, they were determined to delay the inevitable, even at the cost of their own essence. As a male, could I simply turn and flee? Hu Ling said nothing further. Her form darted like lightning, swiftly catching up with the four sisters in white, surrounding the colossal serpent head, which loomed like a train. My pace was slightly slower, and by the time I arrived, they were already engaged in battle. In that moment, I stood frozen, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of shock that surged within me. Each flick of the serpent's tail seemed capable of shaking the very heavens, its power far exceeding any creature I had previously encountered. Its scales shimmered in the dim light, each breath accompanied by a low rumble, akin to the roar of an ancient beast, instilling a sense of despair in my heart. Just as I was lost in thought, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The four sisters in white were like leaves caught in the wind, swept aside by the serpent's tail, scattering like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, their spirits dimming from the intensity of the impact. Though Hu Ling was agile, even she struggled against such a monstrous foe. She narrowly evaded a strike, yet still felt the massive tail of the giant python sweep across her shoulder, a wisp of green smoke rising from the spot. Clearly a sign of poisoning. How audacious of you to trespass into the forbidden grounds of Ileo Mountain and disturb my cultivation. Such a grave offense indeed. I shall end your lives and transform you into my sustenance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The python spirit flicked its tongue, articulating human speech. As it spoke, its colossal form rapidly diminished, dispersing into a cloud of black mist, from which emerged a towering figure over 2 meters tall, a man with a stern visage. Chapter 79. The Python Demon Devours. From the swirling black fog stepped forth a tall silhouette clad in a golden robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders. His countenance was severe, with a prominent nose and tightly sealed lips, his gaze exuding a piercing, murderous intent. His skin bore a sickly pallor, as if it had not seen the sun for an extended period, and delicate scales adorned his temples, suggesting he had not fully transformed. So you're the python immortal spoken of by the villagers of Yako? What kind of immortal do you consider yourself? You demand the sacrifice of young boys and girls annually, coercing the villagers with your so-called detoxification pills. You are hardly worthy of being called a demon, let alone an immortal. Do not push your luck. Upon witnessing the python spirit take human form, I felt no fear and advanced with a barrage of verbal retorts, determined to indulge in my last moments before death. To my surprise, the python demon responded not with anger, but with laughter, dismissing me entirely. Ha ha ha! How amusing, how intriguing. I have lived for over 2,000 years, and this is the first time I have encountered such extraordinary foolishness. You possess remarkable audacity, which I find commendable, so much so that I hesitate to consume you. He placed his hand on the left wing of his nose, fingertips resting against his eye socket, exuding an air of pretentiousness. This gesture was indeed reminiscent of a certain prominent figure's son from Hong Kong. Observing his ostentation, I could no longer contain myself and erupted with expletives. To hell with you. Tell me, what has become of that tranquil girl? Have you harmed her? Upon hearing my inquiry, the serpent demon shook his head, a playful expression adorning his face. Your incessant foul language is truly tasteless. It bears no resemblance to the charm of that young lady I have cultivated for 2 millennia, enduring profound solitude, and I intended to keep her in my lair as my consort. As soon as the serpent demon's words fell, an inexplicable fury ignited within me. Despite knowing he was not my equal, fear did not deter me. I began to chant incantations while gesturing with my fingers, preparing for confrontation. Boundless heavens! The universe grants power. The law is born from the heart, ceaseless and eternal. The cosmos is infinite, and the winds and thunder obey commands. Dragons battle in the wild, obliterating all directions. I heed the decree of the celestial Lord. Hastily, as commanded, I stood in close proximity to the serpent demon, a position typically perilous for casting spells. Such closeness risks self-inflicted harm from one's own magic and allows adversaries to interrupt the incantation. Yet, a surge of jealousy consumed me, driving me to recklessness, as I yearned for a devastating confrontation with this serpent demon. To my surprise, he appeared unfazed, merely observing my spell casting without any intention to impede me. The incantation of the Taiji demon-slaying spell had taken shape, with countless bolts of lightning weaving into a colossal electric net descending upon the serpent demon. He responded with a disdainful smile, and with a flick of his fingers, a plume of dark energy shot forth from his palm. The dark mist coalesced into a colossal barrier, isolating the electric grid beyond its reach, while the furious flashes of lightning crackled ominously, failing to undermine even a fragment of that ebony shield. Is this the chasm of power? I stood frozen, unable to reconcile the overwhelming disparity before me. Ultimately, I was still far too feeble. The serpent demon moved with the swiftness of lightning, its form leaving behind fleeting shadows as it appeared before me in an instant. Yet, instead of seizing the opportunity to end my life, it extended its ghastly pale hand and gently patted my face, a clear expression of disdain. Damn it, this was a cruel affront. I could no longer contain my fury. With a thunderous shout, I unleashed the 2 streams of 9-fiend yin qi from within my dragon essence. My once distinct black and white eyes plunged into an abyssal darkness, enveloped by a sinister aura that surrounded me. Ah, this is the 9-fiend yin qi? The serpent demon exhibited no fear. Rather, it revealed a glimmer of delight. I solidified the malevolent energy into a tangible form, manifesting a pitch-black qi sword in my grasp. With a fierce swing, I aimed the sword directly at the demon. The serpent demon raised its hand, astonishingly absorbing the impact of my qi sword with its formidable body. Oomph. The 9-fiend yin qi of the Tangjiao clan has found its way into a human. Legends speak of its immense power, yet here it seems rather unimpressive. Or perhaps you, a mere human, are too weak to harness its true potential? The serpent demon gripped my solidified black qi sword tightly, then struck at me with a swift palm, sending me hurtling backward, blood gushing from my mouth upon impact. Observing my injury, Hu Ling and Zhou Chushi rushed to join the fray. However, the strength of the serpent demon was overwhelmingly formidable. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed his palms, effortlessly repelling everyone within mere breaths. In a swift motion, the serpent demon appeared before me, maintaining an ostentatious pose that made me fear he might inadvertently poke his own eyes. I have had enough of this game. It is time to end you. You should feel honored to become my meal. He seized my throat with a vice-like grip, lifting me off the ground, and then opened his cavernous maw, preparing to devour my head. The serpent demon's icy grip constricted my throat like iron pincers. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation and despair surged through me like a tidal wave. Blur my vision. All I could hear was the thunderous beat of my heart, intertwined with the demon's deep, resonant growl. In the haze, I saw Hu Ling leap valiantly, a brilliant red light emanating from her. Yet it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. The serpent demon effortlessly swatted her aside, sending her crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Just as I was about to be consumed by that abyssal maw, an indescribable chill and slick sensation enveloped my head, the serpent demon's damp and viscous throat. I struggled with all my might, clawing at the air in desperation, but it was all in vain. The demon's throat seemed an endless abyss, slowly pulling me into its depths. Faced with the grim prospect of becoming the serpent's meal, I had no choice but to forcibly unleash the 9 fiendish energy within me, a decision that would cost me my sanity. Boom! The black 9 fiendish energy erupted within the demon's esophagus, and before he could swallow me whole, he was compelled to expel me. A swirling mass of black mist erupted from the mouth of the serpent demon, mingled with remnants of its last meal. In that roiling darkness, I stood resolutely, enveloped by the dense aura of the 9 fiends' malevolence, as if I were Ashura returned from the depths of hell. My eyes transformed into profound obsidian, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only an endless indifference and a thirst for slaughter. In that fleeting moment, a shadowy figure of a crimson and black malevolent deity began to coalesce behind me. It was the 8-armed Neza, wielder of the fire spear and rider of the wind and fire wheels, each of its 6 arms brandishing sacred artifacts, ferocious and unparalleled. The essence of this being merged with my form, exuding an aura capable of obliterating heavens and earth. Within the black mist, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as if the very cosmos trembled at the arrival of this malevolent god. The shadow of the 8-armed Neza emitted a series of low chants, ancient battle songs resonating in every inch of space. The serpent demon stared in astonishment, its once mocking eyes now filled with disbelief and terror. Its towering figure appeared diminutive against the backdrop of the black mist, as if it could be shattered by the deity at any moment. This is impossible. How could a mortal vessel contain such an immense and pure essence of the 9 fiends' malevolence? Chapter 80. The Duel of Life and Death. A surge of unbearable agony compelled me to roar in fury, an overwhelming wrath flooding my soul, leaving my gaze hollow, consumed only by the desire for bloodshed. I unleashed a punch, imbued with the force of 1,000 tons. The serpent demon raised its arms in defense, yet was still sent flying by my blow. The serpent demon steadied itself in mid-air, executing a graceful somersault before landing effortlessly. As it regained its footing, a look of incredulity crossed its stern visage. Yet, before it could fully comprehend the situation, I soared into the air, a fireball as large as a wheel coalescing between my palms. With a decisive thrust forward, I unleashed the fireball, imbued with unparalleled might, as it hurtled downwards. The serpent demon, recognizing the imminent threat, did not dare to underestimate the attack. It extended its palms, channeling dark demonic energy to forge a formidable barrier. In the next heartbeat, the fireball crashed down, colliding with the barrier. The resounding explosion echoed deafeningly. Though the demonic shield was resilient, it succumbed to the ferocious impact, fracturing like fragile porcelain under a mighty blow. Smoke and demonic energy intertwined, obscuring the sky. As I seized the opportunity to pivot, transforming into a streak of light that darted through the haze, aiming directly for the demon's vulnerable heart. The serpent demon, sensing the imminent peril, let out an enraged roar, its scales shimmering brilliantly, reminiscent of armor encasing its form. In the blink of an eye, the scales detached, morphing into sharp blades that shot towards me, intent on repelling my advance with its demonic power. I executed a reverse maneuver, ascending into the air, and opened my mouth as a torrent of searing flames erupted forth, coalescing into a fiery tongue before me. This flame spread in a fan shape, incinerating the oncoming blades into mere ashes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred matter and the foul stench of demonic energy. Each clash between the serpent demon and I was accompanied by thunderous roars. My movements were agile, aided by the flying prowess granted by the eight-armed Neza, allowing me an expansive view as I soared through the skies. The serpent demon gazed at me in astonishment as I suspended in midair. A look of surprise etched upon its pallid visage. It cleared its throat twice, blood surging to its face. Is this the ultimate form of the nine-sha in-chi? How ferocious it is! The more I fought, the bolder I became. With a mere gesture, a multitude of crimson, spear-like weapons materialized behind me, their shafts ablaze with intense, fiery flames, all aimed at the serpent demon below. A flicker of trepidation crossed the demon's icy eyes. It hastily conjured a sphere of dark demonic energy to counter my assault, while swiftly retreating, desperate to escape this place. I remained poised in midair, my garments fluttering audibly, devoid of any emotion. Transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, I relentlessly pursued the serpent demon. As I surged forward, the trees were uprooted by the force of my aura, splintered wood and swirling dust weaving a tapestry of apocalyptic imagery in the air. Each breath I took seemed to send tremors through the atmosphere, narrowing the distance between the serpent demon and myself. With a fierce exhalation, I unleashed the true fire of Samadhi, twisting like dragons and serpents as it surged forth, turning vibrant greens to ash in an instant. The flame soared, painting the sky in shades of crimson. The ferocity of the blaze was such that it seemed capable of consuming all living beings. Even the air twisted in its fiery embrace. Surrounded by this sudden inferno, the serpent demon found its escape routes severed, its massive form appearing particularly helpless amidst the flames. A look of resolve flashing in its eyes. With a thunderous roar, the serpent demon unleashed a deafening cry, its demonic energy boiling around it. And amidst the swirling black mist, a faint golden glow emerged, an omen of its desperate final stand. He suddenly opened his massive maw, unleashing an even denser plume of black mist that intertwined with the blazing flames of true fire. The two forces clashed violently, erupting in a dazzling brilliance and a deafening roar. The conflagration and the demonic aura wove together into a tapestry of apocalyptic proportions, causing the ground to tremble as the surrounding air warped under the intense heat. Suspended in midair, my vision was clouded by a crimson haze of fury. The serpent demon's resistance only fueled my wrath further. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me: to vanquish the serpent demon or perish in the attempt. As the flames and black mist dissipated, my eyes transitioned from an abyssal black to a fierce crimson, the aura of slaughter around me intensifying. In stark contrast, the serpent demon had reached the end of its strength. The black smoke cleared, revealing its scorched visage, its golden robe torn and tattered, a pitiful sight indeed. Clutching its chest, it coughed violently, soon expelling a mouthful of black blood, clearly gravely injured. However, I would not grant at the mercy of survival. My body traced a brilliant arc in the air, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, and in that moment, it felt as if time itself had frozen. As I spun with unparalleled intensity, a radiant light erupted around me, signaling the profound resonance of the power of the eight-armed Neza with my own bloodline. Within the brilliance, the visage of the eight-armed Neza materialized, no longer an ethereal image but a tangible form. Every golden red line, every petal of the lotus armor, flawlessly integrated into my being. In an instant, it seemed as though an ancient and potent force rent the heavens and the earth asunder, and from my back, 6 robust arms unfurled like withered branches blooming anew. They emerged from the void, each arm entwined with flames and lightning, radiating a cataclysmic brilliance. Above my shoulders, 2 fearsome heads suddenly manifested, their faces twisted with a ghastly hue and sharp fangs, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, reminiscent of malevolent spirits from the abyss. Evoking sheer terror, This abrupt transformation caused the very air around to tremble, and the already fearsome pupils of the serpent demon constricted sharply, its colossal form trembling involuntarily, evidently daunted by this unimaginable metamorphosis. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood and foreboding, as 6 arms waved in unison, conjuring a tempest that swept away the surrounding dust and demonic aura, forming a colossal vortex that ensnared both me and the serpent demon within its grasp. Alas, who among us is truly the aberration? The serpent demon remarked with disdain, spiraling to reveal its true form. The gigantic serpent writhed through the air like an uncontrollable train, each scale reflecting an otherworldly glow, its visage becoming even more menacing under the moonlight. Though my stature was diminutive, I embodied the essence of a war god. My 8 arms reached out into the void, and suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted around me. In an instant, each of my newly formed arms grasped a fire-tipped spear with unerring precision, their tips ablaze with an eternal inferno, slicing through the air as if propelled by my resolve to obliterate all. The serpent demon emitted a pained hiss, its voice laced with indignation and fury, as its locomotive-like body contorted in the air, desperately attempting to evade my lethal onslaught. However, the fire spear seemed to possess a spirit of its own. Under the influence of my will, its 8 arms deftly maneuvered through the scales of the colossal python. Ultimately, one of the fire spears pierced through its thick abdomen with the force of a thunderbolt. Before that arm could withdraw the spearhead, the remaining arms swung in a flurry, consecutively piercing the massive body of the serpent demon. Just as I was poised to deliver a final blow to this malevolent creature, an unforeseen phenomenon erupted. Chapter 81. Such brutality. The giant python's eyes suddenly widened, and a surge of frantic yet desperate power erupted from within it, accompanied by a deafening roar. From its maw, it slowly expelled a bead, radiating a profound purple light. The moment the purple orb appeared, the surrounding space seemed to warp under an invisible force, with the purple light intensifying, enveloping the python's figure and causing its aura to swell dramatically. Strange purple runes began to swirl across the serpent's scales, its injuries healing at a visibly rapid pace. The python's life essence, akin to the morning star in the dark, illuminated the battlefield and rekindled the flames of rebirth in its eyes. It suddenly lashed its tail, striking towards me with cataclysmic force, each scale resembling sharp blades, carving purple fissures in the air. Witnessing the serpent demon expel its life essence for a final counterattack ignited an even greater fury within me. How audacious of the python! To think that I, the 3rd young master of Chonhang Pass, would not only remain unscathed, but also be dared to be countered? With your meager cultivation, how do you compare to the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King from years past? Just watch as I flay your skin and strip your tendons, making you aware of the might of the young master of Chonhang Pass. A peculiar, childlike sound escaped my lips as my hands remained busily engaged. With a swift backflip, I evaded the sweeping tail of the serpent demon, leaping gracefully to land atop its colossal head. My arms encircled its neck while my remaining fists rained down upon its skull like a torrential downpour. The scales upon the serpent's head shattered under the onslaught of my fists, imbued with flames and bolts of lightning, sending shards flying in all directions. Blood gushed from the creature beneath me, and its anguished wails filled the air. At that moment, Hu Ling and the 4 female spirits, including Zhou Chushi, arrived at the scene, gasping in astonishment at the brutality before them. How savage! Yet, they remained unaware that before attaining divinity, Neza was inherently rebellious and notorious for his ferocity. This was merely an appetizer, with far graver horrors yet to unfold. The serpent demon, gravely wounded, resorted to its old trick, expelling a purple orb once more. However, fortune was not on its side this time. I leapt into the air, seizing the demon's inner core with deft precision, my 3 heads and 6 eyes fixated upon the orb, and the serpent beneath me trembled as if its very lifeblood had been grasped. No, please, I concede. Just return my vital inner core, and I shall comply with whatever you desire. I clutched the serpent's inner core tightly, driving my foot forcefully upon its immense head, producing a thunderous crash. How audacious! Even in the face of death, you dare to bargain with me? I shall obliterate your millennia of cultivation and see if you can still wreak havoc upon the world. With a firm grip of my 5 fingers, a crisp crack resonated through the air, and a resplendent purple luminescence erupted like a dazzling firework, quickly transforming into fine specks of dust that gracefully dispersed into the atmosphere, each particle resembling a lamentation of a serpent demon's millennia of cultivation. In the instant the serpent demon lost its core, it appeared to have its very essence siphoned away, collapsing feebly to the ground, its colossal eyes bereft of their former brilliance, now reflecting only boundless fear and despair. Its voice emerged as a faint tremor, tinged with a weeping tone. Spare my life. Esteemed master, I am willing to serve as your eternal slave, merely beseeching your mercy. As it spoke, the serpent demon struggled to contort its massive form, attempting to convey its plea for mercy in a most humble manner, yet each effort seemed utterly futile. You pitiful serpent demon, had you stood your ground with defiance, I might have been moved by your courage and considered sparing you. But your obsequiousness only hardens my resolve against you. I scoffed, my 8 arms bulging with sinew, akin to ironclads tightly ensnaring the serpent demon's trunk-like tail. With a powerful push, I leaped, hoisting the entire serpent as if it were a banner, its vast body swaying gently in the wind, yet rendered utterly immobile. In an instant, I flickered through the air, the surrounding atmosphere seemingly trembling in response, as a fiery spear materialized from thin air, its tip glowing a fierce crimson, exuding an unsettling heat. My gaze turned steely, devoid of hesitation, and wielding the blazing spear, I plunged it forcefully beneath the soft scales of the serpent demon's abdomen. A sharp, tearing sound pierced the stillness of the air, accompanied by the visceral crack of flesh being rent asunder. Blood gushed forth like a torrential spring, staining the surrounding leaves and grass in a vivid crimson hue. In my grasp, the fire-tipped spear resembled the scythe of a deathly specter, mercilessly cleaving through the air as it plunged deep into the abdomen of the serpent demon, burying itself until the tip emerged from its spine, leaving only the quivering, scarlet shaft visible. No longer a mere trickle, the blood surged forth like a river breaking its banks, saturating everything in its vicinity, while the air grew heavy with the acrid scent of iron and the searing atmosphere of death. The serpent demon's eyes widened in terror, reflecting the blinding brilliance of the spear and the cold, resolute visage I wore. Its body contorted in agony, yet it could only emit a feeble, desperate hiss, a sound steeped in despair and defiance. Blood splattered like blossoms of a foreign flower, each drop a vessel of the demon's millennia of cultivation and memories, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. I gripped the spear handle tightly, strength surging through my arms, as if the weapon had come alive under my command. Slowly it descended, carving a gruesome gash across the demon's abdomen, its innards slipping out and scattering across the ground, creating a scene so sanguinary that it chilled the heart. This horrific spectacle left Hu Ling and her companions in stunned silence. Even Hu Ling, a creature of the hunt, could not withstand the sight and leaned against a tree, retching violently. The other female spirits, led by Zhou Chushi, trembled in fear, their already pallid faces draining of what little color remained. Though Zhou Chushi felt a pang of terror, her eyes glimmered with a sense of satisfaction at the sight of vengeance being exacted. He was not merely brutal. He was utterly ruthless. Sisters, our grievances have been avenged. Now we can rest assured as we prepare for rebirth. As the saying goes, a 1,000-legged insect does not perish easily. Despite the severe torment I inflicted upon this millennia-old serpent demon, it still clings to life, uttering feebly, I am but a minor character. Ileo Mountain is an entrance to the 18 layers of hell. You have slain me, and the demon king shall not spare you. Upon hearing the serpent demon's dying words, Hu Ling, who had been retching nearby, was struck with terror. She attempted to rush over to me, but the palpable aura of death surrounding me instinctively deterred her from approaching. What are the 18 layers of hell? If I am angered, I shall wreak havoc in the heavenly realm. With a single shot, I pierced through the remnants of the serpent demon's body, the tip of my spear trembling with residual force, while the surrounding air abruptly solidified, a chilling wind howling, as if even the heavens and earth were altered in hue. The once tranquil space was suddenly rent asunder, revealing a gaping chasm as dark as ink, the legendary gateway to hell. From the serpent demon's brow, a wisp of pale violet light surged forth, infused with resentment and malice, eager to flee into the abyssal portal in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, my figure flickered before it like a specter, arms outstretched, with lightning flashing within my palms, resolutely halting the soul that sought to vanish into the portal. Attempt to escape? You must first contend with my fire-tipped spear. Chapter 82. Completely enraged, I called out sharply, and the fire-tipped spear transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, cleaving through the skies, aimed directly at the serpent demon's soul. The soul of the serpent demon emitted a chilling wail as it struggled, yet I effortlessly sent it soaring with a single shot. Gazing upon the gates of hell, it wept in despair. How utterly cruel, even if I have committed countless sins. Encountering you today means that a single fatal blow would suffice for my atonement. Why must you torment me further? Observing the serpent demon's tearful lamentations, I felt no flicker of sympathy. My sole desire was to obliterate its very essence, to bring a definitive end. A living embodiment of death. Truly, you are a wretched specter of torment. As I advanced with measured steps, the serpent demon's soul recoiled in fear, trembling as it pointed at me in a desperate attempt to flatter. I let out a disdainful snort, raising my weapon to pierce the demon's throat. Should my aim prove true, the flames upon the tip would ensure its utter annihilation, banishing it from the cycle of rebirth for eternity. The serpent demon's soul collapsed in terror, stripped of its core and physical form, rendering it no more formidable than an ordinary ghost, utterly incapable of thwarting my relentless assault. Wait, please cease. In a moment of desperation, the serpent demon summoned all its strength to halt the force of my weapon with a resounding cry. A final plea? I gripped the gun tightly, my expression unyielding as the insatiable thirst for blood surged within me. If you spare my life, I vow to become your spirit guardian. You understand the significance of a spirit guardian, do you not? Every formidable artifact boasts a guardian spirit. Without one, a treasure is but a lifeless object. However, with a guardian spirit, a treasure can not only fight alongside its master, enhancing their power, but also pledge unwavering protection unto death. The soul of the python demon fell to its knees before me with a thud. After witnessing my ferocity, this wretched creature was utterly petrified by my methods, no longer daring to harbor any thoughts of resistance. Most villains are but paper tigers, boasting bravado that swiftly crumbles in the presence of someone more ruthless. This adage holds true for these supernatural beings as well. My distrust towards you renders me disinterested. At this moment, my sole desire is for your demise. Gripping the fiery spear, I prepare to strike the python demon once more, causing it to hastily interject. No, please. I understand that just moments ago we were adversaries. Your skepticism towards me is entirely justified. Allow me to reveal my life's secret incantation. You can create a spirit talisman and refine it alongside my treasure, enabling you to perceive my innermost thoughts. Should I betray you, a mere flicker of your mind can reduce me to ashes. I speak only the truth. Please, spare my life. The python demon's plea was earnest, yet my consciousness had already transcended my former self. I regarded it with disdain and thrust my spear towards its throat. Brother Iron Pillar, the python spirit presents a valid argument. We could retain its soul for your benefit. Hu Ling's delicate voice momentarily restored clarity to my mind, although my countenance swiftly shifted to one of displeasure. Who dares to meddle in my affairs, this little fox? Seeking death, are we? In a sudden motion, I extended my hand, conjuring a crimson ribbon that ensnared the python demon tightly. In the next heartbeat, I abandoned the demon's soul and charged towards Hu Ling. My speed was astonishing, covering several meters in an instant. The perceptive and quick-reacting Hu Ling had scarcely registered my movement before I seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. "Brother Tai, what is wrong with you?" Hu Ling gasped, struggling in vain against my iron grip, which remained unyielding despite her frantic attempts to escape. As the murderous intent on my face intensified, I noticed her gaze beginning to fade, and I feared that within mere moments, I would extinguish her life. In this dire moment, a fleeting scarlet figure rushed forth from the forest. Before the person even arrived, a yellow wooden sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at my eyes. In a bid for self-preservation, I hurled Hu Ling away, leaping to evade the flying sword. I found myself suspended mid-air, wielding my spear. Another cunning fox has arrived. Since you all are unafraid of death, I shall ensnare you all. As I spoke, I became aware of 3 spheres of eerie blue flames encircling me, their movements unervingly agile. I swung my spear to disperse them, but they deftly evaded my strikes, leaving me ensnared in midair. Hu Ling, thrown from my grasp, was caught by a woman clad in a flowing red cloak just before she hit the ground. The woman had a mane of silver hair, yet her complexion was remarkably smooth, with skin as taut as that of a youthful maiden. Though she wore a long cloak, it could not conceal her alluring figure, each smile and frown radiating seduction. If my mind were clear, I would have recognized her instantly as Hu Ling's grandmother, and I would have been left to ponder why my yellowwood sword was in her possession. Regrettably, at this moment, I am no longer myself. My consciousness has been subdued by the malevolent energy of the 9 Sha, and my body is now governed by a fragment of the wicked deity Neza's lingering spirit. One must ponder just how ferocious was Neza in his heyday. According to the legends of the Taoist sect, he is believed to be the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, and from birth, he was taken under the wing of the esteemed Tai Zhenren, who devotedly imparted his teachings. In his youth, endowed with extraordinary strength, yet notoriously unruly, Neza, during a sojourn in the East Sea, killed the patrolling knight's spirit in a fit of anger. When the 3rd Prince of the Dragon King sought to inquire about this act, he too met a fatal end at Neza's hands, who even went so far as to extract the dragon tendons. The East Sea Dragon King, seeking accountability, was met with a brutal thrashing and, in his retreat, threatened to report the incident to the heavenly court. Neza, unperturbed, relayed this incident to his master, only to find that Tai Zhenren was fiercely protective of his disciple. He admonished the Dragon King, declaring, "This is but a trivial matter, an affront to the heavenly court, and utterly devoid of reason. The heavens, in their compassion, allow the powerful to speak as they please. To him, the lives of 2 beings are merely a trifling concern." Tai Zhenren then bestowed upon Neza an invisibility talisman and positioned himself outside the southern heavenly gate to ambush the East Sea Dragon King, compelling him to transform into a small snake and return to Chuntang Pass to offer his apologies. Tai's indulgence only emboldened Neza further in his lawlessness. He ascended the city walls, seized the thunderous bow, and with a single arrow struck down the young deity Biyun from 1,000 miles away. Biyun's master, the Taoist goddess Shijin Yangyang, sought an explanation from Tai Zhenren, who, embodying the principle that might makes right, promptly invoked the authority of the primordial heavenly sovereign. As Neza was indeed the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, he carried the edict of the original master, endowed with the fortunes of the heavenly Tao. Even the act of slaying your disciple falls within the cycle of celestial justice. One must question, does this even constitute rational discourse? In the realm where the formidable Shijin Yangyang stood her ground, a fierce contest of magic ensued against the esteemed Tai Zhenren. The latter summoned the precious artifact, the 9-dragon divine fire shield, which tragically resulted in the demise of Shijin Yangyang. This incident reverberated through the ranks of the 2 great sects, culminating in a reckoning wherein Neza paid the price of severing his bones for his father and flesh for his mother. Subsequently, Tai Zhenren employed the 9-transformation golden elixir and the golden lotus to summon Neza's soul and reconstruct his corporeal form. However, his spirit remained fragmented. This explains why, during the Fengshen War, Neza displayed an unwavering resistance to soul attacks and a degree of immunity to certain spells. Little did anyone know that this fearsome deity, once a relentless harbinger of death, had his remnant soul sealed within the ultimate manifestation of the nine fiends in Shi. Grandmother, be cautious. This person is no longer your brother Taiju. Chapter 83. Possession, a battle of consciousness. Grandmother who acknowledged with a sound, her gaze fixed upon my current countenance, defiant and unruly, so starkly different from my usual demeanor of merely wishing to survive as an inconspicuous sixth. Gently, she set Hu Ling down and ascended into the air to engage me in combat. 3 swirling flames of fox-like malevolence encircled me, while I wielded a fire-tipped spear, executing movements that were both fierce and relentless. Grandmother who retrieved a blue gemstone from her bosom, about the size of a fist, enveloped in mist, resembling an orb of prophecy. With a whisper, she exhaled towards the gemstone, causing it to emanate a kaleidoscope of colors, conjuring 5 women who bore an uncanny resemblance to Grandmother who herself. Fox charm technique, phantom dance, she proclaimed with authority, as 6 crimson figures surrounded me, augmented by the 3 fiery apparitions. They danced between reality and illusion, dispersing one only for another to swiftly take its place. At this moment, even if I possessed 3 heads and 8 arms, I was left with only the ability to defend myself, utterly devoid of any power to retaliate. Suddenly, I let out a fierce roar, summoning a golden, circular collar from the void. With one hand grasping a spear and the other holding the collar, I forcefully carved my way through the siege. 6 formidable pursuers leapt into the fray, only to be met with a swift counterattack. I hurled the golden collar, shattering their illusions, and struck one of them, sending her plummeting to the ground. Before she could rise, my spear was already poised at her brow. In that critical moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind me, awakening my consciousness. My spear halted midair as I turned to see a woman clad in white, hastily approaching atop the shoulder of a massive black ape, none other than the missing Chung Luoying. In an instant, excitement surged through me, though my expression remained indifferent. A flicker of awareness stirred within my heart. Who are you? Why does my heart race so? My head aches terribly. Return my body to me. Just you? You are far too weak to deserve this vessel. It is an honor for you to allow me to inhabit your body. Nonsense. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. From my single mouth emerged 2 distinct voices. To an unsuspecting observer, I would appear to be suffering from a split personality. My body plummeted to the ground, and I began to grapple with myself. 2 of my arms clasped my throat, while another aimed to poke my eyes. Come out, or I shall take my own life. We shall perish together. I laughed heartily. Go ahead, I possess 2 heads and 6 hands. That suffices. Even if I were to blind you, I have 4 eyes to navigate, so beware. My body writhed on the ground, intermittently striking the earth with my hands and crashing my head against the nearby tree. The 2 souls were at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Chung Luoying leaped down from the shoulder of the colossal black ape, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at me, yet she dared not approach. Her astonishment was palpable as she whispered softly, who could accomplish such a feat without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis? Grandma Hu approached Chung Luoying and began to explain gently. He is forcibly activating all 9 malevolent energies within his body, and now he exists as one body with 2 souls. They are both vying for control of this physical form. Should he falter, none among us would be able to contend with that harbinger of death, and we would surely meet our doom tonight. Upon hearing Grandma Hu's words, Chung Luoying grew exceedingly anxious, her complexion paling as she advanced toward me. Do not come closer, I gasped, barely able to endure the excruciating torment inflicted upon my soul, gritting my teeth as I shouted through clenched jaws. My consciousness began to blur, unmistakably indicating that my spirit was on the verge of collapse. Ha! You are feeble, utterly feeble. Do not persist any longer. Allow me to consume you, and let us merge into one. Then, no one shall ever bully you again. Memories flooded back in a torrent, fragments of my past materializing before me. My grandfather's smile radiated warmth as he presented my beloved sweet melon before me. Suddenly, Eru's father appeared, violently overturning the melon and seizing my throat, his visage contorting into that of a vengeful specter. A Taoist priest in gray robes wielded his whisk, scattering Eru's father's soul, chastising me for my grandfather's suffering in the underworld and lamenting my lack of ambition. In quick succession, the yellow-skinned old demon and the ascetic monk, their faces smeared with blood, clawed and cried out for vengeance against me. Then a melodious chime resonated from my waist, the sound of listening to the wind's whisper. My consciousness jolted awake, and I unleashed a flurry of punches upon the heads of my assailants. You insolent wretch, merely a pampered scion of a bureaucratic family. Why do you have to usurp my being? You are simply fortunate enough to have loving parents and a protective master. Were it not for their indulgence in your own tyranny, how could you possibly meet a fate of death and fragmented soul? You speak of filial piety, yet you fail to honor your parents, severing flesh for your mother and bone for your father. Remember, the body and skin are gifts from one as parents. Forsaking them is an act of ingratitude. If you cannot even fulfill your duty as a son, what kind of transcendence do you seek? And what path do you wish to follow? As I grappled with the entity within me, I berated the bloodthirsty spirit, sensing my words slowly diminishing its strength. Yet, despite this, my own spiritual power remained insufficient to rival the divine force opposing me. A profound, tearing sensation from the depths of my soul threatened to plunge me into unconsciousness, and I persisted only through the sheer strength of my unwavering conviction. Suddenly, Chung Luoying clenched her silver teeth, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Without a second thought, she dashed towards me, akin to a valiant moth hurtling into the flames. Brother Péng, do not be afraid. I am here to assist you. The moment she made contact with my body, she embraced me tightly, her hands like iron clamps, striving to separate my self-destructive limbs. Her hair danced in the wind, brushing against my cheek, bringing with it a refreshing coolness intermingled with boundless warmth and courage. Tears brimmed in Chung Luoying's eyes, yet she stubbornly refrained from letting them fall. She whispered softly in my ear, her voice laced with a quiver of emotion, yet remarkably steadfast. Brother Péng, you will not lose. You still have me. I will always be by your side. Her words enveloped me like a gentle spring breeze, melting the icy core of my heart with a tender affection, gradually extinguishing my fury and calming my tumultuous emotions. I felt utterly weak, yearning to succumb to slumber, wishing never to awaken. Just as my consciousness began to wane, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant around my neck seemed to sense my peril.